Like this video guys and subscribe for more interesting parts. Chapter 1. Jianzhou Yin Yang School. 19-year-old Li Chen had a clean face and clear eyes. He wore a simple grey linen shirt and carried a large bundle of firewood. He climbed the long stairs with unsteady steps and finally arrived at the door of the outer disciples' cave. He placed the firewood in the yard and knocked lightly on the cave door with his palm. Tap. 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 Brother Lu, I brought the firewood. After a while, the door of the cave opened a little, and 5 crystal clear light blue stones flew out of the cave and fell accurately into Li Chen's hands. Li Chen was shocked and bowed. Thank you, senior brother Lu. Finally got the spirit stone. Li Chen was very excited. It had been more than 3 months since he came to this world. When he first came here, he was full of confidence, thinking that he was the chosen one, and that he was about to suppress all enemies in the world and slash the past, present and future with his sword. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. He became a chores disciple of the Yin Yang school. Although he is called a disciple, he is actually just an ordinary person who does odd jobs. Anyone who wants to join the Yin Yang sect but does not have the talent for cultivation will be assigned as a menial disciple. Li Chen is the errant disciple who has no talent for cultivation, quite pathetic. I thought I would be an ordinary person in this life, but unexpectedly, the system was suddenly triggered 2 months ago, the life simulator. However, the life simulator cannot be used directly and requires the consumption of spirit stones to activate it. To this end, Li Chen found out who was the most trustworthy outer sect senior brother, and then did odd jobs for senior brother Lu for more than 2 months. She did laundry, cooking, chopping wood, fetching water, delivering messages, etc. She worked hard and never slacked off. Fortunately, senior brother Lu is just as trustworthy as the rumors say. Li Chen took the 5 spiritual stones back to his own single servant's room and carefully closed the doors and windows. Only then did he open his system panel. Life Simulator is at your service. Would you like to use Life Simulator? Use once, consume 1 spirit stone. Seeing this prompt, Li Chen couldn't help but shake his fist in the air excitedly and almost shouted out loud. With cheats in hand, wouldn't this start a legendary life where you punch the peerless geniuses and kick the monsters in the penalty area? Li Chen was looking forward to it. He suppressed his excitement and said silently, yes. In an instant, a spiritual stone suddenly disappeared from his hand. Lines of golden text that only he could see popped up continuously on the system panel. At the age of 19, you joined the Yin Yang school and became a menial disciple. At the age of 20, you have excellent cooking skills and have become the top chef in the chores, specializing in chicken soup. I don't know when you got a nickname called Pangolin. At the age of 21, you worked hard to train your body and successfully entered the first level of the body tempering realm. You have entered and touched the threshold of cultivation. You have received the Yin Yang Art Body Tempering chapter in the Yin Yang sect's main hall. At the age of 22, you practiced hard, but due to the limitation of your talent, your cultivation level did not improve at all. At the age of 23, you secretly left the Yin Yang sect, practiced hard under the waterfall in the Lianfang Mountains, and successfully entered the 2nd level of the body tempering realm. At the age of 25, you went to Qingguyu town for training. During the fight with bandits, you broke through to the 3rd level of the body tempering realm, but your left arm was broken as a result. At the age of 27, you trained your right arm to be quite strong and became a celebrity in Qingguyu town. The people in the town respectfully called you, Master of the Kirin Arm. At the age of 28, powerful bandits appeared near Qingguyu town. In order to protect the town, you were killed by the bandits and ended your life. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Surprised face, what the hell, it took me my entire life to cultivate to the 3rd level of body tempering. And what kind of weird titles are Pangolin and Kylan Arm? Why do they sound so malicious? Li Chen felt like he was about to break apart, as he had only lived to the age of 28. And his talent was so poor that it took him nearly 10 years to reach the 3rd level of physical tempering. No wonder others say that menial disciples have basically no chance of becoming immortals, their talent is really too poor. Fortunately, after the simulation is over, you can directly retain the realm or skills. Li Chen chose the martial arts realm without hesitation. The body tempering stage is about tempering the body. The role of the exercises in this stage is just to enable people to temper the body more efficiently. As long as you enter the body tempering realm, you can go directly to the main hall of Yin Yang sect to receive the Yin Yang secret body tempering chapter. Therefore, state of mind is the most useful, and there is no need to choose to memorize the skills. Instantly, a warm current flowed into Li Chen's body. His bones made crisp sounds, his body suddenly grew taller, and his muscles became tighter. Is this the realm I have cultivated for my entire life? It does feel much stronger than before. However, this was far from what I had envisioned, that I could defeat all enemies in the world. Li Chen was not excited at all. It's okay. As long as I have the spirit stone, I can keep simulating. Now I'm at the 3rd level of body tempering. I will definitely be able to suppress the Saint Lan's genius later. Thinking of this, Li Chen regained his confidence. He did not rush to start the 2nd simulation immediately, but left the service room. Because he still has not received the Yin Yang secret body tempering chapter. The disciples in the menial service room have very poor talents and basically have no chance of cultivation. But as long as one can enter the 1st level of body tempering, it proves that one has the possibility of cultivation, and one can receive the body tempering technique for free in the main hall of Yin Yang sect. You said you have touched the threshold of cultivation? Throw a punch at me and let me see. Elder Ji in the hall said disapprovingly. Because Li Chen is just a menial disciple, his talent is there. Even if he has touched the threshold of cultivation, he is just a small fry with a slow cultivation speed and is not worthy of his attention. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chen punched Elder Ji in the face. Fortunately, Elder Ji was very powerful and blocked his attack in an instant. You little BD, I asked you to hit the test monument, not me. Elder Ji said with a frown on his face. He extremely suspected that the boy in front of him did it on purpose. However, the power of that punch just now seemed to be far beyond the 1st level of body tempering. Oh, I'm sorry, Elder Ji. This is my first time here and I don't know. Li Chen touched his head innocently and then punched the stone tablet next to him. Bang! Body tempering level 3. 4 large golden characters appeared on the stone tablet, which startled Elder Ji, who seemed a little angry. You've already reached the 3rd level of body tempering before you come here to receive the skills. Elder Ji asked suspiciously. I don't know. Li Chen said in a daze, I heard that after reaching the 3rd level of body tempering, you can come to the main hall to learn the Yin Yang school swordsmanship, so I came here. Elder Ji frowned upon hearing this. You can obtain the body tempering chapter of Yin Yang Sutra after reaching the 1st level of body tempering. As for the sword technique you mentioned, you have to reach the 4th level of body tempering to obtain it. However, Chapter 2. You have reached the 3rd level of body tempering with your own strength. With the help of Yin Yang Sutra, you should be able to break through to the 4th level of body tempering soon. I will make an exception and give you the Liang Yi sword first. Elder Ji took out 2 secret books from the storage ring and handed them to Li Chen. Li Chen thanked him happily and then turned and left. Looking at his departing back, Elder Ji couldn't help but fall into deep thought, is this kid really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Why do I always feel like I'm being made a fool of? Li Chen returned to the servitude room with a happy expression on his face. As a menial disciple of the Yin Yang sect, How could he not know that the Liang Yi sword could only be obtained after reaching the 4th level of body tempering? The reason why I remembered it wrong was to get the Liang Yi sword from Elder Ji in advance. With his talent for cultivation, it would probably take another 1 or 2 years for him to break through to the 4th level of body tempering. It would be very useful for him to get the Liang Yi sword in advance. When he thought about his own talent level, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh again. After reorganizing his mindset, he opened the life simulator again. Consume an aura stone to start the second simulation. Use once, consume 1 spirit stone. At the age of 19, you joined the Yin-Yang sect and became a Chore's disciple. Your cultivation reached the 3rd level of body tempering. You received the Yin-Yang art body tempering chapter and Liang Yi sword in the main hall of the Yin-Yang sect. At the age of 20, you stayed in the Yin-Yang sect to practice hard, but your progress was very slow. At the age of 21, you have practiced swordsmanship for 2 years and have reached the entry level of the Liang Yi sword. One day, you had a conflict with several errant disciples, and you poisoned them all to death with a pot of poisoned chicken soup. That night, you secretly left the Yin-Yang sect. At the age of 22, among the errant disciples you poisoned, one had a sister who was an outer disciple of the Yin-Yang sect. After returning from training, she discovered that her brother had been poisoned to death. She eventually traced the cause back to you and started hunting you down. At the age of 23, you were hiding in Qinggu town and practicing hard, but your cultivation level did not improve at all. Wo Sushan, an outer disciple of the Yin-Yang sect, found you and killed you with a sword. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Damn it, I'm only 23 years old. What kind of conflict would force me to poison someone directly? Li Chen didn't think he was a vicious person. If it was just a verbal dispute, he wouldn't have poisoned his fellow disciples to death. After all, being in the Yin-Yang sect, it would be easy to be exposed if he killed his fellow disciples, and he was not stupid enough to do that. Could it be that the other party wants to humiliate me? This is likely to arouse his murderous intent. After all, the other party was the first to strike, the feud has already been formed, and the other party will definitely kill him. Instead of waiting passively, it is better to take the initiative. But this is just Li Chen's speculation, and the specific situation still needs further consideration. Outer sect disciple Wo Sushan. Could she be Wo Diaokang's sister? Li Chen had some impression of this person. Wo Diaochang was the most arrogant among the menial disciples and he often bullied the menial disciples. It turns out that he has a sister from the outer sect backing him up, no wonder he is so arrogant. Li Chen immediately chose to memorize the skills, and a large amount of martial arts memories and understandings about Yin-Yang realm body tempering and Liang Yi sword emerged in his mind. His mastery of the Liang Yi sword also reached the entry level at this moment. There was no improvement in his cultivation this time, but he reached the entry level of Liang Yi sword. Low-level martial arts have a rating system, entry level, skilled, proficient, and master. Used to distinguish one's level of mastery of martial arts. But this rating is of no use to powerful martial arts techniques. Only ordinary martial arts require ratings to distinguish proficiency. Powerful martial arts techniques, every time you learn a move, you reach a new level. Of course, Li Chen is only at the body tempering stage now, so the entry-level Yin-Yang sword can still significantly improve him. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the servant's room, and Li Chen's thought of conducting the third simulation was forcibly interrupted. He opened the door and saw several sloppy men in sackcloth clothes standing outside, looking at him with smiles. One of the men in sackcloth stepped forward and said, "Junior brother Li Chen, I heard that you got 5 spirit stones from senior brother Lu. We brothers are a little short of money recently, so we wanted to borrow some from you." This man is none other than the well-connected headmaster Wo Diao. Li Chen instantly realized that the reason why he poisoned the other party was probably because of this incident. I did get 5 spirit stones. Li Chen admitted honestly like a fool. Then he lowered his voice carefully and said, I have good news for you. I just used the spirit stone to exchange for a copy of the Liang Yi sword from Elder Ji. I can secretly show it to a few brothers, but you must not tell anyone else. When Director Wo Diao heard what Li Chen said before, the smile on his face became unusually bright. But when he heard the following words, his smile froze. What the hell? You used the spirit stone to exchange for martial arts. Wo Diao eyes widened. His first reaction was that the other party was lying to him. But Li Chen looked so silly that he looked like someone who would do such a thing. Because the most honest man in the entire servants' room is Li Chen. He was the only one who would work honestly for the outer disciples and never be lazy. When he bought things for the outer disciples, he never took a penny. If this isn't stupid, what is? The cultivation resources for menial disciples are extremely scarce, and the few spiritual stones earned as labor rewards are definitely not enough. Lie. Li Chen was startled and quickly raised his index finger, signaling the other party to speak in a lower voice. Brother Diao Chong, don't be so loud. I finally got the Liang Yi sword in advance. Please don't hurt me. Whether in his expression or emotion, Li Chen seemed to be completely on the side of Director Wo Diao, as if he really didn't realize that Director Wo Diao was here to bully him. You kid are not kidding me, are you? Exchanging spiritual stones for the Liang Yi sword? How many spiritual stones do you have left now? Lend them to me. Wo Diao said with a look of regret. Who would be foolish enough to exchange the Liang Yi sword for a spiritual stone when they reach the 4th level of body tempering? Director Wo Diao stared at Li Chen with unfriendly eyes. Spiritual stone. Li Chen's eyes widened. I used all of it to exchange for the Liang Yi sword. Where is the spiritual stone left? Look if you don't believe me. As he spoke, he took out the 2 secret books he had just received and handed them to Chong Wo Diao. Wo Diazhang's younger brother immediately snatched the secret book and looked through it. He twitched his lips and said, Brother Wo, it really is the Liang Yi sword. Zhao. I don't believe you are really stupid enough to exchange 5 spirit stones for a copy of Liang Yi sword. Search for me. Director Wo Diao rushed into the house angrily, and with his 2 younger brothers, they searched Li Chen's room rudely, throwing the bed and bedding to the ground. Chapter 3. Li Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he couldn't help feeling angry. He quickly thought about what consequences his next action would bring to him. No matter what the result is today, Director Wo Diao will always regard him as a thorn in his side. If Wo Diaochong failed to find the spiritual stone, he would feel very embarrassed and would cause trouble for him again and again. But if Chief Wo Diao knew that he still had 3 spirit stones on him, a fight would probably be unavoidable. Li Chen thought about it and decided that the best solution was to take the initiative to teach Wo Diaochong a lesson. As long as he doesn't kill Chief Wo Diao, the other party's sister shouldn't cause him trouble at this stage. Thinking of this, Li Chen picked up 2 sticks of firewood without hesitation, holding one in each hand, and suddenly shouted, Senior Brother Lu, you are here. Before the 3 men had time to turn around, he strode forward and directly performed the Liang Yi sword technique. Although the wooden stick is not a sword, the fighting method is universal and is more than enough to deal with 3 menial disciples. The 3 of them were shocked when they heard the name Senior Brother Lu. Lu Zhengping is here. The moment they turned around, a stick of firewood blocked their view. Bang! The 2 sticks of firewood turned into sawdust directly. Captain Wo Diao and one of his younger brothers fainted on the ground instantly. Another younger brother was kicked in the face by Li Chen, and he did a backflip and flew out, smashing a square wooden table with his body. Li Chen was worried that his feet were not strong enough, so he quickly picked up the 3rd stick and swung it at the man's head. Bang! The firewood stick in his hand exploded into pieces. Li Chen bent down to check the condition of the 3 people. After confirming that they were all unconscious, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he did not kill Wo Diaochang, Wo Diakang's sister should not come to kill him. But to be on the safe side, Li Chen deliberately called out senior brother Lu before taking action, putting the blame of the beating on this senior brother. In the Yin-Yang sect, the only outer disciple who could be related to him was senior brother Lu. Apart from him, Li Chen couldn't find any other backer. Moreover, senior brother Lu is an outer sect disciple, so even senior Wo Diao's sister can't do anything to him. This is a bit difficult. Director Wo Diao will definitely cause trouble for me from now on. Li Chen threw the 3 people out the door and picked up the last 3 spiritual stones. There are still 3 simulation opportunities. You must find a way to improve your strength as much as possible in the simulation. Life Simulator is at your service. Would you like to use Life Simulator? Yes. Use once, consume 1 spirit stone. At the age of 19, you joined the Yin-Yang sect and became a menial disciple. Your cultivation reached the 3rd level of body tempering. You were robbed by the head of Wo Diao, and you knocked all of them unconscious and threw them out. That night, you left the Yin-Yang sect and went to Qingguyu town to practice hard. At the age of 20, due to the lack of resources in Qingguyu town, your cultivation level has increased slowly. At the age of 21, after 2 years of hard training, you successfully entered the 4th level of body tempering. You left Qingguyu town and practiced martial arts in Jianzhou. At the age of 22, you discovered a deep pool in the Lianfang Mountains that had a body tempering effect, and you decided to practice in seclusion here. At the age of 24, with the help of Yutan, you successfully entered the 5th level of body tempering. At the age of 26, the Yinfen sect disciples broke into your retreat and attacked you without saying a word. At the critical moment, you broke through to the 6th level of the body tempering. You killed 13 Yinfen sect disciples, but you were outnumbered and died tragically in the end. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Very good, this is the effect I want. Choose the martial arts realm. The next moment, Li Chen's body made another bone-crunching sound. His appearance did not change much, but his physical strength was several times stronger than before. His cultivation has also reached the 6th level of body tempering. There are 9 levels in the body tempering realm, which temper the bones, blood, tendons, skin, bone marrow, etc. With each level of advancement, the human body will undergo tremendous changes. When a person reaches the 9th level of body tempering, the body can begin to absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth. When the spiritual energy condenses into a pill, it can enter the next realm, the spiritual pill realm. If a cultivator wants to go from tempering the body to making elixirs, he must know how to absorb spiritual energy, condense spiritual energy, and refine it into elixirs. This step tests one's talent. Basically everyone can enter the body tempering stage as long as they can endure hardships. Those with better physiques can cultivate the body tempering stage faster. But if you only have physique but no talent, even if one reaches the 9th level of body tempering, it will be impossible to enter the spiritual pill realm in one's lifetime. Therefore, menial disciples are not welcomed. Their talents are too poor and they basically have no hope of entering the spiritual pill realm. They are not worth training at all. Li Chen is also included in this category. But the emergence of the simulator gave him hope of becoming an immortal. Come again. Use once, consume 1 spirit stone. Another spirit stone disappeared from Li Chen's hand, and dense text popped up on the system panel. At the age of 19, you joined the Yin-Yang sect and became a menial disciple. You were robbed by the head of Wo Diao, and you knocked all of them unconscious and threw them out. That night, you left the Yin-Yang sect and went to the Lianfang Mountains to practice asceticism. At the age of 21, you cultivated your body in the deep pool, turned a deaf ear to the world, and successfully entered the 7th level of body tempering. You have mastered the Lianji sword. At the age of 24, your cultivation level has broken through to the 8th level of body tempering. You have mastered the Liang Yi sword. At the age of 26, you left the Lianfang Mountains and passed by the Yinfen sect. On the way, you learned that the Yunyang sect was being besieged by 20 sections. Your curiosity drives you back to the Yin-Yang sect, which has become a ruin. You happen to meet Liu Zhengping, who kills you with a sword without saying a word. You are 26 years old. Seeing the final cause of death, Li Chen couldn't help but fall into a daze. He was killed by senior brother Liu? What's going on? The Yin-Yang sect was besieged by other sects, but senior brother Liu didn't die, but his junior brother was killed. This is too weird. Could it be that he knew that I let senior brother Liu take the blame, and he holds a grudge against me, so he wants to kill me? He can't be so petty, right? Li Chen thought about it and chose the realm of martial arts. The blood in the body becomes abnormally agitated, as if boiling bubbles are releasing heat, and the skin turns slightly red due to the impact of the heat. Li Chen was so scared that he quickly poured a basin of cold water over himself, which made a hissing sound and hot steam rose up. An unprecedented feeling of comfort swept over his body, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Is this the 8th level of body tempering? I went from an ordinary person to the 8th level of body tempering in just one day. To say I wasn't surprised would be a lie. Even the inner disciples of the Yin-Yang sect do not have such a speed of cultivation. If this were to be spread out, the leader of the Yin-Yang sect would definitely accept Li Chen as his personal disciple. How about simulating what will happen after I become his direct disciple? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Li Chen immediately rejected it. Because he in the simulation did not have a simulator, he could only rely on his own efforts, and his training progress was as slow as a snail. If one cultivates at this speed and becomes a direct disciple, he will definitely die quickly. Chapter 4. I didn't expect that after avoiding the trouble with Chief Wodiao and escaping the conflict with the Yinfen sect, I ended up dying at the hands of senior brother Liu. Why is he still alive, and why did he want to kill me? The Yin-Yang sect was surrounded and suppressed, so Liu Zhengping, as an outer disciple, should have been killed as well. This was the first suspicious point. The second suspicious point is that Li Chen knew Liu Zhengping. Although this person was taciturn, he had very good character. Why would such a person kill him without any grudges? Li Chen couldn't figure it out, he only had the last spiritual stone left in his hand. He hopes to pass the last simulation and enter the Lingdan realm. The body tempering realm is just touching the threshold of cultivating immortals. Only when you reach the spirit pill realm can you be said to have stepped into the threshold of cultivating immortals and have a promising future. Therefore, for this final simulation, Li Chen must plan well to ensure his survival while improving his cultivation as much as possible. Before I knew it, the sky had darkened. The 3 servants outside were awakened by the cold wind. They looked around blankly and for a moment couldn't remember what had happened today. Where is this? What am I doing? Hiss, my head hurts. Why is there a footprint on your face, junior brother Lu? FK, there seems to be a big bump on my head, what's going on? The 3 of them gritted their teeth and stood up, their faces as pale as pig livers. Director Wodia rubbed his head, looked back at Li Chen's servant room, and finally remembered what happened today. I seem to have been beaten by Liu Zhengping. Director Wodiao was a little unsure. As far as he could remember, it seemed that he did not see Liu Zhengping himself before he lost consciousness. Yes. It must be that guy. I seemed to hear Li Chen greet Liu Zhengping, and then we were greeted. FK, this Liu Zhengping is a piece of shit. He relies on his status as an outer sect disciple and even dares to touch our senior brother Wo. The 2 younger brothers cursed and concluded that it was Liu Zhengping who beat them. No. Something feels weird. Wo Diao's brows were furious, and he suddenly shouted angrily, Li Chen, that BD, actually left us outside like this. Open the door. Bang. Bang! Bang! Director Wu Diao knocked on the wooden door twice, and his injured brain suddenly realized that there was no need for him to be so polite. He pushed the wooden door open and saw Li Chen sitting cross-legged on the bed. "You are so brave. You saw us lying outside and didn't even pay any attention to us." Wu Diaochang walked towards Li Chen with a ferocious face. He didn't know what had happened before, but Li Chen's attitude made him very unhappy. Among the menial disciples, no one had ever dared to treat him like this. The two younger brothers also ran into the house aggressively, looking like they were ready for a fight. "Go away. Senior brother Lu said that he will protect me from now on. If you want to cause trouble, he will take it." Li Chen sat cross-legged on the bed and said calmly, "And he also gave me a magic weapon to protect me. You can't beat me. If you don't believe me, you can come up and try." At this moment, outer disciple Lu Zhengping couldn't help but sneeze. Li Chen's arrogant and calm demeanor made Director Wu Diao stunned and a little unsure. Could it be that what this guy said is true? He looks very calm. Just when Wu Diao was in doubt, the younger brother beside him suddenly stepped forward and said, "Brother Wu, let me try to see if this guy is real or fake." In his opinion, Li Chen was just bluffing. He has done this kind of thing of taking advantage of the power of others countless times. So he could tell at a glance that Li Chen was bluffing. The younger brother grinned and made a crackling sound with his fists. As he walked towards Li Chen, he twisted his neck a few times, looking very confident. But he accidentally pulled the big bump on his head, and his face twitched in pain. His eyelids twitched a few times, and Li Chen, who was originally sitting on the bed, suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! A heavy fist smashed into the man's body. Under the terrifying power of the 8th level of body tempering, the younger brother's body directly crashed through the wall of the servant's room and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. "You!" Wu Diao's pupils suddenly shrank, and just as he was about to speak, he felt a strong wind whistling and sweeping from the front. Before he could react, he and his younger brother were knocked away by a punch from Li Chen, who suddenly attacked. Bang! Bang! The three of them flew out of the servant's room one after another, knocked down several willow trees outside, fell heavily to the ground, and slid sideways for several meters. "I told you, senior brother Lu gave me a magic weapon, you can't beat me." Li Chen calmly put away his fist, and said in an invincible manner, "Senior brother Lu also asked me to pass on a message. If you want to cause trouble, he will take it all. He has long wanted to clash with Wu Sushan." After saying that, Li Chen closed the door casually, not caring whether the three people outside heard it. Seeing the tattered wall, Li Chen couldn't help but feel shocked. He himself didn't expect that the 8th level of body tempering could have such divine power. This morning he was just a mortal, but within one day, he transformed from a mortal into an 8th level body tempering monk, and his physical fitness increased hundreds of times. This was something I never dared to think about before. I have completely offended Chief Wu Diao now. I can only choose to seek refuge with senior brother Lu and try. Li Chen temporarily sealed the rotten wall with wooden boards to prevent people outside from seeing what was happening inside the house. He sat back on the bed cross-legged and started the 5th life simulation. Use once, consume 1 spirit stone. At the age of 19, you joined the Yin-Yang school and became a menial disciple. The head of the sect, Wu Diao, came to rob you, and you knocked him to the ground. You ran to Lu Zhengping overnight, but he was perfunctory and agreed reluctantly. The next morning, Lu Zhengping, Wu Sushan, and Wu Diaochang came to confront you about what happened yesterday. You were eloquent and successfully turned right into wrong, making Wu Diaochang look like a man talking nonsense for revenge, and the matter was eventually left unresolved. You have become Lu Zhengping's little brother. At the age of 20, your performance was recognized by Lu Zhengping. At the age of 21, as you spend more time together, you discover that Lu Zhengping seems to have another identity. At the age of 22, your outstanding performance earned Liu Zhenping's trust. One day, Liu Zhenping told you that his true identity was a disciple of the Five Elements sect. He came to the Yin Yang sect to perform an undercover mission and asked you to join the Five Elements sect. You agreed to this matter immediately and officially became an outer disciple of the Five Elements sect. At the age of 23, with the help of Liu Zhenping's resources, you successfully entered the 9th level of body tempering and began to impact the spiritual pill realm. At the age of 24, you learned from Liu Zhenping that the Yin Yang sect was actually a branch of the evil Jilagu sect. At the age of 25, you have very poor talent and are unable to enter the spiritual pill realm. Liu Zhenping will no longer provide you with any resources. At the age of 26, all the major sects besieged the Yin Yang sect, with the Five Elements sect being the leader. Because you have a poor talent, Liu Zhenping abandons you and swings his sword at you. At the critical moment, you successfully enter the first level of Lingdan. But Liu Zhenping's sword has already struck, and you can't block it. He died at the age of 26. Chapter 5. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Seeing this simulation, Li Chen didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a moment. He was killed by Liu Zhenping again. But his cultivation had broken through to the first level of Lingdan, proving that he had successfully stepped into the threshold of cultivating immortals. This news made him extremely excited. As long as you can feel the spiritual energy and step into the threshold of cultivating immortals, it doesn't matter how slow you are. Don't we have a simulator? If you don't have enough talent, then you can make up for it with time. Choose your martial arts realm. As Li Chen finished speaking, 2 streams of air began to spin rapidly in his danshan. The black and white air currents rotated and merged into a Tai Chi pattern, with the black and white colors blending evenly. The Tai Chi diagram was spinning faster and faster, and the spiritual energy around it gathered like a whirlpool, quickly pouring into his body. Finally, the 2 streams of air condensed into a round black and white elixir on his danshan, quietly floating in his danshan. Li Chen's physical body did not change much, but his aura became more agile and elegant. The first level of elixir. Once you enter this realm, you can control your own spiritual energy and officially become a cultivator. Li Chen raised his palm slightly, and the elixir in his body slowly rotated, releasing 2 black and white air currents that swirled and flowed in his palm, like 2 streams of breeze blowing through his palm, furry and very comfortable, like a cat's tail tickling your hand. Is this spiritual energy? It seems very ordinary. The spiritual energy floated out along with Li Chen's thoughts, and the wood chips in the distance were rolled up by the spiritual energy and slowly floated up. Since the spiritual energy was too scarce, he could only roll up sawdust. Once the object is heavier, there is nothing that can be done. After playing with the spiritual energy for a while, Li Chen took it back into his body. Now there are more important things to solve. The first is the way to earn spirit stones. His life simulator can only be opened with spirit stones. Spirit stones are the most important to him. Secondly, the Yin Yang sect is an evil sect, and it is not a good thing to stay here. Moreover, he had offended Chang Wodiao, whose sister was an outer disciple of an evil sect and was definitely not a good person. Li Chen previously thought that since he had beaten up Wodiao Chang, the other party's sister would not come to kill him. But now he didn't dare to think so. As an outer disciple of an evil sect, could he be a kind-hearted person? Wo Shueshen is definitely not a good person. Even Liu Zhenping, who looks like a good person, is not a good person. Before, he thought that Wo Shueshen would not kill him for such a small matter, but the evil monks don't care about you so much. Anyone who offends them must die. Fortunately, Li Chen was smart and passed the blame to Liu Zhenping in advance, thus gaining a little buffer space. I must leave Yin Yang sect as soon as possible. Li Chen glanced out the window and had a rough plan in mind. He did not choose to run down the mountain overnight. Although he had the cultivation level of Lingdan, he could not escape Wosushan's pursuit. It's actually safer not to go out now. According to the simulation results, Wosushan, Wo Diaochong, and Liu Zhengping will come to confront him tomorrow morning, and they will be fooled by his words. So Li Chen was not in a hurry. He looked outside and found that Captain Wo Diao had already left with his two younger brothers. Only then did he lie down peacefully and fall into a deep sleep. The next day, two spiritual energies came and woke Li Chen from his light sleep. The residence of the menial disciples is at the foot of the mountain. There is no spiritual elixir realm in such a place. There is no doubt that the source of these two spiritual energies is definitely Wo Shueshen and Liu Zhengping. Li Chen had just climbed out of bed when the wooden door was banged open by the spiritual energy. It turns out to be senior brother Liu and senior sister Wo. Li Chen immediately clasped his fists and greeted them without changing his expression. Humph, you are so bold that you dare to use my name to make enemies for me. Liu Zhengping had a firm face and his eyes were coldly fixed on Li Chen. Wo Shueshen next to her had a graceful figure and looked as charming as a vixen. She said nothing and watched the scene in front of her with great interest. Behind her stood the chief with a red and swollen head. The three of them looked at each other unfriendlily, waiting for Li Chen to make a final struggle. Last night Wo Diaochong ran to find his sister. After Wo Sushan learned what happened, he went to find Liu Zhengping immediately. The three of them argued for a whole night and finally came to the conclusion that they all seemed to have been tricked by this kid Li Chen. Li Chen was stunned when he heard this, and asked blankly, "Senior brother Liu, senior sister Shueshen, what do you mean by this? Li Chen, you are still playing dumb? You used senior brother Lu's name to beat me up, and now you want to deny it?" Director Wo Diao couldn't keep his cool at all. He got angry when he saw Li Chen pretending to be stupid. Almost everyone was fooled by this kid's stupid look. Li Chen's face darkened and he said in a cold voice, "Brother Diaochong, could it be that you couldn't beat me yesterday, so you exaggerated the situation and asked brother Liu and sister Shueshen to avenge you? I don't know if this kid did it on purpose, calling the Wo siblings by their first names instead of their last names." As the brother and sister listened, they felt that their names seemed a bit strange. "You." When these words came out, Director Wo Diao's eyes widened. "What's up with this guy? You said yesterday that senior brother Liu was protecting you, and you also tried to sow discord between my sister and senior brother Liu. Don't you want to deny it?" Seeing his sister's unfriendly look, Wo Diaokang's face became extremely ugly. With sweat dripping down his forehead, he said, "I'm telling you, my two junior brothers can come here to testify. Don't even think about denying it. If you don't believe me, I'll call them over right now." "No need." Li Chen said coldly, "You can always find excuses to accuse me of a crime. You can kill me or chop me up. I will do whatever you want." Li Chen looked ready to die, and the atmosphere in the room changed instantly. The pressure came directly to Director Wo Diao. From what junior brother Li said, there is something else going on here. Liu Zhengping frowned slightly. "Please tell me what happened yesterday, junior brother Li." He didn't like being taken advantage of, so he had to make things clear. Is it Li Chen who is using him, or is it Wo Diaochong who is using him? Li Chen immediately responded with a fist. "Yesterday, I used the 5 spirit stones given by senior brother Liu to exchange for some body tempering pills from Elder Ji. Not long after I came back, I met senior brother Wo. He wanted to borrow spirit stones from me, but I had no money, so I had to refuse." "What elixir? You clearly said yesterday that you exchanged the spirit stone for the Liang Yi sword." Wo Diaochong interrupted angrily, but was glared back by his sister. Li Chen changed his tone and said sternly, "As a result, senior brother Xiaochong didn't believe me and broke into my house and smashed it. I was so angry. Xiaochong is so great? If we don't compare, we won't know who is taller." "Ahem. Liu Zhengping looked embarrassed and interrupted the emotional Li Chen with 2 coughs. Li Chen took a deep breath and regained his composure. Just like that, I had a conflict with this senior brother Di Chong. Fortunately, I swallowed the body tempering pill that Elder Ji exchanged for in advance, so I won by chance. Who would have thought that senior brother Wu would bring you and senior sister Xue Shen here early this morning? If this isn't revenge, what is it? Chapter 6. You are talking nonsense. Director Wu Dia roared angrily. This was completely different from what happened yesterday. At that time, Li Chen clearly said that the spiritual stone was exchanged for the Liang Yi sword, and that Liu Zhengping gave him a magic weapon, and asked Wu Diaochong and others to go find Liu Zhengping. How come it turned into a completely new version of the story when it came out of Li Chen's mouth today? You exchanged the body tempering pill with Elder Ji? I will check this with Elder Ji, you should think it over before you speak. Liu Zhengping stared at Li Chen, releasing the aura of the spiritual pill realm. If Li Chen's eyes dodged, he would be lying. However, Li Chen had dealt with countless old foxes in his previous life, so how could he be afraid of the others' look? Even if he lies in front of a group of people, he won't blush or breathe heavily. Li Chen nodded calmly and clasped his fists again. Brother, please check this matter with Elder Ji. I am upright and I am not afraid of any crooked shadow. At the same time, I also thank Brother Liu for his keen eyes and keen observation. Check with Elder Ji? There's no point in checking this. Not to mention that he was already preparing to leave the Yin-Yang sect. Even if he didn't run away, Liu Zhengping would not have been able to go to Elder Ji to verify the situation. Because he was just an outer disciple, could the elders just say he would see him? And how could the elders of the sect have the time to deal with such trivial matters? Seeing Li Chen's confident look, even Wu Xueshen beside him believed it. She looked at her useless brother with cold eyes, secretly cursing him for only looking for trouble. No, sister, that's not true. He framed me. He said he took the body tempering pill, so his cultivation level. At this point, Director Wu Diao, who was about to explain, suddenly choked. He suddenly realized that there were too many strange things here. Did Liu Zhengping come over yesterday? Was it Li Chen or Liu Zhengping who attacked him? Or are they both acting here to trick him? Assuming that Liu Zhengping did not provide Li Chen with a magic weapon, then Li Chen must have taken the body tempering pill to defeat him. It seemed that from the very beginning, he fell into Li Chen's trap. Things are becoming increasingly confusing, and it will take a lot of effort to find out the truth. Whatever the truth of the matter is, there is certainly no answer today. For a moment, Director Wu Diao felt that Li Chen in front of him was very scary. Although he looks handsome, he actually has a heart like a fox, playing tricks on everyone present. Humph, I'll deal with you when I get back. Wu Sushan glared at his useless brother, then clasped his fists and said, sorry for disturbing you today. See you next time. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave, but Li Chen muttered quietly, so disturbing others is something that doesn't require compensation. Wu Sushan's mouth twitched slightly. Here are 10 spirit stones, just as an apology for the trouble my brother caused. She took out 10 spirit stones from her storage ring and threw them to Li Chen, then left with Wu Diaochong, leaving only Li Chen and Liu Zhengping. Thank you, senior sister Wu. Li Chen watched her leave expressionlessly. It's really stingy. He only compensated 10 spirit stones. I thought that after all my talk, I would get a generous compensation. But that's all for outer disciples. They can't ask for too much. When you were doing chores for me before, I didn't see such a strong character at all. Liu Zhengping said calmly, as if there was something else behind his words. Senior brother Liu is usually very quiet and has never talked to me, so naturally he doesn't know. Li Chen smiled, then put away his smile and said carefully, I have something that I would like to ask senior brother Liu for help. Tell me about it. I need to borrow some spiritual stones from you, the more the better. Hearing this, Liu Zhengping frowned. You are in the body tempering stage, what do you need so many spiritual energy stones for? Besides, didn't Wosushen just give you 10 spiritual energy stones? Isn't that enough? Li Chen lowered his head slightly, with a struggling look in his eyes, as if he was making some important decision. After a short silence, he resolutely raised his head and said, Brother Liu, to be honest, I trust you, so I will tell you the truth. Li Chen lowered his voice and said, when I was doing odd jobs for you some time ago, I found that the Yin-Yang sect was a bit dirty and it didn't fit my philosophy, so I decided to leave the Yin-Yang sect and join the Five Elements sect. Hearing this, Liu Zhengping was obviously stunned. He is an undercover agent of the Five Elements sect. When Li Chen said he wanted to join the Five Elements sect, he directly raised his favorability score to the maximum. This young man has a promising future and actually wants to join our Five Elements sect. Not bad. Not bad. However, Liu Zhengping did not show his inner surprise. He sneered and tested me, I am a disciple of Yin-Yang sect. You actually said that Yin-Yang sect is dirty in front of me and you want to betray my sect. Are you looking for death? Menial disciples are not taken seriously and often leave, and the Yin-Yang school is too lazy to even pursue the matter. But it's different when someone says it so brazenly like Li Chen does. If the sect elders heard it, they would definitely slap him to death. Saying it directly and leaving in disgrace are two different things. Li Chen said seriously, I believe in Brother Liu, because you are a very upright person. If possible, I hope you can come with me to join the Five Elements sect. He knew that Liu Zhengping was a disciple of the Five Elements sect. Although the other party looked indifferent, he was actually very happy in his heart. As long as you brag about the other party, you will never be killed, and you will have a chance to borrow the spirit stone. Whether ordinary people or cultivators, they all like to hear good words. Liu Zhengping snorted coldly and threw 30 spiritual stones to Li Chen with a disappointed look. I can only give you this much, any more will be useless to you and will bring you disaster. No, I'll spend it all quickly. Li Chen really wanted to answer like this, but he didn't dare to ask for too much. It was good enough to get the spiritual energy stone for free, what else did he want? Go ahead, take this token with you and you can join the Five Elements sect smoothly. Liu Zhengping threw out another bronze token. Li Chen took it in a daze. The bronze plate felt heavy in his hand, and there were incomprehensible characters printed on it. He guessed that this item should be similar to a letter of recommendation. After all, Liu Zhengping is a disciple of the Five Elements sect, and he is carrying out an undercover mission, so his status should be quite high. But this thing is of little use to Li Chen. He has no intention of joining the Five Elements sect. He just made up a lie just to get the spiritual energy stone for free. Thank you, senior brother. Are you really not going to come with me? Li Chen's face was solemn, and the waves in his eyes seemed to be expressing his true feelings. He felt that if he went back to his previous life, he might be able to become a movie emperor. I have my own things to do. We'll see each other in the future. Liu Zhengping's voice was cold, but he was deeply moved in his heart. What a good junior brother! Not only does he have a sense of justice, but he also knows how to be grateful. Not bad. Not bad. When I complete my undercover mission and meet junior brother Li again, he will definitely be surprised. The corners of Liu Zhengping's mouth rose slightly, and then he left the servants' room lightly. He was looking forward to the future meeting very much. Li Chen in the service room immediately closed the door and joyfully counted the spiritual energy stones in his hand. There were exactly 40 of them. After 40 simulations, even if Wo Shueshen comes, he will kneel down and sing conquer. Chapter 7. Li Chen happily opened the system panel, ready to start his Sim's life. Life Simulator is at your service. Would you like to use Life Simulator? Use once, consumes 10 spirit stones. Damn, why did the price go up? Is it because of my breakthrough in realm? Li Chen felt like he was poured with a bucket of cold water. 40 simulation opportunities became 4. With such a huge psychological gap, he was like riding a roller coaster. Now I can't just wander around. Which direction should I simulate? Li Chen fell into deep thought. There are only 4 simulations, and each one is crucial. It would be best if he could improve his cultivation while also obtaining important information to help him break the impasse. Let's try to leave the Yin-Yang sect first. Start the simulation. At the age of 19, you joined the Yin-Yang sect and became a Chore's disciple. Wo Diaochong came to rob you, and you knocked him to the ground. The next day, Wo Diaochong came with his sister, but they were rejected and left. You left Yin-Yang sect with the package, and on the way to Qinggu town, you were intercepted and attacked by Wo Diaochong and Wo Sushan. After 2 days of chasing and fighting, you escaped with serious injuries and recovered in Qinggu town. At the age of 20, you were left with a hidden illness after the battle with Wo Sushan. You were completely unable to practice and could only practice the Liang Yi sword. At the age of 23, you practiced swordsmanship for 3 years in Qinggu town, and your proficiency in the Lianji sword reached the master level. At the age of 24, you found an unknown sword book in a den of bandits that you were trying to eliminate. The profound sword moves intoxicated you. At the age of 26, the fact that Yin-Yang sect was a cult was exposed. All the major sects besieged Yin-Yang sect, with the 5 elements sect being the leader. You are worried that Liu Zhengping has bad intentions, so you stay in Qinggu town to continue practicing the nameless sword cannon. At the age of 27, you wiped out a large number of bandits and became a celebrity in Qinggu town. Many wealthy businessmen introduced their daughters to you. You were worried that women would affect your sword drawing speed, so you rejected all the offers. At the age of 28, a powerful bandit appeared near Qinggu town. You killed the bandit with 1 sword. Your strong reputation made all the girls in the town throw themselves at you, but you only wanted to practice swordsmanship. At the age of 30, you were unwilling to spend your whole life practicing swordsmanship without any cultivation, so you left Qinggu town and went to the Lianfang mountains to look for opportunities. At the age of 33, after 3 years of searching for opportunities without success, you became disheartened and went to settle in Qing'an City. At the age of 40, you met Liu Zhengping in Qing'an City. After learning about your tragic experience, he couldn't help but sigh. He left you a complete copy of Yin Yang Ju and told you the elixir chapter of Yin Yang Ju, which can be cultivated into the strongest elixir realm. You feel inspired, ripples of despair appear in your heart, and you devote yourself to cultivation once again. At the age of 45, the subsequent moves of the nameless sword cannon are too profound for you to comprehend, but since you practiced the Yin-Yang Sutra, the spiritual energy in your body has loosened a little. At the age of 65, you were finally able to practice again, but this also triggered the hidden illness in your body, and your body continued to weaken every day. At the age of 67, you were too weak and died in bed. You lived alone for 67 years. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. I'm going to die alone? Why don't I have a wife? Damn, I've been a virgin my whole life. It's fine if there's no progress in cultivation, but he doesn't even do the difficult things, isn't that too stupid? Li Chen found it hard to accept this result. What kind of magic power does this nameless sword manual have that allows him to practice day and night? Li Chen said, although women will affect my sword drawing speed, a rich woman can give me a good sword. Why not find a rich woman? If she has strong financial resources, your hope of practicing again will be greatly increased. As expected, a simulation is always a simulation, and the further the content goes, the easier it is to deviate from his current personality and ideas. Of course, it may also be that I have experienced too much and my way of looking at things has changed. In general, a lot of information was obtained from this simulation. For example, if he leaves the Yin-Yang sect, he will be hunted down by Chen. This is very crucial. It is precisely because of Shen's interception that he was unable to practice later. And the Yin-Yang Ju could actually cultivate the strongest spiritual elixir realm, which made Li Chen feel incredible. Liu Zhengping was willing to tell me these things and even left the Yin-Yang secret to me. Was it because I said I wanted to join the Five Elements sect and he had a crush on me? Li Chen felt that his previous view of Liu Zhengping seemed to be wrong. This person is not as evil as imagined. But, why did Liu Zhengping tell me that I can achieve the strongest spiritual pill realm? Is it possible that the Yin-Yang Sutra is worthless after the destruction of the Yin-Yang sect? Perhaps the major sects attacked the Yin-Yang sect, ostensibly to encircle and suppress the evil sect, but in fact they came for the Yin-Yang secret. It doesn't make sense. If the Yin-Yang art can really achieve the strongest spiritual elixir realm, then why didn't the major holy places destroy the Yin-Yang sect immediately? Li Chen shook his head. These were not things he should be thinking about. System: select the technique to memorize. In an instant, more than 60 years of memory and understanding of the exercises flooded into Li Chen's mind. His understanding of the Liang Yi sword instantly reached the master level, and at the same time, his mind was filled with the complete memories of the Nameless Sword Classic and the Yin-Yang Sutra. In addition, it also includes his experience and skills in fighting the enemy over the past 60 years. At this moment, although Li Chen had never experienced fighting, his combat experience was no less than any of his fellow disciples. Li Chen took a long breath and digested the contents in his mind. Among them, the Nameless Sword Canon concerned him the most. This secret book is a bit strange. It records very little content and feels ordinary, but it seems to contain infinite changes. There are no recorded techniques in the sword manual, only profound and difficult to understand sentences. In the simulation, after Li Chen obtained the sword manual, he realized his first move, the first move of beheading the immortal. It's just a simple sword, but it contains immense power, and it's also the easiest sword to understand. He then spent more than 60 years and only figured out 3 moves. The further you go, the more difficult it becomes to comprehend. He felt that the contents of the sword manual were like a string of numbers. Different arrangements and combinations would form different values, and each value represented a sword move. The number of moves contained in this sword manual is endless. In more than 60 years, Li Chen has only mastered 3 moves, but these 3 moves can allow him to kill enemies above his level. Such an awesome sword manual was actually obtained by a bandit. It's simply a violent gift from heaven. Li Chen laughed out loud. This simulation was a huge profit. This nameless sword manual should be called the Immortal Slaying Sword Manual. If you keep practicing, you can even kill immortals. After the excitement, Li Chen couldn't help but look worried. Because even with the 3 moves of the Immortal Sword Canon, he still couldn't beat Wosushen. Shen's strength is at the 9th level of the spiritual pill realm, and he is only 1 step away from entering the next great realm. Although the Immortal Sword Canon is powerful, Li Chen is just a newbie who has just entered the spirit pill realm, and the gap in spiritual energy is difficult to make up. If he left Yin-Yang sects so casually, he would definitely be seriously injured by Shen again. Chapter 8. Perhaps we can ask Liu Zhengping for help. This guy was quite cruel to me in the previous simulations. He killed me without saying a word and even abandoned me. But he seems to be very nice to his fellow disciples. Li Chen made up his mind and immediately started the life simulator. The system interface popped up, and the 10 spirit stones in the pocket suddenly disappeared. At the age of 19, you became a menial disciple of the Yin-Yang sect. Because you offended the elder sister and brother Wodiao, you had to leave the Yin-Yang sect. Before leaving, you sought the help of Liu Zhengping, who blocked Wosushen for you. You arrived at Qing'an City safely. At the age of 20, you opened a restaurant in Qing'an City, where you obtained information and earned resources for cultivation. Wo Sushan came to Qing'an City. Since fighting was forbidden in the city, she stayed in Qing'an City for 2 months and finally left reluctantly. At the age of 22, your superb cooking skills made the restaurant business booming, and you opened 3 branches in Qing'an City. You used the resources you earned to break through to the second level of Lingdan. At the age of 25, you became the big boss of Qing'an City, with a huge fortune, and your cultivation level broke through to the third level of Lingdan. You learned from the customers that the 5 Elements sect and the Yin-Yang sect have had a dispute for 200 years. At the age of 26, you married the daughter of the mayor of Qing'an City and became a celebrity in Qing'an City. Your family business began to grow. You were obsessed with your wife's beauty and worked happily every day. At the age of 30, you broke through to the 4th level of the spiritual pill, and you married a wealthy merchant's daughter. Your wealth surpassed that of all the people in Qing'an City. You were obsessed with the beauty of your 2 wives and worked happily every day. At the age of 32, you married a wealthy daughter again. You found yourself working happily every day without feeling tired at all. At the age of 33, a beautiful woman came to Qing'an City. She fell in love with you at first sight. You married her as your 4th wife and worked happily every day. One day, the 4th lady said she would take you back to meet her family, and you followed the 4th lady to the distant Miandian prefecture. At the age of 34, after a years-long journey, you finally arrived at Jiangjiao in Miandian prefecture. But you suddenly discovered that meeting the parents was just a scam, and you were beaten up by a group of 5 Organ Realm experts. Seeing this, Li Chen instantly felt like living in Bengbu. What the hell is this? Putting aside the issue of being obsessed with women, why are there people who are obsessed with women in the world of cultivating immortals? At the age of 35, with the help of a fellow survivor, you successfully escaped from the Zhuyang cellar, but you were forced into a desert-restricted area by pursuers. A few days later, you were attacked by a monster in the forbidden area. At the critical moment of life and death, you broke through to the 5th level of Lingdan and escaped from danger by luck. At the age of 36, after going through untold hardships, you finally returned to the gate of Qing'an City. When you were happy, you were suddenly attacked by Wo Diaochong. You were exhausted and were no match for Wo Diaochong, and you died tragically at the city gate. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Li Chen was stunned again. Decades had passed, but director Wo Diao had not let go of his past hatred. Are you kidding me? This guy is too vindictive. This simulation is quite weird. I don't know if it's because of the last simulation of dying alone, so this time he just let himself go, married 4 wives, and worked happily every day. Wow, even animals aren't so fierce. His wife's power made him the richest man in Qing'an City, but because he was greedy for beauty, he was abducted to Ganyayazai in Miandian prefecture. Li Chen's face showed embarrassment. The future he imagined should be one where he would step on all the geniuses and make a name for himself. However, after so many simulations, his cause of death is still somewhat hilarious. He found that he still had a mortal heart and could not escape from the worldly affairs like a true cultivator. Li Chen sighed and chose the martial arts realm. The spiritual energy in the body suddenly surged, and a stream of energy seemed to be about to break out of the body. The elixir in the danshan was spinning rapidly, like a bagua formation diagram gathering the yin and yang energies. Li Chen's cultivation began to surge continuously. The 2nd level of elixir, the 3rd level of elixir, the 4th level of elixir, the 5th level of elixir. Only 2 days had passed since the life simulator was turned on, and Li Chen's cultivation had risen from an ordinary citizen to a 5th level Lingdan cultivator. There are still 20 spiritual stones. Li Chen felt the changes in his body a little and hesitated whether to continue the simulation. With the 5th level of spiritual pill and the martial arts I have mastered, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with Wo Shen. And according to the simulation, I won't encounter any danger on my way to Qing'an City. Li Chen put the 20 spiritual stones into his arms. These 20 spiritual stones will be used as backup. We will make plans after we get to Qing'an City. He stood up, packed up briefly, and suddenly remembered that he didn't have a sword. So he went to the lobby of Yin Yang sect, exchanged a spiritual stone for an ordinary iron sword and a map of Jianzhou, and then quietly left Yin Yang sect. The main reason for being so sneaky is that they don't want to be discovered by the Yin Yang school. Being too blatant will easily lead to trouble. Secondly, try to avoid fighting if you can. No matter what, Wo Shen is a 9th level Lingdan cultivator and must have mastered many killing methods. Li Chen always believes that being cautious is the best way to achieve success. It is spring now, and the Yin Yang school is surrounded by green trees. A few rays of sunlight shine through the branches and leaves and fall on the soil. Li Chen was as light as a swallow, and he passed quickly through the woods with a bamboo hat on his head, his white robe fluttering in the strong wind. He ran quickly for 2 hours through the dense woods and on the remote path. The sun gradually set, and Li Chen had already left the Yin Yang school. Along the way, he did not see Wo Shen and others chasing him, but Li Chen did not dare to let his guard down and kept moving through the darkness without stopping. With the 5th level of spiritual elixir cultivation, one can travel for 3 days and 3 nights without feeling tired. Heavy rain suddenly began to fall in the silent night sky. The sound of splashing water hit Li Chen's bamboo hat, forming flowing lines of water. Clatter! Li Chen paused, and heard a slight noise in the heavy rain. He quickly put his right hand on the hilt of the sword and made a gesture to draw the sword. What is coming will always come, and you can't avoid it no matter how hard you try. Junior brother Li is really perceptive. 2 figures walked out of the dark woods. They were the brother and sister Wo Diaochong and Wo Shen. The one who spoke was Chief Wo Diao, with a playful smile on his face and a look as if he was looking at a dead person. In such a remote place, even if Li Chen screamed at the top of his lungs, no one would come to rescue him. It's just a small conflict between you and me. There's no need to make it to this extent. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. It was just a matter of beating up the other person, but it ended up turning into a life and death fight. It can only be said that in the world of cultivating immortals, human lives are worthless. If there is any disagreement, the lives of others will be taken, even if it is just because of a very small matter. Chapter 9. On a rainy night, Director Wo Diao said jokingly, "Tisk tisk tisk, now you know how to beg for mercy. You are useless, junior brother Li, you will definitely die today." Seeing his stupid look, Li Chen didn't bother to pay attention to him and fixed his eyes on Wo Shen next to him. The only one who can threaten him here is Wo Shen. As for the sand sculpture withering, Li Chen chose to ignore it. "What's wrong, junior brother Li? You have been staring at me. Are you in love with me?" Wo Shen threw a coquettish glance at Li Chen, looking very charming. Li Chen had no expression on his face and said calmly, "Pu in you. Wo Shen, Sigma? What does this mean? I always feel like he is scolding me." Wo Shen's attitude suddenly turned cold. "Junior brother Li, you are eager to die. If you can kowtow to my brother and apologize, and return the spiritual energy stones I gave you 10 times, I can spare your life. Sister, why waste time talking to a dead man? Let's just kill him and take back the spiritual stone. People like him don't deserve to live in this world." Wo Diao said with a crooked mouth. "Shut up. You can't even beat a menial disciple. You're really bringing shame to me." Wo Shen immediately scolded his younger brother. If this guy wasn't stupid, she wouldn't have lost these 10 spirit stones, and she wouldn't have chased him here in the middle of the night in the heavy rain. Wouldn't it be nice to practice in the sect? Running all the way here just to kill a menial disciple made Wo Shen feel really humiliated. She looked at Li Chen murderously and drew a black and white sword from her waist. This is an exclusive sword made by the Yin-Yang school. It is made of special metal and its sharpness is simply incomparable to the iron sword in Li Chen's hand. Li Chen's face was calm, and he always maintained a fighting posture. The spiritual energy in his body flowed throughout his body, and the yin and yang energy condensed on the sword body, making a slight sound. The rain was getting heavier, gradually drowning out the conversation of the Wu siblings. The rain seemed to become a little cold, and the heavy downpour blurred the vision of the three people. At this moment, Wu Shuishen suddenly moved. The terrifying spiritual energy burst out from her body, pushing her body forward suddenly, as if gliding at high speed, and she instantly arrived in front of Li Chen. At this moment, Li Chen's sword was also pulled out from the sword case. A loud clanging sound came from between the two. Boom! In an instant, a wave of spiritual energy spread out, and even the falling rain was shaken away by this spiritual energy, forming a rainless zone. You are actually a cultivator in the Lingdan realm. Wu Sushan's pupil shrank. The shock force coming from her arm made her feel unprecedentedly familiar. This power was not created by Li Chen, but by Wu Sushan himself. At the moment when the two swords collided, Li Chen's master-level Liang Yi sword came into play. Through the conversion of Liang Yi sword technique, all of Wu Shuishen's sword energy was bounced back. If it weren't for the method of transferring power of the Liang Yi sword, Li Chen's iron sword alone would definitely not be able to block it. Master-level swordsmanship. How is this possible? Are you an undercover agent from another sect? Wu Sushan was horrified and continued to use sword skills to attack, forcing Li Chen to retreat again and again, but all her sword moves were perfectly blocked by Li Chen. The two men advanced and retreated, but the fight was difficult to determine. The sword light continuously struck out sparks, flickering frequently in the rainy night. They moved extremely quickly, and within just a few breaths, they had fought for more than 100 rounds. Wu Shuishen became more and more frightened as the fight went on. Her swordsmanship suddenly changed, and the sword light went from continuous to fierce and sharp. Lingdan's 9th level cultivation fully erupted, and the surging spiritual energy swept over Li Chen like a wave, crushing him. If it were anyone else in the Lingdan realm, facing such an attack, they would definitely die on the spot. But Li Chen, with decades of experience in martial arts, managed to block the attack of the 9th level of Lingdan with his 5th level of Lingdan cultivation. The two figures suddenly distanced themselves from each other, and the rainless area created by the spiritual energy also dissipated. Heavy rain poured down, soaking the shoulders of the three people. Captain Wu Diao, who was standing at the back, was already numb. He looked at his former junior brother Li with his mouth wide open. After his brain short-circuited for a moment, he finally reacted. The person who beat him that day was Li Chen, not Liu Zhengping. This guy is obviously very strong, but he pretended to be weak and beat him up. How evil of a person! Wu Sushan also said with a gloomy face, "Boy, you are really good at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. You have joined Yin Yang sect for a few months and have achieved the 5th level of Lingdan realm. You are still mixed in with the menial disciples. It seems that you have a great opportunity." Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief, the pain in his arm causing his palm to tremble slightly. There was no way. The opponent was 4 small realms higher than him, and his spiritual energy was like a swimming dragon. The impact was too great. It's a miracle that we can hold on until now. We must find the right opportunity and kill him with one strike. Li Chen stared at Wu Sushan. This was his first life and death battle. Fortunately, the martial arts memory he gained from the simulation contained a lot of martial arts skills and understanding, otherwise he would have been dead long ago. Facing Wu Sushan's question, Li Chen did not make any response and remained in a fighting posture. The raindrops hit his hat, making a tapping sound. He steadied his breathing rate and slowed his heartbeat. The black and white spiritual energy rotated in a circle in his body, forming a Tai Chi pattern. At this moment, Li Chen's mind became clearer and more focused than ever before. The moment his palm touched the hilt of the sword, dense sword lights seemed to appear in front of his eyes, and he couldn't even hear what Wo Shueshen said on the opposite side. Then Wo Shueshen rushed towards him quickly. But this time, Li Chen saw all the other party's movements clearly. In Li Chen's eyes, Wo Sushen's swordsmanship became as slow as a snail, and his swordsmanship was so clumsy that it sounded like a child's random slashing. Li Chen even imagined the opponent's next sword move. Clang! Li Chen quickly drew his sword and attacked the weak point of the opponent's swordsmanship. He used the master-level Liang Yi sword technique and struck from a tricky angle, and Wo Shueshen's sword was instantly bounced away. Li Chen's eyes focused, and he seized this brief moment, merging the spiritual energy in his body with the sword. The first move of beheading the immortal. Crash! The bright sword light flashed in the darkness. Even the rain curtain was cut in two by the sword energy at this moment. The cold light was like a deadly sickle, quietly passing across Wo Sushen's white neck, causing a splash of bright red blood. Even Wo Shueshen was unable to react. She stared at Li Chen with dull eyes, her heart still immersed in the dazzling sword light. It felt so beautiful. Her consciousness also disappeared along with the sword light. Plop! Wo Shueshen's head hit the ground heavily, and the blood was quickly washed away by the rain, leaving only a head that made Wo Diaochang terrified. Bang! Chang Wo Diao collapsed directly on the muddy ground, letting the rain soak his body. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. The sister that I was so proud of died suddenly. There were no signs or warnings. The two were fighting fiercely one moment, but the next moment the fight was over in an instant. The fight between life and death is often just a matter of a single thought. Chapter 10. Director Wo Diao's body was shaking and his heart was pounding wildly. The cold rain soaked his body completely, and the sound of the rain seemed to mock his cowardice. The water drops hitting his face were cold, but his heart was even colder due to fear. Wo Diaochang looked at Li Chen in the distance with horror. His face was a little blurry under the bamboo hat. In Wo Diaochang's eyes, Li Chen at this moment was like a hideous and laughing devil, which scared him so much that he rolled and crawled back. No, don't kill me, I know I was wrong. Let me go, I will pretend that nothing happened today. Wo Diaochang said in a trembling voice. Seeing that Li Chen didn't react, he was so scared that he knelt on the ground and banged his forehead against the ground with a dull thud. In order to survive, he can give up all his dignity. Hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but sneer. In the last simulation, Chief Wo Diao was a very vengeful person. Decades had passed, but he still held on to the minor friction and even killed him. If Li Chen lets this kind of person go, he must be mentally ill. In your next life, don't be so arrogant. Swish! As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, his figure turned into a black line and instantly flew behind Wo Diaochang. At this moment, Wo Diaochang's head was thrown up and finally rolled next to Wo Sushen's head. The scarlet blood flowed all over the ground and was soon washed away by the heavy rain. A few days later, Li Chen, wearing a bamboo hat, finally arrived at Qing'an City. The city is magnificent and bustling with traffic. Most of the people here are mortals and body-tempering monks. Occasionally, a Lingdan realm monk will pass by here and take a rest in the inn in the city. The city lord who guards Qing'an City is a powerful man in the Five Zhang realm, and he has been guarding Qing'an City for decades. The next realm after the Lingdan realm is the Wuzhang realm. Even though the Wuzhang realm and Lingdan realm are close to each other, the difference in strength is huge. There are only 5 small realms in the Five Zhang realm, and the improvement of each small realm is higher than the difference between the first level of body tempering to the 9th level of spirit pill. The Five Zhang realm cultivates the 5 internal organs of the human body, which correspond to kidney water, liver wood, heart fire, spleen earth, and lung metal. After training the 5 internal organs of the human body, one can form a 5-element formation in the body and possess an endless supply of spiritual energy. The most powerful thing about the Five Elements realm is that the huge spiritual energy provided by the Five Elements formation can allow cultivators to fly across the sky. If it is equipped with some magical weapons and spiritual tools, the flying speed will be even faster than the rocket in Li Chen's previous life. I remember that in the simulation, my first wife was the city lord's daughter. It turns out that rich women are still very attractive. Li Chen smiled and booked a soft bedroom in an inn. He originally had no money, but Wo Diaochong and Wo Sushan had a lot of common people's currency in their belongings. The spoils of this battle included 127 spiritual stones, a sword used by a yin-yang school disciple, a storage ring, and some common currency. 127 spirit stones, plus my 19, a total of 146 spirit stones, can be simulated 14 times. Get rich overnight. Li Chen couldn't suppress his inner excitement, so he directly opened the life simulator and had some fun. Life simulator is at your service. Would you like to use life simulator? Yes, yes, yes. Use once, consumes 10 spirit stones. At the age of 19, you had to leave Yin Yang sect because you offended Wo Diao's sister and brother. You were intercepted by Wo Diaokang's brother and sister on the way. After killing them, you successfully arrived at Qing'an City. You made your first fortune by selling information about the Lianfang Mountains. The buyer wanted to default on his debt, so he had an argument with you and sent a large number of people to guard Qing'an City. In order to avoid the limelight, you chose to practice in seclusion. At the age of 22, you broke through to the 6th level of the spiritual pill while practicing in seclusion. The buyer who had a dispute with you left Qing'an City. At the age of 24, you realized the 4th move of beheading immortals. At the age of 27, you have reached the 7th level of spiritual pill. Your spiritual energy stones have been used up, and you have decided to go to the Lianfang Mountains to look for opportunities. One day, you were attacked by disciples of the Yinfen sect in the Lianfang Mountains. You and the other party were both injured and forced to leave the Lianfang Mountains. On your way back to Qing'an City, you met a beautiful woman. She took you, who was seriously injured, back to Jiang Cellar in Miandian Prefecture. You were stabbed in the back, and due to the severe injury and prolonged bleeding, you died. Huh? Why did I get pinched again? Shit, even if I'm not addicted to women, I can't escape from being RD? Li Chen was speechless and felt that the world outside was too dangerous. It's either a sneak attack or a kidney attack. The person who took my kidney must be practicing some evil skills, but why did he insist on taking my kidney? A conclusion can be drawn from the two simulations. That beautiful lady definitely didn't just pick anyone randomly, but had a specific target in mind. Is it because I have a particularly good kidney? Although this idea is a bit shameless, it is not without basis. In the last simulation, he remembered a message saying that he worked happily every day but did not feel tired. The problem must be here. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Li Chen thought about it and decided to choose the martial arts realm. Although he realized the 4th move of immortal beheading in this simulation, he believed that realm was more important. If your strength is too weak, no matter how many moves you have, they will only appear fancy. And Li Chen believes in himself that he will definitely be able to figure out the 4th move next time. So it's definitely right to choose the realm of martial arts. The spiritual energy in his body surged again, and Li Chen's cultivation level increased by 2 small realms in a row, reaching the 7th level of spiritual elixir. This feeling of rapid increase in cultivation level was hard to resist, it was so cool. The Lianfang Mountains are too dangerous, or rather, the area outside Qing'an City is quite dangerous. We should try other routes. Li Chen decided to be a king who could sweep away everything as soon as he left the city. Start simulation. The 136 spirit stones were reduced by 10 again. At the age of 19, you left the Yin-Yang school and came to Qing'an City. At the age of 20, you won a marriage contest and became the son-in-law of the Lord of Qing'an City, gaining a large amount of training materials. At the age of 22, your child was born, a boy. At the age of 23, you were forced to reach the 8th level of the spiritual pill due to the huge cultivation resources. At the age of 24, you find that your desires are getting stronger and stronger. Your wife can't bear it, so you ask your maid to help you bear it. At the age of 25, the maid who bears the pressure for your wife becomes pregnant. Your wife supports you to marry the maid as a concubine. At the age of 26, you heard that the Yin-Yang school was destroyed, and you couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Your second child is born. Your eldest son shows amazing martial arts talent and is deeply loved by the Lord of Qing'an City. Chapter 11. At the age of 27, your cultivation reached the 9th level of the spiritual pill, and your physical desires became stronger and stronger. Your wife and concubine could not bear it, so they decided to let you marry a second concubine. At the age of 28, a monk came to Qing'an City. He said that your physique is very suitable for practicing Happy Zen and wanted to accept you as a disciple. You felt that this monk was not right and rejected him. At the age of 29, you noticed something was wrong with your body. Every time you released your sexual desire, your body desires surged. The 3 wives couldn't bear it, so they asked you to marry a third concubine. Both of your sons have shown amazing talent for cultivation and are being trained by the city lord. One day, the monk from before came to Qing'an City again and told you that your physique was born for the dual cultivation method. If you don't practice the dual cultivation method after breaking the pure yang, you will explode and die sooner or later. You always feel that the monk's words contain lies, so you dare not believe them easily and refuse again. At the age of 30, after you had worked happily, golden flames suddenly appeared from your body and you were devoured by the flames. You died. Zhao. Why did he die suddenly? Is there really something wrong with my body? Li Chen's eyes were dull and his mind was unable to process for a moment. Could it be that the monk really had good intentions in helping him and was not lying? But he always felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. The monk said that he would explode and die, but in the end he was burned to death by flames. This alone does not match what the monk said. Maybe the monk had another purpose in letting him practice Joy Zen. Damn it, my kidneys are too strong, and many people are eyeing me. Li Chen believes that he must figure out what is going on with his body, otherwise he won't even know who his enemy may be. Do I have a special physique that ordinary people can't see? But my cultivation speed is really slow, I don't look like someone with a special physique. Li Chen frowned slightly and kept looking through the simulation records. He discovered that his body had special conditions after he got married. In other words, his special constitution would only be triggered after he broke through the pure yang. Can it be that I can only be a virgin? Li Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and then he chose the martial arts realm. His cultivation level skyrocketed again, from the 7th level of Lingdan to the 9th level of Lingdan. The next step is to impact the 5 Zhang realm. There are 12 more simulations. I want to get as much information as possible. Li Chen glanced at the 5 elements gate token in the storage ring and had a new idea in his mind. Why not try to join the 5 elements gate? Anyway, you won't get pregnant by trying it, so maybe the 5 elements gate is a good choice. Start simulation. At the age of 19, after resting for several days in Qing'an City, you set off for the 5 elements gate. On the way, you met an inner sect disciple of the Yin-Yang sect, and you were killed by him at the age of 19. What? Surprised face, gone? Died right after he got out? Holy shit! This is the shortest simulation Li Chen has ever conducted. I didn't get any information, and was killed for no apparent reason. What happened? Why did the Yin-Yang sect come to kill me so quickly? When I killed Wo Shueshen, there must have been no one else nearby. The yin-yang sect's investigation speed would not be so fast. Besides, Wosushan is just an outer disciple, so it is impossible for the yin-yang sect to send inner disciples to intercept me. Li Chen pinched his chin and analyzed, in other words, these inner disciples should have met by chance, but why would they attack me? He glanced at the storage ring on his finger and immediately understood. The reason why the inner disciples of the yin-yang sect wanted to kill him was either that there was a problem with Wo Shueshen's storage ring, or that there was a problem with the swords of the yin-yang sect's disciples. It must be some kind of sign that caused the inner disciples to attack him. It's my lack of experience. It looks like I have to destroy these two things. Li Chen casually chose the martial arts realm. I died too quickly this time, there was no improvement at all, it would be the same whichever I chose. Li Chen got up and left the inn. It was already evening. Qing'an City is equally bustling at night, with people coming and going on the streets, and the bright yellow lights making the city's night scene warm and gorgeous. Li Chen came to a pawn auction house and put his storage ring and sword on the shelf. After some bargaining, the merchant employee finally took the two items for 400 spirit stones. I need to buy a sword and a storage ring. Can you recommend one? Li Chen's words made the merchant's employees pause, and they stared at Li Chen as if he were an idiot. Sir, what did you just say? I said I wanted to buy a sword and a storage ring. Then why are you selling these? The merchant's staff expressed dissatisfaction with this confusing behavior. Because those are stolen goods, they have a bad influence on me. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Li Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, the merchant employee slapped himself on the forehead and cursed himself for being an idiot for forgetting about this matter. The world of cultivating immortals has always been cruel, and all belongings of the dead will be picked up by their opponents. The monks are worried that these relics may have marks on them, so they usually choose to sell the items to auction houses. This is a basic operation. But isn't it a bit too arrogant to just say that about the stolen goods? We can provide you with storage rings and swords. As for the price, I'll return these 400 spirit stones to you, and you just need to give me a ring and a sword of the same configuration. Li Chen interrupted directly. The merchant's employee's mouth twitched slightly. How could such a good thing happen in the world? He was about to retort when Li Chen suddenly took out 5 spirit stones and stuffed them into his hand. This is a tip. You don't have to report it to the shopkeeper. Li Chen, who has lived 2 lives, has a firm grasp of this aspect. The man in front of him was just an employee of a pawn auction house. The tip of 5 spirit stones, plus the profit from purchasing Li Chen's sword and ring, was enough to keep this employee happy for a long time. As long as this person is not stupid, he knows what to do. Sure enough, the merchant employee showed an expression of I understand. He looked around for a few times, then quickly hid the spirit stone in his arms. No problem, I'll get you the storage ring and sword. The merchant's employee chuckled and worked many times more efficiently than before, quickly bringing Li Chen what he needed. The space of this storage ring is the same as your original ring, and so is this long sword. They are both second-level long swords. The storage ring is dark green in color, as if it were made of jade, and looks very beautiful. The long sword is not as unique as the yin-yang school's sword. The ordinary blade is kept in a black sword case, plain and unpretentious. Weapons and magic weapons are divided into different levels, from the lowest level 1 to the highest level 9. More advanced weapons or magic weapons are called holy objects. A second-level longsword can easily cut through the flesh of a Lingdan realm cultivator, and a third-level longsword can even cut through a Wuzang realm cultivator. Therefore, the higher the level of the weapon, the greater its effect on the cultivator, and the same goes for magic weapons. The price has even increased 100 times. Li Chen nodded with satisfaction, and then said, I have another piece of news to sell. I wonder if you can help me find a buyer. The news is about a blessed place with a cave that has an excellent effect on tempering the body. The merchant employee nodded, No problem, please wait here for a moment. The pawn and auction house has a wide network of contacts, and the news it spreads can quickly spread throughout Qing'an City. Chapter 12. Li Chen sat in the VIP room of the pawn auction house and drank tea leisurely. After waiting for a while, the merchant's employees brought in 3 men in black robes. They were wrapped tightly from head to toe, with a piece of black cloth covering their faces. This act of concealing one's identity made Li Chen subconsciously feel disgusted. He didn't hide his identity when he was selling items from the Yin-Yang sect. The other party was just buying information. Wasn't he too cautious to hide like this? I heard that you have information about a paradise on earth. How do you prove it is true? The other party went straight to the point and asked directly before even sitting down. Give me the money first, I'll tell you the address, and you go and verify it. If it's fake, I'll return the money to you. Li Chen said confidently. As long as he gets the money, he is not afraid of any tricks played by the other party. With a life simulator and plenty of spiritual stones, Li Chen can stay in the city until he is invincible. Whoever dares to play tricks in front of him will be killed. The man sneered, tell me the price, and how many people can be tempered in that blessed land, and how many days can it take? He did not refuse directly, but asked for detailed information, indicating that he had the intention to buy. Li Chen replied, if one person uses it, it can temper the body for at least 5 years, so I offer 5,000 spirit stones. The lion opened his mouth wide. Li Chen had no idea about the market, so he just quoted a random price. Sure enough, upon hearing the price, the aura of the 3 black-robed men changed instantly, and their spiritual elixir realm cultivation was directly exposed in front of Li Chen. Li Chen was no pushover either. He smiled slightly, and the 9th level spiritual energy of the elixir pounced on the 3 people like a lion. Boom! The 2 auras collided with each other, but dissipated collectively in the next second. Both sides tried to stop at that point. Li Chen fought against the spiritual pressure of 3 people alone and won slightly. 9th level elixir. Your strength is extraordinary, and we are willing to trust you, but your offer is too high, at most 500 spiritual energy stones. The black-robed man in the middle said in a deep voice. 3,000. Are you kidding me? How about this, I'll give you 800. 2,000. That blessed place is a secluded pond, and the effect is much better than you think. At most 1,000. If it doesn't work, forget it. If you are not interested in the deal, then we can only leave. The black-robed man's voice turned cold and he prepared to get up and leave. 15,000, this is my bottom line. Li Chen immediately showed a reluctant look, if this thing is reported to the sect leader, it can be exchanged for a generous reward. If I didn't have a sect, I wouldn't trade with you. The 3 men in black robes looked at each other, discussed in low voices, and agreed to the price. We can trade with you, but you cannot leave Qing'an City until we get back the information. No problem. The 2 parties reached a cooperation agreement, and 1,500 spiritual energy stones were handed over to Li Chen. Li Chen also told the other party the approximate location of Yutan in Lianfang mountain range. Although he didn't know the exact location, he could infer from the information in the simulation that the Yutan must be near the waterfall. If not, forget it, if there is no such thing, then there is no such thing. Li Chen didn't care whether the other party could find it or not, because the simulation results had already told him that even if the other party found Yutan, they would deny their debt. In that case, why bother about so many things? As long as the spirit stones arrive, it will be fine. You claim to have no sect or school, but the spiritual energy you release seems to come from the Yin-Yang school. The black-robed man said meaningfully. The 3 of them looked at Li Chen carefully, as if he was recalling something. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. This is not good for you or me. Li Chen replied calmly, otherwise, after a while, I will also be able to use your skills. After these words were spoken, the three men in black robes fell silent. Li Chen's words were very clear: once a person dies, the martial arts will belong to the other party. The three believed that Li Chen must have killed a disciple of the Yin-Yang school and thus learned the martial arts of the Yin-Yang school. Li Chen took 1,500 spiritual energy stones and left the pawn auction house happily. There were several people following behind him, but Li Chen didn't pay attention to them. He knew without guessing that they were definitely the subordinates of the three men in black robes. As for the identity of the man in black robe, Li Chen couldn't guess it for the time being. But as long as they are in Qing'an City, the other party will not dare to take action. This is the majesty of a strong man in the Five Zhang realm. Anyone who dares to break the rules of the city will have to bear the wrath of the city lord. Li Chen returned to the inn and the person who was following him also came in. They found a place and sat down to drink tea in a pretentious manner. Li Chen asked around for information about Jianzhou in the tea house on the first floor, had a great chat with a group of tea drinkers, and gained a preliminary understanding of this world. Li Chen just came here a few months ago and didn't have the opportunity to access much information. Now I finally have the time and opportunity to understand the overall picture of the mainland. There are 3,000 states on this continent, and Jianzhou is one of them. But Jianzhou is also one of the large states with thin spiritual energy. Due to the thin spiritual energy, the level of the cultivators raised here is not high. The Wuzhang realm is already a strong man who can guard a place. Strong men above the Five Zhang realm rarely appear. Every time they appear, it means that a secret realm has appeared in the nearby area. If there is no secret realm, who would come to a place like ours? That's right, so Brother Li, with your qualifications, it's best for you to leave Jianzhou while you are still young and go to places rich in spiritual energy, such as Pingzhou, Kangzhou, Qingzhou, Zhongzhou, etc. Forget about Zhongzhou. It's the land of the empire, and there are many powerful people there. If you accidentally step on an old man's foot, he might be a big boss and can kill you with just a glance. In the tea room, a group of tea drinkers sat together and chatted happily. Li Chen is eloquent and has won everyone's favor. Tea drinkers are happy to share information about the mainland. That's right. With Brother Li's potential, if he goes to other states, he will definitely become a great talent. He may even catch up with those monsters on the Tianjiao list. A monster from the Tianjiao ranking. When it comes to this topic, a hint of longing appeared in everyone's eyes, but then they all sighed collectively. What is the Tianjiao ranking? Li Chen asked. A middle-aged tea drinker smiled and replied, the Tianjiao list comes from Zhongzhou, which is very far away from us. If Brother Li goes to a large state with rich spiritual energy, he will know it. The people around nodded one after another, and some shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Brother Li, I advise you not to learn about the Tianjiao ranking for the time being. That thing is a bit discouraging. That's right, you just need to know that with your current cultivation, you are already a genius in Jianzhou. Once you enter the Five Zhang realm, you will be a Jianzhou powerhouse. After listening to this, Li Chen was thoughtful. He understood the good intentions of these people. Sometimes it is not a good thing to be too ambitious, and knowing too many things will not do him any good. Thank you all my friends, we will definitely meet again someday if we are lucky enough. Li Chen bowed to everyone and then returned to the room. Chapter 13. As long as I enter the Five Zhang realm, I will also be a Jianzhou strongman. Li Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and he returned to the room in high spirits. Now he has a total of more than 1,600 spirit stones, which can be used to simulate more than 100 games. But based on the consumption of the simulator, once he breaks through to the Five Organs realm, the simulation consumption will definitely double. As soon as Li Chen thought of this question, his excitement was suppressed. This time when I leave the city, I shouldn't be attacked by the inner disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. Even if they attack me, with my 9th level spiritual elixir cultivation, I can kill them all. Most of the inner disciples of the Yin-Yang sect are at the 9th level of the spiritual pill realm, and there are very few disciples who have reached the first level of the 5 internal organs realm. Li Chen is confident that with his 9th level spiritual elixir strength, he can surpass his level and kill a cultivator at the first level Wuzang. He started the life simulator again. At the age of 19, you left the Yin-Yang school, and after resting for several days in Qing'an City, you set out for the 5 Elements sect. You were attacked by the Yinfen sect on the road, and you killed all the enemies with your extraordinary strength. You come to the 5 Elements sect and show your token, successfully join the 5 Elements sect and become an outer disciple of the 5 Elements sect. At the age of 20, you defeated all the outer disciples of the 5 Elements sect and became the number 1 in the outer section. At the age of 21, you were promoted by the elders to become an inner disciple of the 5 Elements sect, and you began to strive for the 5 organs realm. At the age of 25, you spent 4 years trying to reach the 5 Zhang realm, but all your attempts ended in failure. Your cultivation was overtaken by more and more of your fellow disciples, and the elders were very disappointed in you and no longer provided you with cultivation resources. At the age of 26, the 5 Elements sect led many other sects to attack the Yin-Yang sect. The elders asked you to become a pioneer disciple, and you could not refuse. During the battle, you showed your great strength, using your spiritual pill 9th level cultivation to kill several Wuzang realm 1st level experts, and became the focus of everyone's attention. The sect war is over. Your superior performance has won the appreciation of the leader of the 5 Elements sect. The 5 Elements sect will once again provide you with cultivation resources. At the age of 27, you failed in your attempt to reach the 5 organs realm. At the age of 28, you failed in your attempt to reach the 5 organs realm. At the age of 29, you failed in your attempt to reach the 5 organs realm. Senior brother Liu Zhengping cheers you up and tells you a secret about the 5 Elements sect. The 5 Elements sect's 5 Elements method can be cultivated into the strongest 5 Zhang realm. Your confidence suddenly increased, and you continued to retreat to break through the 5 Zhang realm. At the age of 30, you still haven't broken through to the 5 organs realm, and you are quite impatient. You start practicing the immortal sword cannon to divert your attention. At the age of 33, you figured out the 4th move of immortal slaying. At the age of 38, you realized the 5th form of immortal slaying. At the age of 40, because you still cannot break through the 5 organs realm, everyone starts to ignore you. At the age of 44, you were ridiculed within your sect, and in anger you left the 5 Elements sect and began to travel around the 3000 states. At the age of 45, you were looking for a breakthrough opportunity in Qingling Cave in Pingzhou. You accidentally entered a forbidden area and were killed by a formation. You died at the age of 45. Li Chen pondered for a moment. He found that the difficulty of the 5 Zhang realm seemed a bit high. Even with the resources of the 5 Elements sect, he was unable to break through to the 5 organs realm. Was it really because of his poor talent? After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. There is no doubt that the choice for this simulation will be to memorize the exercises. Especially the 5 Elements method that can be cultivated into the strongest 5 Zhang realm, which makes Li Chen very curious. In the previous simulation, Liu Zhengping also told him that the yin-yang technique could be cultivated into the strongest spiritual elixir realm. In this simulation, he mentioned that the 5 Elements method could be cultivated into the strongest 5 internal organs realm. I don't know if this was said to comfort Li Chen or if it was really true. The memory and understanding of the 4th and 5th styles of immortal slaying began to merge into Li Chen's mind. The understanding and principles of the sword moves were engraved in the deepest part of Li Chen's mind, as if he had experienced them personally. There is also the complete version of the 5 Elements law of the 5 Elements sect, which was also thoroughly comprehended by Li Chen. Whether it is yin-yang ju or 5 Elements method, the highest realm is only recorded up to the 5 internal organs realm. Therefore, the claims about the strongest spiritual pill realm and the strongest 5 internal organs realm still need to be studied. Is it because these two skills are only at the 5 Zhang realm, so the big forces don't value them, but the small forces need them very much? If that were the case, it would all make sense. The reason why all the major sects besieged the Yin-Yang sect was for the Yin-Yang secret. But by doing this, aren't they afraid of retaliation from the GLE Valley behind the Yin-Yang sect? The grudges and background stories of the major sects made Li Chen feel more and more interesting. It seems that behind every incident, there are some small things closely related to it. Perhaps this is the cause and effect caused by revenge. Li Chen continued to simulate, and the whole night almost made him fall into emo. You were killed by a 5 elements realm cultivator in the fight for an opportunity in the secret realm, and died at the age of 42. You accept a killer mission, hoping to find a breakthrough in the fight, but the target's strength is beyond your information range, and you are killed by the opponent, and you die at the age of 29. You offended a descendant of a powerful person in Kangzhou and were killed by his guards. You died at the age of 36. You rejected all temptations of beauty, but were knocked out by a noble brother who gave you drugs. Due to the excessive dosage, you never woke up again. You died at the age of 24. Li Chen simulated more than 30 times over several days. He was not able to come into contact with advanced martial arts. Even if he joined various sects and acquired martial arts, they were all at the same level as the Liang Yi sword. Although his understanding of the immortal sword manual was getting deeper and deeper, he still couldn't comprehend the 6th move. After more than 30 simulations, I lost so much money. Plus, his cultivation has been stuck at the 9th level of Lingdan. It can be said that these more than 30 life simulations were the darkest moments of Li Chen's simulations. He consumed more than 300 spirit stones. If the total number of spirit stones was not so large, he would probably feel sad for a long time. How can I break through to the 5 organs realm? Am I being too hasty? After so many simulations, he has been trying to find ways to break through. He traveled to various states, broke into more than a dozen restricted areas, and was killed in the fight for opportunity. All these behaviors, without exception, prove his inner urgency. As the saying goes, more haste makes waste, and perhaps there is some truth to this. So Li Chen decided to calm down and try Buddhist practice. Come on! Come on! Anyway, there are plenty of spiritual energy stones now. If he cannot break through the 5 Zhang realm after more than 100 simulations, Li Chen can only accept his fate. Use once, consumes 10 spirit stones. At the age of 19, you left the Yin-Yang school and settled in Qing'an City, where you lived a retirement life. At the age of 25, you chop wood, carry water, and drink tea every day. Your life is very comfortable. At the age of 30, the daughter of the mayor of Qing'an City fell in love with you and wanted you to be her son-in-law, but you rejected her. Chapter 14. At the age of 34, a beautiful woman came to Qing'an City. She fell in love with you at first sight, but you rejected her. This woman pestered you and tried every means to marry you. You pretended to see through everything and got information about her body from her. You found the mayor of Qing'an City and learned from the ancient books he collected that you are the first male to possess the Taiyin body. You have missed the opportunity to break through the Wuzhang realm. At the age of 45, you have completely accepted your fate and live a retirement life every day, reading and practicing a lot of swordsmanship. The beautiful woman is still pestering you, but you are indifferent. At the age of 55, you have mastered 30 kinds of master-level sword techniques. The beautiful woman tried to use force against you, but you knocked her away with one sword. At the age of 65, you have mastered 40 kinds of master-level sword techniques. You have become the sword master of Qing'an City. Countless people come to you and beg you to be your disciple. The beautiful woman was rejected by you for 30 years and finally left with no choice. At the age of 95, you have mastered 100 kinds of master-level sword techniques and martial arts. Your disciples are all over Jianzhou, and you have become a legendary figure in Jianzhou. At the moment when your life was about to end, you realized the sixth style of beheading immortals. You died at the age of 95. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Li Chen did not hesitate at all and directly chose the technique memory. A large number of sword moves and martial arts flooded into his mind, as if he had personally experienced decades of sword training. Although his cultivation failed to break through to the 5 Zhang realm, Li Chen obtained key information for breakthrough. He actually has the body of Taiyan. The name sounds impressive, but Li Chen doesn't dare to be too happy, for fear that the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. If this is such an awesome physique, why do the yin-yang school people classify him as trash? Why is his cultivation speed so slow? Maybe that beautiful woman was deceiving him. After all, she was a trap set by honeypots. All the answers are in the ancient books of the city lord's house. It's impossible to give detailed information in the simulation. It looks like we need to go to the city lord's mansion. Li Chen was a little nervous. The simulation said that he had missed the opportunity to break through, and he wondered if he had missed it now. If you miss it now, it's really too late. When visiting the city lord, you must prepare some presentable gifts. What kind of gift should I prepare for a strong man in the 5 Zhang realm? He certainly couldn't afford to give away precious things, and ordinary visiting gifts seemed insincere. If he wanted to go to the city lord's house to read books, he had to win the city lord's favor. Li Chen was lost in thought, when suddenly a brilliant idea struck him, and he immediately began to prepare. Qing'an City, City Lord's Mansion. The city lord Shan Yuxiu sat in his study, writing and drawing, sighing from time to time. He felt that his life was soulless as he guarded Qing'an City day after day. He really wanted to retire and let someone else take over the position of city lord. But in such a huge Jianzhou, there was no strong man in the 5 Zhang realm who could take over his position. Oh! How long will it take for this to end? Shan Yuxiu sighed heavily again. Lord City Lord, there is a young man outside asking to see you. A subordinate suddenly knocked on the door and reported. Shan Yuxiu frowned slightly and waved his hand. No, you let any young person who wants to see you go. What did I tell you at the time? The subordinate hurriedly added, Lord City Lord, this young man has demonstrated the strength of the 9th level of Lingdan, and his background may not be simple. Oh? He has reached the 9th level of spiritual elixir at such a young age? Let him in. Shan Yuxiu immediately became interested and asked his men to let the person in. A moment later, the handsome Li Chen, wearing a snow-white Taoist robe, walked into the study. He smiled and saluted Shan Yuxiu, City Lord Shan, I am Li Chen, and I have come to visit you specially. What brings you here? It's just a small matter, we'll talk about it later. I wonder if City Lord Shan is keen on eating. Li Chen's words once again aroused Shan Yuxiu's interest. Interesting. Shan Yuxiu had met many people, and when others visited him, they would present him with various precious and rare things, but Li Chen in front of him gave him something different. This is the first time I've heard of sending food. I like delicious food very much, but ordinary food is not to my liking. Shan Yuxiu said with interest. For some reason, Li Chen felt that Shan Yuxiu's eyes were a little strange, as if he was looking at a beautiful woman. This idea was strange, and Li Chen thought he was thinking too much. My food is very special. It's not some rare seafood or monster meat. It's just ordinary chicken. It's a kind of food that even mortals can make. Li Chen smiled faintly and took out a small box from the storage ring, and handed it to the city lord's mansion subordinate next to him with both hands. But the taste of this food is unforgettable. The food consists of bread, vegetables, and fried chicken. The name of the food is hamburger. Fried? Is this some special cooking method? Shan Yuxiu opened the box curiously. A unique aroma hit him, which whetted his appetite. He wanted to taste it directly, but he didn't know how to start. City Lord Shan, just take a bite. Although the way of eating may not be very elegant, I can retreat behind the screen. No, I don't care about things like elegance. Shan Yuxiu laughed, grabbed the burger and took a bite. The meat and juice wrapped in the crispy skin of the fried chicken burst in his mouth, and the slightly spicy and crispy taste made his eyes light up. It's so delicious. The taste and texture of this thing is amazing. Shan Yuxiu finished the burger in just 2 or 3 bites, and the spicy taste left in his mouth was so unforgettable. He felt that he had not eaten enough, but due to his status, he could only suppress his desire. He couldn't act like a country bumpkin, that would be embarrassing. Li Chen looked at Shan Yuxiu with a smile and said respectfully, "There are many types of hamburgers. The hamburger you just had is called a spicy chicken burger. I also have a teriyaki chicken burger and an Orleans chicken burger." He took out 2 more boxes from the storage ring, and also took out 3 formula drawings, and asked his men from the city lord's mansion to give them to Shan Yuxiu. "This is my gift to you. I hope you like it." "I like it. Ha 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 ha. I like it very much. This gift is the best visiting gift I have received this year. Come on, give Li Chen a seat." Shan Yuxiu laughed out loud, very happy. Chapter 15. Li Chen knows his own strengths, which are the knowledge he learned in his previous life. In the simulation, he once made an astonishing fortune by eating delicious food. This also made him realize how great the influence of delicacies from his previous life was in the world of immortal cultivation. Hamburgers were called junk food in the previous life, but they are completely different in the world of immortal cultivation. Both the texture and taste are amazing. Moreover, the ingredients used by Li Chen are very fresh, even the bread slices are handmade. Clean and hygienic. It was the first time for Shan Yuxiu to eat such delicious food, and he couldn't control his mouth at all. As soon as Li Chen served the 2 new burgers, Shan Yuxiu quickly finished them. The taste of the burgers still remained in his mouth, which made him linger on the aftertaste. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry to have made you laugh. I wonder if there are more varieties of this burger? Which one is the most delicious? Shan Yuxiu looked at Li Chen happily. Li Chen nodded slightly, there are so many types of burgers. You can even modify the recipe yourself and easily create new burgers, such as using monster meat as the middle layer, spiritual herbs instead of vegetables, etc. But when it comes to the most delicious burger, it must be Lao Ba's secret burger. It's a legendary burger. It's a pity that I haven't had access to it and can't offer it to the city lord. Li Chen said with a broken heart, as if not being able to offer this kind of burger was the biggest regret of his life. Seeing Li Chen's sincerity, Shan Yuxiu was deeply moved. It was only the first time they met, but the other party showed his true feelings to him. This person has a pure personality and is easy to get along with. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter, as long as you have the intention. I wonder why little friend Li came to my house? As long as it is something I can do, just tell me. Shan Yuxiu raised his hand slightly and spoke in a cheerful voice. His heart, which had been silent due to the boring work, also began to ripple at this moment. Li Chen admitted, I came here mainly to look through the ancient books in the palace. I have some health problems and need to look up some information urgently. Shan Yuxiu laughed out loud again. He was in a pretty good mood today. It's just such a small matter. Why are you going through so much trouble? I'll take you to the ancient book collection room right now. He wondered what kind of difficult task it was that made Li Chen offer such precious delicacy. When he heard that he just wanted to go into the secret room to read, Shan Yuxiu felt even better. Li Chen also nodded happily and followed Shan Yuxiu to a secret room. The door slowly opened and a scent of books filled the air. Books of various kinds filled the 4-meter-high walls of the secret room, as if returning to a large library in the previous life. These are all the books and ancient books in my mansion. Feel free to read them for as long as you want. If you need anything, just tell my men directly. Thank you, City Lord Chen. Mr. Li, there is no need to be so polite. You can just call me Uncle Shan. My daughter is about the same age as you. I wonder if you are married? Shan Yuxiu suddenly asked. Li Chen had expected this. He had married the other party's daughter twice in the simulation. Obviously, his current achievements were worthy of Shan Yuxiu's attention. Sorry, Uncle Shan, I don't like girls. Li Chen touched the back of his head shyly and made up such a weird reason. Looking at Shan Yuxiu's stunned look, Li Chen almost burst out laughing. Just being naughty is very happy. But Dan Yuxiu's next sentence made him stop laughing. So, you are the same as I was back then. Shan Yuxiu looked up at the ceiling of the secret room, his eyes lost in memories. No. Omega. Uncle Shan, what are you doing? Li Chen sensed something was wrong and felt the atmosphere was becoming tense. This development was completely beyond his expectations. He seemed to have discovered some incredible secret, which put him in a dilemma. Back then, Uncle Shan, also felt that the affection between men was more reliable than that between men and women. Shan Yuxiu seemed to be completely lost in memories, talking to himself. I used to fight for justice with my best friend, traveled thousands of miles, and we loved each other, but we can't be together. I want a child, and my parents also want me to have a child, so listen to my uncle's advice. You can't control the love between men. He looked at Li Chen and felt very close to him. He seemed to see his former self, a confidant and a kindred spirit. Do you think what uncle said is right? Ah! Li Chen was stunned for a moment, feeling the pressure doubled. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and he nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Ah, yes. Uncle Shan is right. He didn't know what to say except agreeing, because he was not a homosexual at all, he just made it up. At this moment, Li Chen really wanted to give himself a big fight. Why make up such a weird excuse? This is completely out of control. He didn't dare to look Shan Yuxiu in the eye and kept his head down, not daring to speak, for fear that the other person's eyes would become affectionate. Shan Yuxiu nodded with relief. Seeing that Li Chen was not in a good state, he thought to himself, alas, I didn't expect to meet my former self. He must be feeling very uncomfortable at the moment. After all, an elder like me finally chose to marry a woman and have children. It's just that the world is like this. Li Chen's nervous state was mistaken by Shan Yuxiu as inner distress. He patted Li Chen's shoulder to comfort her. Uncle is leaving first, you can read it slowly and stay as long as you want. Speaking of which, my daughter is quite beautiful. Shan Yuxiu smiled, turned around and left without waiting for Li Chen's response. Li Chen was the only one left in the secret room. It took him a long time to regain his composure. That was really scary. Leave immediately after reading the ancient books. You must not stay here. Li Chen glanced at the densely packed books on the bookshelf. In addition to paper books, there are also leather, bones, bamboo slips, spiritual stones and other items, all of which are used to record text. The most magical thing is the aura stone, the correct name should be called the aura recording stone. There is no spiritual energy inside this stone for monks to absorb. Instead, monks need to inject spiritual energy into it, and then the text recorded inside will appear. Li Chen searched here for a long time and finally found the records about the Taiyin body. He flipped through it hurriedly and got a lot of useful information. There are monks of various physiques in the 3000 states, some with powerful holy bodies, and some with useless poisonous bodies. Among them, the Taiyin body and the Taiyang body are both extremely special body constitutions. Since ancient times, those who possessed the solar body were men, and those who possessed the lunar body were women. Once one succeeds in cultivation, he will become an unrivaled genius. What the hell? The Taiyan body is female? Then how did I get my Taiyan body? Li Chen couldn't help but mutter, then continued to read. There are many limitations to the yin body and the Taiyang body. The first is to choose a technique that matches your own physical constitution. Those with a solar body can only practice yin-intensive exercises, using the yin energy to suppress the yang energy in the body and achieve balance. Once you practice techniques that have yang attributes, you will be burned to death by the sun's power in your body. Chapter 16. Those with the Taiyan body are completely the opposite. The power of Taiyan cannot be suppressed by yang-attributed techniques, and the person with such a physique will be frozen to death by the power of Taiyan. The second issue is the spouse issue. Those with these two constitutions must find each other if they want to have offspring. If combined with other people, the other party will be burned to death by the fire of the sun or frozen to death by the energy of the moon. Finally, the most annoying thing about these two physiques is that people with this physique practice very slowly and are difficult to detect. Most of the lunar bodies and solar bodies have not been discovered. These people either became menial disciples of the sect, or lived their entire lives as ordinary people. Li Chen flipped through ancient books and finally found out the reason why his cultivation speed was so slow. But there is still a lot of information that cannot be found. For example, he is a man, so why does he have the body of the moon instead of the body of the sun? What are the breakthrough opportunities you missed? Why is it that after I broke the pure yang, I felt unwell, and my kidney pain became worse and worse? Li Chen spent 3 days reading ancient books in the secret room. Finally came to the conclusion, the cause of all the problems was that he was a male but had a Taiyan body. Li Chen discovered that these strange symptoms of his had never appeared in normal Taiyan and Taiyang bodies. There is no record of this in ancient books. He is the first man with a yin body. Should I go find that woman with a waist? But how did she find out that I have the body of Taiyan? Is there any record of this in Miandian Prefecture? Li Chen had a solemn expression on his face. He didn't want to have any contact with that woman, her background was unknown and she liked to bite kidneys. Going to find such a person is equivalent to asking for death. There must be a powerful force behind this woman. The martial arts she practices using human kidneys sounds very evil. In the simulation, I realized that I had missed the opportunity to break through in the city lord's mansion. There must be some ancient books that I haven't found yet. Li Chen did not give up and continued to look through ancient books. At this moment, the door of the secret room suddenly opened, and a beautiful woman in a light blue gauze dress walked in with light steps, holding a paper book in her hand. She smiled at Li Chen and took the initiative to greet him. You must be Mr. Li, my name is Shan Shishi. Last name Dan? Li Chen looked at the other person for a few seconds, and then he suddenly realized. This girl must be the one who becomes his wife in the simulation. Hello. Li Chen nodded slightly. He had no feelings for the girl in front of him. Just because she is his wife in the simulation doesn't mean she will become his wife in the future. In reality, the two parties were just meeting for the first time. Moreover, the life simulator only displays cold texts, which cannot affect Li Chen's mood and emotions at all. Shan Shishi smiled elegantly and handed the book in her hand to Li Chen. I came here to store the ancient books. I wonder if Mr. Li would like to take a look. If not, I will put it away. Li Chen took the ancient book and flipped through it casually. Is this a handwritten ancient book? Shan Shishi smiled and nodded, yes, although this ancient book is handwritten, it has a long history. As for the era when the original work came from, it is no longer traceable. So powerful. Li Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Books that can become ancient books must have a history of at least thousands of years. If the manuscript in front of us has become an ancient book, then its original work must have been created tens of thousands of years ago, or even longer. As Li Chen was flipping through the pages, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a few keywords. The lunar sun inference. If the yin and yang bodies are reversed, the strongest yin and yang body can be forged. When Li Chen read a few lines of the words, his body trembled and his face was full of excitement. What he was looking for was this ancient book. No wonder I couldn't find it after searching the entire secret room. It turned out that this girl took it away. Mr. Li seems to be in great need of this ancient book, so I will take my leave now. If you have finished reading it, you can put it in any empty space on the bookshelf. Shan Shishi bowed lightly and left the secret room gracefully. Li Chen had no time to deal with the other party. He was reading an ancient book word for word. The contents recorded above are all inferences, but it guessed all of Li Chen's physical conditions correctly. The author of this ancient book is definitely a super powerful person. This powerful man's inferences were not based on his mouth, but on his own understanding of the great Dao, and the inferences he wrote after mastering the power of the moon and the sun. The reason why a man is born with a Taiyin body is most likely because the heart fire in the human body is too strong, and it must be suppressed by the power of Taiyin. Otherwise, the person with excessive heart fire will die before the age of 3. Li Chen translated the obscure sentences in ancient books word for word. He is 19 years old now. If the fire in his body had not been suppressed, he would have died long ago. Therefore, his question must have the power of Taiyin. Among the 5 internal organs of the human body, the only part that can contain the power of Taiyin is the kidney water. The 5 elements are mutually generated and restrained, and water can restrain fire. If the fire is too strong, strong water is needed. So the power of Taiyin is hidden in water, and the 5 internal organs of the human body that represent water are the kidneys. FK, no wonder my kidneys are so strong, it turns out they were strengthened by the power of Taiyin. Li Chen was surprised and delighted, he finally found the answers to all his questions. The reason why that beautiful woman massaged his waist was not only for practicing martial arts, but more for his Taiyin power. The monk who asked him to practice joyful Zen also came for the power of Taiyin. Li Chen is a man, and to practice joy Zen he needs to absorb yin to replenish yang. But he already had the power of Taiyin in his body, so he didn't need any female assistance to practice the dual cultivation technique. You only need to absorb your own Taiyin power to improve your cultivation. Similarly, others can also absorb his Taiyin power to achieve the effect of replenishing yin and yang. It turns out that the happy Zen monk was coveting his body, it turned out that he was coveting the Taiyin power within his body. Fortunately, the monk's cultivation level was not high, so he couldn't use force against Li Chen in Qing'an City. As for why Li Chen was burned to death in the end, it was because he broke the pure yang, and the fire in his heart was aroused by desire, and he did not know how to suppress it, so he was burned to death by the fire in his heart. To fully control the balance of yin and yang, one needs to reach the yin and yang realm. What is the realm of yin and yang? Li Chen curiously flipped open a book about realms, which listed 9 major realms. The body tempering realm, the spirit pill realm, the 5 organs realm, the void realm, the 6 extremes realm, the domain realm, the 3 realms realm, the yin and yang realm, the life and death realm. Are there only 9 realms? Li Chen suddenly smiled. He was only at the 9th level of Lingdan realm, but he was actually thinking about whether there was a higher realm after the 9 realms. Those tea drinkers had reminded him before that he should not be too ambitious and that knowing too many things would easily lead to losing himself. Li Chen continued to look through the ancient books and found a method for breaking through the 5 Zhang realm. Chapter 17. Because the power of Taiyin is hidden in the 5 internal organs of the human body, Li Chen's 5 internal organs become abnormally strong. If you want to break through to the 5 internal organs realm, you must do so in a yin year, yin month, yin day, and yin hour to break through the 5 internal organs of the human body. At the moment of extreme yin, the Taiyin power in Li Chen's body will become agitated, and the dormant 5 internal organs will be completely activated. This is the only opportunity for a breakthrough. Li Chen looked at the calendar and found that the extremely cloudy moment was tomorrow. No wonder I missed the chance to break through. The extreme yin moment only appears once every 200 years. Unless I can live to be over 200 years old, I won't be able to wait for the second time. A cultivator's lifespan can be extended by improving his realm. However, if one has not entered the 5 internal organs realm, the lifespan will not be increased much. Some mortals who know how to preserve their health can even live longer than those in the spiritual pill realm. Only after entering the 5 organs realm, the lifespan of a cultivator will completely break beyond the limits of mortals, starting directly at 200 years. Li Chen was excited. He sat cross-legged in the secret room and turned on the life simulator. If it were someone else, they would definitely have to wait until tomorrow to make a breakthrough. But Li Chen has the simulator with a superbug, so there is no need to wait until that time. All he needs to know is that he can break through to the 5 Zhang realm during the yin hour tomorrow. Then you can complete this step in the simulator, breaking the rigid condition that the male Taiyin body must be in the extremely yin moment. At the age of 19, you came to Qing'an City and learned the method to enter the 5 Zhang realm. On the second day, during the yin hour, you were in the secret room of the city lord's mansion trying to reach the 5 internal organs realm. You chose kidney water as your first secret storage in the human body. When you break through, the Taiyin power in your body is triggered and explodes, completely extinguishing the fire in your heart, and your heart stops beating. You are 19 years old. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Surprised face. What the hell, it suddenly became cold. Is it because I have the power of Taiyin that there are requirements for the order in which the 5 internal organs are opened? If you want to enter the realm of the 5 internal organs, you must open the 5 internal organs of the human body one by one. Generally speaking, the order in which the 5 internal organs are opened is rather random. The cultivator will prioritize opening the secret internal organs of the human body that will bring them the greatest benefit based on the techniques he uses. But Li Chen's situation is different. His kidney water is blessed by the power of Taiyin, and the attributes of his 5 internal organs need to remain stable. Once out of balance, it will lead to unimaginable consequences. Therefore, the opening of each of his 5 internal organs was accompanied by deadly danger. Fortunately, Li Chen did not foolishly wait until tomorrow to make a breakthrough, but chose to use the simulator to explore the way forward. If the kidney water is too strong, it will extinguish the heart fire, and if the heart fire is too strong, it will burn me. Li Chen touched his chin, and the diagram of the 5 elements emerged in his mind. Metal generates water, which will also affect the power of Taiyin. Wood generates fire, which will also strengthen the burning of the heart fire. So the only way is to start with the earth attribute. Earth will restrain water, but kidney water, which possesses the power of Taiyin, will not be restrained by ordinary earth attributes, so you can open it with confidence. Come again. Li Chen casually selected the martial arts realm and then started the life simulator again. At the age of 19, you came to Qing'an City and learned the method to enter the 5 treasures realm. On the second day, during the yin hour, you will enter the secret room of the city lord's mansion to strive for the 5 internal organs realm. You will choose spleen and earth as your first secret storage in the human body. You have successfully broken through to the first level of the 5 Zhang realm and become a strong man in Jianzhou. You decide to go to other states to look for opportunities. As soon as you left Qing'an City, you met a buyer who refused to pay his debt. He demanded that you return all the spirit stones and pay double the amount of compensation. You attacked without saying anything, and all the men in black robes died under your sword. At the age of 20, you came to Qingling Cave in Pingzhou. You found a cave left by a strong man. You forced your way through and got slightly injured. After several attempts, you successfully entered the cave. Just as you were about to explore the resources in the cave, several Yinfen sects 5 Tibet realm experts broke in. You killed 3 of them by yourself, but you were outnumbered and were eventually killed by the other side. Li Chen was startled and frowned. Why is it the Yinfen sect again? This sect is poisonous, right? They are everywhere I go. He has been killed by the Yinfen sect more than once. Since leaving the Yin Yang sect until now, Li Chen has encountered the Yinfeng sect in many simulations, and there have always been conflicts between them, as if they were natural opponents. Something is wrong. The Yinfen sect is in Jianzhou. I ran into them even when I went to Pingzhou. This means it wasn't an accidental encounter, but they were following me. But I have never come into contact with the Yinfen sect. Why do they? Li Chen's muttering suddenly stopped. He recalled the transaction a few days ago, and all the events before and after were instantly connected together. The person who bought my information is the Yinfen sect. Those buyers who refused to pay their debts were the Yinfen sect. They needed a blessed place to temper their disciples' bodies, and were searching everywhere for information about such a blessed place. Even if Li Chen did not sell the information to Yinfen sect, they would still find Yutan after several years. Li Chen's selling of the information only accelerated the time it took for Yinfen sect to find Yutan. I killed the Yinfen sect's disciples in the simulation, so I attracted the Yinfen sect's 5 Zhang realm experts. They chased me all the way to Pingzhou and attacked me after I entered the cave. It seems that the people I killed were the core disciples of the Yinfen sect. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Li Chen chose the martial arts realm without hesitation. Powerful strength surged out from the body, and surging spiritual energy rushed into the body like a raging wave. The spleen, among the 5 internal organs, emits a pale yellow light. Li Chen's spirit and energy at this moment have achieved a qualitative leap. The body is washed and baptized by the vast spiritual energy from the inside out. The Tai Chi diagram in the Danshan began to spin rapidly, and the yin and yang energies were like the base supporting the 5 internal organs. The spiritual energy pulled them together and they complemented each other. Call. Li Chen exhaled a breath of white cold air, and the temperature around him dropped sharply in an instant. He raised his palm slightly, and an extremely cold cyclone slowly rotated on his palm. I can now slightly invoke the power of the yin. With just this little bit of Taiyin power, he displayed such a terrifying aura. It is hard to imagine what it would be like when the Taiyin power is fully activated. The Taiyin power that Li Chen extracted now was equivalent to a drop of water scooped up from the ocean. But to him, a cultivator in the 5 elements realm, this drop of water is like the vast and boundless universe and starry sky. Li Chen took the power of Taiyin back into his body, and Shan Yuxiu walked into the room with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Li Chen, for entering the Wuzang. Shan Yuxiu laughed heartily, followed by his daughter Shan Shishi. Thanks to Uncle Shan's help, it was you who opened the ancient books to me, which allowed me to find out the condition of my body and achieve the 5 Zhang realm. Li Chen bowed in thanks, which was not just a polite remark but the fact. If Shan Yuxiu didn't let him read the ancient books, he would completely miss the opportunity to make a breakthrough after tomorrow. I've prepared a celebratory banquet for you, why don't we sit down and chat? When Shan Yuxiu said this, Shan Shishi's pretty face next to him suddenly turned red, showing a hint of shyness. Li Chen, who had simulated future developments, knew that this banquet was most likely for Shan Yuxiu to introduce his daughter to him. No, thank you Uncle Shan for your kindness, I still have things to deal with, I'll definitely do it next time. Li Chen smiled and bowed, politely refusing. In the simulation, he planned to stay in Qing'an City for the rest of his life, and it was normal for him to get married and have children. But in reality, he doesn't think so. He has lofty ambitions and wants to experience all the charm of the world of immortal cultivation. Cultivating immortality is his ultimate goal. Li Chen was planning to go to Pingzhou to take a look. He had no idea about the love between young people for the time being, so he didn't want to waste time on this. The most important thing is that Shan Yuxiu's past made him very scared and he dared not stay any longer. Chapter 18. Li Chen's refusal stunned both Shan Yuxiu and his daughter. It was quite unexpected that they were rejected before they even expressed their intention of holding the banquet. Have you encountered any trouble, young man? Shan Yuxiu asked kindly. Li Chen smiled and said, it is a bit troublesome, but not a big problem. The main reason is that I plan to travel to other states, and I am afraid it will be difficult to meet Uncle Shan and Miss Shan again in the future. Hearing this, Shan Yuxiu couldn't help but sigh. My daughter is not so lucky. As a Wuzang realm expert, Shan Yuxiu naturally knew how outstanding Li Chen was, and he also knew that such a young talent would not be bound by a small Jianzhou. In that case, I wish you a bright future. I have a third-level sword that is just right for the Wuzang realm. Shan Yuxiu took out a scarlet long sword from the storage ring. A faint crimson glow seemed to be attached to the sword case, full of magical colors. I originally intended to use this sword as a prize, but now I will treat it as a gift from Uncle Shan. I just hope that when you become successful, you will not forget my little Qing'an city. Shan Yuxiu didn't say what the prize was, but Li Chen knew it was probably a prize for a martial arts competition. Li Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, Shan Yuxiu still hadn't given up on him and wanted him to be his son-in-law. Thank you very much. If Qing'an City is in trouble, I will do my best to help. Li Chen was touched. No matter what the other party's purpose was, at least he sincerely wanted to help him. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Li Chen returned to the inn immediately and opened the life simulator again. Life simulator is at your service. Would you like to use life simulator? Use once, consumes 100 spirit stones. Oh my goodness, the price has gone up again. After each major breakthrough, the price would increase tenfold. Li Chen still has 1,200 spirit stones on him, which seems to be a lot and can be used for more than 100 simulations. But once you break through to the next major realm, it will cost 1,000 spirit stones each time. The further you go, the more spiritual stones you need, and the consumption is quite terrifying. It would be fine if every simulation could improve your cultivation, but once you encounter a weird situation, the spirit stones will be wasted. These 1,200 spiritual energy stones must be spent sparingly. Keep 300 spiritual energy stones as backup, and the remaining 900 spiritual energy stones can be used for 9 simulations. Li Chen thought about it and started the simulation directly. At the age of 19, you have become one of the strongest men in Jianzhou, and you decide to go to other states to look for opportunities. As soon as you leave Qing'an City, you encounter a buyer who refuses to pay. The buyer demands that you return all the spirit stones and pay double the amount of compensation. You revealed that the other party was a disciple of Yunfan sect, and everyone's faces changed, and they let you leave. At the age of 20, you were attacked by 3 Wuzang realm monks on your way to Anlong City in Pingzhou. You easily killed them with your amazing swordsmanship. The corpse was identified as an elder of the Yunfan sect. At the age of 21, you joined the Anlong City army and became the deputy commander of the Anlong army. At the age of 30, you have experienced 9 years of fighting on the battlefield, gained a great reputation, and became the commander of the Anlong army. You have used the lung metal as the second secret storehouse of the human body and have successfully entered the second level of the 5 storehouses realm. At the age of 35, Anlong City ushered in a peaceful era. In order to improve your cultivation, you began to travel around the world. At the age of 40, you met the leader of the Yunfan sect in Qingling Cave in Pingzhou. You fought with him and it was hard to tell who would win. At the critical moment, he broke through to the cave void realm and severely injured you. You fled into the depths of Qingling Cave and were killed by a monster from the cave void realm. You died at the age of 40. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. This time the simulation did not involve any dramatic death and even resulted in a small advancement in realm, which surprised Li Chen greatly. It is normal to die in the world of cultivating immortals. He himself is not a son of destiny with extraordinary talent. He is bound to encounter various deadly dangers while traveling in the dangerous world of cultivating immortals. As long as you can improve your skills in the simulation, you won't lose anything. Li Chen directly chose the martial arts realm. Boom! The spiritual energy in the city formed a vortex shape and rushed towards Li Chen. His lungs glowed with golden light, and the sound of metal clashing resonated in his lungs, as if he was on a battlefield with swords and horses. The whole room was filled with a murderous atmosphere. Shan Yuxia from the city lord's mansion looked up in surprise and looked in the direction of Li Chen's in with doubt. He was not sure whether this was the fluctuation of Li Chen's breakthrough to the Five Zhang realm, or if someone else had come to Qing'an City. After all, Li Chen had just reached the first level of the Five Organs realm today. How could he break through to the second level of the Five Organs realm immediately after returning to the inn? At this rate of breakthrough, wouldn't it be soon possible to reach the great perfection of the Five Organs realm? I'm afraid only the geniuses on the Tianjiao list can achieve such a speed. If it is really Li Chen, he will definitely have a place on the list of geniuses in the future. Shan Yuxia couldn't help but take a deep breath and sighed. His daughter, Shan Shishi, stood behind her father, with a puzzled look on her pretty face. Dad, what are you talking about? Is Li Chen qualified to be on the Tianjiao list? She was just a minor cultivator at the spiritual pill realm and could not sense Li Chen's breakthrough aura at all. The perception abilities of powerful cultivators are very strong, and their ability to restrain their breath is also very strong. The greater the gap in strength, the less you can feel the opponent's strength, and the less you can feel the opponent's spiritual fluctuations. Maybe, this boy is not as simple as he seems. Maybe one day in the future, I can really see him on the Tianjia ranking. Do you want him to marry me just because he looks extraordinary? Shan Shishi's words contained strong emotions. She was willing to follow her family's arrangements, but she wanted to know more about what kind of person she was in her father's heart. Shan Yuxia smiled bitterly and shook his head. Dad is just tired and wants to find someone to take over the position of city lord. My daughter's talent in cultivation is considered a good genius in Jianzhou, but compared with the geniuses in the 3,000 states, there is a huge gap between them. Moreover, Shan Shishi is not passionate about martial arts, but more about talents. Shan Yuxia wanted Li Chen to become his son-in-law and hand over the position of city lord to Li Chen in the future. But now it seems that this is impossible. Upon hearing this, Shan Shishi's pretty face showed reluctance. Dad, I will become a strong man and take over your job in the future. I can even build our Qing'an city into the Zhongzhou dynasty and occupy the entire continent. We don't need to rely on anyone, we can develop Qing'an city by ourselves. The light in her eyes flickered slightly, and she said firmly, I will go find my mother and join her sect. When I become stronger, I will come back to help you lead Qing'an city. His daughter's powerful voice touched Shan Yuxia's heart. Only now did he realize that the fire in Shan Shishi's heart was no less than that of any man. As long as you are willing to practice martial arts with all your heart, Dad will be satisfied. Chapter 19. In the tea room on the first floor of Qing'an Inn, several men in black robes walked in one after another and joined their fellow apprentice brothers who were also wearing black robes and sitting in the corner of the tea room. Brother, how is the situation over there? Have you found the deep pool in the Lianfang Mountains? Found it. It took a lot of effort. I don't know if this guy did it on purpose. The pool is clearly inside the waterfall, but he said it was near the waterfall. He wasted a lot of our time. The man in black robe cursed. It's good to find it. At least we didn't lose money. Humph, we did find it, but that place can only accommodate 1,000 people for a month of training. It's not worth 1500 spiritual energy stones at all. Where is that kid? Another Yinfen sect disciple was very unhappy. They searched Lianfang for most of the day before they discovered that the secluded pool was actually in the waterfall. They felt like they were being made a fool of. The junior fellow from the Yinfen sect glanced upwards and said, "He has been staying in the city lord's mansion for several days and has just returned to the inn. Should we wait for him to leave the city?" "Bullshit, do you dare to do it in the city without waiting for him to leave the city?" The man in black robe shouted angrily, then sat down at the table and poured a mouthful of tea into his mouth, and the anger in his heart was relieved. "Brother, this person has lived in the city lord's mansion for so many days. Could he have any relationship with the city lord?" The junior brother asked cautiously. He was worried that the city lord Shan Yuxiu would rescue Li Chen. The black-robed man snorted again, "Don't worry, in addition to searching the Yutan these days, we also specifically checked the origins of this kid. We originally had no direction, but the interesting thing is..." He lowered his voice and grinned, "We heard news about the death of a yin-yang sect disciple on the road. It is said that there was also an errant disciple traveling with the deceased, but this errant disciple is nowhere to be found." The eyes of the people around him fluctuated, and they understood what the senior brother meant. On the day of the pawn auction, wasn't the aura displayed by Li Chen exactly the skills of the yin-yang school? Is this person the only surviving errant disciple? But his cultivation is at the 9th level of spiritual pill. A janitor has the 9th level of spiritual elixir cultivation. I can't think of anyone other than an undercover agent. I understand. This errant disciple was an undercover agent from another sect. His identity was exposed when he was traveling, so he killed his fellow disciples from the yin-yang sect. Everyone sneered. How could someone with the 9th level of spiritual elixir cultivation be willing to be a menial disciple? They couldn't think of any other reason other than being undercover. As for how to deceive the sect's review elders, there are actually many ways. Certain sects' special elixirs, sealing techniques, etc. can all be easily achieved. However, those whose cultivation is sealed also have to pay a certain price. Their Yinfen sect has also done such insidious things. The black-robed man smiled grimly and said, "So we don't need to worry about the city lord helping him. This person's identity and origin are unknown, so this is a great opportunity to take action. If I'm not mistaken, he came to Qing'an City just to recuperate. When his injuries are healed, he will leave Qing'an City. Then we will take him." The man made a neck-wiping gesture, with murderous intent in his eyes. In Jianzhou, their Yinfen sect is one of the overlords, and no one can cheat them of their spiritual energy stones. The fellow apprentices also sneered and waited for Li Chen to leave the city. At this moment, Li Chen in the room has already performed 5 life simulations. He looked a little unhappy because none of the 5 simulations had a good ending. They were basically tragic deaths and the improvement in cultivation was minimal. In Qingling Cave, he was killed once by a monk and once by a monster. In the desert-restricted area, he died once at the hands of a monster, and once he mistakenly entered a poison array, his whole body turning into pus and blood. The 5th simulated death was the most outrageous. He was teleported into the Bingxian Holy Land in Kangzhou, and happened to run into the saintess who was bathing. She slapped him to death. Li Chen chose to memorize the skills 5 times to increase his understanding of martial arts and make himself more powerful among his peers. The first secret treasure of the human body I opened was spleen earth, and the second was lung metal. According to the order of the 5 elements, the third one should be kidney water, but due to the existence of Taiyin power, kidney water is abnormally solid. What should I do? After 5 simulations, he was still unable to break through to the 3rd level of the 5 organs realm. The reason is not that he died too tragically, but that the kidney water stage is too difficult. Li Chen pinched his chin, lost in thought. He felt that in order to achieve a breakthrough to the 3rd level of the 5 organs realm, he might need the help of rare treasures. Otherwise, he would have to spend money to simulate the practice over and over again. After practicing for hundreds of years, he would eventually be able to reach the third level of the five organs realm. However, the latter is very inefficient and consumes a lot of spiritual energy stones. The spiritual energy stones are a little insufficient. I need to think of how to earn more spiritual energy stones. As for the natural treasures, Li Chen had no idea at all. He planned to think about how to earn spirit stones first. As long as you have more spiritual stones, you can try various possibilities. If it doesn't work, just spend money to reach the third level of the five treasury realm. The Qingling Cave in Pingzhou and the desert restricted area in Miandianzhou are too dangerous. Let's go to Guheizhu next to Jianzhou. Li Chen consumed another 100 spirit stones and started the life simulator. At the age of 19, you have become one of the strongest men in Jianzhou, and you decide to go to Guheizhu to look for opportunities. As soon as you left Qing'an City, you encountered the Yinfen sect that was refusing to pay its debts. Without saying a word, you attacked and killed all the disciples of the Yinfen sect. Your actions were so quick and decisive that they stunned all the monks passing by. Your powerful strength has attracted a woman to come for help. She wants you to escort her back to Guheizhu. Because she offered too much, and you were also going to Guheizhu, you agreed to her employment, but you did not fully trust her, and you remained vigilant along the way. 1 month later, when you and the woman were about to arrive at Guheizhu, you were attacked by the elders of the Yinfen sect. After a fierce battle, you killed all 6 of them. You escorted the woman to Tianhai City and learned that she was Du Xinqiang, the president of Tianhai Chamber of Commerce. She handed the agreed reward to you. At the age of 20, you heard the legend about Narcissus in Narcissus town. The people in the town believed in the existence of Narcissus, but you didn't take it seriously and left. At the age of 21, a Narcissus treasure map appeared at the Tianhai City auction. You recalled the Narcissus legend from a year ago, so you asked Du Xinqiang to help you buy the treasure map, but you also owed her a favor. At the age of 22, you carefully found the cave left by Narcissus according to the location given by the treasure map. Before opening the cave, more than a dozen sects and schools suddenly appeared. The opponent beat you severely, and you had no choice but to retreat. On the way to escape, you met the leader of the Yinfen sect. Fortunately, you were saved by Du Xinqiang's Chamber of Commerce at the critical moment. At the age of 23, you were recovering from your injuries in Tianhai City and proposed many bold business operation models to Du Xinqiang. Du Xinqiang was impressed by your talent and paid you to be the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce. Since she offered too much, you agreed. Chapter 20. At the age of 24, the battle for Narcissus Cave was over, and the materials that flowed out of the cave were put on the auction in Tianhai City one by one. At the age of 25, you spend every day with Du Xinqiang. She is attracted by your business talent and secretly falls in love with you. At the age of 28, a bead appeared at the auction in Tianhai City. The Taiyin power in your body began to stir. Since you were too poor to afford it, you asked Du Xinqiang to buy it for you. Du Xinqiang bought this pearl, but she wants you to marry her before she gives it to you. You worked hard to improve yourself, rejected the other party's absurd request, and started working to earn money, vowing to buy the beads from Du Xinqiang. Li Chen, surprised face, seeing that he had a free meal but had to work hard, Li Chen felt a little confused. If you can break through the third level of the five organs realm by marrying a rich woman, why do you have to work to earn money? Are you that stubborn? Probably not. Li Chen believes that he has always been a flexible person. Marrying a rich woman would allow one to break through to the third level of the five organs realm. It didn't feel like a loss at all, and the resources for future cultivation would also be secured. Is it that Du Xinqiang is not good looking, or is it that you have to press F to enter the tank? Or maybe it's because he has the power of Taiyin in his body, which makes him unable to work happily with Du Xinqiang, and he's afraid that his wife will be lonely and cheat on him, so he doesn't dare to marry her? Li Chen rejected all these strange speculations. He believed that the most likely reason he didn't want to marry Du Xinqiang was because he didn't want to let her down. He came to Guhai's to break through the third level of the Wuzang realm, not to stay in Tianhai City to retire. One day, he will leave Tianhai City. At the age of 35, you work hard to strive for self-improvement, but your savings are not enough to buy the beads. You have only achieved 1% of your goal. At the age of 45, you work hard to strive for self-improvement, but your savings are not enough to buy the beads. You have only achieved 10% of your goal. At the age of 55, you work hard to strive for self-improvement, but your savings are not enough to buy the beads. You have only achieved 20% of your goal. At the age of 65, you work hard to strive for self-improvement, but your savings are not enough to buy the beads. You are only 30% away from your goal. Du Xinqiang is speechless about your stubbornness and decides to give you the beads for free. That night, you and Du Xinqiang were attacked by more than a dozen mysterious strong men on the way to get the beads. You and Du Xinqiang died under each other's swords. You died at the age of 55. After working all my life, I still couldn't save enough money to buy beads. This is too real. This is exactly the same as the scene in the previous life where one worked all his life but still couldn't afford a watch worth tens of millions. Alas, choose the realm of martial arts. Although he failed to break through to the third level of the five organs realm, his cultivation level still improved, but the improvement was small. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and if you accumulate too many of them, they will weigh a lot. The most important thing is that his swordsmanship has reached its limit, unless he can obtain another magical skill similar to the sword manual of immortal slaying. But such magical skills can only be encountered by chance. Li Chen stood up and stretched his body, his internal cultivation was slightly improved, and the comfortable feeling made him feel refreshed. It's time to leave. Li Chen did not conduct the life simulation again. He planned to go to Guhai's first and eliminate the Yinfen sect that was waiting outside. He obviously didn't offend anyone, but some people just like to take the initiative to cause trouble. The interests of the immortal cultivation world are the cause of disputes. There will always be disputes on the road to immortal cultivation. Li Chen deeply understands this truth. As soon as he walked out of the room and came to the tea room on the first floor, 5 men in black robes came towards him. My fellow Taoist, the information you provided us is wrong. Shouldn't you give an explanation? The man in black robe blocked Li Chen's way and said grimly. Li Chen sneered inwardly, these people are really shameless. He glanced at the other person calmly, want to explain? Then let's go out of the city and explain. After saying that, he charged straight towards the 5 men in black robes, and the 5 Zhang realm spiritual energy was released from his body, directly knocking the men in front of him back several steps. The 5 people's pupils shrank drastically. They felt an unrivaled power from Li Chen. Is this the 9th level of spiritual elixir? Why does it feel a little off? Brother, this person doesn't seem to be simple. Why don't we observe him first? The junior brother from Yinfen sect reminded in a low voice. Seeing Li Chen walk out of the inn, the man in black robes hesitated for a few seconds. One of you stay and tell the elders of the sect about this guy. Oh, and tell the people of Yin Yang sect. Everyone else follow. He flicked his sleeves and followed Li Chen with his 3 fellow apprentices. Naturally, the number of people from the Yinfen sect who were waiting for Li Chen was more than just this number. There were already more than a dozen Yinfen sect disciples waiting outside the city. The tea vendors in the aisles, the coachman taking care of the horses, the uncles setting up stalls, the passers-by wandering aimlessly. There are disciples of Yinfen sect hiding here. Since they dared to default on their debts, they must have made all the necessary preparations. When a group of people stand together, it is equivalent to raising the banner of a sect, which can cause a strong deterrent to the other party. Many people without any sect or school had to swallow their losses due to pressure from the Yinfen sect. He's coming. The Yinfen sect disciple who was waiting outside raised his lips slightly and glanced at the city gate with a mocking look. Li Chen, dressed in a snow-white Taoist robe, was seen walking slowly out of the city with a relaxed look, as if he was enjoying a leisurely trip. This kid is probably a rookie who has just started out and doesn't even know what he is going to face. One of the Yinfen sect disciples sneered. More than a dozen people slowly approached Li Chen, and in less than a moment, they completely surrounded Li Chen. Boy, I heard that you were planning to cheat us of our spiritual energy stones. If you don't give me an explanation, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. The disciple of Yinfen sect said jokingly. They were looking forward to seeing Li Chen trembling. They had seen similar scenes too many times and found them very interesting every time. Li Chen smiled calmly and did not respond. His hand had already grasped the hilt of the sword, and he slowly pulled out the red sword. The faint crimson light looked extremely strange. Seeing this scene, the Yinfen sect disciples were stunned at first, and then they all laughed out loud. Brother, what do you think he is doing? Ha 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 ha. Is this guy here to make fun of us? He wants to beat all of us by himself. What an idiot. Let him die in an ugly way later. More than a dozen people surrounded him, laughing so hard that he fell over. The unpleasant laughter made passers-by frown. Are you done laughing? If you're done laughing, then get on your way. Clang. Suddenly, a vast spiritual energy swept across the entire place. Everything within a radius of hundreds of meters seemed to be still at this moment. The red sword's light is like a shooting star, so beautiful. The second move of beheading the immortal. Li Chen suddenly drew his sword, and the red sword energy was as vast as a dragon emerging from the world, piercing through everyone's necks with unstoppable force, and the vibrating sound of the sword resounded through the sky. More than a dozen Yinfen sect disciples had stiff smiles, their empty eyes filled with confusion. With a click, the red sword returned to its sheath. Li Chen flashed out from the encirclement. Immediately afterwards, more than 10 heads fell down one after another. Blood spurted from the necks of Yinfen sect disciples like a small fountain, splashing the ground in scarlet red. Chapter 21. The sudden change made it impossible for everyone present to react. Before the passing monks could even start to watch and eat melons, the event was already over. In just a breath, all the Yinfen sect disciples who surrounded Li Chen were beheaded. Even the few men in black robes who followed him out of the city suffered the same fate, without exception. All the monks passing by in and outside the city were stunned. They stared at the dozen or so headless corpses in amazement, their hearts filled with shock. Li Chen's snow-white Taoist robe was not stained with even a speck of dust from head to toe, showing off his swordsman's elegance to the fullest. Wearing a spotless robe, he drew and sheathed his sword with quick movements, all in one smooth motion. Such skills and strength made all the monks stand in awe. I remember those black-robed men were all at the Lingdan realm, right? Only a Wuzang realm expert could kill so many people in an instant. What a fast sword! I only saw a flash of red light in a circle, and couldn't see his sword movements at all. This person is so young, yet he is actually a strong man in the Five Organs realm. The Yinfen sect has hit a wall. The monks passing by exclaimed in amazement and were all impressed. Five Zhang realm. In addition to the city lord, another powerful man in the Five Zhang realm appeared in Qing'an city. Passers-by were talking about the dozen or so headless bodies that had fallen to the ground, and they showed no fear. Bloody scenes are already commonplace for people in this world. They have seen too many bloody scenes since childhood. The soldiers guarding the city gate were secretly shocked and immediately reported what happened at the gate to Shan Yuxiu. More and more people stopped at the city gate, watching Li Chen search the corpses with reverence. A veiled woman plucked up her courage and walked towards Li Chen. Although her pretty face was covered by a veil, her graceful figure and extraordinary temperament alone made her very attractive. My name is Du Xianqiang. I admire your strength. I have a deal to make. Are you interested? Du Xinqiang clasped her fists towards Li Chen, her voice clear and her tone neither humble nor arrogant. Tell me about it. Li Chen took away all the storage rings of the infant sect disciples. He counted the spiritual energy stones in the storage ring, and the total number was less than 100. Poor guy. Li Chen cursed inwardly. Du Xinqiang said solemnly, I am going to Guhai's to ask for help from fellow Taoists. The reward will be paid in Tianhai City. How much can you give me? Li Chen stood up and looked directly at Du Xinqiang. As long as the money was in place, everything would be fine. I wonder how many spiritual stones are needed to satisfy you, fellow Taoist. Li Chen grinned, 10,000 spiritual energy stones. Deal. Du Xinqiang nodded seriously. Damn, so decisive, it seems that it will be less. Li Chen's mouth twitched slightly. If I had known earlier, I would have reported 1 million spiritual energy stones. He didn't expect that the other party would agree directly to his offer of 10,000 spirit stones. People with different wealth values have different attitudes towards the same amount of money. Li Chen recalled the scene of selling the information to the infant sect. He only wanted to add 1,500 spiritual energy stones, but the other party looked like their wives had been robbed, and now they came to him in a group to die. Let's look at Du Xinqiang again. Comparing the two, this is the pattern among monks. Seeing that Du Xinqiang agreed so readily, Li Chen didn't have the face to go back on his word. Since the other party is so visionary, his vision naturally cannot be small. Moreover, he was also going to Guhai's to look for the Narcissus Cave, which was on the way. These 10,000 spiritual energy stones were completely free, so there was no need to be too greedy. Let's go straight away without further ado. Li Chen said calmly. Du Xinqiang smiled and nodded happily, I have a monster carriage, please follow me, sir. What is your name? Li Chen, Musa Li, dust of dust. Li Chen is not aloof. He is someone who can have a good chat with strangers who drink tea together. It's just that the murderous aura on his body has not yet dissipated, and coupled with the awe of the people around him, he looks cold and indifferent. Li Chen followed Du Xinqiang to a place not far outside the city, and saw a spirit deer with crystal horns, pulling a gorgeously decorated carriage with a middle-aged driver sitting on it, quietly waiting for them. The monster carriage is not cheap, Miss Du is worth a lot. Li Chen said with a smile as he sat on the carriage. He noticed that the coachman outside was also a cultivator in the 5th Zhang realm, but this coachman didn't say a word from beginning to end, and didn't even say hello, which was quite cold. Du Xinqiang gently poured a cup of tea for Li Chen, and the carriage started moving under the driver's control. The spirit deer hopped along at a very fast speed, but no vibration could be felt inside the carriage. Jianzhou is adjacent to Guhai's, but to get from Qing'an City to Tianhai City, it would take more than 10 days at the speed of a spirit deer. Mr. Li, you are joking. I am just from an ordinary family. The person Mr. Li killed just now seems to be a disciple of the infant sect in Jianzhou. This sect has a very bad reputation and there is a high possibility of revenge. Du Xinqiang said softly, reminding Li Chen to be more careful. Oh? Miss Du knew that the other party would cause trouble for me, but she still wanted to hire me. Aren't you afraid of being implicated? Li Chen exhaled cold air from his mouth to lower the temperature of the tea slightly, and then took a sip. The Yinfen sect is not well known in Guhai's. As long as we arrive in Guhai's, the Yinfen sect will not be able to cause any trouble. Mr. Li, you should pay more attention to those who may attack me on the road after accepting this mission from me. Du Xinqiang said with a smile, my life is in your hands, young master. I hope you can do your best to protect me. Du Xinqiang's every move reveals the temperament of a rich girl, and her words are playful like a common girl, which makes her very likable. However, Li Chen has dealt with too many people, and appearance does not have much appeal to him. He glanced at the driver outside and said, "This driver is quite capable. I am not the only one protecting Miss Du. There are very few Wuzang realm cultivators in Jianzhou, but it's different in Guhe City. I'm worried that there are too many enemies and Uncle Ji can't stop them, so I need Mr. Li's help." Du Xinqiang's tone was a little heavy, as if the road ahead was full of blood and gore, and the atmosphere in the car had changed. Li Chen didn't reply and just closed his eyes to rest. In the simulation, there wasn't much description of the journey he took to escort Du Xinqiang, and it wasn't known whether the enemy was too weak to be worth mentioning at all. Or is Du Xinqiang too cautious, and no one will attack her on the road? Anyway, in the simulation, he successfully arrived at Tianhai City. However, to be on the safe side, Li Chen opened the life simulator and decided to try it out again. He secretly took out the spirit stones from the storage ring, and the system took them away one by one, and then began the simulation. At the age of 19, you have become one of the strongest men in Jianzhou. Under Du Xinqiang's employment, you go to Guhe Isu with her. A few days later, when you were about to enter the ancient Haizu area, you were attacked by the elders of the Yinfen sect and the Uniang sect. After a fierce battle, Uncle Ji died under the opponent's sword. You tried your best to kill 10-5 Tibet realm strongmen, but you were slightly injured. A dozen days later, you brought Du Xinqiang into Guhe Isu, but were unexpectedly besieged by 25 Zhang realm experts. You died at the age of 19. Chapter 22. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Li Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze becoming somewhat sharp. The simulation results this time are completely different from the previous ones. Du Xinqiang on the other side was somewhat at a loss, and asked in confusion, "What happened to Master Li? Are there enemies?" Li Chen took a deep breath and shook his head, "No, I just remembered something, Miss Du doesn't have to care." This simulation was very different from the previous ones. He had expected that people from the Yinfen sect would come, but why did Wuzang realm from the Uniang sect also come? What is going on? Could it be that some small details in his previous story changed the original direction of the plot? Without figuring out all this, Li Chen won't be able to move forward. He opened the life simulator again and consumed another 100 spirit stones. At the age of 19, you have become one of the strongest men in Jianzhou. Under Du Xinqiang's employment, you go to Guhe Isu with her. A few days later, when you were about to enter the ancient Haizu area, you were attacked by the elders of the Yinfen sect and the Uniang sect. You are eloquent and have turned right and wrong, successfully convincing the elders of the Yin-Yang sect to believe your lies, and think that the disciples of the Yin-Wen sect deliberately spread rumors. The indecisive elders of the Yin-Yang sect did not take action. You started a fierce battle with the Yin-Wen sect. With your superb swordsmanship, you killed all the elders of the Yin-Wen sect. The elders of the Yin-Yang sect chose to retreat. A dozen days later, you and Du Xinqiang entered Guhe Isu and chose to take a remote path. Unexpectedly, you were besieged by 25 Zhang realm experts. You died at the age of 19. FK, we can still run into these people even when walking on a small path. Are they waiting between the two states? Why didn't we encounter this kind of situation during the previous simulation? Li Chen couldn't figure out where these 25 Zhang realm experts came from. This money is a little hard to earn, how about trying to run away? Li Chen, who has decades of knowledge of martial arts, believes that he is invincible among his peers and can even kill enemies above his own level. But facing 20 people in the 5 Zhang realm, how could he, a mere 5 Zhang realm second-level cultivator, possibly defeat them? Among these 20 people, there is definitely someone who has reached the great perfection of the 5 treasury realm. Although Li Chen is strong, he should also act within his ability. Blind self-confidence will only cost one's life. Unless he has reached the third level of the five organs realm and then uses the power of Taiyan, he will have the confidence to kill a strong man who has reached the great perfection of the five organs realm. Li Chen casually selected the martial arts realm and started the simulation again. At the age of 19, you have become one of the strongest men in Jianzhou. Under Du Xianqiang's employment, you go to Guhaizu with her. A few days later, when you were about to enter the ancient Haizu area, you were attacked by the elders of the Yunfan sect and the Yunyang sect. You took the lead and killed 6 people instantly, scaring the elders of the Yunyang sect to retreat on the spot. In order to save your own life, you did not go with Du Xianqiang anymore. Seeing that you were about to leave, Du Xianqiang hurriedly offered a higher price, but you still refused. 1 month later, on your way to Narcissus town alone, you were attacked by 25 Zhang realm experts. You tried your best to kill 15 of them, and finally died at the hands of a 5 Zhang realm expert. You were 19 years old. What? Why is he still dead? These people must be crazy. He didn't even escort Du Xianqiang anymore, but the other party still came looking for him. Li Chen's face turned very ugly. If he had known the plot would go this way, he would not have taken the order. These 20 people in the 5 Zhang realm actually want to kill everyone and don't take life seriously at all. Du Xianqiang, who was sitting opposite, was puzzled. She felt that Li Chen seemed to be emitting a resentful aura. What happened? Am I not pretty? Should I take off my veil and surprise him? Mr. Li seems to be worried about something. It's not good to keep it in your heart. If you don't mind, I'm willing to be your listener. Du Xianqiang said softly. Li Chen was slightly stunned, and it seemed that asking Du Xianqiang would also be a good choice. After all, these enemies are targeting Du Xianqiang, so perhaps she can come up with a good countermeasure. I have a bad feeling. The closer we get to Guhaizu, the stronger this feeling becomes. Who is Miss Du's enemy? Is there any way to avoid it? Li Chen said seriously. Du Xianqiang paused while drinking tea, took a sip of the tea, and said leisurely, to be honest, I am the president of Tianhai Chamber of Commerce. My enemies are not outsiders, but the 3 vice presidents of Tianhai Chamber of Commerce. The position of president of Tianhai Chamber of Commerce has always been held by the head of our Du family, while the position of vice president has been held by the heads of the other 3 families. Not long ago, my father disappeared in Guhaizu, so I have to go back to Guhaizu to secure my position as president. Du Xianqiang put down the teacup. There was no need to say anything else. Anyone with a smart mind would understand. Du Xianqiang's enemies are these 3 vice presidents. They don't want Du Xianqiang to return to Tianhai City. They want to take this opportunity to seize the position of president and rewrite the Chamber of Commerce's unchanging rules. You have too many enemies in Guhaizu, I'm afraid I can't stop them. You must come up with a reasonable plan, otherwise we will all die. Li Chen said in a deep voice. It was actually too late to leave now. At most he could only survive for a while. The moment he got into the car, the door was welded shut. As long as the dispute over the Chamber of Commerce is not resolved, the other party will come to him sooner or later. Du Xianqiang didn't understand why Li Chen suddenly became so serious and nervous. She felt a hint of anxiety in Li Chen's eyes. Can you not be anxious? After so many simulations, he only had 200 spirit stones left. More than a dozen simulation opportunities may seem like a lot, but they are rarely used. Du Xianqiang pondered for a moment and said, if there are too many enemies, there are only 2 options. Either seek help from nearby sects, or disperse the enemy and defeat them one by one. But the probability that the nearby sects will help us is very small, so we can only choose the latter. But the question is how to distract the other party? One person continues to drive the car, and the other person takes you away. We can divide the other party into 2 groups. Li Chen said calmly. Du Xianqiang instantly agreed with this plan and nodded immediately, Okay. I'll let Uncle Ji take me away, and Master Li will be the one to provide the carriage. I'll plan a route for the rendezvous now. Du Xinqiang didn't dare to let Li Chen escort her. They were just casual acquaintances, and she didn't dare to trust Li Chen completely, so she could only let Li Chen drive the car. Li Chen didn't care about these. He was worried that Uncle Ji would not be able to lead Du Xinqiang. If Du Xinqiang died, not only would he not be able to get the spiritual energy stone, but he would also offend a chamber of commerce for no reason. Okay, you guys delay as much time as possible and wait for me to come over. Li Chen grinned, his words revealing strong confidence. As long as the number of opponents is reduced a little, he can kill them all. Du Xinqiang was stunned by Li Chen's confidence. What does it mean to delay time and wait for him to come over? Does he want to deal with a large number of 5 Zhang realm powerhouses by himself? Du Xinqiang was about to say something. But at this moment, Li Chen suddenly grasped the hilt of the sword and smiled, I'll solve my problem first. Just as Du Xinqiang was puzzled, a surge of spiritual energy suddenly burst out from Li Chen. Whoosh! In an instant, he turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the carriage. The spiritual wind made the branches and leaves of the forest rustle. The third move of beheading the immortal. Li Chen was as fast as lightning. The red sword brought out a crimson light and was suddenly pulled out from the sword case with a clang. Phew! A figure fell from the dark woods. The blood splashed onto Uncle Ji's face. His pupils shrank and he finally realized that there was someone nearby. But before he could react, Li Chen, holding a long sword, formed a refraction curve in the darkness with crimson fire. With several consecutive muffled sounds, 6 enemies fell down in the darkness. Chapter 23. The visitors were not monks from Tianhai Chamber of Commerce, but the Yinfen sect and Uniang sect who were looking for trouble with Li Chen. But neither the elders of the Yinfen sect nor the elders of the Uniang sect were able to react. They found that Du Xinqiang in the car seemed a little unusual, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They planned to let the spies find out Du Xinqiang's identity before deciding on an action plan. All cultivators understand the principle of it is better to be safe than sorry. Even if they are a group of 5 Zhang realm cultivators, they must first find out whether Du Xinqiang's background is strong enough. If Du Xinqiang has a strong backing, even if they can leave safely today, they will still be in trouble tomorrow. The 2 sect elders just came over to take a look and were about to leave. As a result, Li Chen rushed out of the car without any warning and swung several dazzling sword lights at them, which were so gorgeous that they were intoxicating and so fierce that they could take lives. The next second, all 6 Yinfen sect elders were pierced through the heart by Li Chen's sword. There was a fist-sized blood hole oozing with bright red blood. 6 corpses in the 5 Zhang realm were lying on the ground, their dull eyes still in confusion, which made people feel terrified. The 4 elders of the Yin-Yang sect who were hiding in the dark were so frightened that they dared not utter a word. Wow! Is this guy the master of the 5 organs? How can he be so strong? The elder of the Yin-Yang sect had cold sweat on his forehead. Among the 6 elders of the Yinfeng sect who had just died, 2 were at the 3rd level of the 5 organs realm. But even so, they are no match for Li Chen's sword. The gap between the 2 sides is too big. Who the hell told me that this person is from the spiritual pill realm? Which genius disciple would come to our Yin-Yang sect to be an undercover agent? I really want to slap him in the face. The elder of the Yin-Yang sect had an unsightly expression on his face, and he told the disciple who reported the information no less than 100 times in his mind. It's really a betrayal to the sect elders. If they hadn't heard that the other party was an undercover agent in the Lingdan realm, they wouldn't have bothered to come. They finally believed the information from Yinfen sect, but the other party made them lose so completely. It was really too much. Come out, or don't blame me for being merciless. Li Chen retracted his sword and said in a cold voice. After a while, 4 people walked out of the woods cautiously. Li Chen turned around expressionlessly, the pale moonlight falling on his snow-white Taoist robe, adding a bit of coolness to it. Fellow Daoist, this is all a misunderstanding. We were deceived by the Yinfen sect and thought that you were a disciple of my Yunyang sect. The four elders clasped their fists and bowed at the same time, feeling tremendous pressure. According to the information from the Yinfen sect, the opponent's spiritual energy contains the aura of Yin-Yang Ju. But Li Chen in front of them had reached the second level of the five organs realm, and they were unable to determine which technique Li Chen was practicing. In addition, Li Chen was very powerful, so the elders were unsure about what to do and did not dare to act rashly. What do the disciples of Yin-Yang sect have to do with me? You believe whatever the Yin-Feng sect says. Are you dogs of the Yin-Feng sect? Li Chen sneered coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the four elders' mouths twitched at the same time. They felt greatly insulted, and their inner anger was ignited at once. That's so harsh. Most importantly, what Li Chen said makes sense. Believing whatever others say is obviously not what a sect should do. The four elders were so angry and ashamed that they forgot about the many suspicious points about Li Chen. No matter how smart a person is, once he is overwhelmed by anger, he will forget some details and even forget to observe the environment around him. Uncle Ji, who was originally driving the carriage, had quietly come behind the four people. A layer of black mist enveloped his body, covering up all his aura. Phew! The dagger with a cold glow quietly appeared, like the kiss of death, kissing the necks of the four people one after another. Li Chen had no intention of letting these four people go. The other party was targeting him. If he let them go, trouble would come soon. You! The four of them widened their eyes, the bright red bloodlines were like flaming red lips, blooming into bright red roses on their necks. Uncle Ji retracted the dagger, and the black mist covering his body dissipated. His movements were smooth and fluid, and he didn't utter a word from beginning to end, like an emotionless assassin. The fourth level of the five organs realm? This level of cultivation should be able to achieve the great perfection of the five organs realm, so why is it so lame in the simulation? Li Chen looked at Uncle Ji for a few times. Suddenly I realized that my criteria for judgment were wrong. He was able to defeat a cultivator at the fifth level of the five organs realm with the fourth level of the five organs realm, but it was difficult for a normal cultivator to do this. Although Uncle Ji had the cultivation base of the fourth level of the five organs realm, he was just an ordinary cultivator. Li Chen immediately went forward to search the corpse and found that the storage ring was full of medicine, metals, herbs, weapons, and other supplies, but not a single spiritual stone. What the hell? Why is there no spiritual stone? Li Chen frowned slightly. Du Xinqiang explained, these people are all elders of the sect, and the spirit stones are usually stored in the cave. Hearing this, Li Chen also understood. Ordinary people only take some personal belongings with them when they go out. Most gold, silver, and treasures are definitely safer left at home. The same goes for monks. They are different from Li Chen. The sect's cave is their home, so they will definitely not bring everything with them. They just take some personal belongings. Li Chen, on the other hand, was wandering around, carrying all his belongings with him. Alas, these are all things I can't use. I wonder if Miss Du's Chamber of Commerce can buy these things. Li Chen looked at Du Xinqiang, his eyes shining. He had a lot of stolen goods on him and was worried about what to do with them. Du Xinqiang smiled and nodded, of course, our Chamber of Commerce will accept anything, provided that Master Li can escort me to Tianhai City. Li Chen's troubles have been solved, and he will not be chased by the two sects in the short term, but Du Xinqiang's troubles are about to come. If Li Chen cannot help Du Xinqiang get through this difficult time, it will be difficult for him to break through on his own. 10 days later, a carriage pulled by spirit deer was moving alone on the road from Jianzhou to the ancient Haizhu. The road was deserted, and there was a bloody smell lurking in the soil. Obviously, this avenue is not as peaceful as it seems, and countless people have died here. Those who pass through this avenue are all cultivators below the cave void realm. Once you reach the Dongxi realm, you can fly. Even if these powerful monks ride in carriages, they are pulled by flying monster beasts, which makes them look more impressive. It is precisely this dividing line that has made the border between the two states a paradise for robbers and the best place to kill and rob. Generally speaking, the Chamber of Commerce that trades between the two states will hire strong men in the Five Zhang realm, or even strong men in the Dongxi realm to escort them. However, the deer chariot in front of us was moving forward alone, which was undoubtedly courting death. Li Chen, wearing a snow-white Taoist robe, is the driver of this carriage. He was wearing a conical hat and sitting in the driver's seat casually, seemingly unaware of the approaching danger. Chapter 24. Li Chen looked relaxed and at ease, like a silly son from a wealthy family, a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. A sword, a magical deer, and a chariot. In this place covered with blood, he runs rampant. His was the only carriage on the huge road, which looked extremely lonely. The woods on both sides were dark and silent, and even the singing of birds could not be heard. It is spring now, a rainy season. The sky was a little gloomy at this time. A huge black cloud floated from afar, like a giant beast covering the sky and flying into the sky. It was dark and overwhelming, giving people a strong feeling of oppression. Boom! A huge thunder echoed between heaven and earth, accompanied by flashes of lightning, and the hazy rain curtain soon submerged Li Chen. Li Chen seemed to have anticipated the coming of a heavy rain. The sound of the raindrops hitting his hat made a crisp sound, but he remained calm and did not react at all. In the silent woods, 20 barely perceptible figures quickly passed through the grass, making a rustling sound. 2 of the figures suddenly stopped and watched Li Chen's carriage gradually go away. "Brother, the appearance of the carriage matches the information, but the driver's appearance does not match the information. Could it be that we followed the wrong one?" asked the slightly shorter man in a deep voice. Su Chenjai shook his head resolutely. "No mistake, it is this carriage." "Ning, you have to remember that intelligence sometimes does not match the actual situation. Being able to adapt to circumstances is also a test for killers." He was very sure that he was not mistaken. This was Du Xinqiang's car. As for why the driver was replaced according to the intelligence, there were too many possibilities and he didn't have time to think about it. The simplest and quickest way is to take action directly and find out the situation inside the car. Su Anning nodded seriously. "Brother is right." Su Chenjai nodded with relief. "Let's follow them and act according to the plan." After saying that, he took a step forward, and his body suddenly flew into the air, as if he was stepping on an air staircase, and quickly chased in the direction of Li Chen. This is the kind of flying that can only be achieved after reaching the great perfection of the 5 organs realm. The 5 internal organs are fully opened, forming a 5-element mutual generation formation, which can provide spiritual energy continuously. There is only one level difference between the great perfection of the 5 internal organs and the 4th level of the 5 internal organs, but the strength is a world of difference. In the rain, Li Chen had already noticed the rustling sound of the rain. The Tai Chi diagram in his body began to move slowly, with spiritual energy protecting his body, ready to fight at any time. "Although I am alone, I am fearless." Li Chen believed that as long as the other party knew that there was no one in the car, they would definitely transfer a group of people away. At that time, all those who stayed behind would die. Swish! Suddenly, a sword energy suddenly attacked from the rain. Li Chen's expression remained unchanged. He quickly drew out the red sword, and a clanging sound shook the air. Boom! The attacking sword energy was split by Li Chen's sword, and the raindrops were scattered by the exploding energy. At the same time, several sharp arrows shot out from all directions. Li Chen used the red sword to perform the Liang Yi sword technique, and the crimson sword light drew a Tai Chi pattern in the air. Yin and Yang combined to form a huge vortex of spiritual energy. In an instant, all the sharp arrows changed direction at the same time and were sucked together by the Tai Chi vortex. Li Chen chopped down with his sword again, and all the sharp arrows were shattered. But as soon as one wave subsides, the second wave comes again. Countless sharp arrows were shot from all directions, accompanied by several figures jumping out from the rain, and the sharp sword energy cut through the rain curtain in an instant. Boom! Li Chen also swung out his sword energy, and the two sword energies collided with each other, exploding into a torrent of energy. The jumping spirit deer was frightened, staggered, and fell to the ground, causing the entire carriage to overturn and slide several meters. At this time, several figures jumped out from the dark rainforest. In order to prevent the spirit deer from escaping with the carriage, they chopped at the fallen spirit deer with their swords, and the deer's blood splattered everywhere. "Lulu is so cute, why do you want to kill it?" Li Chen's movements were graceful as he fought with more than a dozen figures. The crimson light was like an elf in the rain, moving frequently between the figures. He masters hundreds of sword techniques at the same time. Although they are all ordinary sword techniques and martial arts, when he is proficient in them all, he can achieve a thorough understanding and exert unimaginable power. The inspiration for the sixth style of immortal slaying that Li Chen realized was a hint of the true meaning of swordsmanship that he found among the complicated swordsmanship. Bang! In the chaos of the fight, Li Chen fought against 10 people alone and killed 2 of them. The carriage pulled by the spirit deer was finally opened, and it was discovered that there was nothing inside. Oh no! It's a trick! Execute Plan B immediately! The attackers were enraged, and nearly half of them instantly moved away, moving in an orderly manner. This is the training that an organization should have. Every time they carry out a mission, they will prepare multiple plans to prevent any unexpected events. Therefore, they fell into the trap set by Li Chen and others, but they were well prepared. Li Chen's pressure was greatly reduced during the fight, and he switched from defense to offense. The bright sword light cut the rain curtain into several pieces. Li Chen performed the first 3 moves of the immortal slaying technique in succession. His body movements were as fast as lightning, and he dodged continuously in the rainforest. The speed of the sword's sweeping light was even more astonishing, leaving several bloodlines on the enemy's body. The attackers were all shocked and almost lost in the dazzling sword light of Li Chen. "I didn't expect to meet such a genius in this small Jianzhou border." The loud voice came from far away. Su Chenjai stood with his hands behind his back, his feet on the void, and his figure left several after-images in the rain. The turbulent aura made Li Chen's eyes slightly fixed. The 5 Tibetan realm is complete. Among this group of attackers, there is indeed someone who has reached the perfect 5 organs realm. Li Chen did not dare to underestimate the other party, nor did he say a word to him. His momentum suddenly changed, and the red sword swept out directly, like a tiger descending from the mountain, extremely ferocious. Roar! A shadow of a tiger emerged in the sword light, and the tiger's roar was deafening. The 4th move of immortal beheading, Tiger Roar. Li Chen learned a total of 6 sword moves from the immortal sword canon. From 1 to 6 they are, a line of sky, loop, flash, tiger roar, dragon walk, and sword returns to 1. Su Chenjai laughed loudly, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. In his opinion, Li Chen was indeed an absolute genius, but with only the strength of the 2nd level of the 5 organs realm, he could never be his opponent. He took out a 7-foot-long silver spear from his storage ring and stabbed it out with loud laughter. In an instant, the direction of the rain suddenly changed, and the green branches swayed wildly, as if they were blown up by a tornado, or as if a dragon appeared in the world. Boom! The dragon and the tiger fought each other, and a huge deep pit exploded in the center, forming an area without rain and trees. What a pity, there is no rising genius. Even if his future achievements can rival those of the monsters on the Tianjia ranking, he will still die here. Su Chenjai sneered and stepped directly towards Li Chen. He would not give Li Chen a chance to grow, he had to deal with him quickly to avoid any trouble. But at this moment, an extremely cold breath suddenly emanated from Li Chen, and the raindrops around him froze into ice at this moment. Chapter 25. The sound of ice crystals condensing was crisp and clear, and the air temperature dropped rapidly, as if spring had turned into winter in an instant. Call. Li Chen blew out white air arrows from his mouth, and he was clearly still at the second level of the five organs realm. But for some reason, Su Chenjai felt frightened. He did not dare to delay, and his spear flew up like a dragon, pointing directly at Li Chen's vital points. The vast spiritual energy condensed into the shadow of a dragon soul on his spear, and all the spiritual energy within a 1,000-meter radius was absorbed by it. Dragon Soul Gun. This is Su Chenjai's famous spear technique, which was obtained by the ancestor of the Su family from a relic and has been passed down for hundreds of years. With one shot, even a cultivator who has reached perfection in the five organs realm will die on the spot. The attackers were all shocked and felt powerless. They felt so small in front of the huge dragon soul that they could not even think of resisting. However, facing such a shot, Li Chen grinned. The next moment, an extremely cold sword light froze the sky and rain curtain. Everyone saw a dragon rising into the sky. Under the influence of the power of the moon, it turned into an ice dragon and came to the world, freezing everything in front of it with frost. The fifth form of immortal slaying, Dragon Walk. This sword was Li Chen's first attempt to integrate the power of Taiyin into his sword moves. The huge ice dragon shocked all the attackers present. Boom! The ice dragon descended from the sky, bringing with it the power of the moon, freezing and shattering Su Chenjai's dragon soul like a torrent of wind and rain. The dragon soul disappeared, and the 7-foot-long spear broke into pieces and flew everywhere. The crystal-clear giant ice dragon reflected Su Chenjai's shock and disbelief. How is that possible? The scene before him was beyond Su Chenjai's understanding. It was too absurd. The Dragon Soul Spear technique that his family had inherited for hundreds of years was actually broken by a move from a Wuzang realm level 2. Li Chen is only at the second level of the five organs realm. No matter how talented he is or how strong his spiritual energy is, there is a limit. However, Su Chenjai had reached the great perfection of the five organs realm. He had imagined countless possibilities, but he had never thought that he would be suppressed head-on by the opponent. What kind of sword technique is this? What is that extremely cold breath? Su Chenjai had many questions in his mind, but he had no chance to think at all, as the unstoppable ice dragon had swallowed him up in one gulp. In full view of everyone, he turned into an ice sculpture. In the end, it was smashed to pieces by a dragon's tail, and the corpse's icy debris scattered all over the ground. The attackers' eyes were dull and their brains were completely unable to think. Boss is dead. The boss they revered, who had the strength of the five treasury realm great perfection, died just like that. This is impossible. Everyone simply couldn't believe what they saw and took a long time to come to their senses. Li Chen exhaled a long air arrow from his mouth again, and the power of Taiyin disappeared into his body. This attack consumed 90% of his spiritual energy, but the effect was particularly amazing. If the power of Taiyin was combined with the sixth style of Zhanxian, even a Dongxiu strongman could be killed in one move. However, the spiritual energy in Li Chen's body was not enough to support the consumption of that move. After adjusting the spiritual energy in his body, he attacked the enemy again without any hesitation. Although there is only 10% of spiritual energy left, the attackers haven't come to their senses yet and half of them have left. This is a great opportunity to wipe out the enemy. For a moment, the murderous atmosphere in the rainforest rose again. Li Chen used his fierce swordsmanship in the rain and killed all the remaining 5 Zhang realm monks. Blood mixed with rainwater irrigates this forest of bones. Thousands of meters away, on the jungle trail leading to the 2 states, Uncle Ji used his spiritual energy to lead Du Xinqiang forward quickly. The rain soaked their clothes thoroughly, and the splashed mud and sand even soiled their trouser legs. But they didn't have time to care whether their clothes were clean or not. They had to escape as far as possible during the time that Li Chen was fighting for, and it would be best if they could get out of the opponent's pursuit range. As for Li Chen's suggestion of delaying time and waiting for him to come, Du Xinqiang and Uncle Ji didn't take it too seriously. There are 20 powerful men in the 5 Zhang realm. Even if half of them leave, there are still 10 in the 5 Zhang realm. Even if Uncle Ji tried his best, he would still find it difficult to resist, let alone Li Chen who was only at the 2nd level of the 5 organs realm. Du Xinqiang was not optimistic about Li Chen's current situation. She could only pray that Li Chen would stop while he was ahead and not fight to the death with the enemy. Uncle Ji believes that Li Chen is in great danger and in serious cases, he may not live long enough to see the heavy rain stop. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard from behind. Uncle Ji stood behind Du Xinqiang without hesitation. His powerful spiritual energy formed a shield, which collided with the incoming arrows and created sparks. "Miss, please go first, I will stop them," Uncle Ji said indifferently. Du Xinqiang breathed slightly, knowing that now was not the time to be sentimental, and even the slightest hesitation would be a hindrance. She reminded him seriously, "Uncle Ji, be careful," and then continued running forward. The sound of fierce fighting came from behind, and the clanging of swords echoed for a long time. Du Xinqiang could clearly feel that the fighting situation in the rear was particularly brutal, with shrill screams being heard from time to time. In order not to become a burden, she tried her best to escape. Her gauze skirt was torn by tree branches while she was running away, leaving several bloodstains on her fair body. The fatigue on her pretty face made people feel pity for her. No matter how dark the road ahead is, Du Xinqiang will keep moving forward. Only by reaching Tianhai City can there be hope of survival and the opportunity to find out the reason for his father's disappearance. As the daughter of the president of Tianhai Chamber of Commerce, she knew that her father's disappearance was definitely related to the planning of the 3 vice presidents. If she couldn't go back and find out the truth, Du Xinqiang would not be able to rest in peace even if she died. Whoosh! A sharp arrow suddenly pierced Du Xinqiang's right arm, and the clothes on her slender arm were immediately stained red with blood. She paused abruptly and looked around vigilantly. However, the dim environment and the heavy rain made it impossible for Du Xinqiang to see the enemy's position clearly. She could only hear teasing laughter coming from all directions. What a pity! I heard that President Du's daughter was so beautiful, but now she is going to die in this deserted place. How sad! Du Xinqiang picked up the soft sword at her waist and responded coldly, "You can kill me or chop me up as you wish. What kind of a Wuzang realm cultivator are you if you are playing tricks here? If you want to kill him, just kill him, but he just keeps saying some weird nonsense here, he is obviously a pervert." It is not difficult to hear that this person is very interested in Du Xinqiang's appearance. As for what he wants to do, any smart person can guess roughly. The next second, 7 sharp arrows shot out from multiple directions. Ding! 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 Du Xinqiang was only at the Lingdan realm, and even at her fastest speed she could only block 6 arrows. Another sharp arrow instantly passed by her ear, and lifted up her veil, revealing a fair and beautiful face. Her stunning beauty made the person hiding in the dark stop moving. Du Xinqiang frowned slightly, and a hint of anger appeared on her pretty face. This attacker hiding in the dark was definitely a scoundrel. Chapter 26. 7 sharp arrows attacked from different directions, but they all had only one purpose, which was to lift Du Xinqiang's veil. If he wasn't a lecher, why wouldn't he quickly kill the target during the mission, but instead do some fancy stuff? It was obvious that the attacker thought Du Xinqiang had no way out and was trapped. He deliberately teased her just to have some fun before killing Du Xinqiang. The Du family's only daughter is indeed as beautiful as the rumors say. I am a little reluctant to kill her. Su Ning hid in the rainforest, his eyes full of covetousness and greed. He hesitated whether to capture Du Xinqiang alive and lock her up, so that he could be happy every day until he got tired of her, and then he could kill her. But if you really want to do this, you must hide this girl and create a corpse destruction scene before the big brother comes. Su Anning is not a professional killer. He is just an ordinary monk who has just joined a killer organization and has a low level of obedience to the organization. If Su Chenjai were here, he would definitely kill the person immediately. No matter how good-looking the person is, it would not shake his murderous intention. Su Anning was conflicted and his expression changed again and again. Alcohol is a poison that penetrates the intestines, and S*X is a steel knife that scrapes the bones. Su Anning's indecision gave Du Xinqiang the opportunity to escape. When Du Xinqiang found that the other party did not respond, she turned around and left. Her graceful figure was agile and graceful in the rainforest, like an elf. I don't know if it's because of her good looks, but Su Anning feels that Du Xinqiang seems to have become even more beautiful at this moment. The twisting of her graceful figure touched his heart again and again. Beautiful, so beautiful. Su Anning's eyes were blurred, and he followed closely as if possessed. One was fleeing and the other was chasing, and the distance between the two sides always remained the same. It was like the interaction between a tyrant emperor and his beloved concubine, deliberately letting the other go during the chase. At this moment, Du Xinqiang suddenly turned her head. Her beautiful face made Su Anning's mouth curl up uncontrollably. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? Du Xinqiang turned around and smiled sweetly, and even threw a coquettish glance at Su Anning. In an instant, Su Anning felt his soul being pulled, his heart pounding wildly. He didn't even notice that his pursuit had stopped without him noticing. However, before he could react, a red sword suddenly pierced through his back and into his chest. Phew! The tip of the sword, surrounded by crimson light, was only a fist away from his nose. Blood flowed down the blade, and the stinging feeling made Su Anning wake up instantly. Don't you know that roses have thorns? Li Chen's voice came from behind Su Anning, cold and frightening. He was a little confused about the situation. Why did Su Anning, who could clearly kill Du Xinqiang, follow behind like a pervert and hesitate to take action? No matter how stupid a person is, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing, right? Puzzled, Li Chen looked towards Du Xinqiang. He was first slightly shocked by the other person's beauty, and then became extremely alert. Because Du Xinqiang's pretty face seemed full of charm, the more you looked at it, the more fascinating it became. Li Chen instantly realized the problem. Swish! He pulled the sword out of the opponent's body, splashing blood all over the ground. Su Anning turned back in disbelief, the light in her pupils gradually fading. Why is it you? Where is my elder brother? He recognized Li Chen. Wasn't he the coachman who drove the carriage? Why was he here? Where is the eldest brother? This person should have died at the hands of his eldest brother. Why is he here? Su Anning's consciousness began to fade, his head became a mess, and he was no longer able to think. The heavy rain hit his face, but it couldn't keep him awake. I don't know who your eldest brother is, but I think you should be able to meet him soon. Li Chen added lightly, the meeting place is in the underworld. The Su family will not let you go. A look of pain appeared on Su Anning's face, and the pupils gradually dimmed. He didn't know what had just happened. He was hit in the heart by the other party's sword for no apparent reason. Although he was quite obsessed with women, he had never experienced such an experience as today, where his soul was directly seduced away. Su Anning wanted to struggle, but his body was out of control. He fell to the ground with a thud, completely lifeless. Du Xinqiang put on her veil again, and there seemed to be a hint of panic in her eyes, without any sense of joy of being rescued. Thank you, Master Li, for saving me. Du Xinqiang suddenly remembered that Uncle Ji was still fighting, and hurriedly shouted, Master Li, can you help me save Uncle Ji? He is right behind me. Li Chen was slightly startled and fell into silence for a moment. I just killed my way here from behind. Crash! The sound of rain seemed to become a little noisy at this moment. Du Xianqiang just stood there in a daze, letting the rain wet her body and hair. Her petite figure looked extremely fragile. She is a smart girl. The answer to why Uncle Ji didn't come over is obvious. After Li Chen killed everyone near the carriage, he rushed here immediately. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the place where the fighting sound was heard, the middle-aged man named Uncle Ji had already become a corpse. At the same time, there were 5 bodies of the attackers lying quietly beside him. Uncle Ji tried his best and used forbidden secret techniques, and finally died together with 5 powerful 5 Zhang realm masters. Li Chen thought that this person's ability was very poor, but he still admired his loyalty to his master. If it were Li Chen, he would definitely not die with the enemy in order to protect his master. In the end, only Li Chen and Du Xianqiang survived the battle, while everyone else died. Li Chen looted more than 2,000 spiritual stones from the attackers, and then he and Du Xianqiang buried Uncle Ji together, and the two walked into the ancient Haizu area. Du Xianqiang was silent on the road, as if she had many thoughts mixed together, making her very confused. Li Chen didn't ask, but he was still very curious about Du Xianqiang. Because he accidentally discovered that Du Xianqiang also had a special physique. As long as the veil is lifted, it will be full of charm, and people with unstable minds can easily fall into its trap. This is why Du Xianqiang suddenly turned around and threw a seductive look. She wanted to use her own charm to make the pursuer completely lose his mind. It just so happened that Li Chen came from behind and killed Su Anning. Among the 20 attackers, Su Anning died in the most unclear way. Mr. Li, you probably have a lot of questions in your mind, right? Du Xianqiang remained silent for a few days and finally spoke. Li Chen smiled and said, "Yes, I would like to ask Miss Du's name and whether she has a crush on someone." Surprised face. Du Xianqiang was stunned for a moment and looked up in confusion. What the hell? Ha ha ha, just kidding. Li Chen chuckled twice. I do have something I want to ask, but if you don't want to say it, I naturally won't ask. The reason I made a joke was mainly to liven up the atmosphere. The depressing atmosphere remains, making people feel very uncomfortable. Du Xianqiang also understood what he meant, and a smile immediately appeared on her beautiful face covered by the veil. Thank you for your kindness. I know what you want to ask most is definitely not Uncle Ji's story, but I am not very clear about my physical condition myself. She walked side by side with Li Chen and whispered, anyone who sees my face, regardless of gender, age, or status, will slowly lose their mind. Chapter 27. Even my parents would gradually lose their minds if they looked at my face for too long. Du Xianqiang spoke in a serious tone, recalling some bad past events. Her father had lost his mind and almost did something worse than an animal to her. Fortunately, her mother appeared in time to prevent the tragedy from happening. When the father woke up, he was ashamed. Although nothing happened, he still didn't dare to face his daughter again. He felt that his heart was not clean and wanted to leave Tianhai City alone. However, Tianhai Chamber of Commerce could not lose his leadership, so Du Xianqiang took the initiative to leave Guhaizu and came to Jianzhou to do business. Du Xianqiang did not tell Li Chen about these things. After all, family disgrace should not be made public. You have a special physique. If you use it well, it can become a powerful weapon. Li Chen said seriously. His Taiyin body also has its advantages and disadvantages, so he can empathize with Du Xianqiang's distress. Ever since he felt the power of Taiyin, he knows how great the benefits of his physique are. Once utilized, this physique will become Du Xianqiang's killer weapon. Li Chen finally understood why his simulated self was unwilling to marry Du Xianqiang. In addition to not wanting to disappoint Du Xianqiang, there must also be physical reasons. If I were seduced by my wife, wouldn't she control everything for me and there would be no secrets at all? My family and I have tried to find ways to control our physical condition, but after so many years, we have found nothing. I have given up hope. The worst that can happen is that I will spend my life wearing a veil. Du Xinqiang smiled bitterly. She had a pretty face but she couldn't show it to anyone. This is a huge blow to a woman. There will always be a way. Things in this world are unpredictable and no one can predict what will happen in the future. Li Chen comforted softly. These words came from his heart because he had simulated many futures. Different choices will lead to different futures, different opportunities, and different people to accompany you throughout your life. Li Chen believes that the future has unlimited possibilities. As they walked and talked, they could already see the outline of Tianhai City in front of them. Looking from afar, they could clearly feel the majesty and splendor of this city. After more than half a month, they finally arrived at their destination. Tianhai City covers an area several times that of Qing'an City. The sizes of the two are like those of a cat and a tiger, with a huge difference. This place is already part of Tianhai City's territory. Even the three vice presidents of the Chamber of Commerce don't dare to attack Li Chen and the others openly. Basically, arriving here means that Du Xinqiang's victory can be declared, and the position of president will be smoothly transferred to Du Xinqiang in the near future. Li Chen was in a very happy mood. The 10,000 spiritual energy stones were stable. Thank you for seeing me off, Master Li. I will give you 10,000 spiritual energy stones within 7 days. If you don't mind, Master Li, you can stay at my house for a while. Just returned to Tianhai City, Du Xinqiang had a lot of things to do. The first thing is to rectify the internal affairs of the Chamber of Commerce, and the second is to catch the three vice presidents' handles. Tianhai merchants must undergo a major change. Only after everything was done did Du Xinqiang have the opportunity to take out 10,000 spiritual energy stones for Li Chen. Sure, I just happened to come to Tianhai City to stroll around and get some information. Li Chen smiled and nodded, not in a hurry at all. Some time ago, he looted more than 2,000 spirit stones from the bodies of the attackers, enough for him to squander for a while. After Li Chen sent Du Xinqiang back to the Du family mansion, he went to the city center alone to stroll around. This city is so large and prosperous that one street is a kilometer wide. However, such a huge street does not appear empty at all. Li Chen was dazzled by the colorful lighting decorations and the busy traffic. There were also a large number of giant monsters of strange shapes, moving slowly forward under the control of the monks, their heavy legs trampling on the white jade-like floor, making muffled sounds. How big has a spiritual pill realm monster grown? Li Chen looked curious. He had basically never encountered any monsters in Jianzhou. The dead spirit deer was the first demon beast Li Chen saw, but unfortunately it was only at the body tempering stage. However, in Tianhai City, there are all kinds of monsters roaming around, and there are countless species. Every monster opens Li Chen's eyes and makes him feel novel. He looked up and the scene that came into view was even more magnificent. The luxurious city lord's mansion was suspended in mid-air, with colorful lights shining around it. The mysterious runes formed a formation that enveloped the city and added a bit of mystery to it. There are also several tower-like buildings that reach into the sky, with angular appearance and glittering golden color, which are so luxurious that they make people yearn for them. This is the Tianhai City auction house that appeared in Li Chen's simulation. Li Chen naturally would not miss this place. He walked into the auction house. The magnificent interior is dazzling, and the overall space is dominated by golden and magenta tones. There is a huge flow of people here. There are elegant and wealthy young men gathering together to chat. There are also passing monks with their faces covered in murderous aura. They all cast their eyes on a projection of a formation. Why was Lei Hui, ranked 78th on the Tianjiao list, removed from the list? It is said that he offended Liu Qinghan, who was ranked 59th. The two fought in Pingzhou and Lei Hui was killed in the end. I really didn't expect that the ranking of the Tianjiao list would change only once every 100 years, and the result was caused by a fight between Tian Jiao. Inside the auction house, many monks were discussing the matter. Tianhai auction house not only auctions items, but also sells weapons, magic weapons, martial arts secrets, gossip information, etc. It also provides food, housing, entertainment for monks. So not all the people gathered here are here for the auction. This is also an entertainment venue for many powerful people, and the amount of money that flows here every day is frighteningly large. Look at the name of the 100th new genius, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked at the name at the bottom, number 100 on the prodigy list, Shi Kai from Tianhai City, 6th extreme realm. Hiss! Isn't this the son of our city lord? He actually secretly reached the 6th level. And even made it onto the Tianjia ranking. It's incredible. Master Shi hit it too deeply. If it weren't for the update of the Tianjia ranking, we would probably still be kept in the dark. You do not say. Everyone's eyes widened and there was an uproar. The newly promoted 100th genius is none other than the son of the lord of Tianhai City Shi Kaihu. Although the spiritual energy of ancient Haizu is not as thin as that of Jianzhou, it is not a place rich in spiritual energy either. Being able to grow up to become a figure on the list of geniuses in a place like this, even if it is just a flash in the pan, is enough to brag about for 100 years. Li Chen bought a map of ancient Haizu and some rumors about Narcissus at the auction house. Hearing the noise here, he also walked into the crowd and became one of the spectators. Looking at the information on the Tianjiao list, Li Chen finally understood why the tea drinkers at that time were unwilling to tell him about the Tianjiao list in detail. It turns out that the lowest level of cultivation on the Tianjiao list is the 6th extreme realm. After the 5 Zhang realm is the Dongxi realm, and then the 6 extreme realm. There is a whole realm gap between him and the bottom level figures on the Tianjiao list, which is really discouraging. Uncle, do you know what the requirements are for being on the Tianjiao list? Li Chen gently patted the shoulder of an old man next to him. As a result, the old man's white beard trembled and he cursed, "Who are you calling uncle? Do I look that old? Call me handsome boy." Chapter 28. Li Chen was shocked by the old man's shamelessness. Calling the other person uncle was already giving him face, but this uncle was so greedy that he even asked him to call him handsome boy. It really subverted my whole view. Can you have a bit of the temperament of a monk? Oh, yes, yes, yes. Excuse me, handsome boy, do you know what the requirements are for being on the Tianjiao list? Li Chen said in a negative tone. Hearing this, the old man immediately turned from anger to joy, stroking his beard and said, not bad, little brother, you are very sensible. The conditions for being on the Tianjiao list are actually very simple. That is, anyone under the age of 100 has the possibility of being on the list. No matter what your cultivation level is, as long as you are strong enough, you will be on the Tianjia ranking. The old man spoke quite easily and simply. But in fact, it is more difficult to be on the list of geniuses than to establish a sect. There are tens of millions of cultivators in a large state, and countless geniuses. What's more, you are competing with all the geniuses from the 3,000 states for these 100 positions. Who made the list of geniuses? How credible is it? What are the benefits of being on the list of geniuses? Li Chen asked again. The old man tilted his head slightly, moved his ears slightly, and there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Li Chen understood instantly, secretly scolding the other party for being an idiot, then respectfully clasped his fists and said, "Please tell me, handsome boy." Hearing this, the old man felt relieved and said leisurely, "This list of geniuses was made by Zhongzhou Tianji sect. I can't say it is absolutely correct, but it is 99% correct. The Tianji sect has a longer history than the Zhongzhou dynasty. It has existed in the 3,000 states for tens of thousands of years. All the information about the 3,000 states is recorded there. Every disciple of the Tianji sect has mastered a kind of deduction ability. They don't need to travel around the continent to know the major events in the world. The Tianjia ranking was deduced by the disciples of the Tianji sect, and there has not been any mistake so far. The old man paused and looked at Li Chen with a strange look. As for what are the benefits of being on the Tianjiao list? Is it possible that the glory after being on the Tianjiao list is a benefit in itself? Countless geniuses have worked tirelessly to get on the genius list. But when it came to Li Chen's mouth, the Tianjiao list had a different meaning, as if there were no extra prizes and it was not worth climbing at all. Okay, thank you, sir. Li Chen nodded expressionlessly, then cast his gaze towards the first position on the Tianjiao list, 9-star Holy Land Zhongguan, 3 Realms realm. Li Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he cursed him inwardly as a pervert. It turns out that what really hits people is not the Tianjiao list, but the evildoers at the top of the Tianjiao list. Damn, the gap between the first and the 100th place is actually 2 huge realms. This is no ordinary blow. Fortunately, he has a simulator that allows him to grow quickly in a short period of time, otherwise he would really be broken by this ranking of geniuses. Hey? What's wrong with you? You took advantage of me and turned your back on me, right? Hearing Li Chen calling him uncle, this man immediately got furious and his cultivation in the void realm burst out. He wanted to grab Li Chen and force him to call him handsome again. Unexpectedly, Li Chen suddenly retreated and shouted, "Hurry up! This old man is going to hit someone." The sudden situation attracted the attention of all the monks who were watching. Fighting is prohibited in Tianhai City. Is this old man tired of living? Isn't this Uncle Liang? He must have forced others to call him handsome again. The other party didn't want to, so he deliberately bullied the other party. What a shameless old man! Don't be afraid, my friend. No one dares to take action in Tianhai City. This shameless old man is just trying to scare you. That's right, my friend, just leave immediately. He doesn't dare to attack you. There are quite a lot of people with chivalrous hearts, and they all spoke out in support of Li Chen. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhe immediately cursed angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Which eye saw me hitting someone? You are slandering me. Thank you. Thank you all for your help. I'm leaving now. If this person follows me, I hope you can help stop him." Li Chen thanked him gratefully with a bright smile, then turned and left. Liang Zhe, who was left cursing, was blocked by a group of people in the auction and given a verbal education. In the evening, Li Chen randomly found a luxurious inn to have dinner. When he paid the bill, he spent a lot of money. He missed the simulation opportunity. He came back to the Du family mansion and heard a noise at the door. "Miss, for the sake of our blood relationship, please let them go." "Let them go? My father is still missing and the culprit is right in front of me. How can you let them go?" Inside the Du family mansion, a middle-aged housekeeper was bowing and clasping his fists to Du Xinqiang. There were nearly 10 people kneeling in front of the 2 men, including men, women, young, and old. They are all members of the Du family, some are direct relatives and some are collateral relatives. Du Xinqiang's return was unexpected by everyone in the mansion. The journey from Qing'an City in Jianzhou to Tianhai City in ancient Haizhou is not only long, but also full of dangers. In particular, the 3 vice presidents are eyeing Du Xinqiang covetously and there is no way they will let her go. Even the people in the Du family believed that Du Xinqiang would definitely die on the road. But no one expected that Du Xinqiang would be able to come back here alive and take over the family power in the first place. If the Du family's relatives are killed, it will be bad for the Du family's reputation and will weaken the Du family's voice in the Chamber of Commerce to a certain extent. The housekeeper spoke in a low voice, and it seemed that he really was thinking about the Du family. Du Xinqiang said with a cold look in her eyes, "Butler Pang, from what you said, you want to protect these traitors." "I dare not. I am only thinking about the Du family," Butler Pang said in panic. Suddenly, his brows raised, as if he had realized something, and vast spiritual energy burst out from his body. Butler Pang instantly arrived at the gate of the mansion and punched Li Chen. Layers of energy exploded continuously, and the sound of the explosion was deafening. Li Chen's pupils shrank as he was startled by the sudden attack. He subconsciously drew his sword, gathering all his energy and spirit, and mastered hundreds of sword moves. Wait a minute. Just when he was about to perform the sixth move of Immortal Beheading, Du Xianqiang in the mansion suddenly interrupted him. Call. Butler Pang stopped moving suddenly. A strong wind blew in his face, raising dust all around and making Li Chen's clothes rustle. This person is my savior. He is staying at my Du family for a few days. Butler Pang must not be rude. Du Xin walked out of the mansion with lotus steps and nodded slightly to Li Chen. I am very sorry, Mr. Li, Butler Pang did not know about this. I hope you can understand. As an apology, you can stay in the mansion for as long as you want. I will treat you with the highest courtesy. So you are the young lady's savior. I am sorry for being rude. Mr. Li, please come in quickly. Butler Pang's cultivation was instantly retracted, and his attitude changed 180 degrees, with an apologetic smile on his face, which was in stark contrast to what he had just done. If Li Chen hadn't seen the strength that Butler Pang had just displayed, he would never have thought that the servant in front of him was actually a powerful person in the Void Realm. Chapter 29. The Du family is indeed a wealthy family that controls the Tianhai Chamber of Commerce. A mere housekeeper has the cultivation level of the Void Realm. Li Chen was secretly shocked. He smiled slightly and said, "It's okay." Fortunately, Butler Pang stopped in time. "Everything is fine. Thanks to Miss Du's reminder." Li Chen looked at Butler Pang with a smile, but these words didn't sound right to him. But Butler Pang didn't seem to care. He bowed very low and apologized again, "It was my fault for being impulsive. Thank you Mr. Li for your understanding and thank you Miss for your reminder. Alright, I'll take Master Li in. Butler Pang, keep an eye on these people. No one is allowed to get up without my permission." Du Xianqiang turned around coldly and walked into the mansion with Li Chen. "When I get back, I'll deal with these family traitors." Li Chen looked back at Butler Pang with interest. The other party's respectful appearance made him look like an old fox. "Miss Du, where does this Butler Pang come from?" Li Chen asked curiously. He felt that this Butler Pang seemed to have two hidden personalities, or he was very forbearing. Anyway, Butler Pang is not as simple as he seems. Du Xianqiang responded softly, "As an orphan, I have worked hard in my Du family for more than 30 years, but..." She paused, not knowing how to continue. This Butler Pang gave her a very strange feeling. Sometimes he looks like a loyal servant, sometimes like a traitor. Du Xianqiang was not sure whether Butler Pang had betrayed her during the time she was away. The specific situation needed further investigation. This housekeeper Pang is at the Void Realm. Does Miss Du have any way to suppress him? Li Chen asked again. If the other party answered that he couldn't suppress his anger, he would turn around and leave, and would never get involved in this muddy water. Don't worry, Mr. Li. The Du family has a strong foundation. You are safe here. Du Xianqiang smiled softly. She understood what Li Chen was worried about. Safety is a ghost. Li Chen laughed, but couldn't help but complain in his heart. In the simulation, he and Du Xianqiang died together in Tianhai City. There was no place that was truly safe. We are here, Mr. Li, please come in. This is the best VIP room in our Du family. You can make any request you want. The Du family will try its best to meet all your needs. Got it, Miss Du, go and do your work, don't worry about me. Li Chen pushed the door open and walked in. The interior decoration was quite gorgeous, and one could feel the sincerity of the Du family. He closed the doors and windows, sat cross-legged on the bed, and turned on the life simulator. Use once, consumes 100 spirit stones. During the more than half a month of traveling, Li Chen practiced on his own every night, and he deeply felt how slow his practice speed was, and the improvement was almost unnoticeable. Because of this, Li Chen couldn't help but laugh at himself whenever he mentioned cultivation. Practice? Practice shit. It's better to throw it to the simulator. At the age of 19, you escorted Du Xianqiang to Tianhai City, but were also involved in the competition among the Chamber of Commerce. In order to avoid the competition among the Chamber of Commerce, you secluded yourself in the Du family mansion for 7 days and successfully received the reward. You left Tianhai City and were attacked by a strong man in the cave void realm on the way to Narcissus town. You narrowly escaped. At the age of 20, you were in Narcissus town and obtained important information about Narcissus cave. A few days later, on your way to Qingzhou, you were attacked by 3 powerful men in the void realm. You learned from them that they were from the Su family. After a fierce battle, you escaped from the hands of 3 people with serious injuries and hid in Fenggao City in Qingzhou to recuperate. One day, you saw your wanted poster on the wanted panel of Fenggao City. At the age of 21, you recovered from your injuries and came to Hitai Mountain in Qingzhou. While searching for a map, you were attacked by more than 20 assassins. You searched Hitai Mountain for more than half a month and finally found the map of Narcissus Cave. At the age of 22, you followed the map of Narcissus Cave and came to Heiyang City in ancient Haizhu. You discovered the Narcissus Cave under the Black Sun City, and also met Liu Zhengping, who asked you why you didn't join the 5 Elements sect. You were unable to defend yourself, and a conflict broke out between you and him. You, with your cultivation level of the 2nd level of the 5 organs realm, fought evenly with Liu Zhengping, who is at the 5th level of the 5 organs realm. During the fierce battle, a powerful man from the Su family suddenly appeared and killed you all. He was only 22 years old. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. After choosing the martial arts realm, Li Chen fell into deep thought. The Su family caused him a lot of trouble. They kept biting him like a mad dog. Not only did they send out strong men from the void realm to hunt him down, they also issued a wanted order for him. Li Chen didn't know that the Su brothers he killed were the only 2 remaining males in the Su family. The head of the Su family lost his fertility due to some special reasons. He only had 2 sons, and they died at the hands of Li Chen. Anyone would go crazy because of this. Liu Zhengping is also a trouble. Li Chen sighed. He thought that after leaving Jianzhou, he would never see Liu Zhengping again in his life. But he never expected that he not only met Liu Zhengping, but also met him at the entrance of Narcissus Cave. Could it be that Liu Zhengping is also looking for Narcissus Cave? The map information was obtained in Narcissus town. The map is in Hitai Mountain in Qingzhou, and the Narcissus Cave is under the ground of Heiyang City. Back and forth, going around in a big circle. I'll go directly to Black Sun City to look for the underground entrance, and maybe I can find the Narcissus Cave mansion. As the number of simulations increased, Li Chen no longer just looked at the simulation results to see how much his cultivation had improved, nor did he just think about why the characters in the simulation appeared in front of him. Instead, we first analyze the next simulation and decide in which direction to start. A simulation is always a simulation. He doesn't think there is any need to worry too much about things that haven't happened yet. Come again. Come again. Another 100 spirit stones were consumed. Li Chen, who had more than 2,000 spirit stones, didn't feel sorry at all. At the age of 19, you escorted Du Xianqiang to Tianhai City, but were also involved in the competition among the Chamber of Commerce. In order to avoid the competition among the Chamber of Commerce, you secluded yourself in the Du family mansion for 7 days and successfully received the reward. Before leaving, you asked Du Xianqiang to send a strong man in the Void Realm to escort you to Black Sun City. On the 5th day after departure, you were attacked by a cultivator from the Su family in the Void Realm on the road. You and a cultivator from the Du family killed him together. 1 month later, you successfully arrived at Black Sun City under the escort of the Du family monks. Another month has passed. You found the underground entrance outside Black Sun City and successfully opened the Narcissus Cave. You obtained a formation secret book, a martial arts technique, a body movement secret book, and a sword technique martial arts in the cave. You found a bead in the cave that can trigger the power of Taiyan. You absorbed all of the beads, successfully opened the secret storage of kidney water, and broke through to the 3rd level of the 5 organs realm. At the age of 22, you have been in seclusion in the Narcissus Cave for 3 years. When you are about to break through to the 4th level of the 5 organs realm, Liu Zhengping breaks in and interrupts your breakthrough opportunity. The other party recognized your identity and asked you why you didn't join the 5 Elements sect. You were unable to defend yourself and a conflict broke out between you and the other party. You killed Liu Zhengping with just one move, and found an ancient book about the most powerful method on him. Chapter 30. At the age of 23, you used the large amount of spiritual energy stones in the cave to practice hard and entered the 4th level of the 5 organs realm. One day, 3 powerful cave masters suddenly broke into the cave, and they attacked you without hesitation. You had a fierce battle with 3 cave void realm experts, and you were seriously injured. At the critical moment, you used the power of the formation to trap and kill the 3 people. You were seriously injured and unconscious, and because you didn't get treatment for a long time, you died of your injuries. This! Li Chen never expected to die in such a miserable way. He thought that he would be killed by the 3 Dongxi realm masters working together, but he didn't expect that he was so fierce and knew how to use the formation to trap and kill the opponent. Those are 3 people in the cave void realm. Li Chen, with the 4th level of Wuzang realm cultivation, killed 3 Dongxi realm powerhouses. If this battle were to be spread, it would definitely cause quite a stir. However, he killed all his enemies and still died. Is this what happens to lone wolves? If Li Chen had had a teammate, he wouldn't have died so miserably. Even if he was killed by his teammates, it would be much better than dying like this. It is indeed embarrassing to die from serious injuries. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial Arts Boundary. 2. Memory of the Technique. I gained a lot from this simulation. Not only did I break through the realm twice, but I also obtained many secret manuals on martial arts. You won't lose no matter which one you choose, but the level of cultivation is still the first choice. So Li Chen chose the martial arts realm without hesitation. Boom! In an instant, the spiritual energy in the Du family mansion rushed towards Li Chen's room, forming a huge spiritual energy vortex. Several void realm cultivators in the Du family mansion opened their eyes at the same time, surprised by Li Chen's breakthrough. A small Wuzang realm can actually attract such a huge amount of spiritual energy, which shows that his foundation is quite solid. Whose family trained this genius disciple? If he wasn't a genius disciple trained by a large sect, how could he have attracted such a huge amount of spiritual energy? The more powerful the signs of breakthrough are, the more solid the person's foundation is and the higher the level of his skills. This is why several people were shocked. If this trend continues, when Li Chen reaches the Void Realm, he will definitely be able to beat everyone present. When did my Du family have such a distinguished guest? Old Fourth, you just came out of seclusion, so you don't know, Xinqiang is back, and this distinguished guest is the benefactor who escorted Xinqiang. Really? Then you should thank him very much. When this boy first came into my house, I checked him out. His bone age is only 19 this year. His future is limitless. Several members of the Du family who were at the Void Realm discussed this through their spiritual sense. Li Chen didn't know that his every move was under the surveillance of the other party. The biggest difference between the Dongxue realm and the Wuzang realm is that the former possesses the ability to detect with spiritual sense. The kidney water in Li Chen's body emitted blue light, and the liver wood emitted green light. His body greedily absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and his cultivation level soared rapidly. In less than a moment, Li Chen broke through from the second level of the five organs realm to the fourth level of the five organs realm. Even the few Dongxue masters who were observing secretly were stunned by his continuous breakthroughs. He broke through 2 realms overnight without taking any rare treasures, and was not in a blessed place. Just by absorbing spiritual energy, one can break through from the second level of the five organs realm to the fourth level of the five organs realm? This is truly unheard of. This boy has the potential to be on the Tianjia ranking, he is worth winning over. The idea of winning over appeared in the minds of several Dongxue monks at the same time. Inside the guest room, the cold air caused the temperature inside to drop sharply, and bits of frost condensed and spread. The opening of the kidney water allowed Li Chen to have more control over the power of Taiyan. If the power of Taiyan was activated at 1% before, it is now activated at 3%. Don't underestimate this small number. In fact, the power of Taiyan has increased by 3 times. I also want the skills in the Narcissus Cave, and I am also interested in Liu Zhenping's ancient book about the most powerful skills. However, the information in the ancient book is not a secret manual of skills, so it cannot be transformed into memory inheritance. Li Chen took the power of Taiyan back into his body and set his sights on the secret manual of Narcissus Cave. Maybe I can learn some information from the ancient books in the simulation. If that doesn't work, I'll go find Liu Zhenping directly. Anyway, his current cultivation is definitely not as strong as mine. Li Chen speculated and felt that Liu Zhenping should have obtained the ancient book a long time ago. In the previous simulations, Liu Zhenping had mentioned the strongest methods to him. One was the strongest method in the Lingdan realm, and the other was the strongest method in the Wuzang realm. Could it be that the most powerful method in the Cave Void realm is the martial arts method in the Narcissus Cave Mansion? The more Li Chen thought about it, the more he felt that it was very possible, otherwise why would Li Zhenping appear in Narcissus Cave? In order to find the answer, he continued to consume the Spirit Stone and performed another life simulation. There was nothing to do anyway, so Li Chen planned to spend the next 7 days in simulation. At the age of 19, you went into seclusion in the Du family mansion for 7 days and successfully received your reward. A powerful man from the Du family in the Void Realm showed his affection to you and wanted you to join the Du family. You politely rejected him. On the way to Heiyang City, you encountered a cultivator from the Su family who was in the Void Realm. You and a cultivator from the Du family killed him together. 1 month later, under the escort of the Du family monks, you successfully arrived at Black Sun City. Another month has passed. You have found the underground entrance to Black Sun City and successfully opened the Narcissus Cave. In the cave, you obtained a formation secret book, a cave realm technique, a body technique secret book, and a sword technique martial arts. At the age of 22, you have been practicing in seclusion in a cave for 3 years. Liu Zhenping suddenly breaks into the cave. He recognizes your identity and asks you why you didn't join the Five Elements sect. Your sweet talk didn't work. The other party didn't believe your lies at all, and a conflict broke out between you and Liu Zhenping. You easily killed Liu Zhenping and found an ancient book about the most powerful method from him. At the age of 23, you left with all the supplies in the cave, and the Du family's Cave Void Realm cultivator waited for you in Black Sun City for 4 years. You learned from the Du family monk that the Yin Yang School, Yin Feng School, and Su family jointly issued a wanted order for you. The Du family's Dongxue Realm cultivator wanted to take you back to the Du family to avoid the limelight, but you refused again. At the age of 24, you wandered and fought alone in Sankyunzhou, and made your way to Pingzhou. The Five Elements sect discovered that Liu Zhenping was killed by you, and began to hunt you down. After countless fights, you have broken through to the 5th level of the 5 organs realm. At the age of 25, you met a sword fanatic in Pingzhou. He admired your sword skills and wanted to become your disciple, but you rejected him. The sword maniac is relentless and sticks to you like a piece of taffy. You find yourself unable to shake him off. After asking, you find out that he is actually a 3 realms realm expert. At the age of 26, you led your sword maniac to wipe out the Yin-Yang sect, Yin-Feng sect, 5 Elements sect, and the Su family. You accidentally discovered that the sword maniac following you was actually Ji Jiangwen, who was ranked 9th on the Tianjiao list. At the age of 30, you have never taught Ji Jiangwen any sword moves, but he has imitated 90% of your 6 immortal slashing styles. Chapter 31. At the age of 32, Ji Jiangwen imitated your 6 immortal slashing styles. He wanted to become your disciple and learn the immortal slashing sword canon, but you rejected him again. At the age of 33, Ji Jiangwen wanted to become your disciple and learn the spiritual water rain sword, but was rejected by you again. At the age of 34, Ji Jiangwen wanted to become his disciple and learn the immortal sword canon and the spiritual water rain sword. You were worried about not being able to break through the cave void realm, and you rejected him again out of frustration. At the age of 35, Ji Jiangwen could no longer bear it. In order to get the immortal sword canon from you, he killed you with 1 sword. He was 35 years old. Seeing this result, Li Chen was speechless. The other party was indeed a sword fanatic. He was willing to lower his status in order to learn swordsmanship. He followed him for more than 10 years and helped him to wipe out all the enemies. However, in order to learn swordsmanship, this person is also quite crazy. After being rejected for more than 10 years, she finally couldn't stand it anymore and killed him. Li Chen did not resent the other party for this, but just felt a little amused. It was really outrageous to force a sword fanatic to this point. The spirit water rain sword mentioned in the simulation should be the sword technique in the Narcissus Cave Mansion. This time the simulation realm was raised to the great perfection of the 5 Zhang realm, but Li Chen did not plan to choose the martial arts realm. Because this time the martial arts memory is more cost-effective. There are quite a lot of martial arts techniques in Narcissus Cave, among which sword skills and body skills are what he lacks most at the moment. Although he has the immortal sword manual, he can develop unlimited sword moves. However, the immortal sword canon is not a complete book of sword techniques, but a collection of separate moves that cannot be connected together. It is more like a single sword technique with only offense and no defense. A complete sword technique routine can be used for both offense and defense, with coherent moves and can produce a smooth and flowing effect. When facing an enemy stronger than himself, it is impossible for Li Chen to not defend himself the entire time. During the last battle, he clearly felt that his defensive ability was very weak. If he had not mastered enough ordinary sword techniques, he would have been injured. But ordinary swordsmanship is always ordinary swordsmanship. No matter how many swordsmanship you are proficient in, it is not as good as an advanced swordsmanship martial art. The sword skills in Narcissus Cave must be very good and can make up for Li Chen's shortcomings in this area. And most importantly, Li Chen also wanted to know whether Lu Zhenping's ancient book could be passed down as a memory of martial arts. He was very interested in that ancient book. As a cultivator, how could I not be interested in the most powerful method? After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Select the technique to remember. Li Chen said to himself, and in an instant, a large number of martial arts memories and understandings began to emerge in his mind. Spiritual water rain sword. The art of forging gods by drops of water becoming an ocean. Still water body. 3 unfamiliar martial arts memories attracted Li Chen's attention. The first one, Spirit Water Rain Sword, is the sword technique he needs most. The characteristic of swordsmanship is that it is like a long drizzle, sometimes sparse and hazy, and sometimes violent and continuous. There is almost no gap between the moves, and each move is seamlessly connected. According to his memory of this sword technique, Li Chen can use this sword technique to break through all 9 realms. No wonder Ji Jiangwen admires this sword technique so much. A sword technique that penetrates the 9 realms is already one of the top sword techniques in the 3000 states. Since Shuixian is called an immortal, it is normal for his swordsmanship to penetrate all 9 realms. However, this swordsmanship doesn't seem to be worthy of being called an immortal swordsmanship, right? Could it be that the name of immortal is self-proclaimed? Li Chen felt a little confused, and he immediately recalled that water drops become oceans to learn about Narcissus's background. However, this recollection only made me more confused. Narcissus's skills actually only have 9 major realms? What is going on? Is Narcissus really watery? Or is this technique incomplete? Li Chen looked thoughtful. It seems that I have to go to the Narcissus cave in person. There must be other information recorded there, but those things are not martial arts techniques, so they cannot be inherited into my mind. Although the art of forging the soul by dropping water into the sea does not contain content above the 9 realms, it can allow Li Chen to practice all the way to the realm of life and death. This alone is very profitable. The tempering the spirit in this technique refers to forging spiritual consciousness. By practicing this method, one can forge a vast amount of spiritual consciousness into drops of water, and one drop of water becomes an ocean. When water droplets form a vast ocean, the strength of spiritual consciousness is comparable to the stars in the universe. Liu Zhengping definitely came here for this martial arts technique. Li Chen instantly concluded that this martial arts technique was the strongest Dongxue technique. It is completely tailor-made for the spiritual consciousness of the Dongxue realm. The last one is the martial art of body movement in Narcissus Cave still water body. This martial art of body movement may look ordinary, but it is exquisite and strange. The movements are like flowing water, agile and swift, and difficult to touch. As Li Chen expected, the ancient book about the most powerful method was not inherited at all. In addition, he discovered that there was a formation that had not been inherited. Although he was not very interested in formations, formations had a wide range of applications and were something he must understand. For example, the soundproof array in the in-room, the projection array of the Tianjiao list, the defense array protecting the city, etc. Since coming to Tianhai City, Li Chen felt that there were formations everywhere around him. If he did not have a certain understanding of the formations, it would be easy to suffer losses in some way. This further strengthened his determination to go to Narcissus Cave. Use once, consumes 100 spirit stones. Yes. At the age of 19, you went into seclusion in the Du family mansion for 7 days and successfully received your reward. The powerful man of the Du family in the Void Realm showed goodwill to you and wanted you to join the Du family. You agreed to his request, but you had to go to Black Sun City first. The Du family sent Butler Pang to escort you to Black Sun City. 3 days later, Butler Pang suddenly reveals his identity as a member of the Xianming sect on the road. He invites you to join the sect. You must accept or die. You rejected the invitation, and several mysterious strong men suddenly appeared and slapped you to death. You were 19 years old. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Li Chen, Sigma? What the hell, this is too sudden. It turns out that Butler Pang is not a good person. The Xianming sect is the largest evil cult in the 3000 states. Although its headquarters is not in Guhai's, its followers are spread all over the world, and they feed on human blood to increase their cultivation. Every powerful person in Xianming sect rose to the top by stepping on mountains of corpses and bones, so everyone in the 3000 states wanted to kill them. Li Chen had guessed that Butler Pang was not a good person, but he never thought that he was a member of the Xianming sect. He thought that such a large sect was far away from him. It now seems that some people who seem out of reach are actually lurking around us. This simulation was too short and there was no improvement at all. After Li Chen selected the martial arts realm, he consumed another 100 spirit stones and started a new round of simulation. Chapter 32. At the age of 19, you went into seclusion in the Du family mansion for 7 days and successfully received your reward. The powerful man of the Du family in the Void Realm showed his goodwill to you and wanted you to join the Du family. You agreed to his request, but you have to go to Black Sun City first. The Du family wanted to send Butler Pang to escort you to Haiyang City. You asked to replace him with another cave Void Realm cultivator. The Du family did not reject your request. 3 days later, the Dongxi Realm monk who escorted you suddenly revealed his identity as a member of the Xianming sect on the road. He invited you to join the sect. You either accept it or die. You rejected the invitation, and several mysterious strong men suddenly appeared and slapped you to death. You were 19 years old. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Chen laughed at himself and cursed in his heart, is this the Xianming lair? The person who changed is actually a disciple of Xianming sect. It must be a coincidence. Li Chen didn't believe it and started the life simulator again. At the age of 19, you went into seclusion in the Du family mansion for 7 days and successfully received your reward. The powerful man of the Du family in the Void Realm showed his goodwill to you and wanted you to join the Du family. You agreed to his request, but you have to go to Black Sun City first. You informed Du Xinqiang of the identity of Butler Pang. After investigation, Du Xinqiang arrested Butler Pang without hesitation and investigated the family members. For your safety, the Du family sent 3 cave realm monks to escort you to Haiyang City. 3 days later, a dark figure suddenly appeared on the road and slapped you to death. You were 19 years old. What the hell? What's going on? Is it true that among the 3 Dongxi realm cultivators sent by the Du family, there is a disciple of Xianming sect? Or are these 3 people all disciples of the Xianming sect? Li Chen thinks both are wrong. After his reminder, the Du family might not be able to identify all the Xianming sect members, but they would not send untrustworthy people to escort him. The Du family still has this ability to get things done. It may also be that I was retaliated by the Xianming sect on the way, and the 3 Dongxi realm monks were too late to protect me. Li Chen muttered, pinching his chin. If this is true, how powerful is the other party? 6 extreme realms? It seems that the other party's purpose in killing me is because I joined the Du family. Before joining the Du family, Li Chen had successfully reached Haiyang City. But since he agreed to join the Du family, he began to encounter the Xianming sect, and then died for refusing the invitation. After analyzing the reason for the encounter with Xianming sect, Li Chen did not intend to avoid this disaster. The purpose of the simulation was to find out whether he could reach Haiyang City safely. Now he has come to the conclusion that as long as he does not join the Du family, he can successfully reach Haiyang City. Then Li Chen planned to use the simulator to learn more about the 3000 states. The more he knew, the more opportunities he would be able to encounter. After randomly selecting the martial arts realm option, Li Chen smashed the spirit stone into it again. He still had more than 1,000 spirit stones on hand, enough for him to spend for 7 days. At the age of 19, you went into seclusion in the Du family mansion for 7 days and successfully received your reward. The powerful man of the Du family in the Void Realm showed goodwill to you and wanted you to join the Du family. You agreed to his request, but you had to go to Black Sun City first. The Du family sent Butler Pang to escort you to Black Sun City. 3 days later, Butler Pang suddenly reveals his identity as a member of the Xianming sect on the road. He invites you to join the sect. You must accept or die. You agreed to join the Xianming sect and took the Xianming pill handed to you by Butler Pang. 2 months later, you took away all the resources in the Narcissus Cave and returned to the Du family with butler Peng. At the age of 20, a new servant came to the Du family. Butler Peng told you that this person is Mo Hongyu, a disciple of the Xianming sect. If he performs well, he will be taught the Xianming sect's skills. At the age of 21, Mo Hongyu felt that you were loyal and devoted, so he taught you the Xianming sect's Xianming palm and Xianming blood-sucking skill. At the age of 22, Du Xinqiang still couldn't find her missing father. You comforted her and won her great favor. At the age of 23, you learned that the Xianming cult's plan to come to the Du family was to control the funds of the Tianhai Chamber of Commerce, and then gradually swallow up Tianhai City and turn it into a branch of the Xianming cult. At the age of 24, the Xianming sect's plan is about to be implemented. Your relationship with Du Xinqiang is getting better and better. You can't bear it, so you secretly hint to Du Xinqiang. At the age of 25, due to your hints, Du Xinqiang became alert, and the Xianming sect's plan was forcibly postponed. Du Xinqiang developed a great affection and trust in you, and learned more information about the Xianming sect from you. At the age of 26, Du Xinqiang wants to marry you, which will lead to the big fish of Xianming sect. While you were hesitating, Mo Hongyu saw that you and Du Xinqiang were close, so he asked you to find a way to take down Du Xinqiang so as to steal more information. In order to make both sides happy, you naturally married Du Xinqiang. However, due to the existence of the power of the Taiyan, you cannot work happily and your life is a bit awkward. At the age of 29, as a member of the Wujiandao, you have perfectly balanced the situation on both sides, and the Xianming sect's plan has been delayed. 3 years later, during your undercover career, you unknowingly broke through to the 5th level of the 5 organs realm. Another 3 years have passed. Mo Hongyu has become suspicious of you and asks you to cast a curse on Du Xinqiang. You told Du Xinqiang about this, but it turned out to be a test by Mo Hongyu, and your double-sided undercover was exposed. The angry Mo Hongyu led the Xianming sect to defect, and at the cost of giving up Tianhai City, he killed you all. He died at the age of 35. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Good fellow, the infernal affairs really didn't end well. Is it better to choose martial arts realm or martial arts memory this time? The simulation did not mention his progress in martial arts, but Li Chen believed that his martial arts skills had improved over the past decade or so. It was just that he had been undercover for the past decade, and his progress in training had obviously declined. Even the time it took to break through to the 5th level of the 5 organs realm was 10 years later than the previous simulation. Should I choose the 5th level of the 5 organs realm, or should I choose the combination of more than 10 years of martial arts memorization and Xianming sect martial arts? Li Chen thought for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth. Select the technique to remember. The memories of Xianming palm and Xianming blood-sucking art, as well as a vast amount of understanding of martial arts, all flooded into his mind. Li Chen found that his understanding of martial arts had improved a lot in the past 10 years. In particular, Spirit Water Rain Sword and Still Water Body have been greatly improved and are not far from mastery. This time I didn't lose out by choosing to memorize the skills, I even made a small profit. Li Chen took a long breath and sorted out the 2 new martial arts in his mind. Xianming blood-sucking art not only sucks human blood, but also sucks the opponent's essence. The higher the other party's cultivation level, the greater the value of the human blood and essence they provide. As for the side effects, Li Chen has no memory of this, and it is estimated that it was hidden by the top leaders of the Xianming sect. Chapter 33. The Xianming sect is a cult, but that doesn't mean its followers are fools. Before becoming believers, these people will definitely consider the pros and cons of the Xianming sect's exercises. If the side effects are written down, a large number of believers will be lost. As for the claim that the exercises have no side effects, Li Chen absolutely does not believe it. Not to mention sucking human blood and essence, even staying in a bloody place for a long time will affect your body and mind to a certain extent. The mind of a monk will cause irreversible changes to the path he takes. There is no point in practicing this martial arts technique. The mysterious palm is pretty good, and it can be combined with other techniques to create a cold and gloomy aura. I don't practice the mysterious blood-devouring technique, but I have the power of the Taiyan, which can produce a stronger effect. Li Chen stood up and moved his body around the spacious room, practicing the new martial arts he had just acquired, feeling the essence of martial arts with his whole body and soul, perfectly integrating his memory with his body. A sword thrust out, and it was like rain falling, the delicate sound of rain lingered in the ears. Crash! There seemed to be flowing water on the blade, and the blue and white sword energy was as gentle as water. The spiritual energy turned into water droplets, flowing slowly on the red sword. The attack of the sword energy seemed to have no damage at all, and every swing of the sword was full of beauty. Li Chen's body moved slightly, and his slightly distorted figure was like a drop of water falling into the lake. The rippling virtual image was like waves rising up, sparkling. His speed does not seem fast, but if someone attacks him, any means of attack will penetrate Li Chen's body and create waves. A picture of rain formed inside the house, with water droplets splashing freely. But I could reach out and touch it, but I couldn't feel any moisture. Suddenly, Li Chen slapped out with his palm, an extremely cold freezing gas spread out from the palm of his hand, emitting bursts of white mist like ice. The rainwater in the house froze into ice in an instant, and the rainstorm scene instantly turned into a glacier show. Perfect! He acquired so many martial arts at once, and there was no sluggishness when he performed them. He is worthy of being called the Golden Finger. Li Chen withdrew his spiritual energy with satisfaction, and the strange scene in the house slowly dissipated. In the next few days, he put all his spirit stones into the life simulator and started playing one suicidal game after another. Yu and Du Xianqiang's plan was exposed, the Xianming cult attacked and killed people, and you both died at the same time. You were 28 years old. When his master found out that you took Ji Jiangwen to a brothel, he was furious and killed you with a single strike of his sword. He died at the age of 47. You were seduced by a top-ranking girl named Zhang Shui in a brothel in Zhongzhou. While you were happily working, you were burned to death by the fire in your heart. You died at the age of 25. You accidentally stepped on a talking old sow in Zhongzhou, and it instantly turned into a giant beast 100 feet long and crushed you to death. You died at the age of 61. Li Chen was in seclusion for 7 whole days, and under the shocked gazes of several Dongxue masters, his cultivation level quickly increased to the great perfection of the 5 Zhang realm. The 5 elements mutual generation diagram in the body forms a balance of the 5 elements, continuously providing spiritual energy, which complements the yin and yang energy in the Danshan. The only regret is that no matter how hard Li Chen tried, he was never able to break through to the void realm. Fortunately, his cultivation level improved after each simulation, which meant that the reason he couldn't break through was simply because of his limited talent, not because of any strange restrictions. As long as time is enough, you will be able to enter the Dongxue realm sooner or later. The dispute in the Chamber of Commerce should be over. Let's go out and take a look at the situation. Li Chen pushed the door open and the fresh air that rushed towards him made him feel refreshed. The cultivation of the 5 internal organs has magnified the senses several times, and the slightest movement can be captured clearly. The 2 maids who were dozing off outside the door were so frightened when they saw Li Chen, who had been in seclusion for many days, suddenly come out that they hurriedly bowed. "Have you finished Miss Du's work?" Li Chen asked calmly. The maid bowed and responded, "I don't know either, but I can help you pass on the message." "Forget it, just take me to her. All the spiritual energy stones have been used up, and there is no point in staying here." Even if Du Xinqiang fails to reorganize the Tianhai Chamber of Commerce, Li Chen will let her advance some spiritual energy stones. Ha 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 ha! Just as the maid was about to speak, a hearty laugh suddenly came from not far away. Congratulations to brother Li Dao for reaching the great perfection of the Five Zhang realm. You are only one step away from the cave void. This is truly cause for celebration. Li Chen looked towards the source of the sound and saw a man wearing a grey Taoist robe and looking slightly old walking in from the courtyard gate. My name is Du Haiqiang, Xinqiang's second uncle. The man bowed and clasped his hands. Hello, fellow Taoist. Li Chen clasped his fists in return. He couldn't figure out whether this person was an enemy or a friend, so he just responded briefly. But Du Haiqiang was still enthusiastic. I heard that Daoist fellow Li is going to look for my niece. I'll take Daoist fellow there. What do you think? Can? Li Chen nodded slightly, and Du Haiqiang immediately made an invitation gesture. The two men paced in the Du family mansion, and the servants around them bowed and saluted, their eyes full of awe. Du Haiqiang not only has a noble status, but is also one of the Du family's Dongxi realm masters. Li Chen couldn't sense the other party's specific cultivation level, but he was sure that the other party's cultivation level must be higher than his. I don't know which sect fellow Daoist Li was born in. Geniuses like you are extremely rare in Tianhai City. Du Haiqiang, who was leading the way in front, smiled and turned back. A casual cultivator. Li Chen responded truthfully. But in Du Haiqiang's ears, these words were a low-key behavior. He didn't believe Li Chen's nonsense at all. How could such a talented person be just a casual cultivator? Fellow Daoist Li is actually a casual cultivator. Du Haiqiang pretended to be shocked and said, it's not easy to be a free cultivator in the 3000 states. It's really a great opportunity for you to have achieved what you have today. I wonder if you are interested in joining my Du family. It turns out that they were here to win him over. Li Chen chuckled and responded, sorry, I prefer to travel around the world. If I want to stop one day, I will definitely choose the Du family. Ha 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 ha. I'm really looking forward to your joining us. The two chatted casually and soon arrived at the Du family's reception hall. As soon as he walked into the lobby, Li Chen smelled a bloody smell in the air. His first sight was locked on Butler Peng in the corner. This man looked as if he had nothing to do with the matter and was as quiet as a transparent person. No one would have thought that the housekeeper who had worked in the Du family for decades was actually a disciple of the Xianming sect. Li Chen retracted his gaze. Du Xinqiang was sitting at the first seat in the lobby, and the murderous intent in her beautiful eyes could not be concealed. Several bodies were carried away by servants, and they just passed by Li Chen. Master Li is here. Du Xinqiang's aura suddenly dissipated, and she instantly returned to her beautiful appearance. She said apologetically, I'm very sorry. I've been too busy these days and forgot that today is the day to return the Spirit Stone. I didn't take the initiative to greet Master Li. It's okay, it's just a small matter. Thank you for your understanding, Master Li. This is 20,000 spiritual energy stones. The extra money can be regarded as making friends. Du Xin walked lightly to Li Chen and handed him a ring. Chapter 34. The original reward was 10,000 spirit stones, but Du Xinqiang doubled the reward. Her lavish behavior made Li Chen quite envious, and the thought of living off her flashed through his mind. If he had a family background like Du Xinqiang's, he wouldn't have to wander around looking for different people to earn spirit stones. Of course, this was just a joke in Li Chen's mind. He had to wander. After all, he could know the locations of many opportunities from the simulation, so he was destined not to live in one place. Thank you, Miss Du. I have a little gift for you. I hope you can open it when no one is around. After Li Chen took the other party's storage ring, he also took out a ring and placed it on Du Xinqiang's palm. When the two palms touched, it felt like an electric shock. An ambiguous smile appeared on Li Chen's face. He ignored the difference between men and women and directly clenched Du Xinqiang's soft little hand into a fist. Such a scene stunned everyone. Du Xinqiang's pretty face turned slightly red. She quickly withdrew her hand, her heart pounding wildly. This behavior is really too intimate. What does Mr. Li mean by this? Is he trying to express his love to me? Oh my god, should I reject him? Du Xinqiang fell into wild thoughts, and the atmosphere in the lobby became weird. Li Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to make everyone think that the thing he gave Du Xinqiang was a token of love. As for what was inside the ring, it was actually a letter. It records the information that Butler Peng is from the Xianming sect, as well as the sect's plans and the behavioral characteristics of the Xianming sect members who practice the Xianming blood-sucking art. What the future outcome of Tianhai Chamber of Commerce will be actually has nothing to do with Li Chen. But if it only takes a little effort to gain a friend, why not do it? After countless simulations, Li Chen has already deeply understood Du Xinqiang's character and believes that she is a friend worth making close friends with, no matter in what sense. A person may not have his own small group, but he must have friends he can trust. This is the conclusion Li Chen came to after countless simulations. He died many times because he was a lone wolf, isolated and helpless. No one came to save him when he was seriously injured, so he ended his life in frustration. If he had friends all over the world, he would not be left without help. Remember to open it when no one is around, otherwise. Li Chen smiled shyly, then took 2 steps back and said, I have something else to do, so I won't disturb the Du family anymore. See you again if we are lucky enough. Mr. Li is leaving now. Du Xinqiang suddenly came back to her senses. Li Chen smiled and said, the escort mission has been completed, so I will naturally leave. I don't know where Mr. Li is going. I'll send someone to take you there. Du's Haiqiang, who had been standing nearby in silence for a long time, suddenly said. Li Chen shook his head. No thanks, thank you for your kindness. You don't need to see me off. After saying this, he turned around and left without any reluctance. As long as he had not joined the Du family, he would not have encountered the Xianming sect on the way to Heiyang City, and naturally he would not have needed the Du family's escort. Moreover, Li Chen's strength has reached the great perfection of the 5 internal realm. With his martial arts training, he can fight even if he encounters a person in the void realm. Seeing Li Chen leaving in a leisurely manner, Du Xinqiang's beautiful eyes were stunned. She couldn't figure out what the other party meant. He was being ambiguous towards her the moment before, and then he floated away without stopping the next second. It's like a flower thief who makes others feel itchy all over, and then suddenly stops and leaves, leaving people feeling melancholy. After returning to the room, Du Xinqiang carefully took out the letter from the storage ring. When she finished reading the above content, her beautiful eyes widened and a huge wave of shock rose in her heart. My father's disappearance may be related to the Xianming cult. No wonder I couldn't find any information about my father. It turned out that there were many disciples of the Xianming sect hiding in the Du family, and they were the ones who blocked the key information. If we can meet again in the future, Xinqiang is willing to repay you with everything she has. Du Xinqiang thought to herself as the letter in her hand turned to ashes under the golden flames. 1 month later. At the gate of Heiyang City. Li Chen, dressed in a white Taoist robe, arrived here riding a 2-meter-tall wind wolf, which he picked up on the road. On a stormy night, Li Chen always felt that rainy days were not good. Because he was fighting during the previous 2 rainstorms. The 3rd rainy day was no exception. He discovered that there was a wind wolf at the 5th Zhang realm hiding nearby. After a brutal beating, the wind wolf was tamed by Li Chen like a husky and became his mount. We have finally arrived at Black Sun City. According to the simulation, the underground entrance should be near Black Sun City. Li Chen jumped off the wind wolf and observed the surrounding terrain. The city is surrounded by towering and undulating black mountains. The east and west sides happen to be recessed in the mountains, which can receive sunlight very well. The rest of the surface was pitch black, and the terrain was shaped like a giant beast with its mouth agape. Haiyang City was located in the center of this big mouth. Even though I knew the underground entrance was outside Black Sun City, I still spent a month searching in the simulation. I can't just follow the routine. According to my thinking, I should search from Black Sun City outwards. The location I found after a month is most likely in the Black Mountains. Li Chen's eyes lit up and he praised himself for his cleverness. He did not enter Black Sun City, but ran into the Black Mountains with the Wind Wolf. The man and the wolf searched the mountains for 6 days and finally found a strange formation buried under the rocks. Li Chen sat on the grass, flipping over a phantom of a formation plate that was emitting white light. The obscure characters made him very crazy, and he wanted to smash the formation plate directly. This array plate is the formation that opens the underground passage. It cannot be cracked by the array flags, but instead one has to find the patterns on the array plate. It feels like a prop decryption. Li Chen had to use the mathematical equations from his previous life to write and draw on the grass, which made Feng Lang next to him fall asleep. Feng Lang said, "Is this thing a hypnotic character? It makes me sleepy when I see it." "Hold on, dog. This is the last seal." Li Chen chuckled, pressed his palm on the array plate, injected spiritual energy, and turned the dial. Da-da-da, ka. Suddenly, the shadows of the characters on the array disc enlarged in a circular shape, directly covering Li Chen and Feng Lang. A flash of white light passed by, and the man and the wolf disappeared from their original place in an instant. Li Chen, submerged in the white light, felt dizzy and the scene in front of him became blurry and distorted. In less than 2 seconds, he returned to calm. Looking at the surrounding scene, it has changed drastically, as if I have arrived in a fairyland. The rich spiritual energy almost condensed into water. A huge statue was located in the deepest part of the secret room. The colorful plants emitted a faint light, making the place beautiful and gorgeous. Chapter 35. The Black Mountains flashed by with a white light. A man quickly came to the place where Li Chen disappeared. A cocky talisman was floating in front of him, with several streams of light lingering on it. Seeing that there was no one here, he frowned and asked, "It shouldn't be like this? Why did this guy's position suddenly change?" Su Peng had been chasing the enemy with the tracking talisman for a month and was feeling quite annoyed. The opponent's speed was too weird and outrageous. He changed his moving direction no less than 100 times. He was quite cunning. In the middle period of time, the opponent's speed increased by several levels, making it very difficult for Su Peng to catch up. He even thought of giving up the mission. Now he finally locked onto the target position, but ended up missing it. This made Su Peng want to run away. The coordinates that were originally locked suddenly moved from the Black Mountains to Black Sun City. It was really strange. A traitor of the Yin-Yang school actually mastered this method of escape. This person's body movement is definitely top-notch martial arts. If I catch him, I will search his soul. Su Peng's eyes were sharp, and he chased in the direction of Black Sun City based on the latest location of the tracking symbol. The wind wolf that was pulled into the Narcissus cave stood up alertly. It was very cautious about the unfamiliar environment and kept sniffing the surrounding air with its nose. Li Chen was relatively calm, he knew that this was the Narcissus cave. The cultivator from the Su family should have caught up with us. I hope he can wait outside for a while. Once I break through to the Void Realm, I will kill him. Li Chen has always been aware of the enemies chasing him outside. He came all the way from Tianhai City, using the Jing Shui body technique all the time to avoid this man's pursuit. It was not until we met the Wind Wolf in the second half of the journey that we finally had a chance to rest. The Wind Wolf was only at the 5th organ realm, but his running speed was faster than many cave Void Realm cultivators. Su Peng, who was only at the first level of the cave void realm, could not catch up with him even if he risked his life. Although Su Peng's cultivation level was not high, Li Chen still felt that it was better to play it safe. The materials in the cave are quite rich, and the spiritual energy is so rich that it seems like tens of thousands of spiritual stones are piled up. There are also various natural treasures, elixirs, and metals for refining. There were so many of them that Li Chen didn't even take a look at them. He put them all into the storage ring. However, what made him sad was that although there were a large number of spiritual stones here, for some unknown reason, all of these spiritual stones were like melted ice cubes. The huge amount of spiritual energy had overflowed from the inside and could no longer be absorbed by the system. Finally, we came to the front of the statue. This giant statue was not a human figure, but an unknown creature, like a water drop with wings, or a jellyfish with wings. Li Chen didn't care about the appearance of the statue. He looked at the familiar martial arts secrets on the steps. Narcissus formation, spirit water rain sword, drops of water become sea to forge gods, still water body. Li Chen had already learned 3 of the martial arts. He picked up the Narcissus formation and flipped through a few pages at random. The profound knowledge of the formation came into his eyes, making him feel like he was looking at advanced math problems. Li Chen flipped through a few pages casually and then put the 4 secret books into the storage ring. Then he picked up the only stone on the steps, injected spiritual energy into it, and suddenly an old voice appeared in his mind. I have been searching for the true immortal for 3,000 years, but I have not been able to find one. How can there be an immortal? People think I am an immortal, but little do they know that immortality is just as illusory to me. There are only 2 short sentences inside the stone. It was not a last will, nor was it some secret martial arts technique, it was just the cave owner's self-mockery. Li Chen felt the other party's helplessness and embarrassment, and also understood why the water drops become oceans only had 9 major realms. It turns out that the legendary Narcissus is actually a cultivator in the realm of life and death. It's just that his strength in the realm of life and death is too strong, so people mistakenly think he is an immortal. Li Chen couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He thought this was really an immortal cave, but it seemed he was overthinking it. The life simulator was more reliable. He threw a spiritual medicine to Feng Lang, and then opened the life simulator. He wanted to break through to the Dongxi realm here and then deal with the Su family cultivators outside. Use once, consumes 100 spirit stones. Start simulation. At the age of 19, you found the Narcissus cave under the Black Sun City and harvested a large amount of resources. You put the resources you looted on the Black Sun City auction, and then began to retreat and practice. At the age of 20, you practiced in seclusion in Black Sun City, and your cultivation improved slightly. At the age of 21, you practiced in seclusion in Black Sun City, and your cultivation improved slightly. At the age of 26, you successfully entered the first level of the cavernous realm and continued to practice in seclusion. At the age of 33, you entered the second level of the cavernous realm, and all your cultivation resources have been used up. After you came out of seclusion, you found that your windwolf had been sold by the inn's groom. In order to appease your anger, the innkeeper compensated you with 30,000 spirit stones. You continue to practice in seclusion with 30,000 spirit stones, and your cultivation has improved slightly. At the age of 45, you entered the third level of the cavernous realm, and all your spirit stones were consumed. In order to find cultivation resources, you finally decided to leave Black Sun City. The Su family's Dongxi realm waited for you in the city for 26 years. He was furious and fought with you outside the city, but you killed him with one sword. At the age of 46, you came to Qingling Cave in Pingzhou. You met Liu Zhengping, who asked you why you didn't join the Five Elements sect. You were unable to defend yourself and a conflict broke out between you and him. Liu Zhengping has reached the 9th level of the Void Realm. You are no match for him. After hundreds of rounds of fierce fighting, you were pierced through the heart by his sword and died at the age of 46. Seeing this result, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh, shook his head and smiled bitterly. My cultivation speed is too slow. It is obvious that his current cultivation level is higher than Liu Zhenping's, but after several decades, he was overtaken by the other party. The cultivation speed of the Taiyin body is really too slow. Those who can cultivate the Taiyin body are all cheating, right? Choose your martial arts realm. Fortunately, he has a life simulator, otherwise the tragedy of the future would really happen to him. Boom! In an instant, vast spiritual energy swept towards Li Chen, rushing into his body. The Tai Chi diagram in the Danshan rotates rapidly, forming yin and yang energies that enter the 5 internal organs of the human body. The 5 elements mutual generation array radiates brilliance, and the surging spiritual energy directly hits the brain. Li Chen felt as if his brain was hit by a huge object, and his consciousness went blank in an instant. At this moment, he lost his perception of time and space, as if he had fallen into the universe and turned into a piece of unconscious meteorite fragment, quietly floating in the silent deep space. Tick-tock. I don't know how long it had been, but the sound of dripping water suddenly rang out in my blank consciousness, causing a faint ripple and forming irregular lines. These lines rippled quickly, then gradually became clearer, and even painted with colorful colors. Li Chen saw himself sitting cross-legged in meditation, saw the giant statue behind him, saw the wind wolf crawling beside him, and saw the Narcissus cave that he had looted. Chapter 36. This is the divine consciousness that only exists in the void realm. The blank consciousness just now was his spiritual space. The sound of dripping water was the water drops condensed by the water drops forming seas. The spiritual consciousness space of a normal cultivator is an ocean of spiritual consciousness, but in Li Chen's spiritual consciousness space, there is only a drop of water. A drop of water represents a sea of spiritual consciousness. The most outrageous thing about the art of forging spiritual consciousness by making water drops into oceans is that it allows Li Chen to forge spiritual consciousness infinitely and condense spiritual consciousness droplets infinitely, with no upper limit. When he has mastered it, Li Chen's spiritual awareness will be 1,000, 10,000, or even 1,000,000 times that of a cultivator of the same level. This method is indeed the most powerful Dongxue method. No wonder the owner of Narcissus Cave was mistaken for an immortal. It is because his spiritual suppression is too terrifying and no one in the same realm can defeat him. In less than a moment, Li Chen's aura changed drastically. His cultivation level jumped from the 5th level of the 5 organs realm to the 3rd level of the cave void realm, which directly awakened the wind wolf who was absorbing the elixir, thinking that a powerful enemy had broken in. Li Chen restrained his momentum and stood up. I've only simulated it once, and I've already broken through to the 3rd level of the void realm. God is trying to make me kill the Su family. He smiled slightly, looking at the wind wolf who was trying his best to be cute. You should hurry up and absorb the spiritual medicine. If you can't break through to the void realm, then you will become my meal. I don't know if wolf meat tastes good or not. I've never eaten it before. Even if the wolf meat from the Wuzang realm is of poor quality, it should still be quite fragrant. Ouch! The wind wolf howled in response, as if expressing its inner indignation. It vowed to break through to the void realm and impress Li Chen. Li Chen chuckled, then took a step forward, his pure white Taoist robe fluttering in the spiritual energy. His handsome appearance coupled with his extraordinary temperament made him look like an immortal banished from heaven, peerless and extraordinary. As his cultivation level improved, Li Chen unknowingly developed a hint of immortality. He floated lightly and stepped into the teleportation array. In Heiyang City, Su Peng fell into confusion again. This is weird. The tracking symbol is locked right here. Why can't we find anyone? Su Peng was a little impatient and his temper was rising. At this moment, the location of the tracking symbol changed again and returned to the Black Mountains. This time Su Peng completely lost his patience and his blood pressure rose. What's going on with this positioning jumping around? Walking the dog? Swish! Su Peng flashed and rushed into the Black Mountains angrily, following the tracking symbol and returning to the original location again, but this time, he happened to see Li Chen walking out of the teleportation array. If I can catch you, you'll die. A cruel smile appeared on Su Peng's face, and his cultivation in the void realm exploded. He slapped his palm fiercely, and a huge golden handprint fell from the sky. All the anger in his heart was integrated into this palm, and the trees in the mountains were rustling due to the huge waves of spiritual energy. A month's anger was vented at this moment. Su Peng used up all his spiritual energy to deliver this earth-shattering blow. In his opinion, Li Chen was already dead at this moment. A mere cultivator at the Five Organs realm, no matter how strong he is, can never be a match for a cultivator at the Void realm. A spiritual consciousness from a Dongxue cultivator can shock a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the Five Organs realm so much that he cannot move. This is the suppression of realm. Facing this attack from him, any cultivator in the Five Zhang realm will die. Boom! Layers of gas explosions were heard in the air, but Li Chen, who had just emerged from the teleportation array, remained calm, not even thinking of drawing his sword. He also slapped out with his palm, forming a pale white palm shadow. A bone-chilling breath emanated from his body, the temperature around him dropped rapidly, and snowflakes condensed in the air. Su Peng couldn't help but sneer. This person actually wanted to confront him. He really didn't know what he was talking about. He couldn't help but increase the speed of his palm pressing down. He wanted to finish the mission quickly. Killing an ant wasted a month of his time, which was a huge loss. Boom! A loud bang echoed through the sky and earth, and two palm prints collided in mid-air, causing huge waves. The energy shock caused the entire Black Mountain range to tremble. The bitingly cold air covered an area of 1 kilometer in radius, like a giant glacier beast rushing towards Su Peng. This is FG. Su Peng's pupils shrank sharply. What the hell was going on? Why did a young cultivator who was supposed to be in the Five Zhang realm burst out with the power of the third level of the Cave Void realm? Su Peng couldn't react and was swallowed by the cold air. His life and consciousness froze in an instant, turning into an ice sculpture and falling down. The violent spiritual energy spread in all directions, and the extremely cold Taiyan power spread in ripples, attracting all the cultivators in the mountains. This aura is that there are cultivators in the cavernous realm fighting each other. Go and see who this powerful person is. Battles between Dongxue realm cultivators are rare in Guhai's Hu. Whenever Dongxue cultivators fight each other, it means mountains collapse and earth breaks. Mortals are naturally fond of gossip, and monks are no exception. But what they were concerned about was not the reason for the fight, but they wanted to see which forces were fighting here. By then, we can talk about it after dinner, about which person from a certain force lost to someone from another force. But when these monks arrived at the place where they were eating melons, what greeted them was a scene of ice and snow that froze them to the bone. The Black Mountains turned into white winter forests. The cold wind is howling and the snow is drifting. A man in a white robe was floating in the center of the snowy scene, his handsome and cold face made people shudder. Hey! Are you here to kill me too? Li Chen suddenly turned his head and looked at the monks who had gathered around him, and said in a cold voice. No, 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 we just came to see what happened, we mean no harm at all. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads and waved their hands. They felt an unrivaled power from Li Chen. This person was clearly at the third level of the Void Realm, but he gave people a feeling of oppression from a ninth level of the Void Realm. Li Chen glanced at the group of people and confirmed that they had no ill intentions before flying towards Black Sun City. The melon-eating monks collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't get to eat any melons, and they didn't even know who was killed. There was only a pile of broken ice on the ground, making it difficult to make out the person's appearance. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it took less than a breath to decide the winner. He was killed by a slap, right? The deceased's cultivation level was at least the first level of the Void Realm, but even so, he was still slapped to death by the other party. How terrifying! The melon-eating monks talked a lot and then followed Li Chen. Such a young person who has reached the third level of the Void Realm is already considered a genius. There is a high probability that he is from a sect or holy land, and is worthy of being wooed by the giants of all major forces. Li Chen's simple move attracted the attention of the major families in Heiyang City. He found an inn to stay in Heiyang City. Not long after, several waves of visitors came one after another. They all started by asking about his well-being and inquiring about his identity and background. Li Chen did not show any impatience. Instead, he accepted the gifts from these people with a smile and chatted with them for more than an hour. Chapter 37. The heads of the major families were all beaming with joy as they chatted. There weren't many geniuses as easy to talk to as Li Chen. All the geniuses they had met were extremely cold and arrogant, as if they were born superior to others, and showed impatience from time to time. Even if some geniuses were willing to chat with them, there was always a condescending attitude in their words, which made people feel quite uncomfortable. Unlike Li Chen, who is not only a talented person but also speaks well, making every clan leader praise him. Mr. Li is a talented man. If you need any help in the future, just tell us old men. We will never refuse. You are right. It is a blessing for us to know a genius like Mr. Li in 8 lifetimes. The clan leaders laughed and promised while patting their chests. Li Chen immediately smiled and said, "That's a coincidence. I recently got some opportunities and harvested a large amount of resources that I didn't have time to sell. I want the clan leaders to help me sell them." As he spoke, he placed all the harvest from Narcissus Cave, as well as all the resources he had previously looted from the enemies, on the table. Li Chen originally planned to dispose of the stolen goods while in Tianhai City. Later, he discovered that there were disciples of Xianming sect in the Du family. He did not dare to stay any longer and could only bring the stolen goods to Heiyang City to sell them. Now that there are so many family patriarchs here, it's just right to deal with them all at once. The elixirs and herbs on the table emitted a faint glow, instantly filling the room with spiritual energy. More than a dozen clan leaders gasped at the same time, their eyes filled with horror. This is a 4th-tier magic weapon and a 4th-tier elixir. There are also 4th-level weapon forging materials. Oh my god! Mr. Li, are you sure you want to sell these things? This thing is very useful to my Xiao family. I wonder if you can sell it to us directly. Hiss! Could this Xianming blood-devouring art be the art of the followers of the Xianming sect? Master Li has actually fought with someone from the Xianming sect. Even the Su family's Dragon Soul Spear is in your possession. What kind of people have you dealt with, Mr. Li? Ha 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 ha. This thing is actually a top-grade 5th-grade Qi gathering pill, just right for our ancestor to use. When these clan leaders saw what Li Chen took out, they became more excited than each other and their voices trembled. At the same time, I was wondering how many people Li Chen had offended. Especially the things from Xianming sect and the Su family, which were obviously martial arts techniques taken after killing people. This means that Li Chen's enemies are all huge monsters. What is his origin? He has offended so many people, but he is still alive and well. For some shameful things, I can sell them directly to the clan leaders. As for elixirs and herbs, I hope to sell them at the auction house. Of course, the family that helps me sell them can naturally get 10% of the profit. Li Chen smiled and spread his hands. He is not a stingy person and he understands the ways of the world. When he asks someone for help, he naturally has to give the other person some benefits. Even the best of friends need this. Although the other party may not care, if you can let him/her get some benefits, it will make the relationship stronger. Hearing this, the clan leaders all smiled in surprise. That's great. Don't worry, Master Li. We will take care of these medicinal herbs and other things for you. The clan leaders were moved by Li Chen's sincere treatment. Naturally, they couldn't be stingy, so they all offered a good price and bought all the martial arts secrets in Li Chen's hands. Before the clan leaders left, Li Chen warned a fat clan leader. Patriarch Zhang, I must remind you of one thing. Although this Xianming blood-devouring art appears to have no side effects, I believe that this art definitely has side effects. I hope you only buy it for reference, and not for your own disciples to practice. Doing so will only lead your Zhang family down a path of no return. He suddenly felt a little regretful and felt that he shouldn't have sold this kind of martial arts. Although Xianming blood-sucking art will be snatched up by countless people, it is too poisonous, and the poison is unknown. Selling Xianming blood-sucking art gave Li Chen the feeling of selling drugs. What if the head of the Zhang family bought it for his family members to practice? It might kill the whole family. In order to avoid feeling guilty, Li Chen still had to give a careful reminder. If the other party is stubborn and insists on practicing this technique, then he will have nothing to say. If someone wants to practice evil skills, even if Li Chen does not sell him the Xianming blood-sucking skill, he will find other evil skills to practice, and the result will be the same. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, Mr. Li, I just bought it for reference. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Li. If you need any help in the future, just come to the Zhang family to find me. The head of the Zhang family laughed. Li Chen nodded slightly and said nothing more. He earned more than 10,000 spirit stones from this transaction, and gave a portion of it to these big families for auction. After the auction is over, everyone can get at least 20,000 spirit stones. Li Chen now has more than 30,000 spiritual stones on him, which makes him very wealthy. He feels it necessary to buy a few magic weapons to protect himself. In this world, there are more than just weapons, elixirs, and formations that can assist in cultivation. There are also talismans, mountain treasures, magic weapons, armor, treasure bones. Now Li Chen is considered a small wealthy man. It's time to go out and spend some money. First take a look at my current simulated price. Li Chen opened the life simulator, and the system prompt was the same as he expected. The price had increased tenfold again. Use once, consumes 1,000 spirit stones. I now have more than 30,000 spiritual energy stones, which can be used for more than 30 simulations. After the auction is over, I will be able to earn at least 20,000 spiritual energy stones, which means I will have 20 more simulation opportunities. Li Chen touched his chin and calculated, the auction will not start until tomorrow. Let's simulate it a few times tonight and then decide how much to buy tomorrow. System, start simulation. As the words fell, 1,000 spirit stones suddenly disappeared. At the age of 19, on your first day in Black Sun City, you became a local prodigy and were courted by all the major families. At the age of 20, you were assassinated by a mysterious strong man in the Black Sun City Inn. You fled to the street with serious injuries and were rescued by the guards of various major families. After investigation, it was learned that the killer was from the assassination building organization. You speculated that the employer might be the Su family. At the age of 21, you were assassinated by a mysterious strongman in the Xiao family. You escaped to the Xiao family compound with the help of a formation, but found that the Xiao family had been completely destroyed. You were stabbed to death by a sword while you were in a daze. You were 21 years old. Assassination House? What kind of organization is this? This was the first time Li Chen heard the name of this organization. At the time, he talked about many forces with his fellow tea drinkers, but he had no impression of this assassination building at all. Judging from the simulation, the people in the assassination building were quite powerful and they almost overwhelmed him. Chapter 38. Li Chen is very confident in his own strength. Even if he encounters a 9th level Dongxue master, he is confident that he can easily escape from his opponent. Therefore, the person who assassinated him in the simulation was most likely a strong man in the 6th extreme realm. Only a strong man in the 6th extreme realm would dare to kill people in Black Sun City. The Lord of Haiyang City is only at the 6th extreme realm. Li Chen's face was solemn. The background of the assassination building seems to be quite strong. I need to learn more about this aspect. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Looking at the two options, Li Chen chose to memorize the technique this time. He wanted to know whether his understanding of the formation could be inherited. During the previous simulation, he was unable to inherit the knowledge of the formation, so he wanted to try whether his understanding of the formation could be inherited. After the choice was made, a familiar feeling emerged in my mind the next second. But to Li Chen's disappointment, he failed to inherit the understanding of the formation. Array masters are also divided into 9 levels, the lowest level is level 1, and the highest level is level 9. If Li Chen can become a level 5 array master, trapping and killing a person in the 6th extreme realm will not be a problem at all. I have to learn the formation by myself. It can help relieve my boring life. Anyway, the training can be left to the simulator. Li Chen consumed another 1,000 spirit stones to conduct the second simulation. At the age of 19, on your first day in Black Sun City, you became a local prodigy and were courted by all the major families. You learned about the assassination tower from the clan leaders of each clan. You decided to hide your identity and join the assassination tower. At the age of 20, you found the assassination building branch in Guhaizu and became a bronze medal assassin. You saw your name on the assassination mission list. At the age of 21, your identity was discovered by some silver medal assassins, who were waiting in every assassination building branch. You could no longer accept assassination missions. At the age of 22, you were assassinated in Anlong City, Pingzhou. Feng Lang was killed by the assassin, and you escaped with the help of the formation. At the age of 23, you met Liu Zhengping in Narcissus Town. You did not reveal your identity and continued to live in hiding. At the age of 24, Aunt Wang from the town introduced you to a date, but you saw that the other person was a tank and you were so scared that you quickly rejected him. At the age of 25, a young man discovered that you were very skilled and begged you to be his disciple. You thought the young man had a good character, so you taught him the yin-yang art of body tempering. At the age of 30, you never forgot to practice hard while teaching the young man, and successfully learned the 7th style of beheading immortals from the spirit water rain sword. At the age of 31, you were suddenly attacked by 10 assassins in the town. Your disciple was hacked to death by the assassins in order to buy you time to escape. Many townspeople who lived with you day and night were also affected by the assassination and fell in a pool of blood. You were furious and tried your best to kill 3 people, but finally died at the hands of a person in the 6th extreme realm. You died at the age of 26. After watching this simulation, Li Chen said with satisfaction, "This disciple is not bad. If we are destined to meet in the future, you can accept him as your disciple." No matter how talented this disciple is, his gratitude and repaying kindness alone makes him worthy of being accepted as a disciple. Knowing that he cannot beat the other party, he is willing to use his life to buy time for his master to escape. This is not a brainless behavior, but a kind of gratitude and fearlessness. This assassin is a bit difficult to deal with. I'll ask for information about the assassination building tomorrow. If that doesn't work, I can bring Ji Jiangwen with me to help defeat the Su family and give them no chance to issue an assassination order. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. The Dongxu realm is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels are called the early Dongxu stage, the middle 3 levels are called the middle Dongxu stage, and the last 3 levels are called the late Dongxu stage. Every triple level is a major level. So even though there was no breakthrough in this simulation, Li Chen was not in a hurry. He immediately chose to memorize the skills. The seventh move of Immortal Beheading also emerged in his mind. Seventh Immortal Slaying Style, Misty Drizzle. Li Chen probed out of the room with his spiritual sense and calculated the time. It would soon be dawn. He did not conduct any more life simulations. Before he knew the information about the assassination building, doing random simulations would be a waste of spirit stones. Even if he had a lot of spiritual stones, he couldn't afford such squandering. Li Chen lay down on the bed in a comfortable position, then took out Narcissus formation to read and study, while waiting for the auction to start. The next day, the news that a large number of treasures appeared at the Black Sun City auction spread throughout the entire Black Sun City in an instant. Even the monks in nearby cities, towns, and villages came upon hearing the news. Black Sun City was exceptionally lively today, with many strange yet familiar faces causing the onlookers to exclaim in surprise. Shi Kai from Tianhai City is here too. He must be here for the 5th tier elixirs and weapons. Shi Kai? Is he the newcomer on the Tianjia ranking? I heard that guy is even more powerful than our Black Sun City Lord. That's inevitable. Those on the Tianjiao list are all able to kill enemies above their own level. They are not something that ordinary cultivators like us can compare to. Wait, look at that woman. The monk in the inn looked through the window and instantly locked onto a charming woman. She was wearing a beautiful pink gauze dress and became the focus on the crowded street. Her graceful waist swayed like a water snake, her lotus steps were extremely seductive, and a charming smile hung on her beautiful face. Everyone around her is attracted by her beauty, but if you stare closely into her eyes, you will feel that there is a poisonous snake lurking in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Yi Meng from Paradise Valley. Ranked 90th on the Tianjia ranking. The monks who recognized this woman all felt their pupils shrink and they quickly looked away. The name of Paradise Valley is too scary. This is an evil sect with a foundation comparable to that of a holy land. It was once besieged by the 3 holy lands but remained undefeated. It has existed in the 3000 states for thousands of years. But what really frightened the monks was not the background of the Paradise Valley, but the fact that their skills were extremely evil. The Paradise Valley only accepts handsome men and beautiful women, who practice the art of bliss. Men take yin to replenish yang, and women take yang to replenish yin. They would look for cultivators in the 3000 states, and use their magic to seduce and attract them, making them willingly become furnaces and be kept in captivity like animals. Although the disciples of the Paradise Valley have good looks, they are very vicious. Therefore, the monks are terrified and dare not covet the beauty of the disciples of the Paradise Valley. Elysian Valley. Hearing the monks' conversation, Li Chen at the window showed great interest. Others are afraid of the beauties in Paradise Valley taking yang to replenish yin, but he is not afraid. He has the body of Taiyin. If a beautiful woman were to pick him up, she would only be attacked by the yin qi. Sigma? Wait. Doesn't this mean that he will be taken by men to replenish his yin? Li Chen's body suddenly stiffened, and he looked around vigilantly. After confirming that Yi Meng was the only disciple of Gle Valley, he relaxed. I have a special physique and can practice dual cultivation techniques alone. It seems that joining the Bliss Valley is not bad. With the protection of such a large sect, the people in the assassination building should not be able to do anything to me. Li Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and he had several simulation plans in his mind. If he joined a different major sect or even a holy land every time he simulated, he would be able to master all the skills in the world. Chapter 39. The more Li Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to him. With his current level of cultivation, joining a large sect would not be a problem. However, during the simulation, one might be expelled from the sect due to poor talent, and would not be able to access the advanced martial arts techniques of the big sects. A 19-year-old in the Dongxi realm can definitely be said to be a genius. But the potential of those who are 50, 70, or 100 years old in the Dongxi realm is declining sharply, and they are no longer considered geniuses. With Li Chen's current talent and strength, joining a large sect without a golden finger is definitely a fraud. The major sects thought they had accepted a peerless genius who had reached the cave void realm at the age of 19. But what he didn't expect was that his cultivation speed was as slow as a turtle. If he wasn't expelled from the sect, would he be kept here for the new year? This is the only thing that Li Chen is worried about. He must be exposed to advanced martial arts immediately after joining a large sect to ensure that the simulation will not result in losses. If you are unable to obtain the advanced martial arts of a large sect, then you are wasting simulation times. My strength is still a little lacking. I will try to join a large sect after I enter the Tianjia ranking. While Li Chen was thinking, there was a commotion in the inn. It turned out that the charming Yi Meng walked into the inn and flirted with the monks, almost making some of the uneasy monks fall for her. Yi Meng looked around the inn with a smile on her face, and her eyes suddenly locked on Li Chen, and her smile grew even wider. She twisted her slender waist and walked slowly, and the enchanting fragrance on her body made the whole inn extremely fragrant. I wonder what your name is, sir? Which sect you come from? Would you be willing to talk to me? Yi Meng sat down opposite Li Chen and said coquettishly. Li Chen's face was calm, but he was confused in his heart. What is going on? Did he go out the wrong way today? There is no such scene in the simulation? Or did Yi Meng just flirt with him because he was handsome and nothing happened afterwards, so it was not mentioned in the simulation? It's a small sect, let's not talk about it. Li Chen drank his tea calmly and dealt with it perfunctorily. Come and talk to your sister. The young master is so handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. You can tell at a glance that he is not simple. Yi Meng held her cheek with her jade hands, and a barely perceptible pink light shone in her beautiful eyes. In an instant, a strange energy penetrated into Li Chen's body, his heart fire was instantly ignited, and the 5 elements mutual generation array directly lost its balance. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he subconsciously tried to use the water droplets consciousness to suppress this energy. But at this moment, the Taiyin power in the body suddenly surged, not only calming the fire in his heart, but also dispersing the strange energy on the spot. What is this? A charm? Li Chen frowned slightly. He remembered a simulation before where he was seduced by a prostitute, causing him to become agitated while working happily. Why couldn't the power of Taiyin suppress the fire in his heart at that time? Could it be that the charm of the brothel girl was more powerful than Yi Meng in front of him? Li Chen immediately put the question behind him and responded coldly, shouldn't you introduce yourself before talking to someone? Yi Meng was a little surprised to find that the other party was not affected by his charm. There are not many people who can keep their minds focused, this person is quite capable. It's my sister who is rude. I am Yi Meng, please give me some advice. Yi Meng giggled and stood up to salute with a dignified manner. I don't know your name, can you tell me? Li Chen. Yi Meng sat down again, and said charmingly, it's a really nice name, just as good as your handsome face. Can you tell me about your background? Li Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and said calmly, I'm afraid that telling you will scare you, are you sure you want to listen? Sister, I have been through all kinds of storms. Sir, just tell me. If you can scare me, there will be a reward tonight. As she spoke, Yi Meng's eyes became a little blurry, and she licked the corner of her mouth with her pink little tongue, which was very suggestive. The customers around were paying attention to what the two were doing. Seeing Yi Meng's seductive behavior, all the men present were shocked and secretly sighed that this woman was really more charming than the 9-tailed fox. Li Chen sneered inwardly and was extremely wary of this woman. He put the teacup down slightly and said with a slightly arrogant look, I come from a hidden sect. Hidden from the world. Yi Meng was slightly startled. She had never expected such an answer. So there is a hidden sect in the 3000 states? I am ignorant. I wonder what the specific name of your sect is. Yan Zaiman. Li Chen said seriously. Yi Meng was completely confused. She had never heard of the Yanzhao Gate incident, but it sounded like something very serious. Her delicate body leaned forward slightly, and her huge body pressed on the table, attracting everyone's attention. The monks around her cursed her inwardly again. What a monster! Forgive me for my ignorance, could you tell me about the characteristics of your clan? As for the characteristics, our sect's martial arts are quite unique. I wonder if Miss Yi has ever heard of a peerless martial art called Dragon Crash. Li Chen looked disdainful and leaned back tactically, as if he was expressing his pride. The woman was too close to him, and he was afraid she would do something bad, so it was better for him to stay away from her. When Yi Meng heard this, her mouth opened slightly, a little surprised. Named after the dragon, with a simple character collision, it is simple yet reveals a strong aura. Yi Meng blinked, trying to recall whether there was such a martial art in the 3000 states. With such a simple name, if it was a profound martial art, she should have some impression of it. But after thinking for a long time, she still couldn't find any information about Dragon Crash. Yi Meng looked into Li Chen's eyes and smiled sweetly. Sir, can you tell me more about it so that I can broaden my horizons? The people around pricked up their ears. They had never heard of this martial art before, but it sounded very powerful. Li Chen coughed twice and looked outside. It would take some time before the auction started, so it was a good time to kill time. So, he started to talk nonsense. Dragon Strike is the peerless martial art of my sect. It's not good to talk about it casually. Hearing this, Yi Meng and the others looked disappointed. The mood that had been finally aroused gradually declined. But the next moment, Li Chen said, however, my sect has not appeared in the world for too long, and the reputation of Dragon Strike has fallen to the point where no one knows about it. Today, I will tell you in detail. As soon as these words were spoken, the monks' moods soared like they were on a roller coaster. My sect's unique martial art, Dragon Slam, is an extremely powerful martial art that is passed down to men, not women. Throughout history, it has been imitated and learned by billions of people. Hiss! The monks in the inn, including Yi Meng, gasped and were extremely shocked. If Li Chen is not exaggerating, then this method is indeed quite powerful and can be imitated and learned by billions of people. But why is it that the martial arts that were imitated and learned by billions of monks have no trace left today? Chapter 40. Everyone listened attentively. Li Chen's face became serious and he said solemnly, there are 4 moves in Dragon Strike, and the power of each move is earth-shattering. First is the first move of Dragon Clash, called Dragon Raising its Head. The mighty power of the dragon will shock all directions. Once this move is performed, even a huge army will submit to the majesty of the real dragon. The second move is Dragon's Cave Exploration. Once the target is locked, it will attack instantly and hit the target with one shot. The more they listened, the more shocked they became. This martial art was indeed related to the true dragon, one of the 10 evils of ancient times. Could it be the legendary true dragon's secret technique? Wow, this is incredible! Is it good or bad to share this secret technique with everyone? No wonder there are no records of Dragon Strike today. The ancient times are really too long ago. This person's Yanzaeman must have a very prominent background. The third move is Dragon Impact, which continuously impacts the target hundreds of times. The speed of the attack is sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and it is impossible to control it, making it difficult for the opponent to catch his breath. Li Chen's voice became excited and his eyes became fierce. This attack is the core of Dragon Strike. It is extremely important and also tests the user's physical endurance. Those with extraordinary talents can unleash unimaginable power with this move, while those with weak talents cannot use this move for a long time. This move is extremely powerful, and can inflict tons of damage to the enemy's body and soul. Every impact can make the opponent scream in agony. Hearing this, many monks were worried. Hundreds and thousands of continuous impacts, wouldn't it be certain death under such an attack? For some reason, Yimeng always felt that something was not right. When some monks heard this, they were also surprised. At the same time, Shi Kaiyu, who was ranked 100th on the Tianjiao list, walked into the inn and happened to hear Li Chen's words, and his mouth twitched slightly. Shi Kaiyu found it hard to understand why so many people were listening to Li Chen's nonsense and none of them noticed the problem. They were listening so attentively. Could it be that they really couldn't hear anything odd? Obviously not, everyone was just led by Li Chen's preconceived ideas. As they were chatting, some people started to realize that the dragon collision and the real dragon secret technique were all bullshit. This is clearly. What about the fourth form? Yimeng had a strange look in her eyes. She noticed something was wrong, but Li Chen's expression when he spoke was too serious and solemn. It didn't seem like he was joking at all. Is it just a coincidence? Is she imagining things too dirty? The fourth move is a ruthless finishing move that can inject all of the true dragon essence into the opponent's body at once. Since it involves martial arts secrets, I'm sorry I can't tell you the name of this move. Li Chen said in a deep voice, but what I can tell Miss Yi is that after using this move, the user's soul will be sublimated and enter the state of mind of a saint, and will have a tolerant heart towards everything in the world. The most powerful aspect of the martial art Dragon Strike lies in the state of mind of a saint. The inn was silent, and everyone had a different expression. There is confusion, shock, and longing. There were also those who had strange expressions and were trying hard to hold back their smiles, and some female monks had slightly blushing faces and rolled their eyes at Li Chen. Apparently, only half of the people understood the unique skill described by Li Chen. Those who didn't understand believed his lies. Those who understood were secretly in awe of him. Li Chen actually dared to say such words to Yimeng from Paradise Valley. He was simply courting death. As a disciple of Gle Valley, how could Yimeng not hear that Li Chen was playing a trick on her? Her expression changed several times in succession. So far, she had always been the one teasing men, but no man had ever dared to tease her. Today was the first time. Moreover, the other party was only in the Void Realm, yet he dared to tease her, a 6th Extreme Realm expert. He was simply outrageous. Boom! Vast spiritual energy burst out from Yimeng's body, and the porcelain cup in her little hand turned into powder in an instant. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. A slight blush appeared on her pretty face, and she didn't know whether it was out of shame or anger. Sister, I listened so carefully, but you were teasing me. A murderous look appeared in Yimeng's eyes. She slowly stood up and suppressed Li Chen with surging spiritual energy. Do you know what the consequences of teasing me are? Seeing that she was about to take action, Li Chen smiled and said calmly, What do you mean, Miss Yi? I just didn't tell you the name of the last move, why are you so angry? Well, I'll tell you in secret. The fourth move is called energy drainage, but there will be a period of depression after it ends. Don't tell anyone else. Facing the pressure from the 6 extreme realms, Li Chen still looked calm and composed, which made Yimeng completely enraged. Do you really think I dare not take action in the city? Boom! In an instant, Yimeng slapped out with one palm, and the faces of all the monks in the inn changed. Li Chen took a deep breath, the power of Taiyin spread from his body, and the hot water in the teacup instantly condensed into ice. At this moment, a figure suddenly broke in between the two, and with a snap, the surging spiritual energy suddenly dissipated. Yimeng's palm failed to hit Li Chen, and her wrist was grabbed by a handsome man. Everyone looked carefully and found that it was Shi Kaiyu who had just come in. He tightly grasped Yimeng's wrist with his right hand, and several golden lights lingered and flowed on his arm, full of mystery and a strong sense of oppression. What are you doing? Yimeng narrowed her beautiful eyes and said in a cold voice. She exerted force with her palms, but found that she could not break free from the other person's hands. Both of them are at the first level of the 6 extremes realm, but the parts of their bodies that are activated are different. The so-called 6 poles refer to the human body's limbs, torso, and head. A cultivator at the 6 extremes realm has broken through the shackles on 6 parts of his body. The release of each layer of shackles will bring about a qualitative leap for the cultivator. The first part that Yi Meng opened was the head. The first part that Shi Kaihu opened was his right arm. Therefore, although they were both at the first level of the 6 extremes realm, Yi Meng was unable to break free from Shi Kaihu's hands. The gap after removing the shackles was so terrifying. Li Chen, who was sitting opposite Yi Meng, was also stunned. The situation before him was also beyond his expectations. He forced himself to swallow the Taiyan Qi in his throat, and his expression looked a little strange. "Miss Yi, fighting is prohibited in the city, please stop," Shi Kaihu said lightly. "What does it have to do with you?" Yi Meng asked coldly. Could it be that this person knows Li Chen? Is this the trump card that Li Chen and Shi are clamoring for? Unexpectedly, Li Chen was also asking, "Yet, what does it have to do with you?" He didn't know Shi Kaihu at all, why would the other party help him? "I'll protect this man. Please leave now. Don't even think about doing anything in front of me." Shi Kaihu did not respond to Li Chen's words and slowly released his grip on Yi Meng's hand. Yi Meng snorted coldly, looked at Li Chen with cold eyes, then turned and left. This matter will not end here. Being teased by Li Chen like this, she will not be able to get rid of the hatred in her heart unless she absorbs his yang energy. Chapter 41. After Yi Meng left, Shi Kaihu sat down. He picked up the teapot and porcelain cup very naturally, but suddenly stopped pouring tea and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He found that the tabletop, stool, kettle, and teacup were all emitting cold air that chilled him to the bone. "This is..." Shi Kaihu's face straightened, and he smiled faintly. "Fellow Daoist Li is really a hidden talent. My help seems a bit unnecessary." This cold air couldn't have been caused by Yi Meng, so it could only have been caused by Li Chen. As a person who has reached the 6th extreme realm, he actually felt bone-chilling cold. It is conceivable how deep Li Chen's ability is. "Ha ha ha ha. Thank you for your help, but..." Li Chen laughed and said, "I don't know you, why are you helping me?" He definitely doesn't believe in things like being brave and righteous. Yi Meng is not some small fry, but a disciple of Gle Valley with a powerful background. Perhaps some monks are kind and upright and will help the weaker party, but that is also based on the premise that their own strength and background completely crush the other party. If your own background is not as strong as the other party's, you will definitely not help them rashly, as that will only cause trouble for yourself. Shi Kaihu's Tianhai City background cannot compete with Gle Valley, so what is the reason for his action? Shi Kaihu smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Li doesn't know me, but I have met you once in Tianhai City." Hearing this, Li Chen was even more confused. "Hey? You've seen me? Was it when I first arrived in Tianhai City?" It was just a doubt, he did not question the other party's intention. He could feel Shi Kaihu's kindness, and this person was most likely not an enemy. Shi Kaihu, holding a kettle, used his spiritual energy to boil the tea. He poured tea for Li Chen and himself respectively, and explained, "Yes, I happened to be leaving the city the day you came to Tianhai City. Tianhai Chamber of Commerce has a close relationship with Tianhai City, and the safety of Miss Du is very important. I heard that Miss Du returned to Tianhai City, so I stopped by to take a look." Hearing this, Li Chen nodded, knowing the whole story. He took a sip from the porcelain cup and said, "Even so, I am not worthy of the attention of the people on the Tianjiao list, let alone remembering my face." When he was in Tianhai City, he was just an inconspicuous 5th organ realm cultivator. Logically, he should not be remembered by anyone. "Brother Li, you are too modest." Shi Kaihu smiled again and said, "Being able to escort the eldest daughter of the Du family from Jianzhou to Guhai's who is a great skill, and I remember that Brother Li was only at the second level of the five organs realm at that time, but in less than 2 months, he has already achieved the third level of the void realm. If such a talent is not worthy of attention, then wouldn't it be blind? Shi Kaihu was not as calm as he seemed about Li Chen's progress. He was quite shocked. When he saw Li Chen just now, he thought he had recognized the wrong person. How is it possible for someone to improve so quickly? Even those on the Tianjiao list can't achieve such a fast breakthrough speed, right? And judging from his aura, Li Chen's foundation is very solid, and it is not something that was forcibly improved. At this rate of practice, Shi Kaihu believed that he would soon be surpassed by his opponent. This person is a true genius and it is worth having a good relationship with him. The Du family's control over the Tianhai Chamber of Commerce is very important. If the Chamber of Commerce is taken away by the 3 vice presidents, the situation in Tianhai City will be unbalanced, which is not what my father wants to see. If we knew the exact location of Miss Du, I would personally escort her back to Tianhai City. After saying that, Shi Kaihu poured tea for Li Chen again. As a person on the list of geniuses, he actually poured tea for a person in the void realm. His behavior won the favor of many cultivators around him. He became a figure on the list of geniuses, but he was able to remain humble and not look down on anyone. This kind of personality can achieve great things. Li Chen smiled slightly. The other party gave a long list of causes and consequences. The seemingly useless words actually expressed it very clearly. The reason why I help is because we have a connection and I want to make friends with you. That's all. Brother Shi, aren't you afraid of Paradise Valley? Li Chen asked again. The Paradise Valley is a huge monster, and with the strength of Tianhai City, it is absolutely unstoppable. It is not worth it to cause the destruction of Tianhai City just to make a friend. Li Chen believes that the other party will know this. Upon hearing this, Shi Kaihu said calmly, I may sound boastful, but I have to say that after being listed on the Tianjia ranking, any holy land is at my disposal. Any one of the top 100 geniuses in the 3000 states, if trained, will become a Saint Lord level existence in the future. His words are not exaggeration at all, they are facts. After Shi Kaihu was listed on the list of geniuses, he received invitations from various holy places. The reason he did not join a holy place was that he had not made a choice yet. After hearing this, Li Chen understood instantly. No wonder Shi Kaihu dared to oppose Yi Meng, this is the confidence of the Tianjiao list. Even if Shi Kaihu has not yet joined the Holy Land, if someone were to harm him, the major holy lands would not stand idly by. Glancing out the window, Li Chen said softly, it looks like the auction is about to start. Brother Shi, are you interested? Of course. I heard there were a lot of things at the auction. If I hadn't happened to be passing by nearby, I might have missed it. Shi Kaihu nodded and stood up with Li Chen. The monks in the inn also left one by one and rushed to the auction house. The auction venue was packed with people and very lively. The venue is quite large, and even though there are many people, it doesn't feel crowded at all. But at this moment, Li Chen's attention was not on the meeting place at all, because the person sitting next to him was Yi Meng, whom he had just offended. Is this a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road? Mr. Li, what a coincidence, we meet again right after we separated. Is this a gift from God? Yi Meng leaned slightly towards Li Chen, bringing with her a fragrance. There was a murderous intent in the sneer, which made people shudder. In an instant, the same breath as before quickly penetrated into Li Chen's body through the touch of his shoulder, igniting his heart fire again. The power of Taiyin is like a vigilant guard, suppressing the fire in the heart and dispelling Yi Meng's charm in the first time. Brother Li, let me switch places with you. Shi Kaihu said to Li Chen. Hearing this, Yi Meng was furious. Mr. Shi, I advise you to mind your own business. Be careful that Tianhai City will be in danger. The reason she gave in at the inn was to settle the score later, but it didn't mean she was really afraid of Shi Kaihu. You know, on the list of geniuses, her ranking is 10 places higher than Shi Kaiyu. There are only 100 positions on the Tianjiao list, and those with adjacent rankings may have some differences in strength. But when there is a gap of 10 places, there is absolute suppression of strength. Yi Meng is a disciple of Jile Valley. Her martial arts skills are strong in the unexpected rather than in head-on combat. If a real fight came, she has dozens of ways to kill Shi Kaiyu, but they would be more difficult. After all, none of the people on the Tianjiao list are simple. Brother Shi, don't worry. This evil woman can't cause any trouble at the auction. Li Chen said calmly. Chapter 42. Witch. You actually called me a witch. Yi Meng whimpered twice, and said pitifully, you called me good sister before, but now you call me a witch. You have such a cruel heart. She paused, and a murderous look suddenly appeared on her delicate face, as if a revived evil spirit suddenly approached, bringing with it a scent. She grinned at Li Chen, don't you know that as long as I get close to my prey, I have 100 ways to keep it under my control. The methods used by the Paradise Valley are beyond your imagination. Hearing this, Li Chen smiled and responded, I never called you sister, don't add to the drama. And how do you know that I don't have the means to deal with it? He has the consciousness of a water drop and the power of Taiyan. If he were a male disciple from the Paradise Valley, he might be a little afraid. But Yi Meng is just a female disciple, she cannot absorb Li Chen's yang energy. If a conflict really occurs, it is not certain who will win or lose. While the three were talking, the auction at the venue had officially begun. The auction items were put on display one by one, most of which were items provided by Li Chen. Countless people at the scene placed bids and competed fiercely for the item. As the provider of the auction items, Li Chen naturally hoped that the price would be as high as possible, so he occasionally raised the price to increase the final transaction amount. What's interesting is that Yi Meng seemed to be looking for trouble on purpose. Whenever she saw Li Chen raising his sign, she would immediately raise the price, no matter how much Li Chen raised. 800 spiritual energy stones once, 800 spiritual energy stones twice, 800 spiritual energy stones 3 times. Deal. Congratulations again to number 18 for winning the 100 years fire crystal iron, the auctioneer shouted loudly. Yi Meng slowly put down the sign, looked at Li Chen provocatively, and said lazily, hey, I just have a lot of money, even if I can't use this thing, I will still bid for it. It's a pity that I haven't won anything until now. Do you need me to give it to you? She leaned closer to Li Chen, opened her red lips slightly, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, as long as Mr. Li spends a night with me, I can give you everything I just took pictures of. After saying that, an imperceptible breath once again penetrated into Li Chen's body, and the fire in his heart was once again aroused and burned. Fortunately, the power of Taiyan is still as steady as an old dog, instantly suppressing the heart fire and invading breath. Vision, touch, and smell can all be used to seduce. Is this the skill of the Bliss Valley? It can seduce through the 5 senses and make people fall for it without even realizing it. The charm invaded Li Chen 3 times in total, and entered his body in different ways each time, but was dispelled by his Taiyan power each time. The Yi Meng in front of him could not pose any threat to him. Thank you Miss Yi for your patronage. We'll come again next time. Li Chen responded with a smile. What do you mean? Yi Meng frowned slightly. She snatched away all the items that Li Chen had bid for, but the other party thanked her for her patronage. Could it be that all the items that were bid for were his? It's so funny, how could there be such a coincidence? It's nothing, Miss Yi, just raise the price. Li Chen said with a smile. The object for auction is a sword embryo. This object is naturally generated and may be the only one in the 3000 states. All the forging masters in the entire ancient sea state have said that they are not capable of forging it into a sword. However, once this object is forged into a sword, its value is inestimable. Please choose carefully. Those who bid on this object need to find a forger to forge it themselves. The auctioneer shouted, the starting price is 5,000 spiritual energy stones. The bidding begins. Natural sword embryo. All the monks present were stunned. They had never heard of such a thing and were a little unsure for a moment. Generally speaking, sword blanks are forged from special metals. A semi-finished sword is called a sword blank, and then various rare metals are integrated into it to create weapons of different levels. The raw materials of the sword blank and the rare metals integrated in the process will affect the final grade of the sword. Because of this, the material of the sword blank is very important. Not to mention that this is the first time I have heard of a natural sword blank. If the material of this natural sword blank is very poor, even if the best rare metals are added later, it will be difficult to forge a powerful sword. Seeing that no one was bidding, the auctioneer couldn't help but sigh, everyone, this item has been professionally assessed by the auction and its value is quite high. The only difficulty is to find a blacksmith who is capable of forging it. Once forged successfully, the value of this sword will definitely far exceed tens of millions of spiritual stones. After he finished speaking, the monks at the auction table remained unmoved. They whispered to each other, but did not bid. There was a high probability that the sword blank would fail to sell. The auctioneer sighed again. This was not the first time that it had failed to sell. This item had been auctioned many times in Haiyang City, but it failed to sell every time. Just as he was about to announce that the auction had failed, a sign was suddenly raised. 5,001. Li Chen quoted. 6,000. Yi Meng raised the price directly. 6,001. 7,000. The sudden bid made the auctioneer look ecstatic. During the entire auction, they were the only two people who made consecutive bids. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, everyone had a say and the price was suddenly raised to 20,000 spirit stones. The monks present couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that they had made a mistake? What's going on with these two people? Could it be that this sword embryo is really a treasure? What a treasure! This sword embryo has been auctioned many times in Black Sun City, but no one wants to buy it. Even if it is really a treasure, you still need to find someone who can forge it, otherwise it would be a waste to buy it. The price has reached 20,000 spiritual energy stones. No matter how good the item is, it is definitely not worth this price. This person must have offended the Bliss Valley. I found out before that everything he bid for was snatched away by the girl from the Bliss Valley. So, the people from Paradise Valley are deliberately raising the price, then why is this kid still stupidly raising the price? Is he trying to get back at them? The competitive behavior between Li Chen and Yi Meng became the focus of discussion among the monks. As the price increased by 1,000, the auctioneer burst into laughter. 30,001. If you still want to follow, I don't want it. Li Chen said calmly. The main reason why he wanted to buy this item was that he still didn't have a decent sword. The red sword given to him by the Lord of Qing'an City was only of the 3rd level. It could only be used to fight against the Wuzang realm at most, and it was no longer suitable for him to use. As for the weapons in Narcissus Cave, Li Chen felt that they were not handy no matter how he used them. The moment he saw the sword embryo, he came up with the idea of creating his own sword. The advantage of making your own weapons is that you can continuously upgrade the level of the weapons. Only with your own exclusive sword can you know clearly what materials to use and in which aspects to enhance it next. The most important thing is that the feel of the weapon best matches the user and can produce the strongest effect. Chapter 43. Hey, it's all fair competition, what are you talking about, Mr. Li? Yi Meng said reluctantly, I really like this sword embryo. Let me add it again. If you can still follow, I won't add it anymore. The corners of her mouth turned up, like a devil's grin, and she raised her sign to bid, 40,000 spirit stones. Wow! Li Chen had no expression on his face. This offer shocked the entire audience. A sword blank of unknown material was sold for 40,000 spiritual energy stones. I didn't know whether to say she was generous or stupid. Even the raw material sword blank that can be used to forge a 6th order weapon only sells for around 10,000. After all, the sword blank is only a semi-finished product, and the rare metals added later consume the most. No one would be stupid enough to spend 40,000 spiritual energy stones to buy a sword blank of unknown material. At this moment, the auctioneer's face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. After the auction ended today, he would receive a large salary commission. The auctioneer shouted loudly, 40,000 spirit stones at a time. Raise the price, Mr. Li, why are you still standing there? Don't you want this sword blank anymore? Yi Meng kindly reminded. Brother Li, don't get carried away. The material of this sword blank is unknown, and it's hard to find a blacksmith. It's not worth raising the price. Shi Kai reminded him. He was afraid that Li Chen would act on impulse. Brother Shi, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Li Chen responded with a smile, then looked at Yi Meng deeply and said, You are awesome, don't fall into my hands in the future. 40,001. He raised the sign again, and his loud voice spread throughout the auction. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Shi Kai who was standing next to him with his mouth wide open. Is this what you call knowing what's going on? Brother Chen, are you kidding me? Yi Meng was stunned for a moment, then smiled playfully, Master Li is really generous. This useless sword embryo belongs to you. It's such a pity that Master Li couldn't return empty-handed. 40,000 spiritual energy stones for one time. 40,000 spiritual energy stones for 2 times. Any other offers? The auctioneer glanced at Yi Meng, who waved her hand lazily, indicating that she would not raise the price. 40,001 spiritual energy stones 3 times. Deal. Bang. As the auction hammer fell, the sword embryo was successfully bought by Li Chen, and the auctioneer shouted excitedly, Congratulations to monk number 66 for winning the natural sword embryo. Shi Kai frowned and said, Brother Li, you are too impulsive. This witch is just messing around. You shouldn't take pictures. It's okay. The price of the sword blank is still within my budget. Li Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, telling Shi Kai not to worry. He stared into Yi Meng's eyes and said lightly, I would like to see how many 40,000 spiritual energy stones Miss Yi has. Hearing this, Yi Meng also laughed, Sister, I don't have much of anything, but I have a lot of money. Where did this money come from? Of course, it was taken from men. The disciples of Jile Valley never seek out fellow disciples to practice with. There is no improvement in any way by drawing on each other's spiritual energy, it only transfers the spiritual energy back and forth. Therefore, the disciples of Jile Valley ran outside the sect one by one and used their charms to absorb the essence of the various monks. Anyone whose mind is controlled by them will willingly give up all their possessions. Therefore, every disciple of the Paradise Valley is quite rich, even richer than some powerful monks. For the next few items to be auctioned, Li Chen raised his paddle to bid each time, but in the end, Yi Meng snatched them away at an inflated price. Everyone was sighing at the wealth of the disciples of Jile Valley. Yi Meng smiled proudly, and Li Chen also smiled happily. At the end of the auction, Yi Meng became the biggest buyer in the venue. Li Chen and Shi Kai got up and left. Yi Meng, who got the auction item, immediately followed and stuck to it like a piece of taffy. Do you want me to give you everything I just took pictures of? Just for one night Yi Mengren tempted her unwillingly. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Seeing that Li Chen was not tempted by beauty, she decided to try the temptation of money. If that doesn't work, then use power to tempt them. If that still doesn't work, then you can only use force. The only disadvantage of using force is that it cannot be kept in captivity and can only be enjoyed once. It's rare to find a skin as good as Li Chen's. Yi Meng doesn't want to force it, as that would be a waste. At this time, the person in charge of the auction walked towards Li Chen and respectfully handed him a storage ring. Mr. Li, after deducting the profits taken by the major families from the sword embryo you just bought and the proceeds from your auction, you will get a total of 60,000 spiritual energy stones. After deducting the 40,000 spiritual energy stones from the sword embryo just now, you will still have 20,000 spiritual energy stones left. Please check. Li Chen's eyes lit up and he happily took the storage ring. Very good, thank you for your hard work. There are actually 60,000 spiritual energy stones. This was far beyond his expectations. He originally thought that he would only gain 20 to 30,000 spirit stones. After buying the sword embryo, he should have to pay another 10 to 20,000. Unexpectedly, not only did I not have to replenish the spiritual energy stones, but I also got the expected 20,000 spiritual energy stones. This is all thanks to Yi Meng's brainless bid. What? Proceeds from the auction, what's going on? Hearing this, Yi Meng felt sick. She raised her voice and ran over, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. She subconsciously wanted to grab the storage ring to check. Li Chen immediately dodged her grasp and warned her sternly, "You want to rob me in the street? Be careful or I'll call the guards over." "No, he just said this is the proceeds from the auction." "What's going on?" Yi Meng had a bad feeling. "What's the matter?" "I just sent some stuff, such as some pills, spiritual herbs, metals, etc." Li Chen put away the storage ring and replied with a smile. These were the items he bid the most for at the auction, and the items Yi Meng bought happened to be these as well. Shi Kaihu next to him understood what was happening and his face was filled with surprise. No wonder Li Chen said he knew the plan. It turned out that the 40,000 spiritual energy stones used to purchase the sword embryo seemed to be paid by Li Chen, but in fact it was Yi Meng who paid for it. All the items Li Chen sent for auction were bought by Yi Meng at a premium price. Wow, this guy actually sent so many things. You. Yi Meng was trembling inside, her delicate face twisted in anger, her face turned blue and red, and she cursed loudly, "How dare you screw me? Hey, it's all fair competition. What are you talking about, Miss Yi?" Li Chen responded to the other party's words exactly as they were said. "Next time I auction something, I hope Miss Yi will come and support me again." Li Chen chuckled and turned away, not afraid at all that Yi Meng would suddenly kill her. He turned his back to the crowd and waved, "Brother Shi, I'm leaving first. If you have anything, come to the inn to find me. I have to go back to retreat for a while. Oh, there are too many spiritual stones. I guess I will have to retreat for a long time." Shi Kaihu shook his head and smiled bitterly, standing beside Yi Meng on guard. Once he found that Yi Meng had the intention to attack, he would stop her immediately. Looking at Li Chen's departing back, the cold murderous aura emanating from Yi Meng could no longer be concealed, making the people nearby feel as if they were falling into an icy cave. Chapter 44. No one expected that Li Chen left the auction house as a loser but returned to the inn as a winner. "We have offended Gle Valley today. They will definitely not let us off. If we want to leave Black Sun City, we must bring Shi Kaihu with us. However, we still need to test whether this person is trustworthy in a simulation." Returning to the inn, Li Chen placed all the spiritual energy stones out, and the room was instantly filled with spiritual energy. Li Chen took the sword embryo out of the storage ring and looked at it carefully. The sword blank was golden all over, as if it was made of wood irrigated with gold, and it seemed like it would break into two pieces if you bent it lightly. But no matter how hard Li Chen tried, the sword blank always maintained its original shape, without even a trace of bending. He also chopped with his red sword, the clanging sound echoed in the room, but it didn't cause even a dent. These few points alone are enough to prove that the sword embryo is extraordinary. If I want to find a powerful blacksmith, I'll probably have to go to the vicinity of Zhongzhou. Tisk. I left in such a hurry that I forgot to ask Shi Kaiyu if he knew about the assassination building. Li Chen slapped his forehead, secretly cursing himself for being too proud and forgetting the important matter. I came out today with two purposes. One is the auction, and the other is to get information about the assassination building. However, Yi Meng suddenly appeared out of nowhere and directly disrupted his second plan. Forget it. For an assassination organization, there is probably only so much information circulating. I'll ask later. Let's simulate life first. After thinking about the direction of the simulation, Li Chen opened the life simulator. Use once, consumes 1000 spirit stones. Yes. At the age of 19, your cultivation reached the third level of the Void Realm. You were already a genius and were courted by all the major families. You acted as a proxies at the auction, constantly raising the prices, and successfully harvested a large amount of spiritual stones. That night, Yi Meng brought 6 Extreme Realm warriors into your room. Yi Meng RDU. The power of the Taiyan exploded while you were working, freezing Yi Meng into ice. You were burned to death by the fire in your heart. You were 19 years old. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Surprised face. What the hell, is this the end? The most shameful thing is that he was RD by a witch, and she even brought the audience with her. Are you kidding me? It's just work, why do I need to bring an audience? Is it some weird hobby? The simulation shows that night? Does that mean I will die tonight? After realizing this problem, Li Chen was immediately shocked. This was the closest he had ever been to death. Previous simulations would show that danger would occur days or even years later. Or maybe he had the initiative and could make different choices, so Li Chen was always unhurried and calm in his simulation. But this time we are in a passive state. If we don't find a solution before night falls, then we will be doomed. This witch even dares to ignore the rules of Black Sun City. She is truly lawless. Li Chen gritted his teeth. After thinking about it, it doesn't seem strange. The Lord of Heiyang City is only at the 6th Extreme Realm. Yi Meng can indeed act tyrannically with 6th Extreme Realm warriors. In this world, the strong are respected and the one with the biggest fist has final say. Li Chen had no time to waste and had to simulate a way out of the situation as soon as possible. After he randomly selected an option and opened the life simulator again, 1000 spirit stones suddenly disappeared. At the age of 19, you reached the third level of the Void Realm and became a genius. You were courted by all the major families. You acted as a shill at the auction, constantly raising the prices and successfully harvested a large amount of spiritual energy stones. In order to deal with Yi Meng's attack, you seek Shi Kaiyu's help, and he agrees generously. That night, Yi Meng and 6th Realm experts broke into your room. You and Shi Kaiyu set up a trap and killed formation in advance, and started a fierce battle with Yi Meng and others. Unexpectedly, the 6 people Yi Meng brought were all 6th Realm Great Perfection strong men. Shi Kaiyu fought against 4 6th Realm Great Perfection strong men alone, and finally fell to the ground seriously injured. Yi Meng dragged you to the bed and RDU. The power of the Taiyan exploded during the labor, freezing Yi Meng into ice. You were burned to death by the fire in your heart. You were 19 years old. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Seeing this result, Li Chen scratched his head in distress. He thought that he had the power of Taiyan, plus Shi Kaiyu who was on the list of geniuses, and the help of the killing array, so he should be able to eliminate all enemies. But the result was a disastrous failure. Shi Kaiyu is a good person. Not only did he help with all his strength, but he was also very powerful. He could fight against 4 people who had reached the great perfection of the 6th realm alone. But the problem is that the other side has too many people, and Shi Kaihu can't stop so many enemies. Moreover, each level of the 6 extremes realm is vastly different. Li Chen, who is only at the 3rd level of the void realm, cannot be a match for someone who has reached the great perfection of the 6 extremes realm. Even if the power of Taiyin is used, it is still difficult to resist. Even if the Lord of Black Sun City comes, he won't be able to win. Facing so many 6 extreme realms, he can only hide in the Narcissus Cave. Li Chen made a decision and simulated it again. So I have to take Shi Kaihu with me when I leave the city. Let him help me hold back Yi Meng and the others. Shi Kaihu is a disciple on the Tianjiao list and has the protection of the big boss of the Holy Land. He will not be killed by Yi Meng no matter what. It is most appropriate to let him hold back Yi Meng and others. At the age of 19, you reached the 3rd level of the Void Realm and became a genius. You were courted by all the major families. You acted as a shill at the auction, constantly raising the prices and successfully harvested a large amount of spiritual energy stones. In order to deal with Yi Meng's attack, you seek Shi Kaihu's help, and he agrees generously. You and Shi Kaihu walked out of Black Sun City together and were attacked by Yi Meng and others outside the city. Shi Kaihu held back 5 6th realm warriors for you, and you were chased by Yi Meng and a 6th realm warrior to the Black Mountains. Because the opponent was too strong, you were caught by Yi Meng before you escaped to the cave teleportation array, and she used force on you in the wild. The power of the moon exploded while you were working, freezing Yi Meng into ice, and you were burned to death by the fire in your heart. You died at the age of 19. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Wow, do people in this world also like the wild? They're so open-minded. Li Chen's mouth twitched slightly, followed by a feeling of powerlessness. For the first time, he felt the pressure brought by the people on the Tianjiao list. The backgrounds and methods of these people were much stronger than those of ordinary cultivators. Why are there so many people who have reached the 6th realm of great perfection around Yi Meng? Could they be the guardians of the Bliss Valley? Li Chen pinched his chin and thought, then denied this view. If he is the guardian of the Paradise Valley, he should not be only at the 6 extremes realm. And Yi Meng's identity seems to be just an inner disciple or a direct disciple, so it is impossible to say that he has a protector. The protectors of every major sect are the ones who protect the sect's disciples. The other disciples who go out to train will not receive such treatment. Yes, even Yi Meng, who was ranked 90th on the Tianjiao list, was not a Taoist of Gle Valley. This shows how profound the foundation of Paradise Valley is. Glancing at the sky outside, Li Chen knew that there was only enough time left for one simulation. He couldn't help feeling anxious. No matter which direction he thought about, he couldn't seem to find a way out. We must think outside the box. Running away and fighting will definitely not work. Otherwise, Li Chen suddenly had a strange idea. Although he was not very willing to do so, this path seemed to be the easiest way to find a way out. Chapter 45. Li Chen only had one simulation time at most. After a few seconds of silence, he resolutely consumed 1,000 spirit stones. Use once, consumes 1,000 spirit stones. At the age of 19, you reached the 3rd level of the Void Realm and became a genius. You were courted by all the major families. You acted as a shill at the auction, constantly raising the prices and successfully harvested a large amount of spiritual energy stones. That night, Yi Meng brought 6 6th realm warriors into your room. She intended to force herself on you, but you turned the tables and pushed Yi Meng onto the bed. While happily working, you tried your best to suppress the fire in your heart. Yi Meng tried to replenish you, but you were frozen into ice by the power of Taiyin. The 6 6th realm warriors who were watching the battle suddenly knelt on the ground collectively, with wisps of black smoke coming out of their bodies. They seemed to have become different people, staring blankly at everything in front of them. 4 of the middle-aged men fled the scene, and the two young men became furious and killed you directly. You were no match for two 6th realm great perfection masters. After several rounds of fighting, you died at their hands. You died at the age of 19. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. A turning point has appeared. Li Chen's face lit up with joy, and he was not disappointed because the simulation was over. Through the simulation results, he has guessed the identities of these 6 people. They are not Yi Meng's protectors, nor are they Yi Meng's helpers, but a group of cauldrons whose minds have been bewitched. Others are afraid of Yi Meng's charm, but Li Chen possesses the consciousness of a water drop and the power of Taiyan. Unless the opponent's consciousness is stronger than his and can fight against the power of Taiyan. Otherwise, he is basically immune to charm. Therefore, as long as the charm in the cauldrons is removed, the number of enemies can be effectively reduced. In this way, only Yi Meng and the 2 stubborn young furnace tripods were left, and they were not to be feared at all. Li Chen looked out the window at the sky again and felt that it was about time. His spiritual sense spread out and he quickly found Shi Kaihu's location. At this time, Shi Kaihu was trading in a talisman shop, which was quite close to the inn. "Brother Shi, please come over and have a chat." Li Chen communicated through spiritual consciousness. Shi Kaihu was stunned for a moment. After completing the transaction with the store owner, he went directly to Li Chen's guest room and said straight to the point, "Brother Li, what's wrong? You look so hurried. The witch will come with her furnace tonight, and I need Brother Shi's help." Li Chen stood up and clasped his fists with a respectful look. "Witch? With her behavior, she will never give up. No problem, I will do my best to stop Yi Meng and buy time for Brother Li to escape." Before Shi Kaihu finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Chen. "No, Brother Shi misunderstood. I want Brother Shi to help me kill the witch here. 90th on the list of geniuses?" When Shi Kaihu heard this, he was a little stunned. The other party is a disciple of the Paradise Valley. Both his strength and background are daunting. No one dares to offend him, let alone think of killing him. But in Li Chen's mouth, killing the 90th ranked genius was like killing a chicken, he did it right away. So fierce. "Brother Li, do you have an action plan?" Shi Kaihu asked. Li Chen nodded, "Yes, I have a way to help Liu Ding remove the charm and reduce the number of enemies." He told Shi Kaihu about his plan, and he thought it was feasible. He took out a formation flag and said solemnly, "There is no need for a trapping formation. With our strength, setting up a trapping formation will only alert the enemy and easily expose ourselves. I have a concealment formation flag. Even a 6th realm great perfection expert cannot detect this formation. I will hide inside the formation flag and wait for the right moment to strike. Whether I can succeed depends on Brother Li's acting skills." Shi Kaihu frowned and said, "But, if we kill Yi Meng, Gle Valley will not let it go. After all, she is a figure on the Tianjia ranking. I can join the Holy Land, and Gle Valley can't do anything to me, but what are you going to do, Brother Li? Are you sure you want to do this?" He was not afraid of revenge from Paradise Valley, but Li Chen was different. Although the two had only spent a short time together, it was not difficult to see that Li Chen was actually just a casual cultivator and knew very little about many things. Li Chen smiled and responded, "Don't worry, I will be fine, but if I don't kill her, she will come to kill me. She and I are already mortal enemies." "Okay." Shi Kaihu sighed and said no more. The two of them immediately set up a concealing formation in the room to completely cover up Shi Kaihu's aura. Li Chen sat alone at the table drinking and waiting. In less than 10 minutes, the door was suddenly pushed open slowly, and Yi Menglian walked in slowly with a smile on her delicate face. "It seems that Master Li knew I would come. Let me guess, that BD Shi Kaihu is here too, right?" She sent out her spiritual sense and searched the house carefully. Li Chen, who was sitting on a stool facing the door of the room, sneered, "Do I need help to deal with you? You are just the first level of the 6th extreme realm. I can kill you easily." "Oh? Can I kill him with ease? Master Li, are you just bragging?" Yi Meng walked up to Li Chen with a smile. What surprised her was that she didn't notice Shi Kaiyu hiding in the corner? Or is it that Li Chen is actually a rookie who didn't even hire any outside help? Yi Meng didn't dare to let her guard down. She observed her surroundings with her spiritual sense and calmly sat down opposite Li Chen. She didn't know whether Li Chen was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes. She suddenly stretched out her little hand and snatched the wine jug from Li Chen. Her jade fingers accidentally touched his palm, and there was a hint of spring on her beautiful face, which was captivating. "How do you know if I can kill you if you don't try? Arrogance is often the beginning of death." Li Chen sneered again, his eyes revealing a strong confidence that didn't seem fake at all. This made Yi Meng even more certain that Li Chen in front of her was just a fool. Thinking of this, a hint of disdain appeared in her smile. Anyone who forgets himself because of a victory during the day is no different from her furnaces and cauldrons. Yi Meng immediately lost interest in Li Chen. She had thought that he was a powerful man who made her want to conquer him, but it turned out that everything that happened during the day was just a coincidence. Boring. Boring. It seems that Mr. Li is very confident, but have you ever thought that there may not be only one person on my side? Yi Meng said with a joking smile. Call. In an instant, as she finished her words, several strong winds suddenly rushed in through the doors and windows. The next second, 6 figures appeared in the room, and they stood behind Li Chen with dull expressions. The terrifying aura of the great perfection of the 6th extreme realm was like a chasm pressing down from the sky, and the air was stagnant at this moment. Seeing Li Chen being oppressed by the spiritual energy, Yi Meng chuckled like a winner. Master Li, I originally planned to make you a furnace, but you are too ugly at the moment, so please, go to hell." Just when Yi Meng was most relaxed, a purple lightning shot out from the dark corner of the room and hit the 6 cauldrons head-on. Boom! The huge noise caused the ground to collapse suddenly. Shi Kaiyu's whole body was bathed in purple lightning, like a god descending from heaven. He pressed his palms on the heads of the 2 cauldrons, then slammed them into the ground, falling from the 3rd floor to the tea room on the 2nd floor. Chapter 46. The whole inn trembled, and the monks and civilians in the inn fled in fear. The noise here also alarmed the Black Sun City guards, who were rushing over here quickly. While Yi Meng was stunned, Li Chen laughed loudly and quickly came to Shi Kaiyu's side. The water droplet consciousness in his mind flew out from between his eyebrows and turned into a vast ocean to suppress him. The 2 furnace cauldrons were shocked at this moment, and their dull eyes became more colorful. "Wake up!" Li Chen seized the opportunity and clapped his hands. Suddenly, an extremely cold wind howled and swept across the entire roof. The power of Taiyin poured into the bodies of the 2 people, and the extremely cold breath froze into their bones. The charm that Yi Meng left on the 2 cauldrons dissipated in an instant. Even Shi Kaiyu, who was surrounded by lightning, was startled. He had seen this power during the day, but he didn't expect that this power was so strong that it almost extinguished his lightning. The 2 middle-aged men who were infused with the power of Taiyin woke up instantly. They looked at everything around them in doubt and surprise, with a large number of memories of being imprisoned flooding into their minds. "If you want revenge, help us kill Yi Meng," Li Chen said in a cold voice, spewing out cold white air arrows from his mouth. The 2 men's eyes focused, and they immediately moved and rushed towards Yi Meng. They did not forget everything, but their minds were controlled by Yi Meng and they became obedient walking corpses. Over the years, Yi Meng has treated them like animals and the anger in her heart cannot be expressed in words. Yi Meng in the room on the 3rd floor was filled with murderous intent, like an enraged poisonous snake, staring at Li Chen. Once again, She was fooled by Li Chen again. This hateful guy in front of me always gives people the impression of a fool, a greenhorn, and someone who has never seen the world. In fact, if someone really thinks Li Chen is a fool, then that person is the real fool. So you have mastered the ability to break charms. No wonder my charms have no effect on you. Yi Meng stood beside the big pit on the floor, looking down at Li Chen fiercely. The two furnace tripods stood behind her with dull eyes, not taking any action without authorization. The other two cauldrons had already flown into the air, colliding with the two 6th extreme realm cultivators rescued by Li Chen. Layers of air waves exploded continuously in the air, and the deafening sound made all the cultivators in Black Sun City stand in awe. Fighting is prohibited in Heiyang City. Everyone stop immediately. The Heiyang City guards rushed in and shouted loudly. Noisy. Yi Meng didn't even look at it, as a furnace cauldron behind her suddenly raised his hand and struck. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the vast spiritual energy pressed down like a giant tripod, and more than 40 members of the guard team exploded into blood foam in an instant. The bloody scene frightened the nearby monks so much that they retreated and dared not stay. Even though the situation had become so serious, the city lord still did not come out to maintain order in the city. It was obvious that he was frightened by the battle in the sky and had to hide in the city lord's mansion and pretend to be dead. Li Chen no longer expected the lord of Black Sun City to come out to help. He and Shi Kaihu both had solemn expressions as they confronted Yi Meng. The collision of the two auras proved that the battle between the two sides had quietly begun. Although they seemed not to have taken any action, their consciousness and spiritual energy had actually been colliding invisibly, creating a giant vortex in the air. Yi Meng groaned, and the shackles on her head were opened when she reached the 6th level of the realm, and her spiritual awareness was greatly enhanced. But even so, she was at a disadvantage in the collision just now. How is this possible? Their spiritual awareness is stronger than mine. Yi Meng couldn't believe it, with murderous intent in her eyes. Swish! Suddenly, the two cauldrons behind her finally pounced towards Li Chen, so fast that they could hardly be captured by the naked eye. Li Chen, who possessed the water droplet consciousness, could only barely capture two black lines. Bang! Shi Kaihu tried to block in front of him in vain. His whole body was surrounded by purple lightning, making a hissing sound. He alone fended off the attacks of two people who had reached the great perfection of the 6th level, and was as powerful as a god or demon, and was hard to match. The two figures were as fast as lightning, and they collided dozens of times in the blink of an eye. A vast aura swept in all directions. Shi Kaihu's face was full of confidence, and he said in the midst of the fierce battle, "Brother Li, don't die in the hands of the witch." He was willing to help with all his strength because he saw Li Chen as a talented person who was worth making friends with and helping. But if Li Chen does not show his due talent, then after the fight, Shi Kaihu will leave immediately and will no longer have any contact with Li Chen. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The strong can tolerate the weak, but they are never on the same level. Li Chen didn't reply. He stared at Yi Meng with a serious expression. No matter what, he is only at the 3rd level of the Void Realm. It is extremely difficult to challenge the 6th extreme realm. Not to mention challenging the 6 highest realms on the Tianjiao list. The gap here is not a little bit. Every person on the Tianjiao list is capable of killing enemies above their level. Therefore, Shi Kaihu did not think that Li Chen could kill Yi Meng. As long as Li Chen could hold on in the opponent's hands, he would go to support him as soon as he killed the two cauldrons. Yi Meng drew out the two swords from her waist with a gloomy look. Two streams of spiritual energy attached to the blades, forming a purple-black evil spirit. At this moment, Yi Meng was like a awakened devil. Her figure became blurred, as if she was possessed by a demon, exuding a terrifying aura. As an evil sect, the disciples of Paradise Valley have never been gentle and kind. Beneath the smiling face lies the ultimate evil cruelty and tyranny. Call. In an instant, a huge wave of spiritual energy came towards him. Yi Meng's figure appeared in front of Li Chen as if by teleportation, and the two swords filled with murderous aura appeared on both sides of his neck without her noticing. Li Chen's pupils shrank sharply, and the cold Taiyan energy spread in an instant. The space within a radius of 1 kilometer seemed to be condensed by this cold air, and Yi Meng's movements also paused. Seizing this opportunity, Li Chen retreated violently and drew his sword quickly. A stream of crimson light streaked across the sky, and the sword blade, at a strange angle, simultaneously blocked the attacks of the two swords. Clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out, sparks flashed, and Yi Meng's figure disappeared, as if she had disappeared into the darkness. Li Chen had no time to be surprised as his spiritual sense immediately issued a warning. He subconsciously swung out his sword, and the sword energy turned into a drizzle of rain, covering the sides. Clang! Another flash of sparkle flashed by, appearing particularly dazzling in the darkness. But after the light flashed, Yi Meng disappeared. She was like a ghost blending into the night, graceful and swift. Man Myokin's image is like an elf dancing in the darkness. Every time she appears, she is like a man-eating evil ghost, with murderous aura swirling around her. The sound of metal clashing continued to echo. Li Chen used the spirit water rain sword, and the spiritual energy model was like a gust of wind and rain, protecting himself in all directions. He collided with the opponent for dozens of rounds. His movements were neither fast nor slow, integrating the Liang Yi sword technique's method of using the opponent's force to counter-attack, and with his third-level Dongxiu cultivation, he forcefully challenged Yi Meng, who was at the first level of the Six Extremes realm. For a while, the two of them fought evenly. The Lord of Heiyang City, who was observing secretly, was so shocked that his jaw dropped and he exclaimed in his heart, "Oh my God!" Chapter 47. What surprised the Lord of Heiyang City the most was not the earth-shattering melee in the sky, nor the fact that Shi Kai beat up 2-6 extreme perfections alone. Instead, Li Chen, who was only at the third level of the Cave Void realm, was able to handle the 90th place on the Tianjiao list with ease, like a knight practicing swordsmanship, without any panic. A sword was swung out, like a dark cloud passing by, bringing with it morning clouds and evening rain. Every drop of water is a sharp sword energy. Looks weak, but the sword energy is like a violent storm, and the damage it causes is enough to keep Yi Meng out, making it difficult for her to get close. What kind of swordsmanship is this? The Lord of Heiyang City widened his eyes. He found that he could not understand the sword moves performed by a mere Cave Void realm person. This violent sword technique is as gentle as the rain, so exquisite that it is breathtaking. If it weren't for the existence of this sword technique, the Lord of Black Sun City was sure that Li Chen would be defeated soon. However, just a sword technique is not enough to stop Yi Meng, who is ranked 90th. She is a disciple of the Bliss Valley. How could she only have this little skill? The Lord of Black Sun City watched in secret, secretly calling upon spiritual energy to open a safe passage for the people without spiritual oppression. He was pretending to be dead, but that didn't mean he would ignore the safety of the people. Clang! With a crisp sound, Li Chen's red sword was cut into 3 pieces by Yi Meng's double swords. The dark clouds and heavy rain suddenly stopped, and the rain curtain slowly disappeared. After repeated collisions, no matter how Li Chen tried to reduce the force, the red sword could not withstand this level of collision. Being able to block so many attacks with a third-level weapon is enough to prove how powerful Li Chen's swordsmanship is. If it were someone else, even if they blocked Yi Meng's attack, their third-level weapon would have been shattered long ago. Suddenly, 2 deadly sword lights emerged from the darkness, like 2 bright white crescent moons, aiming directly at Li Chen's vital points. The unarmed Li Chen immediately took out the sword blank and blocked the attack in a thrilling manner. The strong impact made him take several steps back, and the hand holding the sword began to tremble slightly. He had already exerted his sword skills to the extreme, removing 90% of the opponent's strength. But even so, Yi Meng's power is still unpredictable. Damn! This woman is too strong. Li Chen cursed inwardly, the gap in their cultivation was too big. Even without the suppression of spiritual consciousness, the Six Extremes realm is still the Six Extremes realm, and it is the Six Extremes realm on the Tianjiao list. The strength is truly powerful. I can't take down the witch by myself, I need Shi Kaiyu to help me. Li Chen's spiritual awareness expanded, locking onto the situation on Shi Kaiyu's side. The purple lightning there flashed frequently, and the vast spiritual energy turned into waves that shook all directions. Shi Kaiyu was like an immortal god hammering away at mortals, destroying several buildings in succession. His heroic might was unstoppable. Li Chen made a decision immediately and used his quiet water body to move towards Shi Kaiyu. He stepped on the void, and every step left a faint ripple. His body was like a reflection on the water, creating waves in the air. Want to leave? Yi Meng, who was hiding in the darkness, sneered and approached quickly, slashing towards Li Chen with the short knife covered with murderous aura. Swish! However, Li Chen, who was hit, suddenly became blurred, as if a dagger hit the lake, and his whole body instantly turned into a puddle of water. Yi Meng was slightly stunned, and in a trance, Li Chen had already come near Shi Kaiyu. What kind of body movement is this? This person's inheritance is quite amazing. He must be the heir of a certain sect or holy land. The Lord of Black Sun City, who was watching secretly, had a solemn look on his face. He found that he could neither spy on Li Chen's swordsmanship nor understand Li Chen's body movements. He believed that Li Chen definitely came from a sect's holy land. How could a casual cultivator master such profound martial arts? At the same time, Shi Kaiyu fought with two furnaces for a long time, and the roar resounded through the sky. After hundreds of rounds of fighting, Shi Kaiyu suddenly stepped on a cauldron, and both of them fell to the ground at the same time, creating a huge deep pit. For a moment, the air was filled with smoke and dust, and sand and rocks were flying. The cauldron that he stepped on felt a splitting pain in his head, and the power of thunder paralyzed his whole body, making it unable to move. Good opportunity! Li Chen's eyes lit up when he came nearby, and the power of Taiyin was poured into the sword embryo. He slashed out with a sword mixed with extreme coldness in an instant. The sword embryo irrigated with gold was drawn in the darkness, and the dazzling white sword light flashed by, outlining a perfect straight line between heaven and earth. Swish! The first move of immortal slaying, a ray of light. The cold sword energy swept out, beautiful and gorgeous. The man who was stepped on by Shi Kaiyu had no time to look at the room or resist. He could only watch the sword energy pass through his neck. With a puff, the head and body were separated. The flying blood bloomed and condensed in the air, and the head and body instantly froze into a mummy. Brother Li, you are trying to steal the kill. Shi Kaiyu said with a wry smile. The corpse under his feet gave him a chill, which made him feel a little nervous. I'm just helping you finish off the enemy, quick and decisive. After the attack, Li Chen quickly turned around and swung out the spirit water rain sword. The pattering rain soaked the earth again, and the condensed sword energy poured down like a downpour, forcibly blocking Yi Meng's steps. Everything happened so fast. From Li Chen's movement, to the finishing blow with a sword, to the return of his hand to perform sword skills. It took less than a few breaths in total. Li Chen's speed is so fast that it is outrageous, and his movements are so strange that even the strong men in the sixth extreme realm feel their scalps tingling and are difficult to predict. No one expected that while resisting Yi Meng's powerful attack, Li Chen was still paying attention to the surrounding situation and successfully helped to take down a person. Damn Li Chen! Yi Meng's face was covered with frost. Li Chen ran away in front of her and killed her furnace, which was a great insult and mockery to her. She seriously underestimated Li Chen's strength, and even felt a little fear deep in her heart. If both of them have the same level of cultivation, can she defeat the other? I'm afraid he will be killed instantly. The cold aura released from the opponent was so chilling that even those in the Six Extremes realm could tremble. Coupled with his mysterious sword skills and body movements, he was truly powerful enough to be frightening. Li Chen continued to swing his sword, releasing a hazy drizzle. The sound of the rain was like spring rain irrigating the earth. Yi Meng stood outside the rain with a grim look on her face. She suddenly put back the two short knives that were filled with evil spirits at her waist. She formed seals with her hands and murmured in a cold voice, "Go to heaven, sacrifice animals and beasts, and live in the Pure Land forever." As soon as the words fell, the world suddenly became silent. Even the drizzle created by Li Chen lost its sound at this moment. Suddenly, a cold wind blew from nowhere. Eerie ghostly laughter came out from the mouths of the three furnace tripods at the same time, and their faces and bodies began to distort strangely. There was a sound of bones breaking from the three men, but they were still grinning madly, as if they couldn't feel the pain. They allowed the attacks to fall on them without being moved. Soon the three of them were twisted into a ball of flesh, with extremely pale skin. The strange thing is that there is no blood on them. Immediately afterwards, a purple flame ignited on the three people, quickly refining them into black pus and blood, which then flowed into Yi Meng's mouth. The disgusting and weird scene made Li Chen exclaim, "Clean and hygienic." A large amount of pus and blood flowed into Yi Meng's mouth, and her cultivation aura skyrocketed wildly at this moment. The surging spiritual energy formed an energy shield, which collectively repelled Li Chen and others who wanted to interrupt the spell. The roar resounded through the sky, and the buildings of Black Sun City were completely destroyed by this spiritual energy. There were broken walls and ruins everywhere, which made the Lord of Black Sun City feel heartbroken. Chapter 48. The two Sixth Realm cultivators who were rescued by Li Chen couldn't help but feel their pupils shrink when they saw the secret technique performed by Yi Meng. "Is this, the Paradise Valley's method of rebirth into bliss?" one of the Sixth Extreme Realm exclaimed. "Rebirth in Paradise?" Shi Kaiyu frowned. "Is this the core secret method of Paradise Valley to sacrifice the furnace and cauldron to strengthen itself?" Apparently he had also heard about the secrets of the Paradise Valley. This is the exclusive secret method of Paradise Valley, and its effect is extremely cruel and inhumane. The function of the secret method is to refine the cauldron into pools of pus and blood, which can improve one's own cultivation after absorption. This method is generally used by disciples of the Paradise Valley to break through to a higher realm. But Yi Meng was so angry at Li Chen that first two cauldrons got out of her control, and then another cauldron was killed by Li Chen. In order to avoid the damage of the cauldron again, she had no choice but to use the method of blissful rebirth to refine the three people who had reached the great perfection of the sixth realm into her own cultivation. The vast pressure of spiritual energy made the monks outside the city break out in cold sweat. Even though they were outside the city, they could still feel the terrifying pressure of the Six Extremes realm. Looking at the graceful figure in the sky, her breath rising higher and higher, no one cared to appreciate her beauty anymore. Everyone was deeply afraid of him. They deeply realized how powerful and terrifying the top 100 geniuses of the 3,000 states were. "This is difficult. I think it's better to leave first." The two people in the sixth extreme realm wanted to retreat. They resented Yi Meng for deceiving them, but they were also afraid of Yi Meng. It was hard for them to forget the captive life that was worse than pigs and dogs, but they also had not forgotten Yi Meng's hideous laughter and her essence collecting skills. After saying that, the two men turned into streams of light and flew out of the city without hesitation, regardless of whether Li Chen objected or not. Suddenly, eerie and playful laughter echoed throughout the sky and earth, and rolling black fog enveloped the entire city. "Go? Where can we go, my husbands?" Yi Meng, exuding a bloody smell, walked out of the thick fog with a terrifying aura. Upon hearing her voice, the two sixth extreme realm cultivators froze, as if they were frozen by invisible energy. The third level of the six extremes realm. Shi Kaiyu spoke in a deep voice about Yi Meng's cultivation level. His expression became extremely solemn, without any trace of his previous ease. Each level of the 6 extremes is vastly different, and for a genius, this gap will be infinitely magnified. Shi Kaiyu has many trump cards and is confident that he is not inferior to Yi Meng at the same level. But if the opponent's realm is higher than his, then the difficulty of defeating him will increase tenfold. Yi Meng's cultivation at this moment has already climbed to the 3rd level of the 6th realm, and his mighty aura is several times that of an ordinary 6th realm powerhouse. Brother Shi, if you leave now, it's still not too late. Li Chen said with a smile. Even at this time, he could still laugh, which was very intriguing. Shi Kaiyu was speechless. He shook his head and looked at Yi Meng with a firm gaze. It has come to this. If we don't kill him, it will be difficult to settle the matter. As a newcomer to the list of geniuses, many people actually feel dissatisfied with him. After all, he was just a guy who suddenly appeared. Before he was on the list of geniuses, he was just an unknown person. Therefore, this battle is very important to Shi Kaiyu. If people knew that he retreated halfway through a fight with Yi Meng, he would definitely be laughed at by countless people. Seeing that Liu Ding wanted to escape, Yi Meng, whose cultivation level had skyrocketed, giggled. Her cold laughter made people shudder. A strong sense of oppression was released from her body, causing a sense of depression inside and outside Heiyang City. Yi Meng drew out her 2 swords and leisurely took a step with her long legs, crossing 1,000 miles in one step. Her target is the 2 people at the 6th extreme realm. In order to escape, the 2 men had left the range of help from Li Chen and Shi Kaiyu. Yi Meng suddenly stood in front of the 2 of them, with a sinister sneer on her face and murderous aura that made people feel like they were falling into an icy cave. With a puff, 2 short knives surrounded by purple-black murderous aura stabbed fiercely into the necks of the 2 men. The scarlet blood gushed out like a fountain. Facing Yi Meng's attack, the 2 people who had reached the great perfection of the 6th realm did not have the slightest power to resist. They stared at Yi Meng intently, wanting to speak but unable to utter a word. Yi Meng kept smiling, her eyes flashing crimson, and the charm of Paradise Valley was used again. The poor 2 6th realm cultivators were once again bewitched by Yi Meng. Before they died, their eyes even showed a look of infatuation. Rebirth in paradise, sacrifice of animals and birds, eternal pure land. Yi Meng said grimly. The bodies of the 2 furnace tripods began to twist violently, quickly forming 2 flesh balls, with purple flames burning fiercely, and finally turned into a pool of pus and blood that flowed into Yi Meng's mouth. Her aura surged again. Although she had not yet broken through the realm, her strength had already reached the limit of the 3rd level of the 6 extremes realm, which was even more powerful than before. Brother Shi, are you sure you can win? Li Chen said calmly, looking at the beautiful figure in the air. It's hard to win, Brother Li, do you have any countermeasures? Shi Kaiyu did not dare to be arrogant. At this moment, Yi Meng was too powerful. The air was filled with depression. 1/3 of the entire Heiyang city had been destroyed by spiritual energy. Hearing this, Li Chen chuckled and said, if Yi Meng's strength is only at the 1st level of the 6th realm, I have a powerful sword move that can chop off her head. That's perfect. I happen to have a secret method that can forcibly suppress the enemy's realm. Shi Kaiyu grinned and said, Yi Meng has just broken through to the 3rd level of the 6 extremes realm, and her realm is not yet stable. Once my secret method is activated, I can temporarily suppress her back to the 1st level of the 6 extremes realm. What a coincidence! I'll have to ask Brother Shi to help me buy some time to gather my strength. Ah! Hearing this, Shi Kaiyu couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. If he understood correctly, Li Chen meant for him to deal with Yi Meng alone until she had accumulated enough strength? Good man, you can't be so deceiving. Don't worry, I'll help you with the sword, and the rest is up to you. Li Chen raised the corner of his mouth, and before Shi Kaiyu could open his mouth to speak, his face froze, and he slowly exhaled a cold white air arrow from his mouth. Call! In an instant, the bone-chilling power of Taiyin was fully released. Shi Kai's body trembled, and under his shocked gaze, the area of thousands of miles instantly turned into ice and snow. Li Chen did not stop, he swung a sword directly at Yi Meng in the air. 7th Immortal Slaying Style, Misty Drizzle. All of a sudden, there was a hint of moisture in the cold space. A torrential rain suddenly poured down from the void, and Li Chen created a rainstorm with one sword. Every drop of falling rain is transformed from sword energy. As the rain fell, it was frozen by the power of Taiyin, forming sharp ice spikes that smashed down towards Yi Meng. Boom! Facing Li Chen's attack, Yi Meng showed disdain on her face. She opened her spiritual shield and rushed towards Li Chen. One by one, the ice spikes hit the spiritual shield, making crisp sounds. It seemed easy to resist, but the ripples on the shield were enough to prove that it would cost Yi Meng a lot to block this torrential rain of ice spikes. After all, what she was resisting was not a simple ice spike, but a sharp sword energy that was integrated with the power of Taiyin. So Yi Meng had to get rid of this hateful man as quickly as possible. Chapter 49. Shi Kaiyu immediately stood in front of Li Chen, with purple lightning wrapped around his whole body, like an emperor who controlled thunder, and his grey-white robe fluttered under the encouragement of spiritual energy. He shook his arm, and huge bronze boxing gloves emerged from his palm. The mystery spread to his entire arms. The appearance of the boxing gloves was like a roaring tiger, exuding a fierce aura. Bang! Shi Kaiyu's fist collided with Yi Meng's dagger, and two different spiritual energies exploded from the center. Li Chen at the back remained unmoved. He calmly closed his eyes and made a move to draw his sword, while surging spiritual energy flowed in the shape of an 8 in front of him. He used the concentrated sword force to create an invisible shield. Although the sword blank has no scabbard, it does not hinder him from drawing the sword and attacking. Brother Shi, hold on. Success or failure depends on this. After Li Chen said this softly, a white shadow seemed to emerge from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he completed a set of smooth master-level sword techniques and then merged into his body. This, please, Brother Li, please do it faster. Shi Kaiyu's face was filled with black lines. At this point, he no longer had the chance to refute and could only go ahead with it. Get out of my way! Yi Meng shouted loudly, and her two swords were like the giant scythes of the god of death, rolling towards her with fierce and murderous aura. Boom! The two figures collided again, and the swift movements left several afterimages. The deafening sound echoed throughout the sky and earth, and the fierce battle caused the surrounding buildings to collapse one after another. The spiritual energy of the 6 extremes realm swept in like waves, and the two figures collided back and forth like gods, releasing overwhelming power. Shi Kaiyu and Yi Meng fought from the ground to the air, with all kinds of skills, secret techniques, and martial arts mysteries emerging one after another. In order to stop Yi Meng, Shi Kaiyu even used up all his secret explosive skills, and was able to fight Yi Meng, who was at the 3rd level of the 6th realm, on equal terms. The Black Sun City's defense formation collapsed into ruins all over the sky after the collision between the two. You should know that the defense level of the city defense formation is generally one major level higher than that of the city lord. In other words, the Black Sun City's defensive formation is enough to block attacks from the realm level. The power unleashed by the two 6th extreme realm geniuses was enough to rival those of the domain realm powerhouses, shocking countless cultivators. With every explosion, the heart of the Lord of Black Sun City would be fluttered. If the fighting continued like this, Black Sun City would really be finished. Layers of air waves spread from the sky, and the monks watching outside the city were frightened. Is this the strength of the Tianjia ranking? It's really too terrifying. Is this really the strength that a cultivator in the 6th extreme realm can possess? Even the city lord doesn't dare to come out to mediate. What the hell is this? If I try to stop a fight, it would be the same as seeking death. If it were me, I would definitely pretend to be dead. The monks outside the city gathered together, each of them with a look of awe on their face. Fights among the people on the Tianjiao list are extremely rare. Under normal circumstances, there will be no changes in the Tianjiao list. A great battle of geniuses happened a while ago, but they didn't expect that they would have the honor to witness the second one. I heard before that Shi Kaiyu entered the Tianjiao list by luck. I think the person who said this is definitely jealous. Humph. The Tianji sects ranking of the Tianjiao has never been wrong. Anyone who can make it onto the Tianjiao list will only be stronger than the one on the ranking list. After today's battle, the Tianjiao ranking will probably have to be updated once again. That's right. Both sides are already fighting a life and death battle. Either you die or I die. Everyone agreed that Shi Kaiyu's ability to challenge Yi Meng was enough to move up the list of geniuses. Not only was his strength not overestimated by the Tianji sect, but it was seriously underestimated by the cultivators from outside. Above Heiyang City, Shi Kaiyu fell heavily to the ground. The moment his legs hit the ground, it caused violent vibrations and splashing sand and stones. At this moment, he was covered in wounds, with many bloody marks left on his body by Yi Meng's double swords. The evil spirit on the wounds continued to cause trouble, causing him unbearable pain. Yi Meng's situation was not much better. Not only did she have to deal with Shi Kaiyu in his explosive state, she also had to expend her spiritual energy to resist the attack of ice spikes. Being attacked from both front and back had exhausted her energy, and her graceful figure was also covered with scars. Yi Meng couldn't understand whether this rainstorm phenomenon was a sword technique or a magical power. She had never seen such a strange move. Also, doesn't this move consume any spiritual energy? How can it be so long-lasting? The two of them used their spiritual consciousness to explore in the direction of Li Chen at the same time, and found that the area around Li Chen had become extremely cold. He still stood there, his eyes closed, maintaining the same sword-drawing action as before. One after another, white shadows performed different sword techniques and then merged into Li Chen's body, like a soul entering the body, emitting a faint white light. With every flash of white light, Li Chen's sword power would become stronger. During the time when Shi Kaiyu and Yi Meng were fighting, the sword energy he condensed had formed a safe area. The Black Sun City was in ruins, with all kinds of energy runes wreaking havoc. However, the position where Li Chen was standing was not affected at all. The energy formed by the sword isolated all unstable factors. If it weren't for the fact that Li Chen was getting stronger and stronger, Shi Kaiyu would have suspected that he was just slacking off. Shi Kaiyu, I admit that you are very powerful, but if I fight to the death, both of us will suffer. How about you give way now and end our feud? Yi Meng resisted the attack of the ice spikes and made concessions. She found that continuing the fight would be quite disadvantageous to her, as there was a lord of Black Sun City hiding in the dark, and she didn't know which side he was on. It is not impossible that the other party would kill her when she is exhausted. Anyway, we can put the blame on Shi Kaiyu and Li Chen. Hearing this, Shi Kaiyu smiled. But before he could open his mouth, Li Chen, who was gathering strength, suddenly said, "Are you scared? If you are, you still have time to run away now." Boom! At this moment, Li Chen opened his eyes. He seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword that was about to be unsheathed. The powerful sword force shook the ground, and it shattered into pieces like a spider web. Oops, sorry, the charge is complete, you don't have a chance to leave. Li Chen laughed and shouted to Shi Kaiyu, "Brother Shi, I've been waiting for a long time. Please complete the last step." "No problem." Shi Kaiyu clenched his fists together and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. His whole body was shining with lightning and thunder, and the roaring thunder was several times stronger than before, as if he was bathing in a sea of thunder. Yi Meng suddenly had a bad premonition and she held the two swords tightly with both hands. Faced with the two people who suddenly smiled, she was a little confused, but she could guess in her heart that the two people were planning something. The next second, Shi Kaiyu told her the answer. Shi Kaihu was seen making seals with his hands, and a purple lightning formation appeared behind him. If you look closely, you will find that this formation looks like a cage. Thunder Prison Soul Locking Formation. Bang! Shi Kaihu clapped his palms, summoned all the spiritual energy in his body, and used purple lightning to weave a 4-meter-high thunder cage. He changed his gesture, and a complex purple array pattern lit up between heaven and earth. The rumbling thunder, with its powerful force, suppressed Yi Meng in an unstoppable manner. Feeling the vast aura coming, Yi Meng's face changed drastically and she quickly retreated. But it was too late, the thunder cage had already blocked the entire area, like a giant bird cage falling from the sky. Chapter 50. Boom! The 4-meter-high purple lightning cage crashed down, and Yi Meng, who tried to escape, was directly imprisoned in the cage. Countless lightning bolts bound her delicate body, like purple pythons wrapped around her body. Damn it! Mr. Shi, do you really want to be an enemy of my Paradise Valley? Yi Meng struggled hard, and her body, bound by lightning, turned into black mist in an attempt to escape from the cage. Shi Kaihu put away his smile, and 2 circular purple formations appeared on his palms, which he twisted slightly. The thunder prison that suppressed Yi Meng suddenly shone with light, and an unmatched force suppressed her within the cage. The severe pain made Yi Meng wail and scream, and her cultivation aura began to decline rapidly. Ah! Yi Meng screamed shrilly, too eerie to be human. She, don't think you can kill me by forcing me to practice. When I get out, I will destroy your Tianhai city. Her cultivation level began to drop from the 3rd level of the 6 Extremes realm to the 2nd level of the 6 Extremes realm. And then fell from the 2nd level of the 6 Extremes realm to the 1st level of the 6 Extremes realm. The moment Yi Meng's cultivation level dropped to the 1st level of the 6 Extremes realm, purple flames suddenly ignited all over Yi Meng's body. This was not the effect of the Thunder Prison's formation, but Yi Meng's secret technique of the Paradise Valley. At the cost of burning one's life, unleash unparalleled combat power. Cracks began to appear in the huge Thunder Prison cage, and it made crackling sounds. Just when she was about to break through the Thunder Prison, Chen suddenly flew into the air, with hundreds of white phantoms following behind her like soul clones. Shi Kaihu instantly recognized these white shadows. They were the white light that merged into Chen's body after he performed a set of sword techniques. Chen was extremely fast, and arrived in front of the Thunder Prison that was about to be broken like a flying sword. Without saying a word, he swung his sword at Yi Meng. At this moment, he has entered a mysterious state, and all the sounds around him can no longer enter his mind. The scene before his eyes was not Yi Meng and Lei Yu, but 100 kinds of sword techniques overlapping rapidly. The dense sword energy penetrated the sky and earth and spanned the 8 wildernesses. As the sword was swung out, hundreds of figures suddenly appeared behind him. They wielded different sword techniques at the same time, and it was only a moment, but it seemed as if 100 years had passed. Hundreds of figures performed sword techniques that finally overlapped perfectly in the same sword-drawing action, forming Chen's earth-shattering sword. 6th Immortal Slaying Style, Sword returns to oneness. Buzz! The deafening sound of swords resounded through the sky. A pure white sword energy cut through the sky, splitting the clouds in the night sky, splitting the huge waves of spiritual energy in Heiyang City, and also splitting Yi Meng's body. Everyone saw this magnificent sword strike. It was as if 100 sword masters were performing 100 different sword techniques at the same time, shocking all the monks and common people in the city. An extremely dazzling blow, mixed with countless sword energies, seemed to split the sky and cut off the darkness. Shi Kaihu stared at Chen's back in amazement. This sword was like the appearance of a sword immortal. All the monks outside the city fell into deathly silence, staring blankly at the sword marks in the sky, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Phew! Yi Meng's delicate body was broken into 2 in mid-air, and the splattered blood was like a gorgeous rose. Even though her body was split in 2, she was still full of strange beauty. Li Chen landed slowly on the ground, using the sword embryo to support his body. All the spiritual energy in his body was drained by this sword. He was extremely tired at the moment, feeling even more exhausted than having x 9 times a night. Not only was his spiritual energy drained, but his brain also felt a sharp pain. In order to build up strength for this sword, he consumed a huge amount of his spiritual power. This sword could be said to be the most powerful strike he had ever made. Shi Kaihu stood there for a long time before waking up from his shock. He immediately landed in front of Li Chen, clasped his fists and said, "Brother Li's swordplay is truly like that of a swordsman. It's really admirable. Every word here comes from the heart." Shi Kaihu asked himself, if it were him, would he be able to take this sword? The answer is no. Li Chen's sword incorporates the mysteries of hundreds of sword techniques. Without 100 years of accumulation, it is impossible to comprehend such a sword technique. Shi Kaihu couldn't understand why Li Chen, at such a young age, had such accumulated sword skills. Could it be that he is a genius in swordsmanship? Ha 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 ha. Brother Shi, you are too kind. Your thunder technique really opened my eyes. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't be able to kill this evil woman. Li Chen laughed and said, everyone knows how to flatter each other in business. As long as you are a little thick-skinned and praise the other person's strengths, both parties will have a pleasant conversation. The Lord of Heiyang City, who was in the dark, saw the end of the battle and knew it was time for him to come out and finish it. If he didn't come out, the people would be really disappointed. Pan Hao immediately stepped out of the city lord's mansion, pretending to be angry, and shouted loudly, "What happened? What happened? What happened?" The loud voice echoed between heaven and earth 3 times, with a tone that contained 7 parts of anger and 3 parts of confusion. It was like coming out of seclusion for many years and finding that his dynasty no longer existed. Hearing Pan Hao's voice, the monks and people outside the city were awakened. They all looked up at the city lord's figure, and felt confusion and anger from Pan Hao's fluctuating spiritual energy. The city lord is coming out. Boy, he came out at the right time. The battle is over, of course I came out. Hey, this guy is pretty good at pretending. Several monks with sect backgrounds started to laugh in a sarcastic tone, not afraid of offending anyone at all. But the residents of Black Sun City were not convinced, and one directly retorted. What nonsense! It's obvious that our city lord is in seclusion practicing. He doesn't know that fighting in the city is normal. Now that he was awakened by that young master's shocking sword, he immediately came out to take charge of the situation. Oh, yes, yes, you are right. The monks were too lazy to argue. When they saw the city lord coming out, it meant that the battle in the city was over and they could go in and watch. The lord of Black Sun City fell to the ground with a frown on his face. He said to Li Chen and the others in a deep voice, "Could you two deists give me a reasonable explanation as to why Black Sun City was destroyed like this? Although I know it clearly, I still have to play the whole play." Li Chen glanced at him calmly, feeling amused in his heart. There is a demon woman attacking us in the city, but don't worry, the demon woman has been killed by us. You can reward her with tens of thousands of spiritual energy stones. Pan Hao couldn't help but twitch his face when he heard this. My goodness, my Black Sun City is almost lost, but he still wants a reward. He asks for tens of thousands of spiritual energy stones right at the beginning. How can this be a rip-off? Ahem. We will investigate this matter carefully. Thank you two Taoist friends for your help. Come on. Clean up the scene. Pan Hao was extremely thick-skinned and simply skipped the reward issue and asked the surviving guards to come and clean up the battlefield. This time, Black Sun City suffered huge losses and received no compensation. But what can we do? Facing the battle of the Sixth Realm Great Perfection, if Pan Hao came out, he would just be seeking his death. It's a blessing in disguise that Black Sun City has not been reduced to complete ruins. Chapter 51. The Lord of Heiyang City found an excuse to leave, and Li Chen did not bother about the reward anymore. It's obvious that this city lord is very stingy. It's impossible to get any reward from him. Li Chen sent out his spiritual sense to search for the storage rings of Yi Meng and others. However, after searching for a while, Li Chen was stunned. Where is Yi Meng's storage ring? Brother Shi, have you seen it? It is normal that the 6 furnace cauldrons do not have storage rings, but it is impossible for Yi Meng to not have a storage ring. She bought so many things at the auction, she can be said to be rich. But Li Chen scanned Yi Meng's body several times, even counting the hairs on each one, and searched the ruins again, but he couldn't find a storage ring. Could it be that Shi Kaihu secretly took it away? That shouldn't be the case. Shi Kaihu doesn't seem like that kind of person. As for the stingy city lord, he probably doesn't have the courage to steal their things. Shi Kaihu opened his eyes while recovering from his injuries. He swallowed another pill and scanned the area with his consciousness. He was also stunned. This shouldn't be the case. Could it be? What is it? Li Chen looked over. Shi Kaihu thought for 2 seconds and then said, I'm not too sure, but I heard that the big sects have many methods, and some of them have the means to recycle disciples' supplies and even souls. You mean, Yi Meng is not dead? Li Chen stood up straight instantly. He had put in so much effort, but the other party didn't die? Isn't this a time bomb? It's just a possibility. As for whether the soul is recovered, it depends on the power of the recoverer and the integrity of the soul. Shi Kaihu explained, if the soul is too severely damaged, the cost of repairing it is very high. If it is not an important disciple, the sect will not spend resources on it. Moreover, after the soul is repaired, the body must be rebuilt, which is another huge cost. There are only 2 possibilities for those who will be resurrected. First, this person is a peerless genius who can support the future of the sect. The sect will spare no effort to protect his life. Second, this person was born into a large family, his parents have enormous resources, and he is deeply loved by his family. As for Yi Meng's family background, I'm not too sure, but she is a direct disciple of the Paradise Valley. Whether the sect will restore her body or not, but whether they will help her repair her soul, depends on how damaged her soul is. The classification of disciples in the 3000 states is almost the same. The one at the front is Daizai, the successor to the headmaster. The second group is the disciples directly taught by the great elders. Then came the inner disciples, outer disciples, and menial disciples that Li Chen was familiar with. Brother Li, don't worry too much about this. Even if Yi Meng can be resurrected, the process of repairing her soul and body will be very long. Shi Kaihu comforted him, with Brother Li's talent, by the time Yi Meng is resurrected, he may have already soared to the sky. Having said that, Li Chen still felt uncomfortable. He was not afraid of Yi Meng and Jile Valley's revenge, but there must be a huge amount of spiritual stones in Yi Meng's storage ring. After playing all night and getting nothing, Li Chen felt a little unhappy. After all, those are all simulation times. He sighed and changed the subject. Brother Shi, what are your plans for the future? I originally didn't know where to go in the future, but after seeing Brother Li's sword just now, I decided to go back to Tianhai City first, and then join the Juxiao Holy Land. Shi Kaihu said with a firm look in his eyes. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, as if he was looking forward to something. 9 Heavens Holy Land, Tianhai City. Li Chen had no idea how big the Juxiao Holy Land was. But speaking of Tianhai City, he suddenly remembered the plan of Xianming sect. So Li Chen used his spiritual sense to talk secretly and said, Brother Shi, there are a lot of Xianming disciples in your Tianhai City. Remember to be more careful when you go back this time. I have already reminded Miss Du, and you can discuss this matter with her. This was Li Chen's way of thanking Shi Kaihu. He couldn't give him any thank you gift. The only valuable thing he had was the intelligence information. Shi Kaiyu is a very nice person. He helps out in every simulation and is a good brother worth making friends with. Hearing the words Xianming sect, Shi Kaiyu's eyes suddenly condensed, and he sent a telepathic message, "Brother Li, are you really not kidding?" "I'm not kidding. I discovered the Xianming sect when I was in Tianhai City, so I'm giving you a heads up." Li Chen nodded solemnly. The two left the center of the ruins and came to the outskirts of Black Sun City, where they found an inn that had not been destroyed and sat down to talk. Li Chen told the Xianming sect's plan in detail without hiding anything. "Thank you Brother Li for telling me so much. I have no way to repay your kindness today. If you need any help in the future, please let me know." Shi Kaiyu clasped his fists solemnly. The affairs of the Xianming sect are too important to his Tianhai City. If it weren't for Li Chen's reminder, Tianhai City would most likely be controlled by the Xianming sect. Li Chen smiled and said, "You and I have been through hardships together, there is no need to say this. If it weren't for your full support tonight, I would have died without a doubt." He had simulated the ending many times, and without Shi Kaiyu's help, he would be 100% doomed. Even with Shi Kaiyu's help, it was not easy to win tonight. The battle tonight is the only way to survive that Li Chen came up with after many simulations. Only now has the spiritual energy in his body recovered a little. By the way, I wonder how much Brother Shi knows about the assassination building. Li Chen suddenly remembered. The Assassination House is an organization that specializes in issuing assassination missions. It does not belong to any sect or religion. They accept all assassins in the world and never consider their identities. Shi Kaiyu paused and asked curiously, "Has Brother Li been assassinated? Do you need me to help you revoke the assassination order? Can the assassination order be revoked?" Li Chen was stunned. Can the assassination order be cancelled with money? Or is the assassination building just a small organization that can be influenced by the powerful at will? As if he understood Li Chen's doubts, Shi Kaiyu immediately explained, "The assassination house is very powerful and spread all over the world. However, no matter how powerful it is, it cannot compete with the Holy Land. In order to avoid being destroyed by the Holy Land, the top management of the assassination house will give dividends to the Holy Land every year. Because of this, the Holy Land has some say in the assassination building and can directly revoke ordinary assassination orders. If the assassination order was issued by another holy place, then whether the order should be revoked will be a matter for the two holy places to settle privately." Shi Kaiyu raised his lips slightly, and said confidently, "If the person who offered the bounty on Brother Li is not a disciple of the Holy Land, I can ask the elders for help after I join the Juxiao Holy Land." As one of the top geniuses, the elders of the Holy Land could still agree to such a small request. "I haven't been assassinated yet, I just encountered some problems. If I can't solve them, I will have to trouble Brother Shi." Li Chen smiled and raised his glass, saying, "Cheers. It's my honor to meet a genius like Brother Shi." "Ha ha ha ha. Brother Li, you're flattering me. With your strength, you'll be on the list of geniuses sooner or later." Shi Kaiyu laughed heartily and raised his glass to clink with it. The two chatted all night in the inn. The 3,000 states are in turmoil because of tonight's battle of geniuses. Chapter 52. Zhongzhou. Tianji sect. When talking about this sect, the first reaction of all cultivators is solemn, mysterious, and powerful. This is an ancient sect with a history even older than that of the Zhongzhou dynasty. They mastered the most magical deductive secrets of the 3,000 states. The sect recorded the most complete history of the 3,000 states, with countless powerful people and unfathomable background. Countless formations covered the sect's mountains, as if they were surrounded by clouds and mist, with occasional golden runes floating up. In the clouds and mist stood a number of grand and magnificent buildings, and every sect disciple dressed in Taoist robes was busy with his own deductions. From the trivialities of life to the laws of nature and human affairs. Among them, in the magnificent main hall, there were dozens of disciples and the white-haired deputy leader of the Tianji sect. There is a huge formation disc in the center, and the projection floating on it is the list of geniuses. Last night, the Tianjia ranking was changed again. Yi Meng, who was originally ranked 90th, was killed. According to the usual practice, we have to deduce the ranking again. Alas, I didn't expect that the Tianjia ranking, which has been stable for 100 years, would change twice in a short period of time. It feels like a storm is coming. The era we live in is called Nirvana by the sect master. Perhaps this moment is the beginning of Nirvana. Which genius killed Yi Meng? Has anyone among you ever deduced it? The murderer is not on the list of geniuses. When these words came out, all the disciples were stunned. Their first reaction was that if it wasn't a life-and-death fight between geniuses, then it could be that Yi Meng had offended some big shot and was then slapped to death by the other person. After all, Yi Meng's strength and background are there. If it weren't for a big shot, who would dare to kill her? Wrong. At this time, the white-haired deputy leader of the Tianji sect began to reprimand, as disciples of the Tianji sect, when faced with any matter, the first thing we should do is not to guess the cause and effect, but to deduce it. I really don't know how the elders of each peak teach you on a daily basis. The deputy sect leader's words were harsh, and frightened his disciples so much that they hurriedly used the secret technique of deduction. Although the disciples did not voice their doubts, the voices in their hearts were all heard by the old deputy sect leader. The things controlled by the Tianji sect range from small things to big things, from near to far, and from inside to outside. Those who have mastered the art of divination can not only deduce the changes in the world, but also understand people's thoughts. Investigate the wind and clouds, peek into the secrets of heaven, and understand people's hearts. This is one of the foundations of the Tianji sect. More than a dozen disciples divided the work to deduce, and numerous runes intertwined to form curves, forming densely packed mysterious patterns, shining with dazzling brilliance. The fortune of Black Sun City suffered a great turmoil last night. This is where Yi Meng died. Yi Meng, who is ranked 90th on the Tianjiao list, and Shi Kaiu, who is ranked 100th on the Tianjiao list, are both in Black Sun City. The person who killed Yi Meng has a causal relationship with the Yin-Yang sect. As the disciples of the Tianji sect took turns reporting, shocking pieces of information came out one after another. If someone else were watching here, they would definitely be scared by the scene before them. If the people of Tianji sect want to know about the affairs of the world, they can actually obtain a lot of information by using secret techniques in just a moment. Then combine all the information together to get the true result of something. This person is a traitorous disciple of the Yin-Yang sect. He just joined the Yin-Yang sect a few months ago and became a seeker of truth. Now he has already entered the third level of the Cave Void realm. His cultivation speed is faster than the top 50 on the Tianjia ranking. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and were shocked by the deduction results. Dongxiu cuts the 6 extremes? How did he do it? This kind of person has never appeared in the current deductions. Something is wrong. His future is not obscured by the haze, but every time I deduce it, the destiny is different. What is going on? The person responsible for predicting Li Chen's future exclaimed. After these words were spoken, even the silent deputy sect leader couldn't help but raise his head. The Tianji sect can deduce the life of most people. The vast majority of ordinary people and monks will never encounter a great opportunity to change their destiny in their lifetime. Their lives are basically fixed and will not change much. And some people who are blessed with good fortune may have holy objects on them. Their destinies will be shrouded in obscurity and cannot be detected. This is heaven's protection for those with good fortune, to prevent their luck from being taken away. But Li Chen's fate is quite strange. He has reached the third level of the Void Realm at such a young age and has the ability to kill the 6 extremes. Such a powerful Li Chen, but he doesn't have any great luck in his destiny. According to normal results, he would never encounter any good fortune in his life and would be no different from ordinary people. The Tianji sect disciple who had predicted Li Chen's future thought that his prediction was wrong, so he tried again, twice and 3 times. In the end, he was horrified to find that it was not his deduction that was wrong, but Li Chen's future was constantly changing. This person is the legendary variable. Deputy Sect Master Gongqi said in an old voice, the ancestor of the Tianji sect once mentioned variables. This is a defined but never appearing existence in the Tianji deduction technique. According to what our ancestor said, people with great luck can change their fate, which is called variables. But now it seems that not only is our ancestor wrong, but the Tianji sect's understanding of variables from ancient times to the present has been wrong. Gongqi became more and more excited, as if he had discovered a huge secret. The destiny of a person with great luck is not a real variable at all. The ever-changing fate is the real variable. The resounding voice echoed in the main hall. Gongqi laughed loudly and his body turned into a hurricane, flying towards the sect master's peak. The group of disciples were somewhat confused. It was difficult for them to understand what the deputy sect leader said, but they could still feel that Li Chen's fate was not simple. So, how should the list of geniuses be ranked? Someone asked. One of the direct disciples replied, Li Chen has the ability to kill 6 extremes. I think he can be placed in the top 100 of the Tianjiao list. Not right. Another person immediately denied it and said, this person is only at the 3rd level of the Void Realm. Without Shi Kai's help, it would be impossible for him to kill the 6th level realm. He is not suitable to be on the Tianjiao list at this moment. I think we should deduce a newcomer to the top 100 and let Shi Kai replace Yi Meng's 90th place. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. In this battle between geniuses, the gap in strength is too great to be measured. The safest way is to deduce newcomers who are more suitable for the Tianjiao list instead of putting Li Chen on the list. Shi Kai is very strong and is qualified to take the 90th place, but... The person who spoke earlier smiled slightly. Don't you think it would be more interesting to let a cave void realm level 3 become the 100th on the Tianjiao list? Interesting? It seems that junior brother Rong has forgotten the significance of the Tianjiao ranking. Suddenly, the main hall door was opened by spiritual energy, and a young man in white clothes emitting spiritual charm stepped into the air. All the disciples present changed their expressions and clasped their hands together. Greetings, Daizai. Chapter 53. The visitor was none other than the Tianji sect's disciple Mu Tianxing. He was full of spiritual charm, with a handsome face and eyes like stars, as if he could see through the truth of the world at a glance. Although no aura was released, all the disciples seemed to be under tremendous pressure and did not dare to look up at Mu Tianxing. He is the Taoist disciple of the Tianji sect and is ranked 3rd on the Tianjiao list. But no one knows how strong Mu Tianxing's true strength is. Even Zhong Guan, who ranked 1st on the Tianjiao list, didn't dare to say that he could win for sure. Everyone who knows a little about Mu Tianxing agrees that the reason why Mu Tianxing ranks 3rd on the Tianjiao list is simply because he has never exerted his full strength. He is so low-key and always looks like he is not interested in competing with the world. He is indifferent to any challenge from anyone. Mu Tianxing ranked 3rd on the Tianjiao list purely because he was forced to take action due to a special situation. He only made a move once, and he was ranked 3rd on the Tianjiao ranking. Junior brother Rong, what is the meaning of the Tianjiao ranking? Tell me. Mu Tianxing stepped on the void and appeared in front of Rong Yiming in an instant. He stared into Rong Yiming's eyes with a smile, and his strong gaze seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts and hit the depths of their souls. Rong Yiming felt a chill in his heart when he was stared at, but he still said with courage, Reply Daizai, the purpose of the Tianjiao list is to inspire the younger generation and let the 3,000 states give birth to more and stronger peerless Tianjiao. He took a deep breath, and then he spoke with more courage. So he continued, I think that having Li Chen enter the Tianjiao ranking will have the effect of a rock falling into a lake, and it will stir up waves in the still waters of the 3,000 states. Since they wanted to use the Tianjiao list to have an incentive effect, Putting Li Chen on the Tianjiao list would definitely be a bolt from the blue, making all the Tianjiao feel tremendous pressure. No matter what Li Chen's final outcome is, whether he is kicked off the list or dies, it can wake up all the geniuses and make all the young people work hard to make progress. Nonsense! Mu Tianxing shouted coldly, and the terrifying aura and pressure from his aura shocked his disciples. His star-like eyes scanned everyone, then looked at Rong Yiming again and said in a cold voice. The Tianjia ranking has always been based on the results of deduction. It has never changed since ancient times. Junior brother Rong, do you think you have the qualifications to change the rules? If someone who shouldn't be on the Tianjiao list is forced into the list by you, do you know how much cause and effect will be disturbed? Disturbing cause and effect is a violation of the Tianji sect's taboo. Didn't the elder tell you about this? Or did junior brother Rong simply not take the elder's words to heart? People of the Tianji sect pay the most attention to fate. They must keep in mind which actions will involve cause and effect and which actions will tamper with fate. Every action must be carefully considered. Li Chen will enter the Tianjiao list sooner or later, but entering early will bring various changes to his life. To put it in terms of what Li Chen said in his previous life, it is the butterfly effect. Rong Yiming's behavior is to change Li Chen's life trajectory. Not only did he want to change the rules that had been in place since ancient times, which was an act of insubordination, but he also disrupted Li Chen's life trajectory, which was implicating cause and effect. Don't underestimate a small causal connection. Among all the causal lines of a mortal, there may be one that is connected to a powerful being in the realm of life and death. Therefore, it is a taboo in the Tianji sect to change the fate of others without authorization. I don't accept it. Rong Yiming suppressed his fear of Daizai and raised his head angrily. It is wrong for me to change the rules without authorization, but Daizai, I don't agree with the cause and effect you mentioned. From the moment the Tianjiao list was created, it has disrupted the karma of the Tianjiaos. The Tianji sect never mentioned a word about this. Why is it that I violated a taboo by letting Li Chen enter the Tianjiao list? Li Chen's inclusion in the list will implicate the causal line, and so will the inclusion of other geniuses in the list also implicate the causal line. Why is the former a taboo, but the latter is nothing? Could it be that the Tianji sect has double standards? The more Rong Yiming thought about it, the angrier he became, and his face turned red with anger. The other disciples also looked at each other in bewilderment. They realized that this seemed to be the case and that it was all related to cause and effect. So why couldn't Li Chen be on the list? Could it be that? Everyone gasped. Could it be that a mere Dongxi realm person actually had a grudge against their Daoist son? Good job! Seeing the expressions of his junior fellow students, Mu Tianxing's mouth twitched slightly. His face darkened slightly, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he said, "You are right. From the moment the Tianjia ranking was created, cause and effect have already occurred." Then you, Rong Yiming had organized his words in advance, ready to use sharp words to expose the hypocritical mask of the Tianji sect. As a result, what he heard from Mu Tianxing was not a rebuttal, but a personal admission. This time, Rong Yiming couldn't handle it anymore. The people around him also showed the same expression, looking at Daizai blankly, even forgetting their awe. Mu Tianxing stepped into the air and came to the deduction array. He sighed, "You don't know the real secret behind the Tianjia ranking. I don't blame you. The cause and effect of the Tianjiao list involves a big secret of the 3,000 states. The purpose of the Tianjiao list is to inspire the younger generation to become stronger, but it never encourages killing each other." He pushed the intertwined runes with his palm, and a brand new list of geniuses was instantly established. Shi Kaihu was ranked 90th on the Tianjiao list, and the 100th place was replaced by an unfamiliar name. This was the 100th genius that Mu Tianxing deduced at the moment he waved his hand. He spoke calmly again, "It is normal for the geniuses to fight and kill each other, but the sect master and the elders do not want to see the geniuses sacrifice. The disciples were slightly startled and confused by these words. The grudges between the geniuses are private matters. Everyone has his own destiny. Whether these people are dead or alive has no impact on the TNG sect. Why should the clan leader and elders worry about this? Again, this involves secrets. I cannot tell you. You will know it later. Mu Tianxing stood with his hands behind his back. Li Chen's potential can be ranked in the top 50 of the Tianjiao list, but his overall strength is far from the top 100. If he is allowed to enter the list early, it will harm him. This is not the result that the sect master and the elders want to see. I have already published the list. Junior brother Rong, please do not make the same mistake again. Return to the mountain to accept your punishment. After saying that, Mu Tianxing stepped into the air and left, leaving a dozen of his disciples standing there looking at each other in bewilderment. From beginning to end, Daizai had only one explanation, which was that the Tianjiao list involved a secret. Although the purpose of the Tianjiao list is to inspire geniuses, it is not purely for inspiration. Its existence has more important meaning. It's a pity that Daizai didn't want to tell. During the conversation, Daizai, the sixth brother, actually directly released the list, without giving his disciples the opportunity to make a list. Chapter 54. With the update of the Tianjia ranking, all major states were shaken. As a new prodigy, Shi Kaiyu actually jumped directly from 100th place to 90th place. How long has it been? He has only been on the list for over a month, and his improvement is too fast. And Yi Meng, who originally occupied the 90th place, was killed overnight. The sudden news ignited the gossip hearts of countless people. Shi Kaiyu ranked 90th, and Yi Meng was killed directly. Could it be that Shi Kaiyu killed Yi Meng? No, no, no. I heard that the person who killed Yi Meng was a young hero who didn't make the Tianjiao list. No way. How come someone who can kill someone on the Tianjiao list is not even on the Tianjiao list? Is the Tianji sect deliberately hiding something? Inside the city inn, everyone was talking about words like Tianjiao list. I heard that Shi Kaiyu and that man killed Yi Meng together. Although Yi Meng's head was chopped off by that man, his strength is only at the Void Realm, which is not enough to be ranked on the Tianjia ranking. Dongxu/6 Extremes? You're awesome, buddy. If this level of strength is the same, wouldn't it be like killing a dog to kill a genius? SHH. Be careful with your words. Don't say such things carelessly. The monks in the Qing'an City Inn were all startled, and some of them looked at the muscular bald man in the corner. The man paused while drinking and sneered, killing a genius like slaughtering a dog? How ridiculous! He just stole Shi Kaiyu's head. If I meet him, I will kill him like slaughtering a dog if we are at the same level. Oh, yes, yes, Master Shan is right. Some monks smiled. The people around him whispered, who is he? 99th on the Tianjiao list, the Daizai of the Giant Stone sect, Shan Shen. Isn't the Giant Stone sect in Pingzhou? Why did the people from the Giant Stone sect come to our Jianzhou? I don't know. Recently, there are a lot of geniuses coming to Jianzhou, so everyone should be careful with what they say. Could it be that a secret realm has been opened? Who knows? Only the big sects and holy places know this information. We ordinary cultivators can only try our luck. If you are not afraid of death, you can follow the sect team. The probability of seeing the secret realm is very high. But if anyone is killed because of this, it is none of my business. There are many different opinions about Li Chen's identity. Since he does not appear on the Tianjiao list, basically no one knows his name. Only the witnesses in Black Sun City knew what happened that night and that stunning sword. Seeing that he was not on the list, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He did not hope to be on the list of geniuses so quickly. He knew his own capabilities best. The reason why he was able to kill Yi Meng with one sword was because he relied on the sixth move of the immortal beheading after accumulating strength. If Shi Kaiyu hadn't delayed time, he would not have had the chance to build up his strength on his own. The longer the sixth immortal beheading style is charged up, the greater its power will be. At the same time, the spiritual energy consumed also increases exponentially, so this move cannot be accumulated indefinitely. If one fails to control it properly, his body may be drained instantly, and not only will he fail to kill the enemy, he may kill himself instead. If it were on the list, it would bring a lot of trouble to Li Chen, and with his current strength, he would not be able to handle it. Dog, fly steadily. I need to practice. Li Chen patted the wind wolf under him and immediately turned on the life simulator. At this moment, Li Chen was 1,000 meters in the air, sitting on the broad back of the wind wolf. The wind wolf that broke through to the void realm grew a pair of blue and white wings on its side, and its body became stronger and taller, which allowed it to carry Li Chen well while flying across the sky. Although the wind wolf is a land-based monster, its flying speed is not slower than that of flying monsters. Start the life simulation. Use once, consumes 1,000 spirit stones. Yes. At the age of 19, you are already a third-level expert in the Void Realm. Your powerful strength has attracted the attention of the Tianji sect, but also offended the Bliss Valley. You return to Jianzhou to look for Liu Zhengping. On the way, you meet the leader of the Yinfen sect. You kill him and take Feng Lang to wipe out the entire Yinfen sect, harvesting a small amount of supplies. At the age of 20, the leader of the Yin-Yang sect learned of your strength and offered all his supplies to please you, only asking you to spare the sect, and you agreed. Since you did not find Liu Zhengping in the Yin-Yang sect, you went to the Five Elements sect to inquire. As a result, the head of the Five Elements sect told you that Liu Zhengping had defected from the sect and his whereabouts were unknown. At the age of 21, you found a 9th-rank weapon forger in Zhongzhou Taiwang City. After taking a look at your sword embryo, he shook his head and said he was powerless. You thought that the other party's skills were not good enough, but unexpectedly, he was able to see into your heart, and you were beaten up by him. At the age of 22, you searched for hundreds of forgers in a year, but they all said that they could not forge a natural sword blank. In desperation, you went to the Tianji sect to ask for the location of the strongest forger. A Tianji sect disciple named Rong Yiming tells you that there is a legendary blacksmith in Miandian Prefecture who can forge a natural sword embryo for you. At the age of 23, you carefully entered the Miandian Prefecture and were suddenly attacked by an assassin from the assassination house. You used your strange body skills to hide in a temple. You suddenly realize that the atmosphere in the temple is weird. The Buddha statue is actually a man and a woman hugging each other. The monks in the temple smile strangely and say that you have a connection with Buddhism. God is connected to Buddhism. Could this be the lair of the happy Zen monk? Upon seeing this message, Li Chen couldn't help but pat the wind wolf on the back, causing the wind wolf to wail in grievance. In addition to the woman with a thick waist, the other person who had coveted his body before was a monk who practiced Joy Zen. Neither of them is a good person, and they both came for his Taiyin power. What Li Chen didn't expect was that this monk was also from Miandian Prefecture. This place was too dangerous. You resisted with all your might and rushed out of the temple, but then you suddenly realized that you were already trapped in an unknown formation. Countless beautiful figures walked towards you, madly absorbing your Taiyin power. Because you were weak, you were eventually sucked dry. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. Choose your martial arts realm. A familiar airflow was flowing through his body. He was still at the third level of the Void Realm, but his cultivation had improved a little. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, so the more the better. The reason why it was difficult for him to enter the fourth level of the Void Realm was simply because his cultivation speed was slow. As long as you keep practicing, you will reach the fourth level of the Void Realm sooner or later. Miandian Prefecture is too dangerous. Every time I simulate that place, I end up dead. I must improve my strength first before I have a chance to find a blacksmith. After analyzing the situation, Li Chen immediately consumed 1,000 spirit stones and started the second simulation. The level of cultivation is indeed the most important. Without sufficient cultivation, even finding someone to forge a sword is difficult. Chapter 55. At the age of 19, you are already a third-level expert in the Void Realm. Your powerful strength has attracted the attention of the Tianji sect, but also offended the Bliss Valley. You return to Jianzhou to look for Liu Zhengping. On the way, you meet the leader of the Yinfen sect. You kill him and take Feng Lang to wipe out the entire Yinfen sect, harvesting a small amount of supplies. At the age of 20, the leader of the Yin-Yang sect learned of your strength and offered all his supplies to please you, only asking you to spare the Yin-Yang sect. You agreed. You brought a vast amount of cultivation resources to Qingguo town to practice in seclusion. At the age of 23, you condensed the second drop of water drop consciousness. You learned from the locals that the Yin-Yang sect was tragically wiped out. At the age of 30, you condensed the third drop of water drop consciousness. You learned from the locals that Shi Kai reached the 56th place on the Tianjiao list. At the age of 40, you finally entered the fourth level of the Cave Void Realm. You learned from the locals that Qing'an City was attacked by a beast tide, and you went to Qing'an City to rescue it without hesitation. When you arrived at Qing'an City and prepared to stop the beast tide from attacking the city, a sword energy descended from the sky and instantly destroyed all the monsters. You discovered that the person who sent out the sword energy was actually the daughter of the lord of Qing'an City, Shan Shishi. Kill all the monsters with one sword? Is Shan Shishi's talent so strong? Why didn't I see it before? Li Chen touched his chin, marveling at Shan Shishi's talent, but he didn't care too much about it. After all, the other person's talent had little to do with him. What he cared about more was that his cultivation had finally broken through to the fourth level of the Void Realm. It took 40 years to break through to the fourth level, which was extremely difficult. At the age of 50, you continued to practice in seclusion in Qingguo town. One day, a powerful cultivator came to the town. You used your spiritual sense to detect that the visitor was Liu Zhengping. You immediately go out to find the other party and ask him directly about the strongest method. As a result, the other party attacks you fiercely like a furious lion. You and Liu Zhengping were fighting hard, and the opponent found out that you were practicing the strongest method, so he told you that the strongest method of the next realm was in the body sect, and then turned around and left. Body sect? Where is this sect? Li Chen touched his head, encountering a knowledge blind spot again. He suddenly realized that the group of tea drinkers he had chatted with at the beginning had very limited knowledge. The previous assassination tower and the current body sect have never been mentioned. At the age of 60, you continued to practice in seclusion in Qingguo town. One day, a powerful cultivator came to the town. You used your spiritual sense to detect and found that the visitor was Shi Kaiyu. You and Shi Kaiyu had a pleasant conversation as before, and you learned from him that the Xianming sect in Tianhai City was completely wiped out decades ago. The Su family once issued an assassination order for you in the assassination house, but it has been revoked by him. Du Xinqiang has become the president of the Tianhai Chamber of Commerce and is leading a large number of monks to attack the Xianming sect in order to avenge her father. Before leaving, Shi Kaiyu left behind 100,000 spiritual stones. You had a premonition that you might never see each other again, and you felt very sad. At the age of 70, you successfully broke through to the fifth level of the Void Realm. One day, a powerful cultivator came to the town. You used your spiritual sense to detect that the person was Du Xinqiang. Your low level of martial arts made Du Xinqiang sigh. You had a pleasant conversation, and you learned from Du Xinqiang that she had avenged her father and killed all those who killed her father. Finally, Du Xinqiang expressed her affection for you and wanted you to become her husband and inherit the huge business of Tianhai Chamber of Commerce. Since you have not reached the yin-yang realm, you cannot work happily, so you can only reluctantly refuse. Before leaving, Du Xinjiang left behind 300,000 spiritual stones. You have a feeling that you may never see each other again, and you feel very sad. At the age of 80, you have a vast amount of cultivation resources, but your cultivation progress is slow, and you feel very melancholy. At the age of 90, you have a vast amount of cultivation resources, but your cultivation progress is slow, and you feel very depressed. At the age of 100, you finally broke through to the 6th level of the void realm and condensed the 4th drop of water drop consciousness. At the age of 110, a loud noise awakens you from your retreat. When you walk out of the house, you see rune fragments all over the sky. Countless monks are fighting in the air, and the sound of the mighty fighting spreads throughout the 3,000 states. An unmatched beam of light with immense power suddenly struck down, and the entire Qinggu town was instantly reduced to ashes. You died under this beam of light at the age of 110. After watching this simulation, Li Chen couldn't help but take a breath. The amount of information is really explosive. This was the first time he had lived over 100 years since the simulation began, and it was also the one with the most information. Especially the final battle among the monks in the sky, which really confused him. Just from the information, we can tell that the battle was definitely not a simple conflict between holy lands, but an unprecedented epic war, otherwise the sound of fighting would not have spread throughout the 3,000 states. What exactly happened decades later? This made Li Chen very curious, but what he cared about most now was the improvement of his cultivation. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. The most exciting moment has arrived again. Li Chen is ready to go and immediately chooses the martial arts realm. Boom! In an instant, there seemed to be a roar sounded in his body, and surging spiritual energy burst out from him. Feng Lang was once again frightened by Li Chen and staggered. All the spiritual energy within a radius of several miles gathered towards Li Chen at this moment, forming a huge vortex, and even the flying wind wolf benefited from it. Li Chen's cultivation level increased rapidly, and he was promoted from the 3rd level of Dongxu to the 6th level of Dongxu. The water droplets of spiritual consciousness in the mind continued to condense, increasing from 1 drop to 4 drops, and the strength of the spiritual consciousness was 4 times that of before. This breakthrough speed is just like riding a rocket. Either there is no breakthrough, or it keeps rising rapidly, which is quite comfortable. Li Chen took a long breath and continued to sit cross-legged in meditation, adapting to the surge in his cultivation and spiritual awareness. As his realm became higher and higher, the power brought by each breakthrough became stronger and stronger, causing Li Chen to no longer be able to control the power freely after consecutive breakthroughs like before. He needs time to adapt now. After all, the martial arts realm only improves his cultivation and will not inherit his experience in controlling spiritual energy. Unless Li Chen chooses the second option, memorizing the skills. There are so many things included in it, not only the content of the exercises, but also the understanding of the exercises and the understanding of martial arts. In fact, the best simulation result is to simulate twice in a row. Choose the martial arts realm once, and choose the skills memory once, so that you can adapt immediately after the realm is broken through. But this is just an ideal state. In most cases, Li Chen will simulate in different directions of self-destruction. Only by simulating in different directions can the effect of the life simulator be maximized. Chapter 56. After adapting to the surge in his cultivation, Li Chen conducted more than 10 simulations. The number of spirit stones dropped from more than 50,000 to more than 40,000. He couldn't help but sigh that the simulation was too expensive. I have 50,000 spirit stones with me, and each simulation only consumes 1,000 of them. It feels like I can play for a long time. As a result, I didn't lose 10,000 after just 10 consecutive draws. The most frustrating thing is that the results of these dozen or so simulations were not ideal, and his cultivation level still remained at the 6th level of the Void Realm. This is another hurdle. The 3rd to 4th level of Dongxiu is a hurdle from the early stage of Dongxiu to the middle stage of Dongxiu. The 6th to 7th level of Dongxiu is a hurdle from the middle level of Dongxiu to the late level of Dongxiu. Every time you cross a hurdle, your cultivation level will increase dramatically. With Li Chen's current strength, if he could face Yi Meng again, he would be confident that he could defeat Yi Meng, who is at the 1st level of the 6 extreme realm. As for the 3rd level of the 6 extremes realm, the gap is too big. If one claims that he can defeat the 3rd level of the 6 extremes realm, that is not self-confidence but arrogance. Hiding in a place and practicing in seclusion is safe and stable, but the speed of practice is too slow. Li Chen pondered, why not try to simulate joining a sect's holy land and see how the great masters train their genius disciples? I can imitate them in the simulation in the future. Ouch! Just as he was about to start the mode, the wind wolf suddenly howled and used his spiritual sense to communicate with Li Chen, asking him to watch below. Li Chen looked towards the ground and saw a pool of water emitting a faint light. Many monks were standing around it. Judging from their clothes and aura, they were obviously from other states. The strongest group of people in Jianzhou are only at the 5 Zhang realm. However, there were many cave void realm and even 6 extreme realm masters stationed below. Why are there so many people? Could that pool of water be a secret realm? Li Chen was confused and puzzled. He had never seen a secret realm, but had only heard of its existence. As for what the secret realm looked like or how it was formed, he had no idea. Not to mention that he didn't know, many disciples of the sect had never seen it either. The secret realm rarely appears, and every time it appears it means that a large amount of cultivation resources are about to come into the world. It may be that some kind of treasure is about to come into the world. Guzi, let's go down and take a look. Li Chen patted Fen Glang's head. The wind wolves then descended with a howling sound. A few people looked towards Li Chen, but they just glanced at him lightly and then looked away. They did not feel nervous or surprised about Li Chen's arrival. From the relaxed and calm demeanor of the crowd, it was clear that the secret realm or treasure ahead would not appear for a while. Li Chen walked slowly to several young people and asked in a familiar manner, "Fellow deists, what is the situation in the pond ahead? Is there a treasure about to appear, or is there a secret realm about to be opened? Young people should play with young people. It will be easier to communicate if there is no generation gap." Hearing this, several young men turned around and looked at him suspiciously. It's really strange to come to this place and not know what's ahead. Groups of young monks were chatting among themselves. No one answered Li Chen's questions. There was a hint of contempt in their eyes, as if they were looking at bumpkins. "Fellow deist, are you passing by? Then you are really lucky. The faint light on the lake water is a precursor to the opening of the secret realm. As for when it will open, no one can tell." One of the short young monks with a gentle face, soft voice, responded. He was the only one who was willing to respond to Li Chen's words. Li Chen had already planned to turn around and leave, not wanting to make himself bored, but he didn't expect that someone would actually be willing to reply to him. "My name is Li Chen, a casual cultivator from Jianzhou. May I know what your name is?" Li Chen smiled and bowed to the young man. "If someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 yard. This is Li Chen's principle in life. The young man in front of me is not tall, with a slight pink on his fair face, bright eyes and white teeth, and a handsome appearance with a hint of childishness." For some reason, Li Chen always felt that the boy looked a little feminine. He would definitely look good in women's clothing. "My name is Yan Nan, and I'm from Kangzhou." The young man smiled and asked, "Fellow deist Li is from Jianzhou, how come you haven't heard about the secret realm opening soon?" "I just returned to Jianzhou and found a strange light here, so I came down to investigate." Li Chen nodded, "From what you said, everyone in Jianzhou knows that the secret realm is about to be opened? But why don't I see many people here? Yan Nan was about to answer when the young men suddenly turned around and sneered, not disguising their disdain for Li Chen. Fellow Daoist Yan, what are you talking about with this person? He is just a small casual cultivator. Do you think you can get his care in the secret realm? It's not that Li Chen has an aura of attracting hatred, but that independent cultivators are the least respected in the 3,000 states. Even if he is just a cultivator in a small city, his status is higher than that of a casual cultivator. In the world of cultivating immortals, having no power background means having no fixed resources for cultivation, which will cause a series of impacts. Without the resources for cultivation, his realm improvement speed is slower than others. Without a powerful background, his martial arts level is weaker than others, and his overall combat power is naturally pitifully low. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, most strong people will never look the weak in the face. If a casual cultivator does not have a great opportunity, he can basically only take on some commissioned tasks. The powerful people in the sect forces will assign miscellaneous tasks to the disciples, and these sect disciples can also assign some miscellaneous tasks to independent practitioners. To put it bluntly, the independent cultivators are similar to the temporary workers in Li Chen's previous life, while the powerful ones are the so-called financial sponsors, and the disciples of the sects are the formal employees or executives of the company. Well, actually I am also a casual cultivator. Don't you think Brother Lu is unwilling to talk to me? Yan Nan frowned slightly. Upon hearing this, Lu Kongping was stunned at first, then showed a look of disgust. You are also a casual cultivator? I saw that you are well-spoken and from Kangzhou, so I thought you were a disciple of a sect. How unlucky! Bah! How disgraceful! Yan Nan snorted coldly, anger and dissatisfaction burning in his heart. Believe it or not, I will beat you into a pig's head. His anger was not because the other party looked down on independent cultivators, but because the other party's face really deserved a beating. Fellow Daoist Yan, forget it, let's not argue with the dog. Li Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and immediately reached out to stop Yan Nan. Obviously he was the one being ridiculed, but it was Yan Nan who got angry. No matter how you look at it, it felt like his spotlight was stolen. Boy, who are you calling dogs? If you two have the guts, come and try to touch us, I. Bang! Suddenly, a loud slap sounded. Before Lu Kongping could finish his words, he saw Li Chen's figure shaking in front of him, and a huge palm was already pressed on his face. Boom! In an instant, Lu Kongping's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, instantly knocking down a hill, and hazy smoke and dust drifted wildly. I've never seen such an outrageous request. Li Chen calmly withdrew his hand. It would be fine if a mere cultivator of the second level of the Void Realm looked down on him, a casual cultivator of the sixth level of the Void Realm, but he actually asked for a beating. If he didn't teach this guy a lesson, wouldn't he be looked down upon by others? Chapter 57. The strange noise here attracted the attention of many monks. There are many monks who talk big, but few of them dare to actually take action. After all, everyone comes from all over the 3,000 states, and their identities are unknown to each other, so it is not easy to offend them. If you hit a wall, you will be in trouble. However, Li Chen was not worried about these things at all. He had carefully considered the matter before taking action. As long as it was not a sect at the Holy Land level, he would have no taboos. The maximum scope that an ordinary sect can govern is the province where the sect is located. Once it exceeds the scope of the province, even if the entire sect is dispatched, they must be cautious. Li Chen is a wandering cultivator. Unable to stay in this state, he went directly to the next state. With the simulator, the possibility of the sect catching him is very small. He is allowed to roam freely in the 3,000 states. It is impossible that all the 3,000 states are his enemies, right? My goodness, who is this person? He actually started fighting as soon as he said he would. He is so brave. What kind of bravery is this? This guy is FG stupid. The man who got beaten up is Lu Kongping, a Taoist from the Qianzhou Lingjiao sect. He has already mastered the immortal body of a dragon. Not only is his physical strength fierce, he can also kill enemies across borders. This kid is dead. Hiss. I didn't expect it to be the Taoist of Lingjiao sect. I thought the people guarding this place were all errand boys like us. Lu Kongping will not be defeated like this. Just wait and see if you don't believe me. The monks were talking in low voices, all standing there watching the show with great interest. Those who eat melons never mind the trouble. Friend Li is right. We are gentlemen and we won't argue with dogs. He. Li Chen's sudden action made Yan Nan feel happy, his eyes were full of love. The secret realm will not be opened so soon, why don't we go to the city to have some tea? Can? Li Chen nodded. He had a lot to ask. But then again, why do Yan Nan's words and deeds seem strange? Could it be that he likes men just like Qing'an City Lord Shan? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Yan Nan twice more. My goodness, it doesn't matter if you don't look at it, the more you look at it, the more beautiful it becomes. Li Chen even wondered if he had become gay, or the other party is not a man at all? Stop! Boom! The collapsed rubble exploded, and Lu Kongping coughed twice and spat out the blood in his mouth. He leaped into the air, straightened his dislocated jaw with his hands, and said viciously, "You want to leave after you beat me? Do you FG know who I am?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Kangping's friends surrounded him, blocking the way of Li Chen and the other man, with their swords drawn and ready to fight at any time. See, I told you that Lu Kongping couldn't be defeated so easily. The Jiaolong immortal body has such a fast recovery speed that it is said to be able to reshape broken limbs. Wow, this is exciting. After waiting for so many days, someone is finally going to fight. Everyone was eager to try it out, and some even started betting on whether Li Chen would win or lose. Recently, verbal conflicts have often occurred near the secret realm, but no force has ever actually resorted to physical action. Among them, Lu Kongping also offended many people, and many forces were expecting Lu Kongping to be taught a lesson by Li Chen. Some people just want to watch the monks fight and just watch the show. I don't care who you are. A good dog doesn't block the road. Li Chen said calmly, and his powerful spiritual power came out to investigate. There are 3 people in total, the highest is only at the 5th level of the cavernous realm, and the lowest is at the 1st level of the cavernous realm. Moreover, the aura emitted by each person is different, and they should be from different sects. Lu Kangping's face suddenly turned cold, and he shouted coldly, "Kill him!" Boom! In an instant, everyone's spiritual energy exploded, and brilliant light illuminated the sky. They simultaneously summoned their own magic weapons, and the sound of fighting weapons was heard. Li Chen and Yan Nan immediately prepared to fight. However, at this moment, an old voice came from the side, forcibly interrupting the scene of the battle that was about to begin. "Everyone, please wait a moment. I seem to recognize this person." An old voice came from the side, and everyone looked and found that it was a small monk in the 5 Zhang realm. The onlookers were all very upset. The atmosphere was getting so tense, but then an ant showed up and interrupted the scene. "What the hell, are you still going to fight? Where did you come from, you old BD? Do you want to die with this kid?" Lu Kongping said murderously. No, my name is Solazi, and I am the head of the Yinfen sect. I have heard for a long time that there is a genius young master in the Lingjiao sect who has cultivated the immortal body of a dragon. I guess that must be young Master Lu, right?" Hearing this praise, Lu Kangping's anger was suppressed a little. Solazi clasped his fists respectfully and said, "I am familiar with this man. If I am not mistaken, he is the villain who killed my sect's elders before, Li Chen. He looked at Li Chen with a sneer on his face. After searching for such a long time, he finally met Li Chen, but Li Chen's strength was far beyond his expectations. Fortunately, this guy was extremely arrogant and offended Lu Kongping of the Ling Jiao sect. Otherwise, if they relied on their Yinfen sect alone, they would have no chance of revenge and might even be wiped out. Hey? Are you the leader of the Yinfen sect? Li Chen's attention was also drawn to him. He had felt strange before, as the simulator showed that he would meet the leader of the Yinfen sect when he returned to Jianzhou, and would be able to deal with him. So why was he now encountering a secret realm that was about to open? It was not until this time that Solazhi took the initiative to jump out, which finally resolved Li Chen's doubts. The so-called easy solution in the simulation is right here and now. Solazhi sneered and bowed to Lu Kongping again. Master Lu, I have a soul-refining magic weapon that can trap the soul and burn it for 9,981 days, making life worse than death. I am willing to offer this magic weapon to Master Lu for free. I only hope that you can catch the thief and trap him in this soul-refining lamp. The sinister and vicious words frightened the onlookers, who secretly cursed Solazhi for his cruel and dark behavior. The soul burned by the soul-refining lamp will have only one end in the end, and that is death. A soul lamp with a faint green light flew from Solazhi's hand to Lu Kangping's hand. Bursts of screams came from the soul lamp. Hundreds of unknown souls were sealed inside. They struggled and moved in the dim soul lamp, being burned by the green flames again and again, and letting out terrifying screams. Ha 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 ha! I am very satisfied. Your Yinfen sect can be protected by my Ling Jiao sect. Lu Kongping grinned. With this magical weapon in hand, the pain on my face was reduced a little. Stop dithering. If you don't want to die, get back off now. Li Chen had an indifferent expression. The moment he took out the sword embryo, he seemed to have turned into a magic sword, causing the atmosphere in the whole venue to change suddenly. The clanging sound of the sword vibrated from the sword embryo. It seemed to have life, feeling Li Chen's emotions, and bursting out with a strong breath. Everyone's expression changed slightly. It seemed that this person was not as simple as he seemed. The excitement of the spectators was aroused once again. It is better if it is not simple, and only when it is not simple can it be interesting. This is a good opportunity to find out the level of the younger generation in each major sect. Chapter 58. The moment the sword embryo was sacrificed, Yan Nan, who was standing next to Li Chen, suddenly had his eyes brightened, as if he had seen a stunning beauty, and a hint of obsession appeared in his eyes. This is a natural sword embryo. Yan Nan looked at the sword embryo in Li Chen's hand in shock, and his heartbeat quickened at this moment. He had a strong urge to take the sword embryo in his hands and examine it carefully. Li Chen also noticed the change in Yan Nan's expression, but he didn't have time to think about it at the moment. Now was the time to fight. Li Chen was fearless. He took a step forward, and his 6th level of cultivation in the void realm fully erupted, causing the ground to shatter like a spider web. Hanhai's spiritual power formed a strong mental shock, which made it hard for the people around him to breathe. The young men standing in front of him had a buzzing sound in their heads, and those with weak spiritual power almost fainted. With the blessing of the 4 drops of water, Li Chen's spiritual consciousness has reached the level of the 6th extreme realm. Not only can these people in front of him not detect his cultivation, they will also be strongly oppressed by his spiritual consciousness. All the young people surrounding him were collectively shocked and took a step back, with a hint of embarrassment in their wide eyes. They seemed to have hit a wall. 6th level of the cavernous realm. My goodness, this aura and consciousness are not weak, this person is not simple. The fight is finally about to begin. Come on, fellow deist. Let them see how powerful a casual cultivator can be. The melon-eating monk was extremely excited. He burst out with such momentum just by taking a step forward. The disparity in this battle was quite huge. Many monks present were frightened by Li Chen's aura. However, just when everyone thought that blood was going to be seen, the young men surrounding Li Chen stood there with sweat on their foreheads, staring at each other. No one dared to take a step forward, let alone fight and draw blood. Ahem! Fellow deist, you have misunderstood. We are not familiar with Lu Kongping. Please do as you please. One of them coughed twice. The others nodded immediately like chicks pecking at rice. Oh, yes, yes, it's just our first meeting with him, it's all a misunderstanding. The young men laughed shamelessly, made way for Li Chen, and quickly retreated into the crowd. Some people even gave Li Chen a thumbs up, as if they were cheering for their good brother. Onlookers. Lu Kongping. Li Chen. Li Chen, who was about to use the second move of immortal beheading to take these people's heads, was suddenly speechless. At this moment, he drew his sword and looked around, feeling confused. Wow, it turns out these people are all fence-sitters. Li Chen couldn't help but feel sad for Lu Kongping. Yan Nan was also a little confused, and then looked at Lu Kongping with a playful look. Although these young generations were not new acquaintances of Lu Kongping, they were not very familiar with each other either. The reason they knew each other was only because of the interactions between their families, and they would not risk their lives for it. At the moment of the outbreak just now, everyone realized that Li Chen was an ironclad person and not an ordinary casual cultivator at all. Which casual cultivator has such strong cultivation and spiritual awareness? This guy is definitely a guy who is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. It is very likely that he has a strong background, but he has to hide his identity just to go down the mountain to gain experience. The sudden change in the situation once again dumbfounded the surrounding monks. He just gave in and cut off ties before the fight even started. How is Lu Kongping supposed to survive alone? Damn it, you are all cowards. You are scared like this by a 6th level Cavern Void Realm expert. I will go back and report to the sect master and terminate all cooperation with your family. Lu Kongping said with a grim expression. Yinfen sect's leader, Solazi, was so frightened that his beard was trembling. In the blink of an eye, he and Lu Kongping were the only ones left, making him feel like he was on a pirate ship. Li Chen glanced at Lu Kongping indifferently. Without help, are you still going to stop me? If the other party is sensible, he won't bother to care about it. The two sides were just fighting a small battle, it wasn't a big deal at all. The slap Li Chen gave the other party was just a lesson. If he hadn't shown mercy, Lu Kongping would have been dead by now. Hearing this, Lu Kongping's face turned alternately blue and red, and he felt a little shaken. It was just a minor friction between him and Li Chen, not a big deal, and there was no need to escalate it into a life-and-death fight. The most nervous and frightened person at the scene was naturally Solazi. He is just a small Wuzang realm. Once Lu Kongping says he doesn't want to fight anymore, the only person who will die at the scene will be him. Li Chen and Yinfen sect really have a grudge against each other, and one of them must die. Seeing that Lu Kongping was about to give in, Solazi hurriedly reminded him in a deep voice, Master Lu, this man has never taken you seriously. You didn't say a single insulting word, but he suddenly attacked you. Even if you can tolerate this, the Lingjiao sect cannot. Several young men who retreated to the crowd saw the old man fanning the flames, and they couldn't help but persuade him, Mr. Lu, as the saying goes, a real man can bend and stretch. You and this young man are not mortal enemies. If you all take a step back, the world will be bright and beautiful. Yeah. Everyone was talking at once, some tried to dissuade Lu Kongping from fighting, while others asked him to back off. It seemed that what everyone said made sense, but the most embarrassed person at the scene was Lu Kongping himself. No one understood his situation at the moment. Ha 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 ha. Amid the noisy persuasion, Lu Kongping suddenly burst into laughter, and his loud voice echoed in all directions. I, Lu Kongping, have never needed your instructions in my life. Watch me now. Lu Kongping roared angrily, and waves of vast spiritual energy burst out from his body and spread, forming huge waves. Boom! In an instant, the wind and forest surged, and the sky and clouds changed color. Silvery white light appeared layer by layer on Lu Kangping's body surface, growing rapidly like fish scales. Along with the appearance of silver fish scales, Lu Kangping's cultivation level also broke through continuously, climbing from the 2nd level of the Cave Void Realm to the 7th level of the Cave Void Realm. A strange image of a dragon emerged, forming a shadow hundreds of feet long. The pool of water at the back was like the surging sea water, and the water formed a dragon that rushed up into the sky and circled around Lu Kangping's body. In the blink of an eye, Lu Kangping's entire body was wrapped in silver, as if he was wearing a suit of bright silver armor, and the phantom of the dragon on his back entered his body as if possessed. The terrifying aura of cultivation shocked the entire audience. The Lingjiao sect's dragon is immortal. People say that this move is the unique skill of the Lingjiao sect. It is said that the immortal body of the dragon can reshape the body's broken limbs, and the cultivation level will increase by several small realms in a short period of time. After seeing it today, it is indeed extraordinary. Lu Kongping, covered in shining silver, stood in the air like a god or demon. His powerful aura of cultivation made Solazi look ecstatic. Now there is help. Fellow Daoist Li, are you sure? Yan Nan said with a serious face, the immortal body of the dragon can make Lu Kangping's vitality extremely strong. A protracted war will not be good for us. Protracted war? Li Chen grinned and chuckled, it won't last long. The battle is only a moment. It's just the 7th level of the Void Realm. Just the 7th level of the Void Realm? Yan Nan was speechless. Brother, it seems that you are only at the 6th level of the Dongxi realm. Despite all the complaints, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, Yan Nan still took out a magic weapon from his storage ring and was ready to throw it out at any time. The roar in the air swept down, Lu Kongping threw a punch, and the dragon condensed from the pool water pounced over in an instant with the power to destroy the world. Chapter 59. The dragon is out to sea. The deafening roar of a dragon resounded through the sky, and a 1,000-meter-long dragon in the pond roared to the sky, like a real dragon descending to the world, creating ripples, and it rushed towards Li Chen with overwhelming force. The overwhelming divine power made the surrounding monks put away their smiles and look solemnly at the ferocious dragon in the sky. At this moment, they finally realized that the disciple of Lingjiao sect did have some abilities and should not be underestimated. The sect's Taoist disciples are the successors to the sect master. Their talents are unquestionable and their strength is the strongest among their peers in the sect. This is Lu Kangping's trump card. In order to fight for his dignity, he must show enough strength to save face, otherwise he will not be able to hold his head up in the future. To this end, he wants to put Li Chen's soul into the soul refining lamp and refine it for 9,981 days as a demonstration. He wants everyone to know that a disciple of Lingjiao sect cannot be insulted. To this end, Lu Kongping tried his best, and this attack was his strongest attack so far. All of his spiritual energy and dragon power were poured into the dragon in the pool. On the way to kill Li Chen, the body of the lake dragon gradually solidified. Pieces of dragon scales covered the body of the water in the pool. The phantom of the dragon merged with the water and overlapped together, emitting runes all over the sky, shining brightly. Roar! The solid dragon seemed like a real dragon flying out from the abyss of the vast ocean, bringing about a strange scene in the deep sea and surging waves. The energy that was sweeping in all directions was approaching rapidly, and the towering trees were swept away by the energy and uprooted. However, facing the mighty dragon, Li Chen was calm and just casually swung out a sword. Clang! A pale white sword energy shot up into the sky, as fast as lightning, and instantly cut through the dragon's body. Except for a few 6th Extreme Realm experts who could barely catch a glimpse of the sword, the rest of the people only felt a huge sword force covering the entire field, and could not see the trajectory of the sword energy at all. Lu Kongping in the air couldn't even see Li Chen's sword drawing movements. In just a blink of an eye, I felt a chill on my head, as if my hat had been suddenly taken off. The moment this pale sword energy passed by, the scene in this space became still and the whole place fell into dead silence. The flying dragon suddenly froze in mid-air. The deafening dragon roar suddenly stopped, as if a big hand was strangling its neck, making it unable to make a sound. Click! Click! Suddenly, several cracking sounds broke the silence. The next second, countless people widened their eyes, all with expressions of disbelief. All they saw was a crack accompanied by a chill, starting from the head of the 1,000-meter-long dragon and condensing into ice towards the tail. The crackling sound of the dragon struck everyone's soul directly. The dragon suspended in mid-air was turning into a giant glacier dragon at an astonishing speed, and was split into two halves during the freezing process. Rumbling sounds rang out one after another. The dragon seemed to be made of mud. Pieces of ice on its body collapsed and fell one after another, like a giant hailstone, making continuous loud noises. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the air, and a bone-chilling cold air swept across the entire venue. Lu Kongping watched all this with a stiff face. He touched the cold top of his head and found that the scales condensed from his immortal dragon body were actually swept away by something unknown. His black hair was also shaved off, leaving a bald patch on the top of his head. The bright red blood flowed from his head down his cheeks, making him look quite hideous. Ah! The ugly appearance made Lu Kongping roar in anger. His face was distorted and the anger in his heart directly overwhelmed the fear. What the FK is going on? Yan Nan, who was standing next to Li Chen, felt it the most deeply. He was ready to throw out his magic weapon to forcibly block this devastating blow. As a result, this unstoppable 1,000-meter-long dragon was killed by Li Chen with one sword. I'm afraid even if someone reaches the 6th extreme realm, he won't be able to inflict such damage. Fellow Daoist Li, who are you? Yan Nan asked in shock. Just a casual cultivator passing by. Li Chen responded with a smile. _ For a moment, Yan Nan didn't know how to answer. He just said oh and stood there obediently, not daring to ask any further questions. The monks watching woke up from their shock and there was an uproar for a while. Lu Kongping's strongest attack was broken by Li Chen's casual sword. This not only reveals the difference in strength, but also indirectly proves that Li Chen is not simple. Everyone knew very well that Lu Kongping's attack was no joke, it was the Ling Jiao sect's unique skill, performed with all the strength of the sect's disciples. With the power of the dragon integrated, ordinary cultivators in the 6th realm would probably find it difficult to resist. As a result, Li Chen casually swung his sword and killed the dragon. Oh my god! Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? Hearing everyone's discussions, Lu Kongping, who had a Mediterranean hairstyle, felt like he was slapped in the face. He was so embarrassed that he fell into a state of rage. Damn you BD! Stop being so arrogant! After taking a pill, the surging spiritual energy burst out again. Lu Kongping's head was covered with a layer of silver fish scales again, hiding the ugly hairstyle. Kill! Lu Kongping, whose whole body was glowing with silver-white light, moved like a leaping dragon, stirring up huge waves and rushing straight towards Li Chen. Why bother? Li Chen shook his head helplessly. Lu Kongping can definitely be considered a genius, but geniuses often have a common problem, which is strong self-confidence and self-esteem. They all think that they are no worse than anyone else at the same level. It is a good thing to be so confident before a fight. A genius should have absolute confidence in his own strength. But when he finds after the fight that he is obviously inferior to the opponent, he still wants to fight for his dignity, and the final result will only be losing his life. Since Lu Kongping is determined to kill someone, Li Chen will naturally not show mercy. He had given the other party several chances, but unfortunately the other party was stubborn and refused to change his ways. The moment Lu Kongping approached, Li Chen's body suddenly swayed slightly like a reflection on the water. Puff! Lu Kongping punched Li Chen, but it caused ripples. His fist was like hitting the surface of a lake, causing a lot of water to explode. The strange movement made Lu Kangping's pupils narrow slightly. He discovered that there was actually sword energy hidden in these floating water drops. The splashing water droplets turned into sword energy and gathered in an instant. Countless sword lights intertwined like messy white threads. At this moment, Lu Kongping finally felt what it meant to be crushed. Puff 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 puff. The ruthless white lines of sword energy pierced through Lu Kangping's entire body. The silver-white scales were forcibly peeled off from his body surface by the sword energy, and blood flowers burst out. Li Chen, with his extraordinary temperament, seemed to walk out of the water. With his back to Lu Kongping, he calmly put the sword embryo back into the storage ring. It seemed as if he had never taken Lu Kongping seriously from the beginning to the end, and his pure white clothes were not stained with even a drop of blood. The scene before them frightened many monks, from their perspective. Li Chen and Lu Kangping's figures only crossed paths once. Immediately afterwards, countless sword energies penetrated Lu Kangping's entire body. Even the scales on the dragon's immortal body were stripped off by the sword energy, and the blooming blood flowers were full of weird beauty. Chapter 60. Everyone was amazed and shocked by Li Chen's strength. The Taoist disciple of Ling Jiao sect is not an ordinary cultivator on the street. His strength is definitely among the best in the same realm. However, even such a powerful Daizai was easily defeated by Li Chen with the power of 2 swords. It's like an adult beating up a kid, no pressure at all. Li Chen raised his palm lightly and used his spiritual energy to roll up Lu Kangping's storage ring and soul-refining lamp. He exerted force with his palm and crushed the soul-refining lamp with a bang. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of green ghosts flew out of the lamp. Those ghosts that escaped the control of the soul-refining lamp immediately pounced towards Solazi. They want to claim Solazi's life to avenge the death of Lian Hun. Seeing that the situation was not good, Solazi immediately turned around and fled. Yan Nan was quick-witted and threw out a gourd magic weapon. Runes flew out of the gourd, forming a large trap in the air, blocking all of Solazi's escape routes. Wait! I am willing to offer all the resources of the sect, and please, Master Li, let me live. Solazi showed a look of horror, and his body fled back and forth in the trap like a gust of black wind. But there were too many ghosts, and the trap was shrinking continuously. Solazi was soon surrounded and drowned by hundreds of murderous ghosts. The dark green ghost moved back and forth in Solazi's body, as if being gnawed by a wild dog. His body and soul began to gradually fester, emitting bursts of foul stench. Solazi cried out in pain and begged Li Chen to save him. But Li Chen remained indifferent, and the monks watching also had cold expressions, without a trace of sympathy. Solazi's behavior was too vicious. There were actually hundreds of ghosts in the soul-refining lamp. It is conceivable that the number of ghosts refined by him would only be above this number. Most monks dislike such evil behavior. This person is an evil person and does not deserve anyone's sympathy. Li Chen's spiritual consciousness probed into the storage ring, and with the powerful power of spiritual consciousness, he violently broke the formation restriction left by the other party. At this moment, a strong and strange aura suddenly appeared in the storage ring, and Li Chen subconsciously threw the storage ring to the ground. An old man's figure emerged from the projection in the storage ring. Without saying a word, Li Chen's Taiyin power emerged from his body, and he directly slapped him with the Xianming palm. Youngster! Boom! Li Chen slapped the projection with his palm, causing a gust of cold wind to blow. The extremely cold Taiyin power directly engulfed the projection. The old man had just opened his mouth to speak when he was slapped into stars by him, which floated in all directions. Is this the special method used by the powerful sect? Looking at the scattered spots of light in front of him, Li Chen couldn't help but be stunned. The means left behind by the powerful seem to be much simpler than imagined. Ever since learning the lesson of Yi Meng's storage ring being taken away, Li Chen has kept this incident in mind all the time and has been on high alert at all times. However, the means left behind by the Lingjiao sect did not seem to be as silent as those of the Jile Valley. Although there are projections of characters that look very powerful, they are too fragile and can be shattered with a single slap. The people around him twitched their lips slightly, thinking that this boy was cruel and decisive. He even dared to ignore the clone of the Lingjiao sect's leader and just slapped him in the face. How awesome! This is the projection clone of the powerful. Its function is to bring back Daozai's body and remember the face of the murderer. Once the restriction of the storage ring is forcibly cracked, the projection clone will consume the spiritual energy stone in the storage ring and generate a projection clone. Yan Nan, who was standing by, said with a smile, "I just didn't expect Brother Li to react so quickly. This projection clone was shattered by your palm before it even took shape." Hearing that the projection clone was going to absorb the spiritual energy stone, Li Chen was so scared that he hurriedly rolled up Lu Kangping's storage ring to check. Seeing that there were still more than 5,000 spiritual stones inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. 5,000 is not a lot, but it is better than having none left, so it is not a loss this time. While the two were talking, Solazi died in agony while screaming. His body rotted into ashes, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. The soul was torn into pieces by hundreds of ghosts and was instantly shattered. The ghosts who had taken revenge circled around Li Chen. They were thanking Li Chen, and then slowly dissipated. "Let's go to the city for tea." Li Chen casually sent out a stream of spiritual energy, grinding Lu Kangping's body into ashes. Then he took Yan Nan and sat on the back of the wind wolf and rode away with the wind, leaving a group of monks in an uproar. It was just a fight caused by a minor friction, but it caught everyone's attention. The Taoist of Lingjiao sect casually taunted a casual cultivator who was passing by, but the other party turned out to be a tough guy and killed him with a backhand. The mysterious development of the incident shocked countless people. At the same time, in the distant Jianzhou Lingjiao sect, a violent earthquake broke out. The angry voice spread throughout the mountain gate. "How arrogant! Not only did you kill my Zong Daozai, you even dared to destroy my clone projection. Disciples of all peaks, listen up and go to Jianzhou immediately to investigate the murderer who killed Daozai. It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. Those who complete the mission can become his personal disciples. After this matter is over, our sect will re-elect a Taoist disciple." The news of Taoist disciple Lu Kangping's death spread throughout the entire Lingjiao sect in an instant, causing quite a stir, and some of his disciples showed ecstasy on their faces. Because Daozai was killed, it means that Daozai's position is vacant. This is an opportunity to climb up. All of a sudden, countless disciples of the Lingjiao sect came out and flew towards Jianzhou on monster beasts. Qing'an City Inn. Li Chen and Yan Nan drank tea and chatted in a quiet private room. Neither of them cared too much about what had just happened. Lu Kangping was nothing but a clown. No matter what the cause of the conflict was, his past deeds were not clean, so his death did not deserve pity. The opening time of the secret realm is uncertain, so each sect will send some disciples to stay at the entrance of the secret realm and wait for it to open. Yan Nan responded to Li Chen's previous question. Lu Kangping appeared at the entrance of the secret realm purely to win over people. They planned to snatch the resources of other cultivators together in the secret realm. However, all the people Lu Kangping brought together were fence-sitters, and before the secret realm even started, they were all in trouble because they offended Li Chen. The time in the secret realm is uncertain, so doesn't that mean we have to wait forever? 1 month? 3 months? 1 year? Or even 10 years? Li Chen couldn't help but ask. In his simulation, there was no mention of the secret realm. He suspected that this secret realm would not be opened in a short period of time, and wondered whether he should destroy the Yinfen sect first and then come back to take a look. Hearing this, Yan Nan shook his head and said, "No, although the opening time of the secret realm is uncertain, it will definitely not exceed 3 months. The stronger the light above the pond, the closer it is to opening. Since the light intensity fluctuates randomly, it is impossible to accurately estimate the opening date." "I see." Li Chen nodded, feeling even more confused. Could it be that he missed the secret realm during his retreat? Or he was somewhere else at the time, so he missed it? "Friend Li, I see you have a natural sword embryo in your hand. Could you lend it to me for a look?" Yan Nan couldn't help but ask after seeing Li Chen finish asking the question. There was a fanatical look on his face, as if he was expecting a rare treasure. Chapter 61. Li Chen came back to his senses while thinking. He smiled and said, "Of course, Brother Yan, please take a look." The sword embryo flew out of the storage ring and slowly fell into Yan Nan's hands under the influence of spiritual energy. The wooden sword blank, which looked like it was irrigated with gold, looked ordinary, but in Yan Nan's eyes, it seemed to be glowing with dazzling light. He took the sword blank with great joy, and his fair little hands gently stroked the sword, his expression becoming more and more excited. When Li Chen just took out the sword embryo, he found that something was wrong with Yan Nan. Seeing it now, Li Chen's idea was further confirmed. This man named Yan Nan seemed to have a deep understanding of sword embryos. So Li Chen asked, "Fellow Daoist Yan is so excited. Do you know what is so unique about this natural sword embryo?" Yan Nan did not reply. He was immersed in the process of stroking the sword embryo. After a long time, he reluctantly returned the sword embryo to Li Chen. "Fellow Daoist Li has this thing, but he doesn't know the function of the natural sword embryo." As soon as Yan Nan finished speaking, he laughed at himself and said, "That's right. There are very few people who know the function of this thing, and it is even harder to find people who can forge it. The matter of natural sword embryos has long been forgotten by the world. I don't know if there is anyone in the 3,000 states who can forge natural sword embryos." He suddenly raised his head and put down several soundproofing flags. He said in a deep voice, "Few people know the function of the natural sword embryo, but it is not a secret that cannot be revealed. However, if this thing is known by outsiders, it is easy to bring about a fatal disaster." The solemn voice made Li Chen solemn. Yan Nan continued, "The so-called natural sword embryo is actually grown from an ancient tree. It absorbs the sword energy that is scattered in the world every day. Over time, its shape gradually changes into a sword shape. The size of the tree root also condenses and becomes smaller, and finally it becomes a natural sword embryo and falls to the ground. So the natural sword embryo can be said to be formed by sword energy. If it is forged into a sword, what is born is no longer a weapon, but an immortal weapon." Yan Nan raised his head and drank the tea in the cup. His eyes were sharp as he said, "Natural sword embryos are the raw materials for forging immortal weapons." The sonorous and powerful voice echoed in the silent room. Li Chen had a feeling that the sword embryo was not simple, but he did not expect that the natural sword embryo could be forged into a fairy weapon. "Although we are cultivating immortals, which realm is considered immortal? After being in this world for so long, Li Chen has never understood. Now the term immortal weapon has finally reached my ears. There really are immortals in this world. Then this immortal weapon, is there anyone in the 3,000 states who can forge it?" Li Chen asked tentatively. Although the possibility is not high, he still wants to ask. After all, anyone who can forge an immortal weapon, even if he is not an immortal, is at least the strongest person in the 3,000 states. He did not doubt whether the other party's words were true or false. He knew best whether the sword embryo was ordinary or not. Hearing this, Yan Nan neither nodded nor shook his head, but fell silent. This instantly made Li Chen, who had originally given up hope, interested. "Brother Yan, do you know anyone?" "Yes and no." Yan Nan nodded, but then shook his head. Li Chen frowned slightly. "Why?" Yan Nan said nothing and fell into silence again. After a while, he took out dozens of weapons surrounded by flowing light from his storage ring. Swords, spears, swords, sticks, halberds, axes, hooks. From the first level to the 9th level, each aura was more terrifying than the last, weighing down the tabletop to the point of collapse. If it weren't for the protection of the spiritual energy, this tea table would have been smashed into pieces. Just by placing these weapons here, they exude a murderous aura. If it were wielded, it would have the power to split the sky. Yan Nan said solemnly, I am a blacksmith, although I am not talented. My dream is to forge a magical weapon myself. All the weapons on the table are made by me. If Brother Li trusts me. Ah? What is that? Li Chen was full of questions, and the situation in front of him made him a little confused. He pointed at the pitch-black halberd on the table and said, You're not saying that this 9th level weapon was also forged by you, are you? If a monk who looks like a weak chicken suddenly tells you that he is a 9th level blacksmith, your first reaction will definitely be to think that the other person is crazy. Why are high-level weapons so rare and expensive? In addition to the precious metals used to forge high-level weapons, the most important point is that in order to forge high-level weapons, one must have the corresponding skills. In order to forge a 9th order weapon, the blacksmith's cultivation must reach the realm of life and death. If a cultivator in the void realm went to forge a 9th level weapon, not to mention whether he could smelt the metal, it would be a problem whether he could even move it. The metal used to forge 9th level weapons is not only extremely heavy and hard, but also has a spiritual charm protecting the surface of the metal. Without sufficient cultivation, one cannot even break through this layer of spiritual charm. Even if there is a powerful person in the life and death realm to help transport and smelt the metal, the blacksmith still has to do it himself when it comes to the most critical hammering stage. How can a person at the void realm hammer the metal of a 9th level weapon? In order to forge a 9th order weapon, the blacksmith's skill level must be very high, so when Li Chen heard Yan Nan's words, his first reaction was confusion. Yes. I am only at the void realm, but I can forge a 9th level weapon. Yan Nan said with a firm look in his eyes, It sounds incredible, but it is true. I have a special secret method that allows me to easily smelt metal. Although the forging process was assisted by a senior in the life and death realm, the forging of the 9th level weapon was indeed completed by me. If you don't believe me, Brother Li, I can forge a weapon in front of you, and then you can check whether the aura imprints of the 9th level weapon and my latest forged weapon are the same. The reason why he fell into silence repeatedly was that he was thinking about whether or not to tell Li Chen his biggest secret. After some ideological struggle, Yan Nan decided to trust his own judgment. Based on Li Chen's previous actions, he believed that Li Chen was not a villain. Of course, there is also the dream of forging immortal weapons. You mean, you can help me forge a magical weapon? Li Chen stared into Yan Nan's eyes and got to the point. Yan Nan's face turned red, and he touched his head awkwardly. I don't know either, but I'm willing to give it a try. Besides, if you want to forge a natural sword embryo into an immortal weapon, it has to be forged step by step, and it can't be forged into an immortal weapon all at once. Can you forge it? Then go ahead and try it. If you fail, I won't pay for the materials. Li Chen looked at the other party with a smile. In fact, he didn't desire any immortal weapon. As long as someone could forge a sword blank, he would not lose out. In the simulation, Li Chen had been searching in Zhongzhou for several years, and all the blacksmiths said that it was impossible to forge it. But Yan Nan in front of him actually said that he could do it. Whether it is a mule or a horse, you will know it by taking it out for a walk. If not, Li Chen will not suffer any losses. If it succeeds, everyone will be happy. Really? Yan Nan was stunned. I didn't expect Li Chen to believe him so easily. That was a natural sword embryo, the material for a fairy weapon. If it were someone else, they would definitely be very careful and think carefully for a long time. Yan Nan was deeply touched by Li Chen's trust. Thank you very much for your trust, Brother Li. I will do my best to forge this sword. If I fail. No, I will not fail. Please rest assured, Brother Li. Yan Nan promised seriously. Chapter 62. Yan Nan's solemn words made Li Chen a little dazed. He suddenly realized that what he was experiencing now was completely different from what was in the simulation. Not only did the life simulation not mention the secret realm, it also did not mention that Yan Nan could help him forge the sword blank. Instead, he had to go to Zhongzhou in person to find a blacksmith. Apart from the appearance of the leader of the Infan sect, nothing else matched. A similar thing had happened before, when Li Chen left Qing'an City. At the beginning of the simulation, it was mentioned that the only sect chasing him was the Infan sect, but when he personally walked out of Qing'an City, there was also the Yunyang sect. Then what happens next gradually deviates from the simulation trajectory. Li Chen was lost in thought. He didn't hear anything Yan Nan said across from him. Yan Nan was the only one talking there. He was so excited that he didn't notice that Li Chen was distracted. Life is truly wonderful. If I hadn't responded to Brother Li's words at that time, I would never have had the chance to get this sword embryo. Yan Nan took a sip of tea and sighed. This exclamation just happened to fall into Li Chen's ears, like a sudden thunder. His chaotic thoughts suddenly became clear, and the reason why the simulation results were different from reality suddenly became clear. Li Chen discovered that he had fallen into a misunderstanding. There was actually only one reason why the simulation results were different from the actual results. That's how he behaves, a deviation from him in the simulation. Li Chen in the simulation does not have a life simulator, so his behavior naturally becomes different. Just like Yan Nan said just now, if he hadn't answered Li Chen, he wouldn't have been able to see this natural sword embryo. By the same token, if Li Chen had not slapped Lu Kongping, perhaps the subsequent events would not have happened, he would not have sat in the private room and chatted with Yan Nan, and he would not have received the news of the opening of the secret realm, nor would he have led to a series of events such as forging a natural sword embryo. Everything is connected by cause and effect. Li Chen suspected that when he left Qing'an City, it was because he bumped into someone from the Yinfen sect, which triggered a butterfly effect and attracted all the people from the Yunyang sect. A small action will lead to a different future. This is the wonder of life. Li Chen put away his distracting thoughts, took a sip of tea and asked, "How long will it take you to forge this sword blank?" "About 10 days. I have the materials now. If the forging is successful, Brother Li will need to pay some money." A shy look appeared on Yan Nan's face. It was the first time that he asked someone to pay. In the past, forging was free in the sect. "No problem, I'll give you this sword embryo." Li Chen handed the sword embryo back to the other party. "By the way, why don't you confess your life story?" Judging from Yan Nan's knowledge in all aspects, he is definitely not a casual cultivator. Not only does he possess magical forging skills, but he also has the life and death realm to assist him in forging 9th order weapons. This guy is just a casual cultivator, he must be kidding. When asked about his background, Yan Nan smiled bitterly, then said frankly, "I am from Kangzhou, Bingxian Holy Land." Since Li Chen trusted him so much, there was no need for him to hide it any longer. The master said that when you are training outside, you must hide yourself well and not reveal your background easily, otherwise you will be easily attacked by evil sects. But the Li Chen in front of me is different, he is a good person. Bingxian Holy Land. This name brought Li Chen back to memory. He remembered a simulation in which he accidentally fell into the Bingxian Holy Land, ran into a girl taking a bath, and was then killed by a sword. I don't know what the relationship between that girl and Yan Nan is. Is this the casual cultivator you told me about? Li Chen said speechlessly. A person who was born in a holy land actually called himself a casual cultivator. Do people nowadays like to play the pig and eat the tiger so much? I remember that Bingxian Holy Land only accepts women, right? Li Chen stared at Yan Nan suspiciously. It seems that his guess was correct. Yan Nan is indeed not a man. No wonder he looks so strange. I almost thought I had become gay. Yan Nan's pretty face flushed slightly, and she nodded slightly. Since Brother Li trusts me, then there is no need for me to hide it. My name is Yan Nan, and I am a direct disciple of Hongchen Peak of Bingxian Holy Land. I hope Brother Li will not despise my female body. I hope you can treat me as a man as before. Women? Treated like men? There is never any formality between men, so it doesn't seem right to treat her as a man, right? This little girl doesn't look very old. If she were to wear women's clothes, she would probably look like a little lowly. Oh my god, that's too cruel. Li Chen touched his chin and looked at the boy in front of him curiously. No, it was a girl. He used his spiritual sense to investigate and found that the other party's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Void Realm. He asked curiously, Sister Yan Nan, right? How old are you this year? 13. Puff. Li Chen spit out a mouthful of tea directly onto the ground. You're only 13? Are your elders nearby? No. My master asked me to go down the mountain alone to gain experience. The technique we practice at Hongchen Peak is to experience the vicissitudes of life in the world, and finally reach the state of being indifferent to the world, and then we can return. Yan Nan shook her little head. I guess only she would believe what her master said. Li Chen didn't believe that the powerful people in the Holy Land would let such a little girl practice alone. There must be a protector following her in secret. 13 years old and already at the 3rd level of the Void Realm. With such a talent for cultivation, it is very possible to become a disciple of the Holy Land. What's more, she has mastered special forging skills. She is the 9th level weapons arsenal of Bingxian Holy Land. There is no way the Holy Land will let her wander around outside alone. Maybe at this moment, that person is secretly listening to their conversation. How should I address you from now on? Should I continue to call you Brother Yan? Yes. Yan Nan nodded, my identity cannot be known to others. I told Brother Li my identity because I trust him, so please continue to call me Brother Yan in front of outsiders. Okay, it's my honor to be trusted by the disciple of the Holy Land. Li Chen said with a smile. They both raised their glasses at the same time and drank the tea in one gulp. After seeing Yan Nan off, Li Chen couldn't wait to open Lu Kangping's storage ring. There was a martial art in it that interested him very much, the immortal dragon body. You carry the unique skills of the Ling Jiao sect with you like this, you are worthy of being treated as a Taoist disciple. If it were a direct disciple, the sect's unique skills would only exist in his mind and would never be kept in a storage ring. This directly benefited Li Chen. He took out a spiritual energy recording stone, probed it with his spiritual sense, and records about this unique skill appeared in his mind. The dragon's immortal body is divided into 3 levels, green scale immortal body, silver scale immortal body, and gold scale immortal body. Each scale is condensed from spiritual energy. When the scales are spread all over the body, one can cultivate the first level of the dragon's immortal body, the green scale immortal body. Chapter 63. When one cultivates the first level of the immortal dragon body, both one's cultivation and physical body will experience a leap forward. When using the immortal body of the dragon, one's cultivation level can temporarily break through several small realms. After achieving silver scale immortality, one can even reshape broken limbs, and any injuries can be healed as long as the heart or head is not pierced. Lu Kangping's immortal dragon body has reached this level. Although the silver scale immortal body has strong vitality enough to reshape broken limbs, its heart and brain are weaknesses. Li Chen believes that a dragon immortal body of this level can only gain the upper hand when the 2 sides are evenly matched. Or when you are being chased, it can increase your chances of escape. Facing an opponent who is overwhelming you, it is of no use at all. Because Lu Kangping's own strength was so different from Li Chen's, all his scales were stripped off, and he could not exert the vitality of the immortal dragon at all. As for the last level of the golden scale immortal body, one will only lose life if the head and body are separated. Therefore, the scales of the golden scale immortal body are mainly concentrated on the neck. As long as the head and body are not separated, even if the heart or brain is pierced, it can be restored to its original state. It can be said to be quite abnormal. The vitality is strong and it recovers as before? Is it possible to recover quickly after working happily? Wow, this martial art is so awesome! Li Chen chuckled and opened the life simulator. Apart from the formation which he needed to learn himself, he could use the simulator to brush up on his martial arts and cultivation, so there was no need to waste his time. Use once, consumes 1000 spirit stones. Yes. At the age of 19, you are already a 6th level expert in the Void Realm. Although you have not yet made it onto the Tianjia ranking, you have already been noticed by many bigwigs. Knowing that the secret realm is about to be opened, you temporarily return to Qing'an City to rest. 10 days later, Yan Nan brings back the forged sword embryo, and you pay 20,000 spirit stones as material compensation. 3 days later, you learned that the secret realm was opened, and you and Yan Nan entered the secret realm to search for resources. You were robbed and plundered by a large number of monks. At the age of 20, you relied on your powerful strength to kill countless monks in the secret realm and harvested a large amount of resources. One day, the exit of the secret realm was opened. As soon as you and Yan Nan came out to the outside world, you were attacked by a powerful being. At the critical moment, Yan Nan's protector rescued you and brought you directly back to Kangzhou. At the age of 21, you were training in Kangzhou and were hunted down by various sects. Your proficiency in the spirit water rain sword was greatly improved. At the age of 25, you have killed countless disciples of sects and learned more than 10 kinds of sword techniques. At the age of 30, you cultivated the Kinglan immortal body in Hitai Mountain in Qingzhou. At the age of 35, after years of study and training, you have become a 5th level array master, killing countless 6th level masters. You have become the first peerless genius in history to enter the Tianjia ranking at the Cave Void Realm with your powerful strength. All the major holy places have sent you invitations. At Shi Kaihu's invitation, you joined Juxiao Holy Land and became an inner disciple of Juxiao Holy Land. At the age of 40, the Holy Land provided you with a vast amount of cultivation resources. You cultivated into a silver scale immortal body, broke through to the 7th level of the Cave Void Realm, and condensed the 5th drop of water drop consciousness. At the age of 50, due to your slow progress in cultivation and having been silent in the Holy Land for 15 years, you fell off the Tianjia ranking. Juxiao Holy Land believed that your potential was exhausted and no longer provided you with cultivation resources. 60 years old. In the past 10 years, Shi Kaihu has provided you with resources many times, and you have successfully broken through to the 8th level of the Void Realm. At the age of 72, you saw 2 elders doing something shameful in the Holy Land. They caught you and put you into a magic weapon and refined you into a pool of pus and blood. You died at the age of 72. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. That's it. It's incredible that someone could die while hiding in a holy place and practicing hard. Seeing this bloody plot, Li Chen felt like he was following a TV drama. This was not the life he wanted, nor was it the life he could have predicted. Everything was fine before, but suddenly due to some strange thing, he died. It is true that things in this world are unpredictable. You can never predict what will happen in the next second. Even if your life is ordinary, you may suddenly be given a surprise or tragedy, which will directly break your peaceful life and force your life to become eventful. Should I choose the martial arts realm or the technique memory? This time the choice made him a little conflicted, as Li Chen always believed that cultivation was the most important. But this time, the options for memorizing the skills included too many things. Among them are the greatly improved proficiency of the Spirit Water Rain Sword, the sword techniques of various major sects and schools, the thunder techniques of the Juxiao Holy Land, the immortal body cultivated to the level of silver scale, and a vast amount of fighting experience. The opponents in this simulation are all geniuses and old monsters from various major sects and schools, and are definitely not the small fights of the past. So fighting experience is equally important. But the realm of martial arts also includes a lot of things. In addition to the 8th level of cultivation in the Void Realm, there is also the 5th drop of spiritual consciousness. This is a significant increase in strength. In the battle with Lu Kongping, although the two swords seemed to be random, in fact, the spiritual consciousness played a big role. Li Chen used his spiritual sense to capture the opponent's martial arts weakness, and was able to achieve the effect of breaking it with one strike. It's so confusing. Li Chen pinched his chin and thought for a long time, then gritted his teeth and decided to simulate the same plot twice. This simulation is quite stable, with significant improvements in martial arts and cultivation. It can be considered a good simulation route. It would be a pity not to spawn monsters a few more times. To be on the safe side, Li Chen chose to memorize the technique first, and then conduct a second simulation. As the option to memorize the technique came down, a large amount of memories and understanding suddenly emerged in my mind. 13 Swords of the Wind, 13 Swords of Life, Ice and Dust Sword, 9 Sun Sword Technique, Assassination Hidden Sword Style, 9 Heavens Thunder Technique, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. The swordsmanship of the Qingfeng sect, the swordsmanship of the Zhueqing Valley, the swordsmanship of the Bingchen Villa, the swordsmanship of the Zhuyang sect, the assassination swordsmanship of the Assassination Building, the thunder magic of the Juxiao Holy Land. The complicated sword techniques flooded into the brain at once, and even with 4 drops of spiritual consciousness, it was difficult to adapt quickly. The stinging feeling made Li Chen gasp, as if long needles were piercing his brain. Not only that, changes also occurred in his body. Silver scales appeared on the body surface, like fish scales or dragon scales, flashing dazzling light and shining brightly. Countless scales were pieced together to form a set of scales with graceful lines, covering Li Chen's entire body, as if he was wearing a suit of silver-white armor. But the graceful and smooth lines of the armor give people a sense of tightness and flexibility, and the helmet with an open dragon's mouth is full of domineering. Chapter 64. A powerful aura vibrated, and the 6th level of cultivation in the Cave Void Realm suddenly soared to the 9th level in the Cave Void Realm. Fortunately, Li Chen was still able to control his spiritual energy perfectly, otherwise the room would have been blown up by this breath. Is this the temporary improvement effect of the Flood Dragon's immortal body? Not bad. Li Chen clenched his fists and carefully felt the duration of this temporary enhancement. It was only about half an hour, but it was enough for him to kill several 6th extreme realm powerhouses. The silver scales were retracted into the body, and the memory of the newly acquired skills emerged in Li Chen's mind. The complex information made his understanding of swordsmanship rapidly improve. Each religious sect's swordsmanship has its own unique features. The sophistication of each sword technique is incomparable to the martial arts of those small sects in Jianzhou, which is a great improvement for Li Chen. It was for these sword techniques and martial arts that Li Chen chose to memorize the skills. Although I only acquired a dozen sword techniques, I integrated them all into the 6 sword techniques of immortal slaying. This move is more powerful than the integration of the previous 100 sword techniques. But the thunder method of Juxiao Holy Land doesn't quite match me. The 2 martial arts acquired in the Juxiao Holy Land are Juxiao Thunder Method and Juxiao Divine Thunder. Due to his low level of cultivation, the Holy Land only gave Li Chen the chapters of the 9 Heavens Thunder Method from the Body Tempering Realm to the 6 Extremes Realm. This technique was basically useless to him. Li Chen's goal is the Six Extremes Realm chapter of the Body Sects Martial Arts, which is the strongest Six Extremes Realm martial arts. Of course, the claim that the Body Sect can forge the strongest Six Extremes Realm still needs to be investigated. After all, this is just Liu Zhenping's one-sided statement, and the possibility of a lie cannot be ruled out. If he really couldn't find the strongest 6th level technique, Li Chen would have no choice but to practice the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder is quite good. It can trigger the thunder of heaven and earth, bringing down an endless sea of thunder to suppress and kill people in all directions. The strength of the Divine Thunder is determined by the spiritual energy consumed by the user. It can be used as a strong attack spell, or as an auxiliary spell, which is exactly what Li Chen currently lacks. The simulation was very fruitful, and Li Chen started the life simulator again without hesitation and went through an almost identical plot with only a few changes. Li Chen intended to avoid the final death, but in the end he was refined into pus and blood after he saw the two elders doing something shameful. It's just a glance. Is it necessary to kill me to silence me? Are you really perverted? Are you killing me because you are embarrassed? Li Chen couldn't help but complain, and then set up an isolation formation to prevent the sudden increase in cultivation from causing vibrations. Choose your martial arts realm. As soon as the words fell, the spiritual energy in the room suddenly became agitated. Li Chen sat cross-legged in meditation, and the vast spiritual energy formed a surging wave that spread out. His cultivation level continued to rise to the 8th level of the Void Realm, forming terrifying energy ripples. 5 drops of spiritual consciousness suddenly condensed in his mind, forcibly controlling the restless and vast spiritual energy. Despite his strenuous suppression, the shocking scene of surging spiritual energy waves was still created. Wave after wave crashed into the isolation formation, producing brilliant runes. If it was in the wilderness, Li Chen would not try to suppress the fluctuations at all, and a huge deep pit would definitely be blown up on the ground. If one breaks through 2 realms at once and fails to control the spiritual energy well, the impact will be enormous. After the breakthrough, Li Chen meditated in seclusion for a full 8 days before he finally adapted to his own strength and felt refreshed. If you use the silver scale immortal body, maybe you can experience the 6th extreme realm cultivation. After removing the isolation flag, Li Chen waved his hand and the door of the room suddenly opened. Shan Yuxiu, the lord of Qing'an City, had been waiting outside the gate for several days. Ha 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 ha. Fellow deist Li is truly a genius. After just a few months of not seeing you, you have already become someone I look up to. I really admire you. I admire you. Shan Yuxiu clasped his fists and bowed, and after obtaining Li Chen's consent, he walked into the room. The moment he saw Li Chen, he was filled with emotion. Shan Yuxiu predicted that Li Chen would become a genius and would be included in the genius list sooner or later, but he did not expect Li Chen to grow so fast. He is simply a monster. Thinking back to the scene of giving the sword to him, Shan Yuxiu couldn't help but blush. Giving away a 3rd-tier weapon is a bit of a bargain. With Li Chen's strength, it probably wouldn't take long for him to be eliminated by that sharp sword, right? If I had known this earlier, I should have spent a lot of money to buy a 4th-level weapon that can be used in the Cave Void Realm. City Lord Shan, long time no see. It seems like it was just yesterday when we last met. Li Chen chuckled and stood up, sitting down at the same time as Shan Yuxiu. Just as he was about to pour the tea, Shan Yuxiu quickly snatched it away. Now Li Chen's status is different from before, he dare not let Li Chen pour tea for him. I had heard about Li Chen's killing of Lu Kongping several days ago, and my friendliness towards Li Chen had unconsciously turned into awe. This is a world where the strong are respected. Even if the other person was once your junior, from the moment his strength surpasses yours, your status will be lower, unless you are his biological parent. After some brief greetings, Shan Yuxiu reminded Li Chen in a deep voice, "Friend Li, many people from the Lingjiao sect have come to the city recently and are looking for news about you. They also asked me to send troops to search for you. If you go out, I suggest you disguise yourself first. People from the Lingjiao sect are here? What are their cultivation levels? Li Chen asked slowly and carefully. From the 5 Zhang realm to the 6 extreme realm, there are men, women, young, and old. I concealed the fact that you lived here in advance, but it can only be concealed for a while. Sooner or later, they will investigate here. Upon learning that Li Chen had killed Lu Kongping, Shan Yuxiu immediately concealed Li Chen's information about entering the city and staying at the inn, which directly increased the difficulty of the Lingjiao sect's search. It doesn't matter. Even if they find me, they can't do anything to me. But I still want to thank City Lord Shan for his kindness. I heard that the secret realm is about to be opened. I wonder if City Lord Shan is interested. When asked, Shan Yuxiu smiled and said, I'm old now, so I won't get involved. What about your daughter? Isn't she coming? Shan Yuxiu was stunned for a moment, wondering why Li Chen was suddenly interested in his daughter. He remembered that Li Chen had no interest in Shan Shishi before. Could it be that he has changed his mind? Or has he finally figured it out and decided to let go of gay matters and choose to marry a woman and have children? Shan Yuxiu's misunderstanding of Li Chen is already deeply rooted. She went to Kangzhou to find her mother. I received a letter from her some time ago, saying that she had joined the Bingxian Holy Land. If fellow Daoist Li meets my daughter in Kangzhou, I hope you can take care of her. Shan Yuxiu smiled with relief. Now it was Li Chen's turn to be stunned. My goodness, Shan Yuxiu, a man in the 5th Zhang realm, can actually hook up with someone from Bingxian Holy Land, isn't that too amazing? Chapter 65. There must be a unique story between Shan Yuxiu and his wife. The difference in their status is too great. Even an outer disciple of Bingxian Holy Land is not someone Shan Yuxiu can get in touch with. After a brief conversation, Shan Yuxiu left. The main purpose of his coming here was to remind Li Chen and to bring them closer. Li Chen doesn't hate others trying to please him. Having more friends makes things easier. Before leaving, he sold all the unused things in Lu Kangping's storage ring to Shan Yuxiu, in exchange for more than 10,000 spiritual stones. Although Qing'an city is not big, Shan Yuxiu, as the lord of the city, still has some money. He bought the messy things from Li Chen and used them in many ways, such as rewarding military soldiers, or directly auctioning them. So no matter what Li Chen took out, he would take it. Including these 10,000 spirit stones, the total number of spirit stones on Li Chen's body returned to 50,000, but he did not feel too happy about it. The simulation consumption of the next major realm may reach 10,000 spirit stones once. 50,000 spirit stones were only for 5 simulations, and another 20,000 spirit stones would be needed 2 days later to pay for Yan Nan's forging fee. There seem to be a lot of spiritual stones, but in fact they are not enough. I'm so short of money. I feel like Shan Yuxiu, who is in the 5 Zhang realm, is richer than me. Should I also build a city? I feel like being a city lord makes one pretty rich. The main source of funds for the city is the income share of the major families and the share of the auction at the auction. The main expenditure is to feed the army, and all the extra money goes into the pocket of the city lord. Li Chen wanted to try out the simulation of being a city lord, but he suppressed the urge. In order to deal with various troubles in the secret realm, he opened the Narcissus formation and used his free time to learn the formation. As he studied the formation in depth, Li Chen discovered that he had a good talent for it. With the help of the knowledge he learned in his previous life, he found some kind of pattern in the formation. As long as you master this rule, you can quickly understand the principles of each formation. It's like knowing how to play the Rubik's Cube so that all 6 faces are the same color, then playing the Rubik's Cube becomes simple and easy. Different formations are different kinds of Rubik's Cubes. Once you understand how to play it, you can set up more and more formations. After 2 days of studying formation knowledge, Yan Nan returned with a forged sword blank. Brother Li, I have forged your sword. This sword is currently only level 5. Metal materials above level 5 are quite rare, and I don't have any. Yan Nan's voice was clear. She took out a green sword from the storage and handed it to Li Chen. If Brother Li can find the 6th level metal, you can go directly to Bingxian Holy Land to find me. I will not charge any forging fees until it becomes a fairy weapon. This was her original voice, and it was the first time Li Chen heard it. It felt quite strange to see Yan Nan wearing men's clothes and making a clear and pleasant girlish voice. Don't you mean that if you don't reach a state of mind where you can look down upon the mundane world, you can't return to Bingxian Holy Land? While Li Chen asked, he carefully examined the 5th level flying sword in his hand. The scabbard is turquoise in color and is as finely crafted as jade, making it quite beautiful and exquisite. There are also 9 mysterious runes engraved on the surface of the scabbard to maintain the durability of the scabbard. Only a good sword case can preserve a good sword. Clang! Li Chen drew out his sword. The bright silver blade was plain and ordinary. The sword was a standard 3 feet long, and the emerald-colored light spot flowed like liquid from the hilt to the center of the sword, forming a green line. When you lightly flick your finger on the sharp sword, a sharp buzzing sound will be heard. What a great sword! Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Just by listening to this sound, you can feel how sharp the blade is. Experts can judge the strength of their opponents and weapons just by sound. The sound of body movements, the trembling of sword blades, the whistling of fists, etc. can all be used to judge people and objects. Yan Nan smiled slightly and responded, I am only one step away from being indifferent to the world, and that is to forge an immortal weapon. As long as the immortal weapon is forged, I will be able to reach the state of being indifferent to the world. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head shyly and stammered, well, the metal material for forging weapons, costs a total of 20,000 spirit stones. I wonder if Brother Li can. Ha ha ha. No problem, keep it, sister. Li Chen took out a storage ring with 20,000 spiritual energy stones already placed inside. Although it is heartbreaking, there is no free lunch in the world. They haven't charged the forging fee, so it would be a bit unreasonable if you want to get the materials for free. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Li. Yan Nan's face turned slightly red and she reached out to take the storage ring. Although she didn't make a penny, she still felt a little uncomfortable, always feeling that such behavior would make her look stingy. After all, it's only 20,000 spirit stones, which doesn't seem like a lot. The pocket money given to her by her senior sisters in the Holy Land was hundreds of thousands of spiritual energy stones. Sister, do you know where the body sect is? Li Chen suddenly asked. He felt that as a member of Bingxian Holy Land, Yan Nan should have a better understanding of the power of the 3,000 states. Main body sect. Yan Nan's eyes rolled, and she suddenly remembered, I seem to have heard my senior sister mention it. It's a body refining sect in the western part of Pingzhou. It's a 7th level section. The body refining sect. A 7th tier sect? Do sects also have tier differentiations? Li Chen asked doubtfully. Yan Nan thought about it and said, it shouldn't be considered a level differentiation, it can only be regarded as a simple name. The level does not represent the true strength of the sect. The reason why the body sect is called the 7th level sect is only because they have 3 realm masters in their section. After hearing this, Li Chen understood. No wonder no one has ever mentioned the sect's rank. It turns out that this rank has too many unstable factors. Some sects' holy places may hide super powerful beings who have never been born, and some sects' supreme elders may suddenly pass away. Therefore, it is impossible to assess the strength of each sect. Among the 9 realms, the 7th realm is the 3 realms realm. The weapon levels are the same as the sect levels, the first level corresponds to the body tempering realm, and the second level corresponds to the spirit pill realm. The Lord of Qing'an City is at the Wuzang realm, so Qing'an City can be said to be a third-tier force. If there is nothing else, I won't bother you, Brother Li. Seeing that Li Chen was in a daze for a long time without replying, Yan Nan was very tactful and knew that it was time for her to leave. We will meet at the entrance of the secret realm by then. The secret realm will probably be opened soon. Brother Li, remember to pay more attention and don't miss the time because of seclusion. Got it. Take care, sister. Li Chen watched Yan Nan leave. He tightly grasped the sword in his hand and swung it out. A sharp sound was accompanied by a blue mark. This sword will be with me for a long time. The green sword marks and the encounter in Qing'an City, I will name it Qing'an. Li Chen's naming is a bit hasty, but it's still acceptable. The name of the sword is not important, what matters is how much power it can exert and how strong the person who wields it is. Even if it is named Gaodan, as long as it can be passed down in history, it will still be regarded as a magical sword by countless people. Chapter 66. After playing with the Qing'an sword for a while, Li Chen thought about it in his mind. The secret realm will not be opened for another 3 days. I will spend all the remaining 30,000 spiritual energy stones and strive to reach the 9th level of the Void Cave realm. Only if you are strong enough can you fight for more opportunities in the secret realm. Use once, consumes 1,000 spirit stones. At the age of 19, you are already an 8th level expert in the Void realm. Although you have not yet made it onto the Tianjia ranking, you have already been noticed by many bigwigs. You did not go to the secret realm to fight for opportunities, but chose to go to Pingzhou to join the body sect. 1 month later, you met a disciple of the Bliss Valley on your way to Pingzhou. He invited you to join the Bliss Valley, but you refused. You and a disciple of the Bliss Valley clashed. Your powerful strength exceeded the opponent's expectations, and you successfully defeated the opponent after 10 rounds. 10 days later, you finally found the body sect. The entrance test required you to follow the disciples of the sect and live a self-disciplined life for a month. You got up early and went to bed late every day, training your body with the disciples of the body sect. 1 month later, you passed the entrance test and became a disciple of the main body sect. The elders of the sect taught you the sect's body training method, prisoner body training technique. Seeing this, a question mark popped up above Li Chen's head. Prisoner's body training? Could it be that the founder of the body sect was a prisoner? Did he realize the body training method in prison? Li Chen was so upset that he muttered, "This body refining technique doesn't seem to be the same as my chi refining technique. Am I being cheated?" Refining the body and refining chi are 2 different paths. One is to achieve sanctification of the physical body, which is quite unpopular. The other is the mainstream chi refining, which is the path that basically all cultivators take. All the techniques that Li Chen is currently practicing belong to chi training. However, the body sect is a body refining sect. Li Chen chose this simulation direction out of a lucky mentality, thinking what if there were 2 kinds of skills in the main body sect? As a result, he was given the entire prisoner body training technique and simply changed the name to prisoner fitness. At the age of 21, you become a disciple of the main sect through unremitting efforts. At the age of 23, you defeated Daizai of the Giant Stone sect and became the first peerless genius in history to be listed on the Tianjiao list at the Cave Void Realm, and your name spread all over the world. The leader of the body sect is pleased with your strength and will promote you to the position of a disciple of the sect and teach you the sect's unique skill 6 prisoner styles. He tells you earnestly that once you have mastered the 6 styles, you will be able to become the strongest in the 6 extremes. FK. Liu Zhengping didn't lie to me. It turns out that it is not the martial arts but their unique skills that forge the strongest 6 extreme realms. This wave of simulation has made money. Li Chen was slightly excited and continued to read. At the age of 24, in order to break through your cultivation as quickly as possible, you began to challenge every genius on the Tianjia ranking. At the age of 26, you successfully defeated the 93rd place on the Pride list, became famous again, and made all those who doubted you shut up. At the age of 28, you defeated the 89th on the Tianjiao list. You were full of vigor and vitality, but were ambushed by the Gle Valley and nearly died. At the age of 32, you sang all the way and rushed to the 83rd place on the Tianjiao list. After experiencing countless battles, you fell into enlightenment and broke through to the 9th level of the Cave Void Realm. At the age of 33, while you were fighting against the 80-something on the Tianjiao list, you were assassinated by the Assassination Tower Gold Medal. You died at the age of 33. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial Arts Boundary. 2. Memory of the Technique. Select the technique to remember. Although he broke through to the 9th level of the Void Realm in the simulation, the unique skills of the body sect are more important, as they are related to Li Chen's 6 Extremes realm. Therefore, it is best to choose the memorization of the skills for this simulation. Li Chen acquired more than 10 years of combat experience, as well as the prisoner body training technique and the prisoner 6 styles. Prisoner's body training technique records strange movements, through which one can temper the body, and then combined with herbs, make the body stronger. 6 prisoner styles is still a physical training method, but it only has 6 movements. According to the records, these 6 movements are quite familiar. In Li Chen's previous life's fitness movements, they were called the prisoner's 6 arts: push UPS, pull UPS, squats, leg raises, bridges, and handstand push UPS. They correspond respectively to arms, legs, torso, and head. If it weren't for the practice of the prisoner's 6 styles, which required breathing techniques and elixirs, Li Chen would definitely flip the table on the spot. This body sect is simply a weird thing in the world of immortal cultivation. Can these moves really unlock the shackles of the 6 extreme realms? Let's break through to the 9th level of the Void Realm first. Whether this method is feasible or not, as long as you break through to the 9th level of Dongxiu, you can use the simulator to test the 6 extreme realms and avoid pitfalls. So Li Chen put all the remaining spiritual stones in and performed a full 30 life simulations. 3 days later, there was a constant stream of people and cars in front of the entrance to the secret realm, and the place was surrounded by monks. Disciples from various major sects and forces came riding on monster beasts, occupying the high ground with large groups, waiting for the secret realm to open. Why hasn't the kid who killed my sect's disciple come over yet? Doesn't he plan to enter the secret realm? A disciple of the Ling Jiao sect asked in confusion. Another person sneered and said, he probably disguised himself and hid in a corner and dared not show up, or he simply did not dare to come. As long as he has a bit of common sense, he will understand that if he kills me, Zhong Daizai, he will have no chance to get the treasures in the secret realm. If he doesn't come, he still has some brains. The disciple of Ling Jiao sect commented on Li Chen as a superior. No hurry. Sha Xiangwen, a disciple of Ling Jiao sect, said, this man is cunning, it's not that easy for him to lose his life. We can kill him after we come out of the secret realm. Brother is right. The disciples of Ling Jiao sect all showed cold smiles on their faces and stood in the most conspicuous positions. As long as Li Chen dared to show up, they would suppress him immediately. If Li Chen doesn't dare to come, it means that he is afraid of Ling Jiao sect, and he is indirectly building up the prestige of Ling Jiao sect. Seeing the arrogant faces of this group of people, many people couldn't help but sneer in a low voice. Why are the disciples of the Ling Jiao sect all like bandits in the mountains, with their noses raised to the sky? Do they really think they are so awesome? They probably don't know how their own son died. Tisk, 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 just 2 swords to kill him, the Taoist of Ling Jiao sect is really weak. What did you say? The Ling Jiao sect member glared at everyone. Sha Xiangwen snorted coldly, pointed at one of the mockers and asked, which sect are you from? Tell me your name. As Sha Xiangwen finished his words, the people of Ling Jiao sect collectively released their spiritual energy and pressed towards that person. The other party sneered in response, Kang Zhou, the inner disciple of the ultimate sect, Kang Liang Peng. Please give me your guidance. Cough, cough, cough. Several disciples of the Ling Jiao sect suddenly coughed, their faces filled with embarrassment, and they whispered, Brother, the ultimate sect seems to be second only to the Holy Land. Sha Xiongwen's face suddenly turned dark. How could he just randomly point at someone and find out that he had such a powerful background? Well, I'm not talking about you, the guy next to you. Sha Xiongwen pretended to be calm and looked at a muscular man. Me? The muscular man frowned. Ahem. Brother, you are confused. He is Shan Shen from the Giant Stone sect, ranked 99th on the Tianjiao list. The junior brothers from the Ling Jiao sect almost cried. How could they have such a brain-defective senior brother? He was in seclusion so much that even his brain doesn't work anymore. Chapter 67. Hearing the reminders from his fellow apprentices, Sha Xiongwen turned pale with fright. If this isn't explained clearly, we'll be in big trouble. The other party is a figure on the list of geniuses. Killing him would be like killing a dog, right? No, 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 my friend, you misunderstood. What we are talking about is… Sha Xiongwen paused, and suddenly found a familiar face standing among the group of people in front of him. He immediately took out a portrait from the storage ring and found that the man looked exactly like the person in the painting. The person in the painting was the murderer who killed their Taoist, Li Chen. We are talking about the kid behind you, the arrogant guy who killed my Zong Daizai. Sha Xiongwen's momentum changed and he suddenly became majestic. The people of Ling Jiao sect trembled and looked fierce. FK, that guy is Li Chen. He actually hid in the crowd and watched us make fun of ourselves, what a damn BD. The disciple of Ling Jiao sect gritted his teeth. At this moment, Li Chen stood in the crowd as if it had nothing to do with him, with a faint smile on his handsome face, as if he was laughing at the misconduct of Ling Jiaozong and others. Boom! Dozens of spiritual energies collectively pressed towards Li Chen. Sha Xiongwen shouted loudly and threw out a bladed flywheel burning with blazing flames, which rolled up a heat wave and rushed towards him. The monks looked unhappy, but they still made way for a passage as soon as possible. They didn't want to be hurt innocently. Only Li Chen and Yan Nan stood there stupidly, with calm expressions. It's really aggressive. Li Chen smiled calmly, and his spiritual energy drove the Qing'an sword out of its sheath in an instant, making a sharp sound. Clang! The sword blade collided with the flywheel, creating a layer of white spiritual energy waves that spread out like a surging river. A simple confrontation test showed that the two were evenly matched. The Qing'an sword flew back into Li Chen's hand, emitting a faint green light. Sha Xiongwen's face was solemn. He clapped his hands and shouted again, Spiritual Dragon Formation, form! Dozens of Ling Jiao sect disciples flew out at the same time and surrounded Li Chen on the spot. They formed seals with their hands at the same time, and 20 formation flags were inserted into the ground one after another, forming a complex formation pattern with brilliant light. You go out first, I'll handle this. Li Chen said calmly, and was about to push Yan Nan away. As a result, Yan Nan suddenly took out a small golden bowl from her storage ring and smiled without saying a word. Call. Suddenly, before Li Chen could speak, an indescribable suction force came from the bowl, and dozens of Ling Jiao sect disciples had not yet completed the formation seal. The flags inserted in the ground suddenly flew up one after another, drawing arcs in the air, and flew into Yan Nan's golden bowl at an astonishing speed. Such a scene stunned everyone present. Treasure bowl. Shan Shen of the Giant Stone sect recognized this object, and he couldn't help but begin to speculate about Yan Nan's identity. The person who can possess this thing must be of extraordinary status. The formation flag was absorbed by Yan Nan's golden bowl, and at this moment the weapons and magic weapons of all the disciples of the Ling Jiao sect began to tremble slightly. "Oh no! Put away your weapons quickly!" Shaxian Gwen shouted hurriedly. But it was too late. The moment he shouted, the weapons of all the people in the Ling Jiao sect flew out uncontrollably, streaking across the sky like a meteor shower, and were all absorbed by Yan Nan's treasure bowl. For a moment, the Ling Jiao sect's formation was not completed, and all the weapons were snatched away by Yan Nan, leaving everyone unarmed. Even though there were still weapons in the storage ring, no one dared to take them out for fear that they would be taken away again. "Good job!" Li Chen grinned, and his 9th level cultivation in the Void Realm burst out. While everyone was stunned, he decisively attacked. The second move of Immortal Slaying, Loop. Clang! In an instant, a green sword light swept out, raging in a circle with Li Chen as the center. A vast spiritual energy swept across the entire place, and the area thousands of meters in radius seemed to stand still at this moment. The dazzling and beautiful sword has fascinated countless people. The green sword energy slashed towards the disciples of Jiao sect with unstoppable force. The vibrating sound of the sword resounded through the sky, and the vast spiritual energy turned into a circular airflow and soared into the sky. The disciples of Ling Jiao sect were suddenly shocked. They found that Li Chen's sword was so fast that it was beyond imagination and difficult to capture with the naked eye. The disciples of Ling Jiao sect were so frightened that they hurriedly used methods to resist, but their Taoist defenses were like tofu and were instantly penetrated by Li Chen's sword energy. An angry voice came from the side, "How dare you, little thief! Stop it now!" The resounding sound created a sound wave vibration that shook the earth and trees, like a tornado spinning horizontally. In a flash, Yan Nan threw out another lotus magic weapon. The scattered ripples of light blocked off all directions, and the powerful sonic tornado was directly isolated outside. Boom! In an instant, ripples and sound waves collided to form dense rune marks that filled the sky. At the same time, Li Chen's sword energy pierced through most of the Ling Jiao sect disciples, and streaks of blood spurted out from their necks. At the moment of death, the disciples of Ling Jiao sect were filled with confusion and puzzlement. Only a few with higher cultivation levels managed to survive. Shaxian Gwen was blown away by the sword energy and couldn't help coughing up blood, with a look of horror on his face. He never imagined that the person who killed their son would be so powerful. Where is the 6th level of the Dongxi realm? Even the 6th level of the FG realm isn't this powerful. You damned little thief, how dare you massacre my disciples? You should be executed. The angry voice was heard again, and an old man suddenly appeared. The rich spiritual energy formed a huge hand that covered the sky, and the sky within 1,000 miles darkened. The terrifying spiritual energy rolled up with overwhelming power and suppressed Li Chen. The roar was deafening, and the air within 100 miles was stagnant at this moment. A phantom of a dragon was circling in the air, with extraordinary momentum. This is the realm. The monks who were watching all raised their heads collectively. They did not expect that a powerful domain-level expert from Ling Jiao sect had also arrived. Was this a mobilization of the entire sect's strength just to strangle Li Chen? This hatred is too great. Elder! This guy is the murderer who killed my Zhongdaizai. Shaxian Gwen shouted loudly. The suppression of the domain made all the monks present unable to move. Facing an unmatched attack, Li Chen was extremely calm and not at all panicked. He knew that the bodyguard who was secretly protecting Yan Nan would not watch Yan Nan die with him. Li Chen has simulated this more than 30 times, and has never died in this place. Sure enough, at the moment when the giant hand was about to suppress him, the old man from the Ling Jiao sect suddenly trembled, as if his whole body was imprisoned by an invisible force. His face was frozen, and a strong fear emerged deep in his eyes. He found that his life was slipping away quickly. At the moment of death, he squeezed out 3 words from his throat with difficulty: life and death realm. One thought is life, one thought is death. If a powerful person in the realm of life and death wants someone to die, it only takes a thought. Bang! The old man's domain and vast spiritual energy vanished in an instant, and the hovering dragon's shadow shattered like bubbles. His body suddenly slammed into the ground with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. Chapter 68. There were no warning signs, and no one intervened. The powerful domain realm expert of the Ling Jiao sect suddenly fell to the ground and turned into a dried corpse. This scene frightened all the cultivators present. What's going on? Countless people stared with their eyes wide open, unable to understand what was going on. The surviving disciples of the Ling Jiao sect had frozen faces, wondering if they were hallucinating. The elder who was so aggressive the moment before died in the next. Let's get going, everyone. Li Chen looked calm as he drew his sword again. His still water technique made his figure look like the surface of a lake, dotted with ripples in the air. His figure turned into a ray of light, refracting back and forth on a mirror. With the third move of the immortal beheading technique, all the remaining disciples of the Ling Jiao sect were beheaded. Sha Xiangguan wanted to resist violently, but although his cultivation had reached the void realm, he was powerless against Li Chen, who was the strongest in the void realm. The 5 drops of spiritual water can be said to be a complete crush. The powerful spiritual power impacted Sha Xiangguan so much that he felt dizzy and dazed. As a sword flashed, his world fell into darkness. Even the sect's disciple died at the hands of Li Chen, let alone a small disciple. The Ling Jiao sect's act of asking its disciples to come and kill Li Chen was simply sending themselves to death. Didn't Shan Yuxiu say there was a 6th realm cultivator? Why can't I see him? Li Chen's spiritual sense detected many 6th realm cultivators around, but their auras did not indicate that they were from the Ling Jiao sect. The 6 extremes realm did not appear in the simulation. If I was not mistaken, the 6 extremes realm that Shan Yuxiu mentioned should be the elder of the Ling Jiao sect who had just died. This person has stepped into the realm from the 6th extreme realm. This is too tragic. He just entered the realm and didn't have time to show off or enjoy himself before he was killed. Li Chen smiled and shook his head. No matter how powerful one is, one should not be too arrogant. After all, there is always someone better than you. Of course, except for simulated life. Li Chen does not need to take any risks himself for everything that happens in the simulator. He can fight for great opportunities in it at will. Even if he dies countless times, it will not have any impact on him in reality. With this kind of unlimited opportunity to try new things, Li Chen will certainly try his luck in different directions. Cultivating Immortals is about fighting against people and competing against heaven. If you don't struggle, how can you achieve a great realm? If you don't fight for it, how can you get great opportunities? If you hide in one place and practice peacefully, you will never become the strongest. Li Chen looked towards the entrance to the secret realm. The light fluctuations above the dry pond became stronger and stronger, attracting the attention of all the cultivators, and even the death of the domain-level powerhouses was forgotten. The secret realm is about to be opened. The monks all looked excited. They have waited for so long just for this moment. As a buzzing sound spread across the sky, the light above the dark pool suddenly shone brightly, like an upright orange eye slowly opening. Li Chen took the opportunity to release his spiritual energy and took away all the storage rings of the Ling Jiao sect disciples. As for the domain realm storage ring, it had already been secretly taken away by Yan Nan's protector. This person was not killed by Li Chen, so it was natural that he failed to obtain the storage ring of the domain realm. He did not care too much about this matter, because there were more treasures in the secret realm anyway. As the secret realm opened, monks swarmed in and rushed into the entrance. Bang! Suddenly, a person at the domain realm tried to break into the secret realm, but was blocked by a huge formation emitting orange light. What's going on? Why can't I enter? Asked the powerful domain realm expert puzzledly. Seeing the monks around him breaking into the secret realm one after another without being blocked by any formation, his face suddenly darkened. It's the secret realm restriction. Some secret realms have realm restrictions. Yan Nan explained to Li Chen, if a cultivator whose cultivation exceeds the limit forcibly breaks in, the powerful secret realm will directly wipe out the cultivator, and the weak secret realm will be permanently closed. Obviously, the secret realm before them only allows cultivators at the 6th extreme realm to enter. From what you said, this secret realm also has intelligence. Li Chen was not in a hurry to enter the secret realm. He and Yan Nan stood there and talked. Opportunities are something that can only be encountered by chance and cannot be obtained immediately by anyone who enters first. Inside the secret realm is actually a small world. After the monks enter, they also have to search to find opportunities. Some monks are unlucky and may not find anything even after opening the exit. The secret realm is intelligent. Yan Nan nodded, it is a space with self-awareness. Its location and the natural treasures that are nurtured within are all determined by it. Ancient books record that the world's first secret manual of martial arts was born in a secret realm. During the conversation, 90% of the monks had already entered the secret realm, and there were only a few monks left at the entrance. Yan Nan smiled and said, "Brother Li, it's time for us to go in too." Good. Li Chen and the other person stepped into the air at the same time. Rich Lady Yan once again summoned a tower-shaped magic weapon to form a barrier to protect the two of them, and they broke into the secret realm together. With magic weapons protecting you, you won't be randomly dispersed after entering the secret realm. A dizzying feeling of weightlessness came over me, and the scene before my eyes changed drastically. The blinding orange light gradually faded, and a scene of shady green trees came into view. The rich spiritual energy makes people feel comfortable, and every cell in the body seems to be restless. The fragrance of herbs wafts into the air. It is a quiet forest with a bright white moon hanging above. I don't know whether this moon is a planet or a projection of some kind of formation. Is this the secret place? It doesn't seem to be anything special. Li Chen swept his spiritual sense around and found that there was no one around. Neither danger was found nor any rare treasures were seen, only the rich and unique spiritual energy. There must be something in the secret realm, but the monks need to find it by themselves. If they can't find it, they can try to fight for the great secret treasure that will appear at the end. Yan Nan said as she put away the pagoda, and then used a compass again. The birth of a great secret treasure will cause a huge noise, we will not miss it. Now let's go find some small opportunities. My compass can track luck. Brother Li, please follow me. With Li Chen by her side, Yan Nan feels safe. She is responsible for finding treasures, while Li Chen is responsible for killing enemies. They are a perfect match. The two men flew into the air following the direction indicated by the compass, neither too fast nor too slow, always alert to their surroundings. Many monks enter the secret realm not to look for treasures. They are too lazy to search on their own and prefer to sneak attack others and rob their property. Especially in this kind of secret realm with realm restrictions, there are the most robber monks. The 6 extremes realm is the strongest here. For the cultivators who have reached the great perfection of the 6 extremes realm, it is like heaven and they can do whatever they want. The rules of the world of immortal cultivation are extremely cruel. Behind the peace and tranquility are mountains of corpses everywhere. Found it! The compass needle in her hand suddenly spun clockwise rapidly. Yan Nan's face showed excitement. She stretched out her white and tender little hand and pointed at the hill in front of her, saying, "Inside the hill is one of the gathering points of luck. Let's go down and take a look." Li Chen followed in silence, scanning the entire hill with his consciousness and discovered a hidden formation. He pressed lightly on the hidden formation with his palm, and suddenly a huge formation diagram appeared in front of the empty space. The complex combination of the formation patterns made him dizzy. "I can't seem to solve this formation," Li Chen said with a wry smile. Although he had a talent for learning formations, the formation before him was at least level 6. Hee hee. Don't worry, Brother Li. I'm well prepared. Yan Nan patted her ordinary little chest, then took out a cone-shaped magic weapon from her hand and slammed it directly into the formation. Boom! In an instant, the complex and giant formation was shattered. A purple-black passage appeared in front of the two people. My goodness, how many magic weapons do you have? Li Chen's mouth twitched slightly. A hint of shyness appeared on Yan Nan's pretty face. These are all magic weapons given by my senior sisters. There are not many. Chapter 69. Yan Nan's words made Li Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He gave full marks to this unintentional Versailles. A purple-black passage appeared in front of the two of them. It was quiet and deep, like a crack in the void, leading to the unknown and mystery. When the two walked into the passage, the entrance behind them closed quietly. The entire passage was purple-black in hue, with no end or destination in sight. It was Li Chen's first time to come to the secret realm, and he couldn't help but feel curious about the scenes here. They seemed to be walking on the starry sky, which felt quite mysterious. When a ray of white light passed before their eyes, they had arrived at a dark space filled with formations. Golden sword-shaped shadows were suspended above their heads, arranged in a circular formation. Only the place where Li Chen and others were standing was a safe area, the rest of the place was covered by dense golden array patterns. Is this a sword trap formation? Is it a checkpoint specially set up for people coming in? Li Chen was slightly surprised. Everything in the secret realm is generated by itself. I didn't expect that there are levels. Is this the experience that the secret realm provides for the monks? From the arrangement of the array patterns, this is more profound than the hidden array outside. Once you step into it, you will be attacked by sword energy. Even if you are at the sixth extreme realm and stand in the array, you will be torn into pieces by the sword energy. Li Chen's face was solemn, and he subconsciously looked at Yan Nan, only to see her shout hey and directly control the cone-shaped magic weapon to throw it out. Bang! In an instant, the large-scale sword formation that was scattered all over the place instantly disintegrated into pieces, and the scattered formation patterns turned into colorful light spots and dissipated in the air. A secret room passage appeared again in front of them, with ceramic tiles and jade tiles extended and spread out, making the dark secret room glow. Li Chen. The simple and crude way of breaking the formation opened his eyes. Is this considered using money to break through the formation? This battle is still okay, let's go. Without giving Li Chen time to be stunned, Yan Nan had already run into the secret room passage. It seemed that she had never taken the sword formation seriously from the beginning, as if breaking a sword formation was an extremely ordinary matter. Li Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head, feeling very envious. Soon, the two arrived at the second secret room. This place is vast, and there is a large staircase at the deepest part of the secret room, which is like a spiritual medicine garden with dozens of spiritual medicines planted, emitting bursts of faint light. The walls were engraved with intricate light blue array patterns, providing some fluorescence to the dark secret room. For some reason, Li Chen felt that there seemed to be a picture hidden beneath the array pattern. He didn't look carefully. In front of him were two giant statues holding huge swords and wearing armor. They looked to be about 4 meters tall, with sturdy and majestic bodies, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. Boom! The moment Li Chen and the others stepped into the secret room, the entire room began to shake violently, and the two giant statues that were standing still suddenly moved. Their eyes made of stone actually emitted red light and locked onto Li Chen and Yan Nan. Driven by the formation, their hard stone bodies slowly stood up. Li Chen's face was solemn. He drew out the Qing'an sword and prepared to fight. Ha! Suddenly, a clear and familiar voice came from the side. The girl Yan Nan threw out the cone-shaped magic weapon again, and it hit the stone giant's formation with a bang. But this time the formation did not collapse directly like the previous one. The stone giant simply leaned back slightly and then suddenly swung out the stone sword. A whistling sound swept over, and Li Chen hurriedly stood in front of Yan Nan and resisted with the Qing'an sword. The clanging sound shook the air, and the white Taoist robe was blown by the strong wind. The giant's terrifying power made Li Chen frown slightly, and he had to use sword moves to relieve the force. This formation is more powerful than the previous two. It is a large driving formation. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to break. Li Chen pulled Yan Nan and retreated quickly. A move of hazy drizzle was thrown out, and the sword energy turned into a patter of rain, which fell on the two stone giants, making a rustling sound. Yan Nan wrinkled her nose, then took out a diamond bracelet from her storage ring and smashed it out together with the conical magic weapon. Boom! The two magic weapons smashed onto a stone giant at the same time, causing a loud bang, like a cannonball hitting a mountain, raising black smoke all over the sky. Li Chen probed out his spiritual sense and found that there was a big hole in the stone giant's body, and the formation that drove the body was directly broken. The stone giant turned into a pile of rotten stones. Oh my goodness, is it that fierce? If one magic weapon isn't enough, then use two. This is indeed the fighting style of a rich woman. The other stone giant was suppressed by Li Chen's misty sword energy and squatted in place, unable to move. Yan Nan waved her hand, and two magic weapons in the air emitted rainbow light and smashed towards the second stone statue. Bang! With a loud noise, the two giants were completely destroyed, turning into countless huge rocks that fell to the ground, and the secret room returned to peace again. Done! So easy! Yan Nan smiled, clapped her hands, and excitedly ran to the depths of the secret room to check out the treasures there. This one looks like the spirit cage flower used for the 4th level chi gathering pill, this one looks like the ghost shadow flower, and this one is the fragrant pill grass. It seems like they are not worth much. Yan Nan pouted slightly, not very satisfied with the herbs here. Hey? Is this a spiritual energy recording stone? She picked up a spiritual stone, probed her spiritual sense into it, then shook her head and handed it to Li Chen. What? Is this thing lame? Li Chen took it doubtfully, and then probed into the interior with his spiritual sense. Vast knowledge of formations instantly flooded into his mind. A completely new arrangement method that was different from the Narcissus formation shocked him deeply. This is a formation record stone that records formations from level 1 to level 9. The complexity of the formation far exceeds that of the Narcissus formation, and there is even theoretical knowledge of the formation that goes beyond the 9th level. Every carving of the array pattern and depiction of the rune is full of mystery. You don't want such a good thing. No. Yan Nan shook her head. I don't like formations. If it's forging, I'm somewhat interested. Okay, then this thing belongs to me. Li Chen took it away without hesitation. Then he glanced at the things on the steps. They were all spiritual medicines. If they were put on an auction, they could probably be sold for 40,000 to 50,000 spiritual energy stones. Do you want these spiritual medicines? Li Chen asked, pointing at the spiritual medicines. Mrs. Yan shook her head again. No, if you like it, just take it all. Sure. I like this one. It's so much fun to hang out with the little rich lady. The spiritual medicine worth 40 or 50,000 spiritual energy stones was just taken away and given to Li Chen at a discount. Yan Nan took out the compass and fiddled with it. She walked around the secret room with a frown on her face, muttering to herself, this is strange. According to the compass, the luck of this place should be good. How come there are only these few things? I saw the array pattern on the wall, and it seems there is something else. Li Chen happily took away all the elixirs and reminded casually. Chapter 70. When he first came in, Li Chen noticed that the array pattern on the wall seemed a little different. These array patterns seemed to be able to form a picture, but the stone giant happened to move at that time, so there was no time to look at it carefully. Wall. Yan Nan trotted to the wall, observed it carefully with her big watery eyes, and touched the wall with her little hands. After looking for a long time, I didn't find anything. So He then took out a magic mirror from the storage ring and pointed it at the wall. Suddenly, light burst out from the mirror, and a picture of vermilion bird flew into the air within the mirror. The scorching flames ignited all the images within the mirror. Li Chen curiously moved closer to Yan Nan and vaguely saw a coordinate point in the blazing fire in the mirror. Is this coordinate the location of the treasure? Li Chen felt that it was not that simple. The portrait of the vermilion bird. Could there also be portraits of the azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise? Could it be that each portrait has a coordinate, and the final intersection is where the treasure is? His imagination was opened up, and he felt that this was in line with the characteristics of a treasure. A map that only has one coordinate point but contains treasure is obviously fake. Very likely. Yan Nan nodded in agreement. There are two great secret treasures in the secret realm. One is the great secret treasure that will automatically appear when the secret realm is about to close. The second one requires the cultivators to search for it themselves. But the possibility of finding the latter is very small. If I'm not mistaken, the coordinates left by this portrait of Suzaku are the clue to the second great secret treasure. This secret realm seems to be artificially arranged to allow monks to come in to fight and rob. Hearing so many strange rules, Li Chen felt terrified when he thought about it carefully. Could it be that the secret realm is actually a game played by some powerful being? Otherwise, how could it be like a treasure hunting game, allowing the monks to solve puzzles on their own to obtain treasures? If you really can't find it, just have a big melee in the last few days and the winner will get the championship prize of this game. Someone has mentioned this before, but the strongest person in the 3000 states is only at the life and death realm. If there really is a powerful person who can play tricks on the cultivators, we have no ability to resist. Yan Nan said in a clear voice, on the contrary, the secret realm has given us too many benefits. Many of the Holy Land's unique skills come from the secret realm. So we should thank nature for its gift. Li Chen couldn't help but tease. Nature can also give martial arts skills? He didn't believe it, and really thought it was a joke. After Li Chen finished looting the secret room, he and Yan Nan left the teleportation array. They followed the compass needle to the next luck-gathering point. The search lasted for 3 months, and the secret realm was filled with blood and gore. The dense forest was destroyed by the spiritual energy and there was not a single intact place left. Almost every few dozen miles you could see a wasteland left over from a battle. You can always smell a bloody scent in the woods, and monks will jump out of the darkness at any time and launch a fierce attack on you. In order to fight for opportunities, killing people and stealing treasures is a common occurrence. Not everyone can find treasures in the secret realm. If you want to make a fortune, you have to take risks. Anyone who entered the secret realm could not avoid the battle. Even if you hide in a secret room where treasures are hidden, you will encounter other monks entering. Li Chen and Yan Nan were no exception. They were weak and alone, making them the best targets for the monks to attack. But because Li Chen is very powerful, Yan Nan has many magic weapons. Not only did the two of them not have their resources robbed, but they also made a name for themselves in this secret realm. Because of the existence of the formation recording stone, Li Chen's formation level has greatly improved. Now he is able to set up a 4th level formation, and when facing the void realm, he doesn't even need to do it himself. A formation flag smashed down, directly forming a formation that could destroy the world and carry out a large-scale massacre. At this time, more than 10 figures gathered on a mountain peak. Su Yanghui clasped his fists towards the muscular man and said, "Master Jushi, my information is absolutely true. Li Chen is the one who killed Yi Meng in Heiyang City. I can swear to the heavens that if I tell a lie, my soul will be shattered after I die." That's right. We have been investigating Li Chen for a long time. He killed the son of our clan leader, so there is no doubt about that. The people around nodded in agreement. These people were none other than the Su family who had killed Li Chen many times in the simulation. As Li Chen became stronger and stronger, they had to seek outside help. Shan Shen, with a towering figure, stood in the crowd and pondered for a moment. A sneer appeared on his face, and he said, "Don't think I don't know that you want to use me, but it doesn't matter, as long as you can give me a price that makes me excited, I will help you get rid of this person." He had heard a long time ago that the person who killed Yi Meng was extremely powerful. Some tea drinkers even claimed that Li Chen killed Tian Jiao like butchering a dog. Shan Shen was very unhappy when he heard this, because not just any Tom, DK, or Harry could make it onto the list of geniuses. This was a throne that only the top 100 geniuses from the 3,000 states could ascend to. He believed that the list had changed too frequently recently, causing the cultivators of the 3,000 states to gradually forget the value of the Tianjiao list. Especially recently, Li Chen has been very popular in the secret realm. Countless people claimed that once Li Chen entered the Six Extremes realm, he would definitely be on the Tianjiao list. Some people even say that the few people at the bottom of the Tianjiao list will soon fall off the list, saying that they are actually a group of fakes, just like Yi Meng. Shan Shen, who was ranked 99th on the Tianjiao list, couldn't stand hearing this. Veins popped out on his forehead at the thought of such remarks. The Su family members were so scared that they quickly bent down. Su Yanghui said with sweat on his back, "Of course, the price we offer will definitely satisfy you. This is all the gains of the Su family in the secret realm in the past 3 months, including a piece of 6th level metal. Please accept it." He held up a storage ring in both hands and presented it to Shan Shen. Shan Shen picked up the storage ring and took a look. A smile appeared on his face. "Yes, I can kill Li Chen for you. Do you know where he is?" "Of course I know." Su Yanghui was overjoyed. In the past 3 months, 4 portraits of mythical beasts have appeared in the secret realm, and the last portrait of Suan Yu is in the hands of our Su family. Our clan has already spread the word, asking the monks to come here to share the 4 symbols map. This Li Chen has recently gained a great reputation in the secret realm. Upon hearing the news of the 4 symbols map, he will definitely come to fight for it. All we have to do is sit back and wait. Upon hearing this, Shan Shen's smile widened. Only by letting more cultivators witness him killing Li Chen can they remember how powerful Tianjiao is. A genius is incomparable to ordinary cultivators. He wanted to let all the cultivators see that the gap between the geniuses and ordinary cultivators was as huge as heaven and earth. The Su family and others waited on the mountain for several days. More and more monks came, but they all hid in the dark and observed, not daring to show up privately, for fear that this was a trap set deliberately by the Su family. It was quiet here, with only Shan Shen and others chatting on the top of the mountain. It was not until the arrival of Li Chen and Yan Nan that the tranquility here was finally broken. Chapter 71. The Su family owns the Suan Yu image, and invites the owner of the 4 symbols image to come to the highest peak of the secret realm to share information. How could anyone go there? When Yan Nan learned about the news released by the Su family, she was confused by such behavior. Who would be willing to share information? We all work so hard to fight for the 4 symbols map, isn't it just to keep the treasure for ourselves? How could anyone possibly share it? Their real purpose is not to drink, sharing the 4 symbols map is just a cover, their real purpose is to lure me over. This is a conspiracy of the Su family. Li Chen was sitting cross-legged on a rock with a faint smile on his face. Yan Nan was stunned at first, then she reacted, "Brother Li has offended the Su family? Do you have a plan to deal with it?" "Yes. Just kill them all. Since the other party wants to kill him, he has the right to take the other party's life." Li Chen and the Su family had a grudge against each other a long time ago. He thought the Su family had let go of the grudge between them. After all, the person who died at his hands was an assassin. Since you have chosen the job of assassination, you should bear the consequences of failed assassination. Unexpectedly, the Su family did not let go of their grudge, but just endured it until today. There are quite a few 6th realm powerhouses in the secret realm, and the Su family will definitely set a trap at the agreed point, which will be difficult for us to deal with. Yan Nan said with a frown. With the magic weapon in her hand and Li Chen's combat power, she can easily defeat a strong man at the 3rd level of the 6 extremes realm. But if the other party was a group of 6 extreme realm warriors besieging them, both of them would die on the spot. No rush, I have gained a lot during this period. I will leave after a few days of retreat. The Su family's goal is to kill him, and as long as he doesn't go there, they will keep waiting. As the real owner, Li Chen doesn't need to rush over. The ones who should be anxious are the Su family and others. Li Chen probed into the storage ring with his spiritual sense and counted the gains of the past 3 months. The number of spiritual energy stones was very small, only more than 20,000, all of which were obtained from the storage rings of cultivators. The things he got in the secret realm were mostly materials. The total value of the materials in his hands was estimated to be exchanged for about 70,000 to 80,000 spiritual energy stones. There are also some martial arts skills that Li Chen has no use for, which can probably be exchanged for 10,000 or 20,000 spiritual energy stones. After a wave of auctions, he will become rich again. Although there are not many spirit stones now, they are enough for him to simulate more than 20 games. The possibility of breaking through to the 6th level is still quite high. Brother Li, do you mean that we can confidently break through to the 6th extreme realm within a few days? Yan Nan asked in surprise. With Li Chen's combat power, if he breaks through to the 6th extreme realm, he will definitely be on the list of geniuses. Wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the secret realm? Li Chen nodded. I can only say that I am sure, but the spiritual energy stones may not be enough. I need you to lend me some. No problem. If you don't have enough spiritual stones, just ask me for them. Yan Nan patted her chest. She didn't have much of anything except money. Thank you very much. Use once, consumes 1,000 spirit stones. At the age of 20, you killed many people in the secret territory of Jianzhou and made a great name for yourself. The Su family and Daizai of Jushizong set a trap for you and lured you into it. You used the Su family's trick against them and came to the highest peak of the secret realm with Yan Nan. You were ambushed and attacked by the Su family and were caught in a tough battle. You tried your best to kill all the enemies with your 9th level cultivation in the Void Realm, but you and Yan Nan were both injured, which led to your failure in the fight for the treasure of the 4 symbols map. 3 days later, a piece of precious bone was unearthed, and bloody storms were set off again in the secret realm. You and Yan Nan joined the fight and successfully took the precious bone, but because your injuries had not healed, you finally handed it over. The exit of the secret realm is opened. As soon as you and Yan Nan came out to the outside world, you were attacked by a powerful person. At the critical moment, Yan Nan's protector rescued you and brought you directly back to Kangzhou. After the battle in the secret realm, you became the first peerless genius in history to be listed on the Tianjia ranking with the cultivation level of the Cave Void Realm. At the age of 21, you traveled in Kangzhou and were challenged by a large number of geniuses. You encountered many assassinations along the way, but you managed to escape with your powerful strength. Your fame spread throughout the 3,000 states, and many holy places sent you invitations. Shi Kaiyu invited you to join the Juxiao Holy Land, but you politely declined. At the age of 22, you received an invitation from the Elder of the Bliss Valley in the wilderness. You became an inner disciple of the Bliss Valley. The Elder gave you the 6 extremes of Bliss Hehuan technique and Zhueking sword technique. At the age of 23, you have not practiced the Gle Valley technique and have not yet broken through the 6 extremes. One day, you met the Master of the Valley at the gate of the main hall of the Bliss Valley. He discovered that you were actually a Tei in body and wanted to turn you into a furnace, so he attacked you directly. In order to keep your innocence in the world, you fought to the death. The power of the moon completely erupted, and the entire Gle Valley was buried with you. You died at the age of 23. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. The master of the Bliss Valley was able to discover my Taiyin body. It seems I need to be more careful. Come again. Li Chen did not choose to memorize the skills this time. The skills in the 6 Extreme Realms chapter of the Bliss Valley were useless to him, and the martial arts swordsmanship was also useless to him. So after choosing the martial arts realm, start the next simulation immediately. At the age of 20, you did not reach the highest peak of the secret realm. After leaving the secret realm, you gained the title of coward. Because your performance in the last match in the secret realm was too bad, the guardian of Bingxian Holy Land did not like you and abandoned you on the way to Kangzhou. At the age of 21, you became the laughing stock of the 3,000 states. You could hear mocking words wherever you went. The Xianming sect took the opportunity to seduce your Tao heart and successfully led you into the path of evil. At the age of 22, you began to practice the Xianming sect's skills. The magic system and the immortal system came into conflict, so you had to destroy the immortal system and practice again. At the age of 23, you experienced the joy of the magic path, and your cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds, returning to the cave realm. At the age of 24, you became a 6th level expert and ranked 80th on the Tianjia ranking. You killed all those who laughed at you back then, and used their blood to quickly improve your cultivation. At the age of 28, your cultivation reached the realm level and you were ranked 32nd on the Tianjiao list. In order to practice magic skills, you took the lives of countless people and became a little devil that everyone wanted to kill. At the age of 38, your cultivation reached the 3 realms realm, and you killed the Xianming sect Daizai in the Xianming sect headquarters, and you became the new Xianming Daizai. You have climbed to the 8th place on the Tianjia ranking, making all the cultivators in the world tremble in fear. You find that your magic skills seem to have flaws. You occasionally have hallucinations and your body becomes abnormally weak. At the age of 50, your cultivation reached the yin-yang realm and you became the number 1 on the Tianjiao list. The leader of the Xianming sect was afraid of you and suppressed you from the side. You have fallen into the devil's way and are ruthless and cunning. You have already instigated most of the Xianming sect's followers to rebel. Under your instigation, the leader of the Xianming sect was forced to abdicate. You find that the flaws of your magic skills are becoming more and more serious. You begin to have frequent hallucinations and your body functions begin to decline. You have to constantly suck human blood to stay alive. At the age of 70, you practiced the Xianming sect's skills and reached the realm of life and death. You were attacked by people all over the world. You destroyed 4 holy places in one breath and shut up all the sects in the 3,000 states. You need to absorb more blood essence to maintain your life. The cultivation of the life and death realm does not bring you much lifespan bonus. You finally realize the drawbacks of the magic technique. Not only do you need to absorb the blood essence of others, but you also absorb your own blood essence. At the age of 80, you are already the strongest in the 3,000 states. In order to pursue a higher realm, you have slaughtered countless lives. Since you cannot find the direction of the next realm, you fall into a state of madness. At the age of 90, you began to kill anyone you saw, not distinguishing between friend and foe, and became the biggest cancer in the 3,000 states. You were almost in a state of hallucination, and everything in front of you was a sea of blood and corpses. At the age of 100, you have been unable to break through your cultivation level, but you suddenly realize that you are deeply regretful for your past. You have forgotten your original intention of cultivating immortals, and forgotten the morality and principles of being a human. Your actions to rediscover your original intention conflicted with the magic system, and your cultivation was lost overnight. After you turned back into a mortal, you couldn't bear the aura of the wronged souls in your body, and your soul flew away. Chapter 72. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. What the hell? Are you riding a roller coaster? This simulation actually directly reached the state of life and death, how amazing! Even the Taiyin body, which has such a slow cultivation physique, can have such a breakthrough speed. Li Chen didn't know how many people he had killed in the simulation. The Xianming sect's martial arts method requires sucking human blood to increase cultivation. The more blood one sucks, the faster one's cultivation speed will be. Behind becoming a powerful person in the realm of life and death at the age of 100 are the accumulation of countless lives. However, the magic path is still the magic path after all. It is a shortcut with too many disadvantages. Not to mention that the end of the simulation is to become immortal. Even if he didn't turn back into a mortal, Li Chen couldn't inherit this cultivation system. This level of cultivation in the realm of life and death is achieved through magic skills, and will directly tamper with the immortal system he is currently practicing. Each technique will form a different path within the cultivator's body. For example, the yin-yang diagram on Li Chen's danshan was developed through practicing the yin-yang ju. If you use other techniques, what you practice will no longer be the yin-yang diagram, but something else. It could be a vast ocean, a ferocious beast or bird, or a Buddha statue or something. Also, the spiritual consciousness in Li Chen's mind can condense into water droplets, while the spiritual consciousness of other people is just a sea of spiritual consciousness. They cannot condense the sea of spiritual consciousness into drops, but they may be able to nurture something in their spiritual consciousness. This is the influence and change brought about by the practice, commonly known as Tao. Normal exercises will not bring any side effects to cultivators. The path they practice is the path to immortality. The magic skills of the evil sect will naturally generate the devil's way. Immortals and demons coexist, and you can either cultivate immortality or cultivate demons. As for whether immortals and demons can practice together, the answer has been given in the simulated life. In order to practice the magic path, he destroyed his own immortal system and started all over again. Therefore, immortals and demons cannot coexist, and one can only choose one. The magic skills can allow cultivators to quickly improve their realm, but they will also have many effects on the cultivator, both physically and mentally. The most terrifying thing is the dependence. Once you start practicing, you can't stop. If Li Chen inherits the realm of magic, even though he has the cultivation of the realm of life and death, if he wants to break through to the realm of life and death in the future, he must continue to practice magic. The most outrageous thing is that this magic cultivation system does not increase lifespan, but instead consumes lifespan. Therefore, even if he could choose to inherit the magic cultivation, he would resolutely refuse. The immortal way can allow him to go even further. And the last message in the simulator was also a reminder for him not to forget his original intention. He wanted to cultivate the most powerful immortality technique, rather than acquire hidden evil skills and become a bloodthirsty demon. Since he has chosen the strongest path to immortality, he must walk to the end on this path with determination. Select the technique to remember. Li Chen made a choice immediately, and this was the only choice. After all, at the end of the simulation, he became immortal. If I inherit the cultivation, I will become an ordinary person from a caveman. 100 years of experience in fighting in the devil's way flooded into his mind. The bloody martial arts techniques shocked Li Chen, and every move was tricky and brutal. Either it is a fatal blow or a chronic poisoning. Anyone who fights with him will not have a good ending. These martial arts are really too vicious. Li Chen's 3 perspectives were refreshed again, but if you put aside the bad points, the benefits of memorizing the skills this time are quite great. It gave Li Chen a completely new understanding of the way of fighting. It greatly improved his own combat capability, and also gave him a deeper understanding of the methods of the demon sect disciples. Continue. Use once, consumes 1000 spirit stones. You forcibly took the precious bone and fled, but when you were exhausted you were killed by a strong man in the 6th extreme realm. You died at the age of 20. Use once, consumes 1000 spirit stones. The leader of the giant stone sect personally killed you. He was only 24 years old. Use once, consumes 1000 spirit stones. You joined the Zhongzhou dynasty, but because you could not defeat the eunuchs in the palace, you were poisoned to death. You died at the age of 37. Use once, consumes 1000 spirit stones. You practiced the prisoner 6 styles in the Qianzhou magma mountain range and successfully broke through to the second level of the 6 extremes. Suddenly, the magma mountain range erupted and completely swallowed you up. You died at the age of 25. After the simulation is over, you can choose one of the items to keep. 1. Martial arts boundary. 2. Memory of the technique. With repeated simulations, Li Chen not only used up all his 20,000 spiritual energy stones, but also borrowed 10,000 from Yan Nan. After simulating for more than 30 times, he finally broke through to the 6th level. Starting from the 3rd simulation, he chose the realm of martial arts, and his cultivation level improved after each simulation. But even so, the slow pace of cultivation still made him extremely crazy. This is a huge difference from the speed of practicing magic skills. No wonder so many people still join evil cults even though they know they are bad. In this world where strength is respected, being able to quickly break through your realm is the elevator to enjoyment. Choose your martial arts realm. Boom! In an instant, the vast spiritual energy rolled back in all directions, and all the spiritual energy within 100 miles was absorbed into Li Chen's body. He felt a swollen pain in his arms, as if endless energy was gathering in his arms, as if they would expand and explode in the next second. At this moment, the 2 arms are shining and crystal clear. The yin-yang diagram in Danshan rotated rapidly, and spiritual energy poured into the 5 elements mutual generation formation diagram, and finally poured into Li Chen's arm. He could clearly feel that his 2 arms seemed to be bound by an invisible chain, and no matter how he struggled, he could not break it. There are 6 levels in the 6 extremes realm, and each level represents a shackle. By breaking free from the shackles of the 6 realms of human body, one can achieve perfection in the 6 extremes. It is said that the human body is restricted by the 6 shackles and has its limits. Once you break free from the shackles, you can fly into the sky, and there will be no more limits to your physical body. Therefore, the saying that the physical body can be sanctified has spread throughout the 3000 states. This is because after the shackles of the physical body are removed, one can continue to become stronger without any limits. When many powerful beings in the life and death realm cannot find the next realm, they will turn to cultivating their physical bodies, trying to break the limit on their lifespan by sanctifying their physical bodies. Click! Just then, the sound of chains being pulled came from somewhere. The invisible chains on Li Chen's arms are slowly being untied. The terrifying energy suddenly appeared on both arms. The aura of the 9th level of Dongxu realm's cultivation increased several times in succession, and the terrifying waves of spiritual energy forced Yan Nan to use magic weapons to resist. The 2nd level of the 6 extremes realm. How is that possible? Yan Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. As a direct disciple of the Holy Land, she had never heard of anyone being able to unlock 2 shackles at once. This is totally off the mark. As the shackles on his arms were removed, Li Chen's cultivation level was raised to the 2nd level of the 6 extremes realm. The method of unlocking the shackles using the prisoner's 6 styles is very special. It is not like the ordinary 6 extreme realms techniques where you unlock them one by one. For those who practice the prisoner's 6 styles, both legs and arms are unlocked at once, so Li Chen gives priority to legs or arms, which can directly improve 2 small realms. He continued to sit cross-legged in meditation, feeling the changes in his body and adapting to the surging energy of his cultivation. Because he had reached the realm of life and death in a previous simulation, Li Chen chose to memorize the skills, so he adapted to the realm of 6 extremes very quickly. It only took a moment to completely control this spiritual energy. Li Chen slowly opened his eyes and smiled at the stunned Yan Nan. Okay, let's go. Chapter 73. The highest peak of the secret realm. Shan Shen and others waited at the top for many days, and more people gathered here. Some powerful people in the sixth realm were too lazy to hide themselves, and directly took their brothers to guard the mountainside, waiting for the real owners of the four symbols diagram to appear. The Su family and others were discussing in low voices on the top of the mountain. Some spies were moving through the jungle, occasionally coming back to report the information they had just obtained. It's been 5 days, why hasn't Li Chen come yet? No hurry. The person who possesses the vermilion bird map hasn't come yet. Let's wait slowly. Do you think the vermilion bird painting is in Li Chen's hands? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? The owners of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger maps have already arrived. The only thing missing is the vermilion bird map. I don't know why these people are here. Are they here to share the coordinates or to snatch the black tortoise map? Su Yanghui glanced at the mountainside with a vigilant look. If the vermilion bird map appeared and Li Chen had not arrived, the fight for the four symbols map would be forced to begin and their plan would fail. After pouring a mouthful of sake into his mouth, Shan Shen chuckled and said, "Interesting. I'd like to see who dares to be an enemy of my giant stone sect." Ha ha ha, Daizai, you are joking. Who in this secret realm can be your opponent, let alone being your enemy against the giant stone sect? Su Yanghui smiled apologetically, but he didn't agree in his heart. What is the use of moving the giant stone sect out of the secret realm? The giant stone sect cannot influence anything in the secret realm. Facing the siege of hundreds of 6 extreme realms, Shan Shen will be seriously injured if he doesn't die. Why is he pretending to be so powerful? Of course, this is just Su Yanghui's inner thoughts. Although it was true, he didn't dare to really say it. After all, he still had to rely on Shan Shen to kill Li Chen. Therefore, Su Yanghui could only flatter and smile as much as he could. "Brother, Lord Daizai, that kid Li Chen showed up." Suddenly, a member of the Su family shouted in surprise. Everyone looked over hurriedly and saw 2 figures appearing at the foot of the mountain, a young man and a teenager. The young man had a handsome appearance, with charming dark eyes. He had a faint smile on his face and walked towards the mountain with great dignity. The boy next to him looked a little immature. He was also handsome, but the feeling he gave people was more like beautiful. This is a handsome boy. The visitors were Li Chen and Yan Nan. They looked like they were strolling on the street or touring a scenic spot with beautiful mountains and rivers. The leisurely appearance is out of tune with the crowd on the mountain. The real culprit is here. Shan Shen laughed loudly, his majestic body suddenly stood up, and his cultivation at the second level of the 6 extremes realm burst out wildly. In the secret realm, Shan Shen also gained a lot, and his cultivation level even broke through from the first level of the 6 extremes realm to the second level of the 6 extremes realm. He believed that with his current strength, he could definitely move up several places on the Tianjia ranking. In an instant, all the helpers invited by the Su family took action. They moved gracefully and quickly in the woods on the mountain, silently. They immediately surrounded Li Chen and the other person, and inserted flags engraved with runes into the ground. They came prepared, knowing that Yan Nan had a treasure pot in her hands. Therefore, runes were carved on the formation flags, weapons, and magic weapons in advance to prevent the treasure bowl from pulling them away. In addition to formation masters, there is another profession in the 3000 states called rune masters. Although they cannot change the scene of heaven and earth like formation masters, but they can carve runes on all kinds of things, which have magical effects. Level 5 Giant Rock Killing Formation, start. Dozens of monks clapped their palms together, and spiritual energy poured into the formation flag, emitting bursts of earth-colored light. Boom! In an instant, the ground where Li Chen and the others were standing began to collapse and sink, like a dragon turning over, and the huge rocks in the ground flew up. The sky within a radius of dozens of miles was covered by rocks, falling into endless darkness. The so-called giant rock killing array is to use giant rocks to block an area. The giant rocks are combined into an earth dragon, which will attack the enemies in the array. At this moment, Li Chen and Yan Nan were suspended in the air, covered by the spiritual light of the magic weapon, and calmly observed the dark scene around them. They had long expected that the Su family would set a trap again, so there was no panic. There are quite a lot of people, 11 in the 6 extremes realm, 31 in the cave void realm, and 58 in the 5 treasury realm. Li Chen's spiritual sense quickly swept around and reported an astonishing number. The Su family really went to great lengths to kill him. To mobilize so many people in the 6 extreme realm and the void realm, I'm afraid it means taking out the entire family's property, right? So what? Li Chen felt quite speechless about the Su family, but he had no fear at all. The only ones who can be taken seriously by him are the 11 people in the 6 extremes realm. As for the Dongxi realm and the 5 organs realm, they are nothing but chickens and pottery dogs. Li Chen. A loud voice rang out in the darkness, followed by continuous rumbling sounds. A ground dragon carried Shan Shen and others out, and they looked down at Li Chen and the others from above. With such a big fuss, the Su family's way of entertaining guests is really novel. Li Chen smiled faintly. Treating a guest? You are not a guest of my Su family. Kneel down and beg for mercy now. We can let you die more easily. Su Yanghui stood on top of the earth dragon with his hands behind his back. The earth dragon roared towards the sky, and the rolling spiritual energy rushed towards him like a surging river. The Qing'an sword was slowly pulled out from its scabbard, and Li Chen's consciousness locked onto each person. How boring! If you don't have any last words, I will send you off. He wanted to joke with the other party, but the Su family members looked so arrogant that they decided that he had no way out. Su Yanghui snorted coldly, you can only show off your strength with words, kill him. Tear this man into pieces. Boom! In an instant, the earth dragon made of rocks opened its huge mouth towards Li Chen, and the figures hiding in the darkness rushed out collectively and launched a fierce attack on Li Chen. You want to trap me with just a 5th level formation? Li Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, the power of Taiyin poured into the Qing'an sword, an extremely cold aura spread out, and then a huge sword energy slashed out. Like a silver crescent moon, it penetrated the rocky body of the earth dragon and cut through the dark area. The sword energy whizzed past. The earth dragon with its mouth wide open stopped in mid-air, its rocky body rapidly freezing into ice. The cold breath made Shan Shen and the others on top of the earth dragon's head quickly step away. In less than 2 seconds, this giant earth dragon turned into an ice sculpture. Li Chen's sword energy slashed the rock layer above, and a loud roar was accompanied by violent vibrations, and a large amount of sand and dust shook and scattered. At first Su Yanghui and others didn't pay too much attention to it, but then a ray of light shone into the darkness, and the faces of all the monks who were maintaining the formation froze. Oh no! The center of the formation has been broken. One of the 6th extreme realm cultivators who was maintaining the formation shouted loudly. How is this possible? This is just a coincidence. The array pattern is broken, the array can no longer be maintained, everyone in the 5 Zhang realm retreat behind me. The cultivator at the 6th extreme realm hurriedly summoned his magic weapon, and the rocks within a radius of hundreds of miles were shaking violently. The roar was deafening, and huge rocks with array patterns collapsed and fell quickly, and billowing smoke and dust filled the air. Chapter 74. The giant rock-killing formation formed by 100 people only trapped Li Chen for a few words before he slashed the center of the formation with a single sword, and the entire formation was instantly destroyed and collapsed. Li Chen himself is a 5th level formation master. It is undoubtedly ridiculous for the other party to use a 5th level formation to trap him. With the powerful detection of the spiritual water droplets, he was able to find the center of the formation in an instant. The sword strike just now, defeating the Earth Dragon was just a byproduct. Li Chen's real target of attack was the center of this formation. The center of the formation was broken, and the people who maintained the formation were simultaneously attacked by the backlash of spiritual energy. The power of Taiyin was transmitted through the center of the formation, causing the cultivator in the five elements realm to vomit blood and fall to the ground, his whole body cold. If it weren't for 100 people sharing the burden, these five Zhang realms would probably be extinct by now. The moment the formation was broken, Shan Shen did not hesitate or be stunned. He charged directly at Li Chen. A dark yellow halo appeared on his huge fist, which collided with Li Chen's Qing'an sword, creating sparks. That's it. That's it. That's it. With your strength, you can kill Yi Meng? Some people even say that you can kill a genius like butchering a dog? Ha 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 ha. What a joke. Shan Shen had a ferocious look on his face, and he threw out punches one after another, causing strong gusts of wind to whistle, just like a ferocious tiger opening its bloody mouth like a human. He was laughing wildly, and his seemingly chaotic punches were actually the rock-crushing fist of the Stone Clan. One punch can shatter the spiritual veins of mountains and rivers. Boom! A terrifying wave of spiritual energy vibrated from the center of the two people. The diffuse smoke and dust were dispersed by this spiritual energy, and countless onlookers looked over, amazed in their hearts. It's Daizai Shen Shen from the Giant Stone Sect, ranked 99th on the Tianjia ranking. Who is fighting him? It's so close! The monks exclaimed in amazement. This vast spiritual energy is already comparable to the fourth level of the Six Extremes realm. You are also at the second level of the Six Extremes realm. That is to say, you were at the first level of the Six Extremes realm when you killed Yi Meng. You are at the same level, but you are not even on the Tianjia ranking. Do you know what this means? Shan Shen asked with a wild laugh, and his fist speed increased instead of decreasing, like iron fists covering both hands, colliding with Li Chen's Qing'an sword one after another. From beginning to end, Li Chen had a blank expression on his face. A swing of the sword brought out a misty drizzle, and the sound of the rain and sword energy rubbed off on Shan Shen's skin, creating tiny starlight. Shan Shen laughed wildly. His martial arts from the Giant Stone Sect could make him as strong as an indestructible diamond rock. Even if attacked by metal or iron, he will remain unharmed. After reaching the sixth realm, you still haven't made it onto the Tianjia ranking, which means that your strength at the same level is not as strong as mine. Do you understand? Ant! Shan Shen roared, and the surging spiritual energy gathered in his arms, forming a whirlwind tornado that tore the air apart. Noisy! Li Chen said coldly, holding the Qing'an sword in his hand and swinging it to create 9 scorching sun visions. The blazing fire of the sun exudes a strange chill. Shan Shen was slightly startled, and the cold air made his body tremble. He felt a chill in his heart, and stopped immediately in fear. He quickly used his body skills to retreat, and said in a lost voice, 9 Yang sword technique. Are you from the 9 Yang sect? No, the flame of the 9 suns sword technique is extremely hot, and your sword technique is extremely cold. What's going on? Shan Shen opened his spiritual shield and was confused. At this moment, Li Chen slashed with his sword, and 9 extremely cold and scorching suns attacked him at the same time. Blow, blow, blow. 9 consecutive explosions and the exploding of the cold and scorching sun caused the air temperature to drop sharply, and frost condensed within a radius of 1 kilometer. The Shan Shen, who was so majestic just a moment ago, was smashed directly into the cliff under the impact of the 9 Yang. After performing the 9 Yang sword technique, Li Chen added another move, Misty Rain. The torrential rain covered an area of 100 miles, and the other 10 sixth extreme realm monks who were preparing to launch a sneak attack were all exposed to the rain. With a loud crash, the direction of the rainstorm suddenly changed. Li Chen swung his sword again, and the cold sword energy whistled and swept across, forming a scene of winter snow all over the sky. This kind of beautiful scene is extremely deadly when Li Chen wields his sword. The ice sword of Bing Chen Villa. Who is he? One of the 6th Extreme Realm cultivators shouted in horror. Whether it is the 9 Yang sword technique or the frost blade, they are both unique skills of a certain force. If you are not a core member of a faction, you have no right to be exposed to these martial arts, let alone master 2 unique sword techniques at the same time. Call. The icy sword energy swept across the entire place, turning the misty drizzle into icy spikes that smashed down. The cultivators in the 6 Extremes realm all used their own methods. At the same time, Li Chen's figure seemed to turn into a reflection on the lake, with ripples appearing. Like a drop of water falling into a lake, it blends perfectly into the pouring rain. His figure was like a ghost, flashing quickly in the rainstorm, and he came silently behind one of the 6th Extreme Realm cultivators. Phew! The Qing'an sword stabbed out sharply, directly piercing a person's heart. Assassination Building's hidden sword assassination style. The cultivator at the 6th Extreme Realm whose heart was stabbed was filled with horror as he looked at the blood sword on his chest in disbelief. This sword was so fast, it seemed like it was stabbed out from the void. It's hard to avoid. There are so many things you don't know. Li Chen kicked the opponent away, pulled out the Qing'an sword, turned around quickly, and slashed down with the sword. Clang! The 2 sharp swords clashed with each other, creating star-like sparks. When Li Chen was killing others, the others naturally would not sit idly by and watch. 9 6th Extreme Realm cultivators came one after another and fought with Li Chen. Shan Shen, who was chopped into the cliff by Li Chen, also rejoined the battle. Li Chen fought 10 people at once and yet seemed to be at ease. He displayed sword techniques from various religious sects in succession, shocking countless people. Yan Nan was also not idle. She was frantically throwing out various magic weapons, trapping all the remaining Dongxi realm cultivators. It was because of her assistance that Li Chen could concentrate on dealing with the 10 6th Extreme Realm cultivators. Yan Nan flew towards the 5 Zhang Realm cultivators, threw out magic weapons at will, and took away more than a dozen 5 Zhang Realm cultivators on the spot. Who is this person? How come he has mastered so many unique skills? His name is Li Chen. I have seen him in Heiyang City. He claims to be from a hidden sect and has not been out in the outside world for a long time. No wonder Master Li is so powerful, but not on the list of geniuses. It turns out he is from a hidden sect. A cultivator who came from Black Sun City broke the news, which aroused everyone's imagination. The Su family has brought disaster upon themselves. They actually dared to offend Master Li of the hidden sect, and deceived us with the news of sharing the 4 symbols diagram. Come on, Master Li, kill these hypocritical Su family members. I don't think so. Even though Li Chen looks impressive now as he is fighting 10 people alone, he will probably lose the upper hand if the situation continues for a long time. Some people are not optimistic about Li Chen. After all, a protracted war is quite disadvantageous to the side with fewer people. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound was heard above the dark clouds that were carrying heavy rain, and lightning of different colors flashed continuously. 9 heavens mysterious break, transformed into divine thunder. With the mighty power of heaven, guided by the sword, Li Chen shook off all enemies with one sword, formed a seal with one hand, and a loud voice spread throughout the sky, using the sword to draw the 9 heavens divine thunder.